This streamer is our main. Because this month I've only been living on air and bones, so I asked for donations on my live stream. I'd do anything as long as there's money. Who knew I'd accidentally poked the wrong god? That god immediately donated $5 million to me and sent me through time and space. I was transported to a world overrun by demons. My mission now was to save the world. After 10 exhausting years of fighting, I finally could return to Earth. But ironically, Earth had also been invaded by otherworldly creatures. Here that god appeared again and gave me a task: recruit 10,000 followers. In return, I would retain the peerless power from the other world. Without hesitation, I agreed and became the leader of a fanatical cult. All right, no more preamble, let's begin. Welcome to Meet 2 livestream. Siwoo wondered, what kind of dick touching is this? Another person spoke up, I'm just talking. Lately I've been so stressed. You too. Siwoo replied, yeah, life is tough. Even though my younger siblings probably see me as a role model, I really don't know how to make ends meet, especially with unemployment right now. As the eldest, I have to be responsible for the family and take care of them. My parents are gone, I live with my grandma. There are 2 little siblings. Rent is due tomorrow, and I'm too embarrassed to ask grandma for money. You tell me to spend this time working instead of dicking around. I was discharged from the military 2 months ago, and I'm job hunting. Even though I desperately need money, that's the reality. If you don't want to listen, just leave. I'm only doing this dicking around because I'm bored. Hearing Siwoo, the woman fell silent. At that moment, Jen transferred 5 million gun to Siwoo. Siwoo was stunned, couldn't believe his eyes, and blurted, huh? Jen, 5 million gun, are you crazy? Or did she mistype the amount? No way, this must be a stunt to boost views for a bigger channel. Like giving a nobody streamer a pile of money and then filming the reaction. Wait, I don't have that money. I can't return this. I still have to buy school supplies for my sibling and pay next month's rent. Seeing that, everyone in the stream went wild. Oh my god, insane. Is this guy a tycoon? Give me 20 bucks. Siwoo still couldn't believe it, sweat pouring, his face growing tense. After thinking for a moment, he said, then state your demand, just don't touch my family. I'll do anything you want. Jen answered, so you'll save Eden for me. Siwoo wondered, Eden, is this a game advertisement? Okay, I'll do it, no problem. She smiled and a light emitted from her hand. Then we have a pact. Kim Si-hoo, puzzled, you just agreed to save Ed. And the scene shifted. A blood-stained hand appeared. Kim Si-hoo had become a different person, colder, no longer as naive as before. He moved to kill the demon Lucifer, tore out its heart. Farewell, Lucifer. Lucifer was defeated, his eyes glazed over as he collapsed. Kim Si-woo wiped the blood from his face, thinking, damn it, because of one mistaken donation my life has been completely turned upside down. It turned out that huge donation was Jen's scam, and I, summoned to Eden, have to fight for my life with only an umbrella in my hand. Jen suddenly said she'd grant me power. All I had to do was defeat the enemies before me. She touched his shoulder from behind and said, the system will help you grow, Siwoo. He muttered, always crazy stuff. Hey, do you think you picked the wrong person? You should have chosen someone suited for the job, right? Jen replied calmly, you are the only one, the only person who can save Eden. If you save Eden, I'll send you back to Earth. Siwoo recalled that promise over and over and threw himself into the mission. Damn, is that all? Ensure my family lives well. Find myself a job when I return. If she keeps her word, I'll save Eden without hesitation. So I made a pact with the goddess from another world, named Jen. She said they were the enemies, so what else could I do? A promise must be kept. That way, she would keep her promise too. Then I was summoned into an organization serving Jen, becoming a pope in the other world. But things did not stop there. Eden was swarming with demons and enemies. I had to slaughter each of the 7 great demon kings. That was the only way to save Eden. 10 years passed, a long time. I wondered how my siblings were doing. When I return, will I be able to live a normal life? Jen suddenly spoke. Siwoo, are you okay? Siwoo answered, yeah, what's up? This is nothing. Jin appeared beside him and said, I'm sorry, thank you. This is the end of our pact. Siwoo smiles. Jin, you said I'd have a job when I got back, so I'll trust you and keep going. This is exhausting. This damned world isn't worth living in. Jen says, Siwoo, this is the world you saved. Siwoo looks around for a moment then replies, yeah, I think I might actually miss it a little. After that, Jen disappears and Siwoo waits silently to go home. Hey, Jen. Next time you scam someone, just be thick-skinned about it instead of apologizing like this. Goodbye. Jen replies, thank you. I am truly sorry. Siwoo, I'm actually returning to peaceful Earth. Green, lush Earth. I miss Korea. Peaceful SEO. The sky when Siwoo returns is a scene of chaos. Avon. Captain, reinforcements are almost here. Just hold your position a little longer. They want us to hold our position inside the bellies of those damn Avons. Tell the reinforcements to hurry up. Damn it. Siwoo watches the scene in confusion, thinking how much he missed the Korean language, and the first thing he hears is swearing. I've returned after 10 years. Is this my peaceful Earth? Earth is finished. Maybe I'm still dreaming in Eden. Or do I miss Korea so much that the Nightmare Queen is playing tricks on me? But that's impossible, because I personally cut her head off. My proud Pope. You look so charming when you do that. Siwoo turns back to look at her. Jen wonders. You don't look happy. Was bringing you back a waste of time? Siwoo asks. Didn't our contract end when I returned to Earth? She says sadly, I am still the goddess you served. You should at least show me some affection, some respect. Without me, could you have returned to Earth safe and sound? Siwoo replies, if you hadn't dragged me to that hellish world, I wouldn't have had to struggle like this. Hearing that, Jen just stays silent. A moment later, she speaks. However, if you stay on Earth, you will definitely die. Siwoo panics. How do you know that? Jen waves her hand, emitting light, and answers. Siwoo, no matter how you see me, I am still a god. The system appears, warning. A god from another dimension is interfering with the principles of Earth's dimension. A powerful principle is being forced into compliance. Due to a time paradox error, your time will stop for 5 minutes. Siwoo watches the surrounding scenery gradually fade away, feeling extremely bewildered. Jen, what are you doing? She replies. These 5 minutes are likely because this is the dimension where the main event is unfolding. It seems this is the limit of causality, even if I intervene as a god of the dimension. I'll be blunt, Siwoo. Do you want to make another pact with me? Siwoo rages. Are you talking about another exploitative, slave-like contract? Jen calmly explains. No, this time if you don't agree, I won't force you. You must truly want this pact. If you make the pact, you will be able to use divine power just like in the other world. But I don't have any followers here, so there will be some conditions. Siwoo interrupts. Wait, isn't that holy power something I can keep using? Jen smiles, gently touching his nose and says, no, traveling between dimensions isn't that simple. It interferes with causality, so losing your power is inevitable. Siwoo frowns, thinking to himself, this girl is driving me crazy. Siwoo thinks to himself, I knew it. Obviously, making another pact is a bit too much. You've endured enough in Eden. Seeing Jen deep in thought, Siwoo asks, what are you doing? Jen blankly replies, huh. Siwoo urges her, sign the pact, hurry up. Siwoo thinks to himself that he can't accept her idea. You want me to start over with holy power on this desolate earth? Jen still can't believe it. The truth is far from what she imagined. Huh, Siwoo is unconvinced, thinking he doesn't want to be a washed-up protagonist. The system appears, reporting, San Kassizer, pact complete. Goddess Jen of the Eden dimension will assist human Kim Siwoo, as this is a pact for the intervention of another dimension. The Earth dimension and the principle of causality will investigate the legitimate reasons for this. Please wait for the investigation results. No issues detected. In 1 minute, the timeline will resume. Jen speaks. Siwoo. It's a pity I don't have any infrastructure in this world, so I can't stay with you for long. I'm sure you have many things you want to ask, but first, there is something you must do. Holy power is built on faith in another entity. Without faith, that power will dissipate. Therefore, to maintain your power, you must convert everyone on Earth to believe in me. Simple, right? You were the Pope of the J-Men religion, weren't you? Siwoo sweats uneasily. The J-Men religion. Jen continues, that's right. We will meet again soon. Don't cry because you miss me, my Pope. Siwoo worries, unprepared. Wait, Jen. But Jen doesn't say another word. She disappears instantly. The timeline resumes. A new mission is issued. Establish a church main type. Description. Currently, there are no followers of the God you serve in this world. To maintain your power, you must establish and expand a church. There are no restrictions on methods. The system will connect to the dimension's main event to automatically calculate the total number of followers. Time limit, 90 days. If you do not complete the mission within the specified time, everything you possess will be reset. The J-Men religion in Korea. Do you mean you want me to become the leader of some fanatical cult? At this moment, suddenly, a large set of jaws appear, rushing forward, making Siwoo jump. A dragon is flying towards him as fast as lightning. He glances at it coldly. His gaze changing instantly. He glares at it. Sparks of lightning appear on his hand, and he touches it just as the dragon reaches him, ready to attack Siwoo. The dragon shrieks and flees from him. At this moment, the soldiers outside are extremely surprised. He tore apart the one. After destroying the dragon, Siwoo turns back, his eyes cold and his face covered in blood. He silently observes without saying a word, and just lets out a huh. This confuses the observers. Siwoo, a saintly individual, smiles and asks, would you like to hear about the goddess Jen? They look bewildered, huh, while Siwoo just stands there with an artificial smile. When the system reports, follower mission 110000 complete, I'm finished. Sir, I'm sorry, I request completion of 1 out of 10,000 followers. I'm truly finished. Siwoo grabs the wing of the convene and tears it off. He acts decisively with an incredibly cold gaze, without a moment's hesitation. Siwoo glares with his steel-hard eyes at the convene. Instantly, it is attacked by lightning from all sides, causing it to be restrained and completely defeated. Dongzich and his team members are bewildered seeing the scene before them, and they start buzzing with rumors. Did you see that? Boss, that convene is terrified. It fell from the sky because it was frozen in fear. Another soldier looks at the information on the detector and exclaims unexpectedly, we aren't detecting any magic energy on the detector. A returnee at the normal level who is this strong. Normally, a returnee's rank is determined by the amount of magic energy detected. But Dongzich furrows his brow, confused. No way a returnee who can defeat an Avon like that is just a normal level. He looks at Siwoo, who is fighting the W creatures, and continues. Just that alone is enough to consider him as strong as the disaster level. His face turns pale, and he grabs his radio to report. According to the emergency response guidelines of the Special Investigation Bureau, I request the immediate summons of all personnel. On the other end of the radio, someone asks, is the situation at the gate that bad? He shouts, it's not just the gate issue. We have confirmed the presence of an extremely powerful returnee who isn't being detected by the magic energy detector. Watching Siwoo in his powerful combat form, not sparing anyone, Dongzich says, he is definitely an anomaly, lying outside all our standards. Dongzich quickly moves forward, still not forgetting to say his last words over the radio. I will talk to him first, send support immediately. It's been a pleasure working with you. The person on the other end of the radio is shocked. Hey Dongzich, what do you think you're doing? Siwoo stands still, lost in thought. Is that really it? This fly swatter is nothing special. He wonders, turning his head back. But where did those people go? Just as he turns his head back, he sees Dongzich walking towards him. He speaks up, hey. Looking at Dongzich's extremely serious expression, Siwoo nervously thinks, am I not allowed to capture that Avon? Besides, Dongzich is confusedly thinking, is he a boss? He looks tough to deal with. Suddenly, Dongzich instantly changes his expression. He smiles gently, clasps his hands, and greets Siwoo kindly. It's a pleasure to meet you. He is extremely excited, continuing, let me help you get familiar with the situation. But right now, for Siwoo, it's an incredibly awkward scene. Siwoo's expression is so bewildered that he can only blurt out one word. Ha. Change of scene at the apartment complex in Daong province. What? Wonong City. Siwoo is stunned. He stands silently in front of a door. He quietly remembers what just happened in the conversation with Dongzich. He had asked, what about my family? Sitting in a room, Dongzich answered him. We've investigated. Both of your younger brothers are safe. They are living in Daong province. And your grandmother, she is traveling in the US. We, the Ability Management Bureau, will support you, Kim Siwoo, in every way to help you settle into life at the CEO. Trust us. Furthermore, we have recovery programs for returnees, though I doubt they will have any effect on your ability. If you have any other questions, just contact me at any time of the day. Siwoo smiles helplessly and awkwardly. He silently rejoices. That's good, they seem very welcome. Everything seems fine. I guess my brothers are managing. No matter how the world changes, my grandma is always eccentric. He looks down at his 2 hands and calculates. 10 years already, I'm probably 27 now. Dongzich is very excited, continuing to speak to him. You might be surprised, but actually only 5 years have passed here. You said you lived 10 years in Eden, right? Then that's good. Your age here isn't 32, but 27. Siwoo thinks confusingly, this guy is strange. I don't know how Earth has changed in the last 5 years, but it seems people treat returnees well. Siwoo puts on a relieved expression, thinking how great it is to hear they are all fine. Did Jen have a hand in this? He recalled flashes of his family, wondering if they were thinking of him right now, even in Eden, really wanting to see them again since he didn't even have a single photograph. Standing in front of his door, he couldn't help but feel nervous, wondering why he was so tense. This was the most nervous he had been since he returned. Siwoo calmly reached out and gently pressed the doorbell. He was met with an eerie silence. A while later, nothing had changed, even after he rang the bell again. Siwoo, getting quite annoyed, started pressing the doorbell repeatedly until it rang incessantly. Finally, someone inside responded, "Who is it?" Siwoo felt awkward, clearing his throat lightly before saying, "Long time no see, it's really me." Immediately after, a clear look of joy appeared on his face. Siwoo continued, "How have you been?" But his words were met with an irritable voice. "Who the hell are you, man?" This remark made Siwoo's current emotions crumble. His face went rigid. The voice from inside shouted back, "We don't follow any religion, so why are you out here knocking on doors to preach like this in the 21st century? Siwoo immediately tried to justify, "Wait, I didn't come to," but he wasn't allowed to finish his sentence. The person inside interrupted and continued, You'd better change your clothes and get lost. If you don't leave, I'm calling the police, understand? He sighed in annoyance and added, I was sleeping well. This sentence felt like a bolt of lightning to Siwoo, who stood with wide, shocked eyes, a hint of indignation on his face. Right after that, Siwoo's anger reached its peak. He shouted loudly enough to echo through the whole neighborhood, "Open the door, you jerk." The person inside, in a frenzy, grabbed a baseball bat, rushed to open the door, and yelled, "You crazy fanatic." He froze instantly, eyes wide and jaw dropped, when he saw who was standing in front of him. Siwoo looked at him gently and said, "What's this? You're planning to hit your brother with that?" He was still dazed, stiff as a board, and stuttered, "Be brother." It wasn't exactly a heartwarming reunion. Siwoo kept speaking, "Make 3 more bowls, but don't make it too thin. You know how I like it, right?" He was still busy cooking for his brother and sighed, "Fine, whatever." Siwoo ate the noodles with the kimchi his brother made, enjoying them thoroughly. But the food itself moved him deeply. Looking at the table filled with noodles and radish kimchi, he said, "The first bowl in 10 years, real Korean food. Kimchi, I've missed this addictive taste so much." His brother couldn't believe it. He scratched his head, confused, and said, "Unbelievable." Siwoo replied calmly, "What is?" His brother, feeling helpless, continued, "You, the brother I thought was dead, come back after 5 years, eat 10 packs of noodles in one go, and you're even dressed like a preacher." Siwoo remained silent, still chewing, casting a glance at his still confused younger brother. He watched his brother sit down beside him and said, "Don't use that word with your older brother. Are you jealous because I'm eating without you? Let's eat together, okay?" His brother replied, "No, it's not like that." He handed a glass of water to his brother and asked, "So you were in some place called Eden for the last 10 years? Siwoo replied, "It's enough that I returned safely. Why are you so curious?" His brother looked at him silently. He then spoke up, "Everything." He thought back to Siwoo's room and his computer setup and said, "What have you been doing in that other world all this time? And how did you even make it back? That's the most important part. Why won't you say anything about it?" Siwoo smiled and replied, "In Eden. Yeah, you know, your big brother." The mere mention of it brought back memories of the brutal and bloody battles he had fought before. He went silent, his eyes downcast, unable to say another word. Siwoo took a sip of water, regained his composure, and brushed it off. "Forget it, this made his brother extremely annoyed. He said, "Look, there are 2 things people hate most. One is when someone won't finish their sentence, and the second is..." Siwoo cut him off, saying, "That's not exactly a happy story." The imagery of defeating massive demons and holding their hearts in his hands flashed through his mind. Most stories like this aren't happy at all. The world being overrun by demons was horrific. The amount of blood I had to get on my hands to save that world was terrifying. Siwoo rested his chin in his hand, his face full of weariness. He thought, "Damn it. I gave up everything to fight for Eden, and now I've finally returned to Earth." A quest board suddenly appeared beside him, with the objective, "Acquire followers 11000. Siwoo darted a look at his brother while deep in thought. "So I'll lose all my power if I don't complete this quest. Are you kidding me? Do you have any idea how much I went through to develop my divine power?" His brother chimed in, "You're not going to say anything else. I'm going to work. I'm awake now anyway." He moved toward his desk and sat down. Siwoo asked curiously, "What is it?" His brother replied, I work as an editor for a MeTube channel. Ever since you disappeared, I've been making money this way, and I'm quite busy. I'm editing for a pretty popular MUber." Siwoo was quite surprised to hear this. He thought, that's actually impressive. This kid has liked editing videos since he was little, and now he's successful at it. After a moment of thought, he said, "That video looks really vivid." Looking at the game character he was designing, his brother said, "I bet you haven't seen this before. These people are the popular content creators now. They call them players." Siwoo asked, "Do they deal with gates, monsters, and dungeons?" He rested his hand on his chin, impressed, and continued, "Yeah, they use system windows and skills." His brother replied, And since you used to read web novels back in the day, I'm sure you'll catch on quickly, right?" Siwoo sat still, his brother's voice ringing in his ears. "The subscriber count just keeps growing. I think I'll always have work to do." His gaze was fixed on the screen. Realizing something amazing, Siwoo slammed his hand onto his brother's chair and shouted, "That's it." His brother jumped, shouting back, "You scared the hell out of me." A bold thought emerged in Siwoo's mind. If he created content on MeTube, he could promote the Church of Gen and attract followers. At that moment, a notification appeared, "Church of Gen trait activated." This took him completely by surprise, and he whirled around. He looked at the notification board, wondering, what is this now? The content displayed, Church of Gen Zeit. The first goddess, Gen. Origin dimension. Eden. Trait, none. Affiliation, none. Objective, attract as many followers as possible. You will receive holy points by growing the church and completing hidden missions. Holy points can be used in the shop. Shop items will diversify as you attract more followers. Currently available, charity. All followers of the church will receive extra experience points due to the goddess of charity's blessing. Extremely small chance to awaken a non-player. Price 10,000 holy points. Special role, not applicable. Unlocks at 10,000 followers. This appeared because I just thought about starting a MeTube channel for the church later. Everything is locked, there's nothing useful. Suddenly, his eyes drifted to a line on the notification system. All followers of the church will receive 19% extra experience points due to the goddess of charity's blessing. Extremely small chance to awaken a non-player. He realized in a flash, wait a second, this could actually be useful. His brother called out from behind, are you planning to open a MeTube channel too? You have to solve some things first though. Siwoo listened to his brother's words, wearing an inscrutable smile. His brother, on the other hand, was incredibly confident in himself. He patted his chest proudly and said, all right, well, that's fair. You just got back, so you don't know anything. Let me provide for you. I'm making decent money. Siwoo interrupted his brother, saying, hey, little brother, I appreciate your generosity, but don't talk nonsense. That comment made his brother's eyes widen, his face filled with confusion. He continued, you don't even know how I managed to find everyone after 5 years of being gone. A few hours before at Siwoo's apartment, Dongsik had said, we've arrived at your family's place. Thank you for cooperating with the investigation all night. Siwoo replied, it's nothing. I didn't have anywhere to sleep anyway, so thank you for bringing me here. Dongsik smiled and added, so, what are you planning to do here? Siwoo replied calmly, I intend to expand my church. Dongsik asked, confused about his church. South Korea is a free country and freedom of religion is a given. This belief doesn't go against standard rules, right? Siwoo explained. Jen is a benevolent goddess. If people would just listen to me, Dongsik interrupted, not letting him finish. Ah, okay, wait, are you the Pope? Eden, he widened his eyes, his face full of pride. A Pope, how amazing. Siwoo helplessly thought to himself, I'll just laugh it off. Dongsik continued, just know this, you are now a VIP of the Ability Management Bureau. If you need any help, contact us first. The Bureau's Team 2 is always at your service. Looking at the clear blue sky, he said, welcome back to Earth. South Korea's first anomaly, Kim Siwoo. Back to reality, his brother was absolutely frantic. He screamed, you're an anomaly. Siwoo just remained silent, smiling with confidence. His brother kept shouting in amazement. The guy who finished 10 packs of noodles, that's my brother, the one who just came back from the dead. Siwoo heard this and scolded, I'm going to kill you. His brother scratched his head and hair, confused, and asked, why didn't you tell me sooner? You're an anomaly. Siwoo crossed his arms and smiled. I didn't think I could tell you that I'd lose my power if I didn't get 10,000 followers. His brother calmed down a bit and asked, so, you're a pope and you need more followers. You're planning to open a MeTube channel to get them right. He kept talking, leaving Siwoo dazed. Dressed like that, it won't be easy, and nobody on Earth knows about Jen. He slowly spoke up, listen to what I have to say. Thinking of his image and his inherent power, he said, what if I had an ability that could awaken ordinary people? Siwoo continued, an ability that turns them into players. If I had that, powerful nations would be fighting to invite me. His brother immediately responded, what are you talking about? There's no way you could have an ability like that. You'd make a fortune. If there's a chance, even I would be the first to sign up. A glow radiated from around Siwoo, along with the gentleness of a pope. He said, Jen is the goddess of mercy and charity. The system board appeared before him. Currently available, charity. All followers of the church receive 10% extra experience points due to the goddess of charity's blessing. Extremely small chance to awaken a non-player. Price 1,000 points. Special role not applicable. Unlocks at 10,000 followers. This left his brother completely stunned. He stuttered, players. I could become a player just by believing. Siwoo smiled affectionately and said, not right now, but if I get more followers, I think I can buy this trait. When that happens, becoming a player won't be random anymore. It'll be something anyone can achieve. Looking at the system board, nodding the follower requirement 110000, he continued, why don't we promote it based on this? What do you think? A moment later, the system board changed, showing the follower requirement 21000. Siwoo said, no one would be able to turn that down. His brother clasped his hands together, his face filled with excitement and faith. He said, brother, I'm ready. His eyes sparkled as he added, I'm ready with a fire of enthusiasm to spread the good news. Siwoo was quite startled by his brother's erratic change. He exclaimed, huh. His brother's voice rang out loudly, filling the whole house. Goddess Jen, I believe in you. His brother was extremely excited, his eyes sparkling as he looked at his brother and said, take me with you. Siwoo was a bit confused and said, I remember you saying you were an atheist before. He thought to himself, to become a follower, Jen's younger brother is just as I expect. He rested his hand on his chin thinking and said, right now, my plan is to create an online service using MeTube. I haven't come up with the specific details yet. His brother interrupted, his face full of confidence. He said, Siwoo, I have a plan, don't worry. Siwoo replied, all right. Suddenly, a sound rang out repeatedly from somewhere. Beep, beep, beep took Siwoo by surprise. He turned his head behind him, puzzled. His brother patted his brother's shoulder and said, it's finally time, you know that, right? You have to take responsibility, Siwoo. Siwoo, still not understanding what was going on, asked, what is it? Siwoo called out after his brother as he ran off. Hey, wait, come back. Right then, a young girl was waiting outside the door. He darted a look at the girl, his eyes stunned. He stuttered, Sion. Sion's eyes widened with surprise, and she stuttered as well, big brother. He slowly stepped closer to her and said, Sion, you've grown up so beautiful. You missed me, right? He was incredibly worried when he heard her trembling words. I thought you died. He knelt down, placed his hands on his younger sister's shoulders, and comforted her softly. Sion, I did wrong. I'm sorry for leaving without saying anything, but today is a good day because you've met me again, right? Right after that, the girl burst into tears, causing him to panic and say, Sion, that's enough. Sion's crying grew louder and louder, echoing through the house. Siwoo pleaded for Mr. Kim, hey, help me out here. His brother ignored him and replied, that's the karma you've got coming. The next day, at a certain school, Sion hooked her finger with Siwoo's. The girl said, Siwoo, let's go eat didiakbaki together. Let's do it today. He replied, okay, I promise. She turned and ran, still not forgetting to turn her head back to look at her brother, waving goodbye and excitedly saying, great, I know a really delicious place, so you have to eat with me right away. I'll be back in a flash. Siwoo was happy, too. He smiled and waved goodbye to his younger sister. After a tiring day like the end of a war, the neighbors kept questioning his family. Why was Sion crying? After finishing a round of apologizing to the neighbors, peace finally returned. The scene was peaceful now. At a government building, Siwoo spoke up. I've talked to my brother, but for an awakened person to operate properly on MeTube, they need government authorization. Sitting in the office, a man replied to Siwoo, I understand. If that's the case, we will support you as much as necessary. He placed his hand on his chest and continued, I apologize for seeking you out so late. The returnee, Kim Siwoo. He was the minister of the Ability Management Bureau, Siwoo. Siwoo picked up a steaming cup of water, lost in thought. An important figure, the mediator for the awakened. Even though he isn't an awakened person himself, I didn't expect to meet Siwoo. Well, that's the power of the protocols. I guess, since the Church of Gen was the first religious sect in Eden, leaders of every species gathered. Siwoo asked, is religious missionary work the reason you'll be operating? Siwoo stammered, yes. Siwoo replied, ah, that's right, missionary work is very good. He continued, you can reveal that you're a returnee on MeTube, but please also disclose that you're an anomaly through a press conference organized by the Ability Management Bureau. Siwoo replied, of course. A video showing Siwoo fighting was played. Siwoo asked, have you seen this video yet? Siwoo looked at the video and said, so, this video has been released. Siwoo replied, we've applied a ban, but we couldn't block it. Siwoo watched the video, thinking then for sure my brother is the one good with MeTube. I've seen it. Siwoo spoke up. He said you might not be happy about this, but we will send some agents around you for a while. I promise you in my name that no one will harm you. He continued, since an anomaly has never appeared in South Korea before, our management is still lacking. I hope you understand. Siwoo, after hearing that, thought, if you think about it, that makes sense. He smiled and thought to himself, either way, it's fine, there's no problem. Back at home, Siwoo was talking to his grandmother on his mobile phone. On the other end, she scolded him. You brat, you come home and don't call your grandmother right away. Siwoo was flustered. I'm sorry, grandma. Yes. On the other end, his grandmother continued. It doesn't matter as long as you've returned safely. I will end my trip. Take care of Sion and Inwook, okay? Siwoo replied, yes, grandma, have a safe trip home. After that conversation, his grandmother hung up first. Siwoo was silent for a while. He then spoke to his brother. Grandma spoke as if she clearly knew I would return. His brother turned his head and replied, Grandma said that sometimes she dreamed. According to his brother, in her dreams, she saw him sometimes walking steadfastly on an endless horizon, and sometimes fighting winged monsters. Is that why she was so sure I would survive and return? Siwoo sat thoughtfully, looking at his phone screen and muttered, that is truly interesting. His brother focused on his work computer screen. He called out, I thought you were dead. The feeling of you returning and then being an anomaly, it's really hard to believe. Hearing that, Siwoo fell silent, lost in thought for a while. He recalled some memories from the old days. The three siblings had a good relationship, especially in his final year. After their parents passed away in a car accident, if their grandmother hadn't raised them so brightly, the three of them definitely would have faced many difficulties. Sitting with his arms crossed, he fell deep in thought again. His brother had waited for a long time and finally gave up, thinking he was dead. Suddenly, his brother spoke up. "Oh, that's right, brother," he said with a very self-satisfied expression. "We held your funeral by burying you in the forest. There's a tree with your name on it. We were supposed to hold a funeral for 5 or 10 years, but in the end, we decided. C made it look really beautiful." Siwoo helplessly replied, "We should go get the money back right now." He darted a look at his brother, thinking the kid definitely wasn't serious. His brother was still focused on his work computer screen. Siwoo spoke up, "Anyway, tell me about what I asked for." His brother turned around, smiled, and said, "All right, I have a plan." He said, "Look at this first." On the computer screen, a Player K account with 5,000 subscribers was displayed. This channel was about lessons for beginners in dungeon strategy. In the video, Mino, the owner of the Player K channel, said, "Monsters appear. Monsters appear most in dungeons, gate waves. Today I will talk about the weaknesses of," his brother explained, "a suit and a sword. The reason is he has a lot of subscribers." Siwoo stepped closer to the screen, rubbed his chin, and said, "Because he's handsome." His brother replied, "You think so too, right? And he has a good personality, has never had any controversies, and is a truly wonderful person. He also pays me regularly." His brother switched to another channel and continued, "Currently, we only have one channel being set up. Creating an account usually takes more than 2 weeks. Very impressive." On the computer screen, the channel information was displayed. "I believe in Gen. You believe in Gen, the official channel of the Church of Gen on MeTube. The official channel of the Church of Gen on MeTube. We believe in Goddess Gen." He turned to look at his brother and continued, "As you know, the easiest way for new channels to attract attention is with the help of big corporations." His brother continued, "And there is content that you can join right now in the program he is doing, which is the Military Academy for Beginners." Playlist Military Academy for Beginners. The channel had many different videos. "Rookie, why is your aisle opening like that?" Rookie Military Academy, buying quick growth for rookies. Rookie versus Rookie T, how to determine megabity. Rookie Military Academy, buying quick growth for rookies. A veteran who likes to save and a rich young rookie. Rookie Military Academy, buying quick growth for rookies. Spending an O, the perspective of a psychologist. Rookie Military Academy, buying quick growth for rookies. The food is very good and the rookies are very appetizing. Rookie Military Academy, buying quick growth for rookies. They are very good at attracting attention. The appearance of Rookie NFP, Rookie Military Academy, buying quick growth for rookies. His brother spoke again, "Individual streams don't change much, so it will be easier to understand. Mino makes content teaching beginners." Siwoo thought to himself, "Lots of views." Looking at the computer screen playing the video, his brother said again, "There is an opportunity because one of them was injured while hunting monsters. When I mentioned you, he said you should come for an interview." Siwoo stood with his hands on his hips, smiled at his younger brother, and said, "Hey, from what you see, do I look like a beginner?" "From what I see, he's the one who's a beginner." A thought flashed through his head and his brother exclaimed, "That's it, Siwoo, the main character, is hiding his strength. This beginner sub-character is actually a powerful anomaly." Plan, Kim Siwoo, director, Kim In-wook, script, Kim In-wook. His brother was incredibly excited and leaned over, saying, "We can join in with this concept. The main character is hiding his strength. What do you think? Siwoo, my perfect channel plan. We can join in with this concept." He sat down, clicked continuously on the keyboard, and rambled on. "I haven't told Mino the details yet, but if I do, I think he will think positively. Let's just do the interview. Mino likes concepts like this." Siwoo was dumbfounded. He stood there silently watching his brother, the enthusiasm clearly visible. Siwoo thought to himself, "Have I awakened a capitalist monster?" Scene change. The two brothers moved to a prearranged location. His brother said, "The filming location is too far. We're almost there. We'll arrive in 30 minutes. Mount Magam. Gusts of wind blew past the two brothers in the quiet mountain space. Siwoo looked around and said, "This is the ideal atmosphere for a smoke. In-wook, are you sure this is the place?" His brother, who was just on the phone with someone, replied, "Yes, this is the place, but the atmosphere is a bit strange." His brother's phone screen showed he was calling Guno, but he couldn't reach him. He looked at his phone worriedly and said, "His phone is still off." Siwoo thought to himself, "Signal is not good in South Korea. Is there a place like this?" He narrowed his eyes, full of caution. Looking at the dark space around him, he thought something was wrong. He spoke to In-wook, "Let's turn back. Let's pause the main character hiding his strength project for a bit." In-wook jumped back and said, No, wait." In-wook tried to explain. He must have been filming for a long time, so he couldn't answer the phone. "So let's go up and find him first." Siwoo closed his eyes and sensed, thinking in his heart, from the incessant battles in Eden and the highly developed senses gained from receiving Jen's blessing. This is the amount of monster force that only monsters and demons can emit. He speaks up, is this Gumino guy really a good person? Are there any bad rumors about him, including things like him sacrificing people or summoning a demon? Wyangu Gok immediately denies it and says, not at all, no way, that's ridiculous. He's a famous mute. Siwoo cuts Wyangu Gok off. He says seriously, if you were a normal returnee, we would have been dead a long time ago, do you understand? Wyangu Gok's face turns pale with worry, and he stammers, no way Minso is a good person. Siwoo points straight at his younger brother and exclaims, a good person, don't talk nonsense, you're too trusting. If you keep going like this, sooner or later you'll get stabbed in the back, got it? Wyangu Gok replies, why are you so angry? You sound like a victim of a contract scam. Siwoo is hit where it hurts. He thinks about Jen and says, well, there's no way that hasn't happened before. Wyangu Gok continues, 3 years ago when Grandma was in the hospital, Minso came and paid the entire bill without a word. At that time, I didn't have any money because I had just paid the rent. Hearing that, Siwoo replies, then he really is a very good person. Why didn't you say that from the start? He ponders, doubting that anyone would be willing to help others in financial trouble so easily. If it was 3 years ago, that was probably when I wasn't here. Maybe he really is a good person. Siwoo steps forward and says to his brother, all right, first you need to take a taxi home immediately. This place is too dangerous. Wyangu Gok asks confusedly, what about you? He brushes off his shoulder and replies, since your plan isn't working, I need to find another way. Instantly, the papal outfit appears and equips itself onto Siwoo. He turns to look at Wyangu Gok with an air of majesty and says, since spreading this online didn't work, I have to try offline. Witnessing this, Wyangu Gok is incredibly surprised, his eyes wide and mouth agape as he exclaims, brother, are you some kind of female mage? Siwoo replies, I already served in the military, do I look like a girl to you? After being kicked into a taxi by his brother, Wyangu Gok still says regretfully, next time, please let me film you transforming. Siwoo helplessly says, it's dangerous here, go home quickly. Wyangu Gok doesn't give up on his request and says, I need it for the intro on our MeTube channel, promise me. Watching the car carrying his brother drive away, Siwoo thinks to himself, Wyangu Gok wasn't like this before, what happened? Maybe the kid suffered too much from a young age. It's all my fault. He slowly takes steps into that gloomy forest. The system immediately pops up a notification. You have entered the Abyss Zone. A related mission has been created. Salvation. Subtype, Abyss Cave. Description, you have accidentally entered a land filled with energy. Familiar with demonic energy and a sacred duty, you must cleanse this land of impurity and reclaim it from the evil forces. Reward, 50 divine points. Note, this is an optional mission. You can skip it if you wish. Heavy demonic energy permeates this area. Standing before it, Siwoo thinks, looking at it, this place just looks like a normal mountain, but with this kind of demonic energy, there's definitely an abyss dungeon inside. He calmly walks step by step deep into this gloomy forest, thinking, it's so quiet. The gloomy demonic energy is becoming thicker and thicker, covering the mountain and the forest he is standing in. Suddenly, Siwoo realizes something. He looks around, saying, the weather is nice, too. Suddenly, he sees a group of people standing there. Siwoo asks, what are you all doing here? A group of people come out and walk toward him. One person speaks up, sorry, we didn't mean to startle you. We're just filming a video for our MeTube channel. Samyung speaks up, but may I ask why you are here? Being near such a dangerous dungeon isn't a good idea. Siwoo replies, I came to meet Mr. Gumans. He folds his arms and continues, my brother must have contacted you, didn't you receive anything? Seung replies, oh, you're a returnee. I heard about you from Minso. If you had called us beforehand, we would have picked you up at the gate. Siwoo responds, my phone doesn't work. Mi-eung looks at his phone and says, again, I can't believe there are places in Korea with no signal. In the bleak forest space, she continues, regardless, it's lucky to have met you here. We'll lead you to Minso. A moment later, while they are moving together, Mi-eung turns to talk to Shu. We planned a big event. On Gino's MeTube channel, he have quite a lot of viewers, so I'm also helping out a bit along with your brother Wyangu Gok. He looks at Siwoo's outfit and asks, is your priest outfit part of your style? Siwoo helplessly replies, no. He keeps rambling, it's unique and memorable, great tactics. Siwoo seems slightly annoyed, thinking this guy talks too much, while Seung is still excited, saying, this is the first time I've met a returnee, it's really interesting. Suddenly, Siwoo turns his head to look at the people behind and says, but looking at the 3 people behind, they are so quiet. He asks, the 3 people standing behind have been silent for a while, right? He still casually replies, huh, oh, those people. Mi-eung's gaze looks very hollow. He continues, I don't understand what you mean. They've been talking all this time. Siwoo hears something unusual and furrows his brow in suspicion. Siwoo gently takes his hand and asks, by the way, what's your name? The young guy replies, me, I'm Su X Myung. He hears this and says, all right, Z Myung, listen carefully to what I'm about to say. Immediately on Siwoo's hand, a pair of black gloves appears. He says to Z Myung, hey, you are a very lucky person. Some people have a natural resistance to demonic energy even if they haven't awakened. He gently steps forward and pats Z Myung's shoulder, saying, remember to thank your parents for that. He asks, incredibly confused, huh? The index finger of Siwoo's hand creates a stream of electricity. He continues speaking to Z Myung, even though his face is incredibly bewildered. If you survive and return today, give your parents a hug, okay? Z Myung still asks confusedly, what are you talking about? Before he can finish, the electric current from Siwoo's hand quickly shoots backward, cutting off the heads of the three people behind. Z Myung's gaze is filled with terror. He glances behind him. The three men had been decapitated, and terrifying black gas was leaking out. He screams in terror as he sees the horrific scene behind his back. The corpses slowly fall to the ground. Z Myung steps back to avoid them, and he exclaims, what the hell? Siwoo calmly says, you meet something like this right after entering. He steps forward and kicks the hands of the corpses, and streams of black gas fly out continuously. He says, the rest are probably deeper inside, so this place will be safe. Rest here. Z Myung, holding the camera, speaks with a trembling voice and an incredibly shocked face. Brother, who are you and why are you here? I don't know what's going on. Siwoo gives a slight smile and says, me, you mean me. He puts his hand on his chest, puts on an incredibly sincere face, and radiates a brilliant aura. He continues, I only came here to spread the words of our goddess. Witnessing the previous incident and hearing Siwoo's statement makes Z Myung freeze. He widens his eyes in shock, unable to say another word. A dungeon gate opens right in the middle of the forest. The system displays a notification. You have entered the dungeon. Inside the dungeon is a long passage. The system notifies, current dungeon, Dark Mage's laboratory, currently in the process of abyssal transformation. Notifications continuously appear in front of Siwoo. The dungeon name has been changed to Bridgehead of Pride. If you do not eliminate the dungeon boss, the entire area within a 5 km radius will be invaded by the abyss. Remaining time, 207. He looks around, thinking, abyssal transformation, huh? The demonic energy here has become more powerful. Siwoo imagines a maze in his mind. He thinks he can also feel the spirit energy of the players. Surely there are still some players trying to resist the demonic energy. Siwoo takes steps inside, thinking to himself, it's around here somewhere. Accidentally, he sees a few people sitting with their heads bowed, which makes him stop. Looking at the people sitting there, he thinks they seem to still be alive, but they have no faces. This clarifies the identity of the creatures he eliminated before entering the dungeon. That is a mimic, a strange type of monster that knocks victims unconscious, then transforms and disguises itself as. Mimics knock victims unconscious instead of killing them, because they cannot transform into dead people. Since mimics are low-level monsters, they have no vocal cords and cannot speak, so they cannot exist independently. That means the boss is definitely a copycat of a proud warrior. The system displays a notification. You have confirmed the keyword, copycat. The insects of this abyss dungeon have been revealed as a copycat. Siwoo looks at the notification board and says, as expected. Monsters like mimics that can turn into other people are a nightmare to deal with. Even if you know beforehand, if they turn into your teammates, it would truly be a living hell. Suddenly, from somewhere, the sound of someone screaming aloud makes Siwoo jump. He turns his head to look at the direction of the sound, thinking, a survivor or a double. Whatever it is, it doesn't matter. Thinking that, Siwoo runs straight toward the direction of the sound. A light flashes ahead. Siwoo thinks there's light over there. Are the monsters gathering around the square? He quickly lunges forward, and the floodlights around reflect light onto his face. Behind a camera in the distance, someone shouts, cut. The director steps out, points straight at Siwoo, and scolds, you can't just pop out like that. Everyone around is buzzing. What the hell, it was filming well. Siwoo is a bit confused. He exclaims, huh, and thinks, there are survivors, but there are so many of them. Everyone around is buzzing. Damn it, it's ruined. We have to film from the beginning. The director walks straight towards Siwoo and asks, did our people let you in here? We rented this dungeon to film a movie. You can't just enter like that. Siwoo sighs, puts his hands on his hips, and replies, I heard a scream so I reacted instinctively. I'm sorry. He tilts his head slightly and continues, they let me in when I said I came to meet Jinso. I came to meet him. He looks at the director and continues, that's right. I planned this. I want to talk to him directly. The director seems a bit surprised. He says, that returnee, you're that returnee, right? I was wondering why your clothes looked so strange. Siwoo suppresses his anger, his voice trembling as he says, that's me. The director happily replies, you should have said so earlier. then turns to tell his assistant, hey, is the radio broke? He pulls his assistant over and says, take him to Minsodi. He's Wyangu Gok's older brother. The assistant also happily replies, oh really? Nice to meet you. Do you mind if I speak casually, this way? Siwoo responds, thanks. While walking, he looks around, the sound of people talking to each other. That's right. He thinks to himself, luckily there are still a few people who haven't been invaded by demonic energy. Looking to one side, there are two people talking to each other. Yeah, that's right. You want to go home right away, Siwoo thinks again. But that makes him squint his eyes. There are whispering sounds. Even May, I want to go home too. The image of a gnarled hand with sharp nails is pulling strings from his hand, controlling the people below. The group hallucination of the copycat. It seems the play with the copycat, as the lead is underway. Even the players who haven't been invaded by demonic energy are being affected by it. If the copycat is using group hallucination, it means it has become much stronger. Perhaps that's why demonic energy is leaking out of the dungeon. The assistant who is leading him suddenly speaks, making him jump. Don't worry. Since we are in the dungeon, this place is completely under our control. Siwoo asks, under your control? The guy replies, we caught the dungeon boss. Siwoo is incredibly shocked. He asks again, you caught the dungeon boss? What the hell? The assistant laughs happily and says, usually we film in dungeons like this. Remembering the image of many people surrounding the monster and binding it, he continues, the dungeon will disappear if we kill the boss, but we can't let it go free because it would be very dangerous. So we weaken the boss, then bind it. At that time, the other monsters in the dungeon also weaken, making it very easy to film. Siwoo is incredibly surprised. He says, so you push the dungeon boss to the brink of death, then keep it alive. The assistant replies, that's right, effective, isn't it? Siwoo thinks to himself, maybe Satan should also learn how humans do things. Turns out they film in dungeons like this. This time they were just unlucky to run into a copycat. Maybe this is karma, Wyangu Gok. This guy named Gino doesn't understand what safety is. This won't end well. The assistant leads him to a gate and says to Siwoo, we're here. This is the boss room. Mies is in there too. See you later. Hope we can film together. Siwoo replies, yeah, see you. Thanks for leading me here. He silently watches the assistant walk away. Inside the room, everyone is meeting. Minso says, should we edit this part a bit differently? At this moment, Siwoo knocks lightly on the door outside. He speaks softly, excuse me. Minso is still concentrating on his work. Yeah, from the beginning, it has to be on that side. Very good. Suddenly, he realizes something. He turns his head back. Seeing Siwoo, he speaks up. I didn't recognize you. Why did you come here? Siwoo replies, Wyangu Gok told me about this place. I'm his brother. Kim Siwoo and So, a player in Uber. He smiles radiantly, happily saying, Mr. Siwoo, I've heard about you. I was wondering when you would come. You're more handsome than how he described. Looking at Minso's sparkling aura, Siwoo is a bit hesitant. He thinks, is that an NFP aura? He's both handsome and has a nice voice. Minso guides him with his hand and says, you must have had a hard time getting here. Sit down here. Siwoo replies, thanks. Minso turns to his team. Hey everyone, can you edit this part as I requested? I'll talk to him for a while, thanks. Everyone replies, sure. Siwoo observes him and thinks, so he's a Muber. Both talk to each other. Minso lets out a laugh and says, goodness, I should have had something better to offer you since you've come a long way, but I only have instant coffee. Siwoo replies, I like instant coffee. Minso continues, that's good, was the trip here okay? Siwoo replies, an employee led me here, I saw quite a lot of people. The sound outside from the film crew rings out. Get lost. Minso turns his head back and says, authenticity is very important in this project, so we invited all the editors who could help. Siwoo continues, so those people are players. Minso winks, he smiles and says, that's right, they are awakened people but don't have enough skills to be hunters. Anyway, not all players are the same, but I pay them very handsomely. Siwoo picks up the glass and drinks. He thinks to himself, Wyangu Gok also wants to be a player. I wonder if it's because of him. Minso asks curiously, by the way, I heard Wyangu Gok would come too. Is he outside the dungeon? Siwoo answers with a faint smile. He's not feeling well today, so I came alone. Hearing that, Minso says, is he always that weak? I'll send him something to nourish him. Back then, he used to often get sick when editing videos for me. Hearing those words makes Siwoo smile with relief. The most effective way to start a conversation with someone you don't know well is to talk about what both know. It can be clearly seen that this guy is very good at communication. Minso smiles sincerely and says, I'm not saying this just because you're Wyangu Gok's brother, but Wyangu Gok is truly a very good person. Siwoo wonders if he's always like that or only changed after becoming an influencer. He gives a slight smile and says, truly an interesting guy. Minso is immediately startled by that statement. He immediately says, sorry. Siwoo smiles and explains, I was talking about Wyangu Gok. The kid has always been weak. Minso enthusiastically responds, I think so too. Because you are very handsome and a player, may I ask you something? Siwoo replies calmly, sure, go ahead and ask. I'm an anxious person. Is it really safe to film here? This statement makes Minso very happy. He leads Siwoo to a large curtain, points inside and says, I understand, this is your first time in a dungeon, right? Why don't you check this out? Siwoo replies, sure. Both pull back the curtain and step inside. Siwoo's gaze stops, and his eyes widen in surprise at the scene in front of him. In front of both is the dungeon boss, the copycat, being bound with chains. Minso speaks up. As you can see, I always prioritize safety above all else. He continues with an incredibly serious face. There are quite a few dangers on Meetup, but we always ensure safety before filming anything. Both stand near the curtain, casting their shadows on the floor in the room. Siwoo asks, I heard someone had to leave the project for some reason. Minso replies, they weren't injured while filming. They were already sick and their condition just got worse. His gaze is full of affection as he continues. If you are worried about safety, you can just observe a bit before deciding to join the filming. You just returned recently, so I completely understand. Siwoo looks at him suspiciously. Immediately after that, he takes a big drink of water and says, all right. Minso waves his hand, saying, I don't mean to force you to participate. Siwoo reaches out toward Minso, smiles and says, all right, let's do this. Let's shake hands because we're colleagues now, right? Minso steps forward to shake hands. He smiles and replies, all right, welcome to the team, Mr. Siwoo. When their hands touch, suddenly an extremely powerful electrical current appears. Seeing that strange scene, Minso asks in surprise, what is this? Like that electrical current, it immediately knocks back the copycat Minso. It screams in pain. Siwoo shows an incredibly smug expression. He smiles. The system displays a notification that information about the passive skill, Holy Flame, has been synchronized with a satisfied expression. Siwoo provocatively challenges the copycat, who is not happy at all. If you are the ones deceiving us, a play should have a bit of a twist. The strength of Siwoo's grip is so strong that it deforms the copycat's hand. He uses his power to make it scream in pain, insanely. Siwoo says excitedly, don't you think so? He lets go of his hand, causing it to fall to the ground. He approaches the copycat, whispering gently into its ear. What? Siwoo uses his strength to push the copycat down. He continues speaking. How do you find my acting skills? When I realized the dungeon boss was a copycat, Minso's eyes welled up with tears. He thought that this would be the final resting place for the whole team. Min's was gripped tightly by the copycat's large hand, causing him excruciating pain. The copycat had taken Minso's form. In his mind, he thought, when that monster neutralized me and took my form, everything was decided beforehand. It swapped itself with Minso and locked him up in the copycat's form. Immediately after, Minso's film crew captured him in the copycat's form. They happily cheered, we caught the boss. Minso's consciousness at this moment tried to speak. I'm not the copycat, guys, please. But no one heard him. He helplessly looked at the fake Minso out there. His own consciousness kept screaming, oh God, I can't do anything. The fake Minso out there looked at the real Minso in the copycat's form. It said, well done, everyone, you all completed the mission excellent. It stepped out of the area where Minso was locked up with a smug expression. It had taken Minso's form and gradually took the form of everyone in the team. The copycat used its consciousness to exchange with the Minso who was locked up. It said, how does it feel when the people you trust look at you like a monster? Watching each person in his team one by one have their forms taken by the copycat, Minso's consciousness didn't stop screaming. Why don't you kill me? End this suffering. Oh God, don't do it. Minso was trapped in the form of the imitator, crying and screaming in despair. No, don't let them die. Please, I'm sorry. He knelt down helplessly and said, someone, please help me. Please save them. Back in the present, the fake Minso was being dealt with in agony by Siwoo. Siwoo's figure looked incredibly heroic in front of the real Minso. He looked ahead, and in the eyes of the imitator, he cried out for help. Immediately after that, Siwoo turned his head to look at him. Watching the image of the imitator struggling and screaming on the platform, he wondered to himself, is this a dream? Seeing Siwoo approaching, Minso murmured in his consciousness, this fire is so warm, this dream feels like my mother's embrace. Siwoo stepped forward, a glowing aura surrounding him. He spoke up, hey, who Minso? Minso replied, can you see me? Siwoo said, that's right. Minso asked curiously, how? Even my own team couldn't recognize me. Siwoo looked at him with gentle eyes and said, I have very good eyes. He stood opposite Minso and continued, I haven't introduced myself. I am In-wook's older brother. Mino's consciousness inside the imitator's form replied, In-wook, I'm very fond of. Siwoo listened silently as he spoke. He is really hardworking. At such a young age, he does everything to provide for his younger sister and grandmother. I heard his older brother went missing 5 years ago. Siwoo darted a look, feeling a bit anxious, and remained silent for a moment. Then he looked down at the imitator gasping on the ground and continued, I'll give you a choice. Who me no, you are the one who has suffered the most in this dungeon. Siwoo grabbed the fake Minso by the collar and hauled him up. He said, there are two options for you. The consciousness of the real Mino inside the imitator's form responded seriously. That's right, I realized that as soon as that monster took my identity. Please kill me. Hearing that, Siwoo was completely stunned. Humino said miserably, I'd rather die by human hands than this. Siwoo immediately denied, no, no, no. He looked at Minso and continued, you're getting ahead of yourself. You have to let me finish. He put on a very handsome and confident expression and said, now, the first choice is to smash his head in, or the second choice is to burn him with this holy fire. I recommend you choose the second option. It's much more painful. Minso, in the form of the imitator, sat silently thinking for a long time. After thinking it through, he bravely exclaimed, make him suffer, make him endure it until his very last breath. Siwoo winked in agreement and said, of course, nothing beats burning these demons. I'll roast him well. The holy fire erupted, consuming the fake imitator, who shrieked in frenzy and agony. The chains around the real Minso's body began to vanish. He looked at them and whispered, the chains have disappeared. Minso looked at the chains and said, the things that have bound me for so long are fading away. The system notification displayed, you have received salvation through the holy fire. You have received salvation through the holy fire. You have completed the hidden objective, redemption. A deity from another world has responded to your prayer. Jen immediately appeared before Minso, full of power. She looked at Minso with gentle affection. She gently placed her hand on his face and said, do not blame yourself. This is not your fault. This took Minso by surprise. Minso's gaze gradually relaxed. He thought to himself, I never believed in miracles. He closed his eyes, letting himself feel everything around him, and thought, but besides a miracle, what else could I call this? System notifications appeared one after another. You have cleared the Abyss dungeon. This dungeon will self-destruct in 1 hour. You have received 50 holy points for clearing this dungeon. You have completed the redemption quest. You have received 100 holy points. Siwoo crossed his arms and looked at the notifications. He thought to himself, I don't feel happy about this. Would things have been different if I had arrived sooner? He turned to look behind him, thinking that perhaps things could have been worse. It didn't look like anyone was seriously injured, and they would wake up soon. Minso lay below, whispering, Goddess. Siwoo glanced toward the light and said, that's it. He looked at the radiant Jen and said, last time we parted, you seemed panicked, so I thought I wouldn't see you for years or longer. I didn't expect to see you so soon. Jen clasped her hands and replied gently, that is because you worked hard. I told you I would see you soon. Siwoo replied, I didn't expect soon to be 3 days. Siwoo sighed and replied, fine, how long will you stay this time? Jen answered, only about 5 days. That's all I can do because this place is quite strange. There is a spatial gap here. I sensed your presence through that gap, so I came immediately. Siwoo sat down thoughtfully and asked curiously, the spatial gap here is strange. Is it related to this being an abyss dungeon? I need to investigate that further. Jen looked at him with sparkling eyes and said, you act like you don't like meeting me, but you actually do, right? You are always like this, Siwoo. He immediately countered, don't talk nonsense. You don't like healing others directly. How did you heal Minso when you rarely even appear before people? He passed out because he was directly affected by your divine power. Jen looked over at Minso and said, I think he is a good person. She moved to sit beside Minso and continued, someone who blames themselves for their teammates getting hurt cannot be a bad person. Moreover, he will be the one helping you settle into this new world, right? I saw you working very hard to find my supporters in a strange land, so I must help those who have supported. She continued the conversation. Siwoo, how do you feel about your homeland after all this time? Siwoo replied, everything about this place is strange. Jen wrapped her arms around his arm and said, I couldn't tell you one important thing because of the limited time, but do you remember? As she recalled the moment. When Siwoo first returned to Earth, she said, shall we form a contract on Earth? At that moment, a system warning appeared. Warning, a deity from another world has interfered with the causality of Earth. Jin spoke up, causality, the thing that governs all dimensions, also applies to all deities. The system notified again, a powerful force compels all things to follow the natural flow of the world. Jin continued, due to causality, someone from another world, cannot influence anything on Earth. Siwoo jumped up, startled, and asked, you cannot influence anything on Earth. He looked at Jen and continued to ask, then what about me using my power on Earth? Furthermore, you just healed Minso with your power. Jen replied, that's right, that is why you must be careful, Siwoo. An image of a large scale appeared. Jen continued, causality is like a scale. Earth has permitted the contract between you and me, which means there will certainly be something heavy on the other side of the scale. Siwoo was still confused and said, and the heavy thing on the other side is Jen, who looked at him and smiled, but she didn't respond. He continued, you can't say it. This left Siwoo silent. He couldn't say anything further. There is something I don't know that transcends the rules of causality. Siwoo scratched his head, sighed, and continued, I can't even take a break for a second. I guess monsters starting to appear on Earth is a strange thing. Fine, whatever. Jen looked sad and asked, are you not angry? Siwoo turned to look at her and said, why would I be angry at you? Looking at Jen's confused expression, he explained, it's not your fault that Earth has become like this. I have no reason to be angry. I'm not that kind of person. Hearing Siwoo say that, Jen smiled happily. Siwoo was startled and asked shyly, what are you laughing at? Jen turned away and said, it's nothing. Siwoo asked, are you planning to leave? He sat with a gloomy expression, thinking, perhaps I've become attached to her over the last 10 years. I don't want her to leave. Siwoo looked at Jen's back and spoke up, next time, let's take a picture. Who knows, maybe just by seeing your picture, followers will naturally come. Jen turned to look back and replied, I will take that as a compliment. Thank you, Siwoo. I want to see you in a brighter place next time. You know what to do, right? Siwoo was surprised and exclaimed, wait, what do I have to do? Jen clasped her hands together, preparing to leave. She didn't forget to say her final words to Siwoo. You need to build a temple for me so I can manifest more easily and also to attract more followers. See you again, Siwoo. A moment later, Minso woke up with a start. Siwoo looked at him and said, you're awake, how do you feel? Omitted part of 522. Mino turned to Siwoo and exclaimed, what about the goddess? Siwoo replied, she left. She had just left. Hearing that, Mino blushed slightly and stared at his hands in silence. He asked Siwoo, do you think I can see her again? Siwoo smiled and replied, about that, do you want to know more and hear good things from our goddess? On a beautiful morning, the streets were bustling with traffic. As for Siwoo, a notification suddenly appeared from the system. He spoke, and the system issued a requirement, complete mission, followers 410000. Siwoo was lost in thought for a while, then thought to himself, the incident with the imitator at the Magam Mountain dungeon 2 days ago ended without any casualties. Only 12 people were injured. None of them had physical injuries, but they all suffered mental trauma due to the influence of the imitators, as they had been brainwashed. Gumino, who was healed by Jen after becoming a victim of the imitator, had been hospitalized in the Gazu area. I'm currently on my way to visit him with Inwook. Then suddenly, Inwook interrupted his train of thought. He said, it's a good thing Minso wasn't seriously hurt. He will be discharged in a few days. I wonder what would have happened if the imitator had succeeded. Hearing Inwook ask that, Siwoo replied, well, if I had arrived a day late, it wouldn't have been just a few people injured. Upon receiving the answer from Siwoo, he was startled. Then Siwoo continued, they would have all vanished or died. It seems demon gates aren't common here yet. Inwook asked again, demon gates, he replied. It's a type of dungeon that summons demons, ranked higher than abyss gates. There is a reason why imitators are called the vanguard of pride. When he was still in Eden, an imitator sacrificed an entire village to summon a massive demon gate. The Legion of Pride invaded Eden through that demon gate. The imitator that appeared in South Korea probably intended to use the people in the dungeon as sacrifices to summon a high-level demon. It was fortunate that we stopped it before that happened. Then Siwoo thought to himself, but there is one thing that bothers me. Why did a demon gate appear in front of me? Is it just a coincidence, or is it related to the causality that Jen mentioned? It's hard to believe something like this happened so suddenly. I need to quickly gather enough followers. The plan for the main character to hide his strength and Inwook's plan were also ruined by the imitator incident. Furthermore, I need a debut with a strong impact. After that, Inwook said, by the way, how did you convince Minso and the others? Before he could react, he asked back, do what? He replied, Mino is a complete atheist, you know that, but look at this. Then Inwook showed Siwoo. It was written, Minso Inwook, the Pope is the proof that the goddess loves this world. Let's work together to serve her well, okay? He continued, did you tie Mino up and brainwash him, or manipulate his psychology? You did that because he is a muber with 5.4 million subscribers, right? That's a crime. Seeing Inwook doubt him like that, Siwoo was extremely flustered. He retorted, what do you think I am? Then Inwook replied with a strange look. He answered, a cult later. Hearing that, Siwoo was very angry. No, I don't think Mino would trust my faith in that short amount of time. Hearing that, Inwook asked with a mocking tone, God, did he really believe you? Siwoo then gave him a painful rap on the head. He groaned. He replied angrily, Inwook, Jen might be the goddess of mercy, but I'm not good at that. While Inwook cried out in pain. Siwoo looked at him with a calm gaze and thought to himself, even so, I understand Minso's expression when he first woke up. Anyone who meets Jen for the first time will be that shocked. I was like that once too. She is so beautiful that just looking at her is overwhelming, and she radiates holy energy, making it clear that she is a goddess. Not to mention Mino was healed directly by Jen. This made him experience her power firsthand. How many people can deny her existence after experiencing such a divine miracle? Not long after, Inwook cheerfully shouted, Mino is easy to convince, but thinking the goddess is both beautiful and merciful is great. It would be so good if she appeared on our MeTube channel. Hearing that, Siwoo asked back, I suppose you think she's beautiful, but how are you sure she's merciful? I told you Jen kidnapped. He smiled and replied to Siwoo, but she still took responsibility for you to the end. I also want to meet her one day. While they were chatting, suddenly a notification appeared on his computer. Inwook said, Mino just posted a new video. What is the content? Looking at the words displaying on the screen, I'm sorry, player K 150,000 views right now. Inwook was extremely startled and wondered, what is this? In that video was the image of Mino wearing hospital clothes, stating, Hello, I am player K. I am here to talk about what happened 2 days ago. I want to thank the person who saved me and the filming crew, the people who almost lost their lives before we started recording. Hearing what he said, both brothers, Inwook and Siwoo, couldn't stop gaping in surprise. Scene changed to the university hospital. Inwook, with a very hurried demeanor, opened the door to Mino's hospital room with great force. Inwook called Mino and went toward him. He smiled brightly and asked after Inwook, Inwook, how is your body? He replied, Mino, I'm fine. Despite the two of them chatting happily inside the room, Siwoo was outside, thoughtfully looking at the scene before him, thinking, he's also injured but still cares about others, such a precious personality, and even in a hospital gown, he's still handsome. Then suddenly, Mino spoke up, startling him for a moment. I didn't know what to do when you came here personally, Your Holiness. Siwoo asked confusedly, hey, where did you learn that term? He replied that he looked it up on the internet. As for Inwook, he knew to say, I will go now. After that, Siwoo suggested, just feel free to call me Siwoo. If you're not comfortable, calling me Brother Siwoo is also fine. Hearing that, Mino objected, Pope, how can I? Please don't stop me from at least calling you Pope. In the end, he helplessly said, up to you. Not long after, the two of them sat down and talked. Siwoo asked, but why did you suddenly post that video? He replied, that video. Siwoo also confirmed, yes, the video titled I'm Sorry has reached over 1 million views. Siwoo recalled the content of that 2-minute video, which was all about stories of him and Jen. Even though he didn't mention his name, he called him a savior and said the goddess he served had personally healed him. Unconditional praise filled the entire video. This was great but not yet truly satisfying. I want a more dramatic production method when introducing the Church of Jen to the public. Suddenly, Mino spoke up, cutting off his train of thought. Mino asked, do you want to see everyone's reaction to that video? On the screen were everyone's comments. Can't believe Mino posted an apology video for views. So disappointed. Is this new content he started because of something called the Church of Jen? Mino, this cult-like content doesn't fit. So everything the Muber said was a lie. Hey, I'm fine with any idea you have, so post more videos quickly. Stop this nonsense and post a new video fast. Mino, don't forget MeTube focuses on health, remember. Something big is about to happen. What exactly is he staging? Reading those comments, Siwoo was quite surprised. He thought to himself, is this the life of a Muber? They all think this is just staged content when he was completely sincere. Seeing that, he also asked Mino, was that video just scripted? Mino immediately denied, no way, I was completely sincere in that video. I just want the world to know about the Church of Jen, and I can't stand seeing strange cults running rampant. All glory belongs to the goddess. I am ready to dedicate everything I have at any time. I can donate all my assets if it helps spread Jen's name. Hearing that, Siwoo was completely helpless in the face of his word. He looked at the young Mino before him and thought to himself, is he always this crazy, or did Jen and I make him that way? The notification board suddenly appeared, stating, the third follower of the Church of Jen, Gu Minso, has expressed faith. Special achievement, fanatical follower reached. You have received 20 holy points. Reward from this achievement. Unlocking this achievement has added the special profession Inquisitor to the DLC shop. After reading, Siwoo immediately grew gloomy. He thought to himself, an Inquisitor in modern-day South Korea. Isn't this profession too obsolete? The system continued to send a notification. Inquisitor. Type, profession. DLC. Condition, special achievement, fanatical follower. Ability, representative judgment. When facing enemies of the church or demons, all stats are increased by up to 10%. The increase rate will depend on the special faith stat and does not activate for ordinary players or civilians not belonging to any church. Cost 500 holy points. Note, you can transfer this profession to followers of the church after purchase. Siwoo sighed, I can't even buy it right now because I'm broke. Seeing that, Mino excitedly said, Don't worry too much. I have some experience as a muber. I think this will just be a reaction, it's fine. Those who witnessed your miracles won't doubt it. Do you remember the person named Seo Mayung? I have prepared a video with him. Seeing him like that, Siwoo wondered to himself, I'm wondering why there are 4 followers. Then he seemed to realize something new. Siwoo slowly stood up and said, Mino, instead of doing that, try this. He replied, huh. Then Siwoo continued, come closer so I can tell you. Hearing what Siwoo said, Mino suspiciously wondered to himself, do I deserve to receive such an important role? He smiled and affirmed, of course, Jen will be very pleased. At some cult, countless people wearing hoods were sitting in a circle, as if performing some ritual. They said, accept the will of the Great One. The leader approached and touched the head of another, then continued, I appoint you as a warrior. You will use all your mind and soul to participate in his great plan. For his noble will. Salvation. Way. Scene changed to an amusement park. It was now a beautiful afternoon. Siwoo asked his younger sister, is it fun? The little girl replied politely, yes, I like the boat ride the most. He asked further, this reminds me of the old days. When we went together, the girl asked back, do you still remember the old days? Siwoo replied, of course. Suddenly his phone rang. Siwoo thought to himself, calling me on the weekend like this. Seeing that, the little girl wondered, what's wrong? He picked up. Then Siwoo had to answer the phone. He said, sorry, hello. The voice on the other end said, Siwoo, this is Kim Dang-so-hai, the team leader of the Ability Management Bureau. I have an urgent matter to discuss with you, so I'm on my way to your neighborhood. Are you home? At a high-rise building in the city, a voice said, we have confirmed that Siwoo has returned home safe. As it turns out, Siwoo and Captain Dongshik are sitting and discussing. Dongshik starts, I apologize for the sudden visit. Siwoo politely replies, it's no problem at all. Thanks to the free pass you gave me, Captain Kim, I've been able to spend some time with C. Captain Kim immediately answers, we want to thank you for what you did in the Abyss Dungeon. There have been so many incidents with the Ability Management Bureau that we've been on red alert. Hearing this, Siwoo asks, is that why you need to speak with me? He confirms, that's right. Since we don't have much time, I'll get straight to the point. This is a video that has gone viral on Meta. In the video that Dongshik opens, there are images of several people wearing white robes sitting in a circle. They are saying very strange things. Accept the will of our great leader. You have been chosen to become a warrior. For the sake of our great faith, for the sake of our noble mission. Let us be saved. Seeing him watching and contemplating, Dongshik asks, Siwoo, what do you think about this? Siwoo is silent, lost in thought. Then he replies, hearing that, Dongshik asks back, well, this is clearly an example of a cult. I knew it. You think so too, right? Siwoo replies, well, I guess they're colleagues in the industry. Dongshik laughs and says, I like your bluntness, Siwoo. But then Siwoo adds, I was just joking. Afterward, he asks, and what is the purpose of showing me this? Is it to keep me from turning myself into such a crazy cult? Is that the purpose? Dongshik immediately denies it. Oh, that's not what I meant. No way, our government and our country are not places that suppress religion. But that changes when we talk about the White Halo Church. Hearing that, Siwoo asks, the White Halo Church. Captain Kim replies that the organization in the video calls itself the White Halo Church. They are the primary culprits behind all the incidents the Ability Management Bureau has had to deal with. Then he gives Siwoo a map and continues, look at this map. The red parts indicate where outbreak gates appeared suddenly. I'm sure you already know what the purple parts are. Those are abyss dungeons like the one you went through. Outbreak gates and dungeon outbreaks don't appear very often in Korea. Actually, they are quite rare. But this phenomenon has happened 4 times in the past 2 days. In most cases, local guilds assist in activating the reserves we can cooperate with when needed. But the White Halo Church has handled them before we could do anything. That happened at all the gates, except for the one you handled. Hearing that, Siwoo wonders, how could this happen? Dongshik says the White Halo Church was only created in the last 6 months. They claim that they can solve the gates thanks to the precognitive abilities granted by their god. Because of their extreme secrecy, the Ability Management Bureau couldn't learn more about them, but they have grown so large that we can no longer ignore them. This video is the first step they've taken to expose themselves to the public. Siwoo asks himself, can a cult grow this big in just 6 months? Then he says, Prophet, something is wrong. Siwoo continues, I understand why you came to me. You want me to deal with the White Halo Church, right? It seems I guessed right. Dongshik shyly answers, no, that's not what I meant. We want your cooperation, Siwoo. They seem to have influence over both politics and the economy, making it difficult for the Ability Management Bureau to investigate. The fact that we have outside help from someone like you, Siwoo, is extremely important. Hearing him say that, Siwoo thinks to himself, seeing that the White Halo Church is using new media, it is very likely they will try to infiltrate our territory. However, the government is on my side. I will make sure that church regrets it when they surface. He says, all right, I will cooperate with you in investigating the White Halo Church. Since the Abyss Dungeon and they might be related, I will look into it myself. Seeing that Siwoo has agreed, Dongshik happily shouts, really, if you can help us with the White Halo Church and the sudden outbreaks, we will support you with everything we have. Even though we haven't fully understood your abilities yet, your appearance in Korea gives us hope once again. Thank you. Siwoo awkwardly replies, no need to thank me. Seeing Dongshik acting like that, Siwoo wonders, is this really worth getting so happy about? I find it hard to empathize. What happened in Korea over the past year while I was gone? Switching to the place where Shu is living, perhaps he is reading something on his phone, which says, so you are saying it wasn't a specific skill, but an anonymous player who used their passive skill to tear apart a convene. Then someone replies, I believe that too, there were no signs of magic or skill latency. I believe the fire on his hand is holy fire. Even the normal monsters alongside the immortal ones seem to take terrible damage. Now I am sure everyone is curious about who this person is. That is the reason. We will invite the mystery person in the video on our next episode. We will announce the broadcast date on our channel. After everything is completed, we hope you can wait patiently. On Siwoo's phone, messages keep popping up. It's just nonsense. Since players are losing their appeal, the Ability Management Bureau can't find the person's identity. If he's an anonymous player, how could you? They will just invite a co-player and pretend. Aren't all Mubers like that? He wouldn't do that. Then suddenly the system sends a notification. Thanks to the efforts of Guminso's followers, many people have started to take interest in you. Thus you have achieved 10 divine points. Seeing this, Siwoo wonders, really? It seems a 1M Uber with 5.4 million followers is talking about this and has really stirred up the community. He thinks his plan is very simple. After drawing attention to the anonymous player through Mino, I will let the Ability Management Bureau hold a press conference about an unmeasurable abnormal awakened person, then push the Church of Jen into the center of public attention. Once I leverage the traffic created by a 1M Uber with 5.4 million followers, I will start expanding and attracting new followers. I don't know since when Wang Gugok appeared behind Siwoo. He says, isn't that easier than the plan where the main protagonist hides their abilities, while Siwoo is still smiling with a sinister face. Seeing that, Wang Gugok tries to stop him. Brother, do you really think this ridiculous plan will work? It's not perfect or interesting. After that, both of their phones simultaneously send a notification. It's an emergency alert. He says an outbreak gate in Google. Emergency notification. Ability Management Bureau, October 17, 9:32 p.m. A medium-scale outbreak gate with a radius of 1.5 km has appeared near the Korea Gyuzu University Hospital. All residents in the area below, please follow the instructions of the nearby evacuation personnel and move to the nearest shelter. The Ability Management Bureau is summoning players urgently. This notification has been sent to those who meet the necessary conditions. Only hunters from level C and above can receive the emergency summons. The monsters in the outbreak gate have been confirmed as immortal type. After reading the notification, Wang Gugok rushes away. He calls, X, wake up, we need to evacuate. We have a message from the Si-Eung-Hoa Apartment Management Board. Hearing this, Siwoo asks, Gyuzo Hospital, wait, isn't that hospital where Minso is staying? Then his phone continues to notify of reports regarding the appearance of chaos gates recently. All residents, please evacuate to the designated shelters. Siwoo's face completely turns pale. He thinks to himself, damn it. Isn't this coincidence once again a bit too coincidental? Not long after, Wang Gugok and Seon walked out. He reassures his younger sister, Seon, are you surprised? It's okay, your brothers are here. The little girl replies, older brother, younger brother. Wang Gugok urges, hurry up, go to the shelter with Seon, brother. But Siwoo refuses, I never said I was going anywhere. Wang Gugok continues, you helped a neighboring country handle large-scale outbreak gates. Shut up, even if you try to stop me, I'm still going. Right at that moment, suddenly the forces of the Ability Management Bureau appeared from outside. They say, Kim Siwoo, we are from the Ability Management Bureau. We will take your family to the nearest safe house of the Ability Management Bureau, Kim Siwoo. Please come to meet Captain Kim when you are ready. Hearing this, he is silent for a moment. Observing the surrounding scenery, the person from the Ability Management Bureau says, the monsters are mostly immortal types. The core of the gate has not been found yet, and we have restricted the movement to hunters of at least level C. It has been 3 years since the Busan tragedy, when the last outbreak gate appeared in the city. Not long after, they arrived at the destination. They say, we have arrived, Siwoo. Siwoo observes for a while and sees everywhere is a pitiful sight. A mother hugs her child and cries. Sob sob, mom, yes doin', mom is here, everything will be fine, we need treatment here. Then thousands of apologies echoed. Sorry, sorry. Then next is the announcement loudspeaker. Warriors participating in the plan to suppress the outbreak gate, please follow the others. Thank you for your cooperation in the evacuation. Currently, the players have been assigned to rescue teams and plan to enter today. Just as he finishes speaking, everyone immediately becomes chaotic. Professor, help me with Dad. Where is Dad? Seeing that, Siwoo thinks to himself, this is the embodiment of chaos. After that, the system sends a warning notification. Dark energy has been detected near the rear gate. Then he walks forward. The destination is where a few groups of people are gathering. It seems it's not as chaotic here as before. They see each other and then smile happily. One person says, "You're here. Long time no see. I had to cancel my appointment because of this outbreak gate." Then the other replies, "Oh, I hope this trip will be worth." Seeing that, Siwoo thinks to himself, this place is completely different from outside. Everyone cries as soon as they step out of this area. Suddenly, a familiar voice rings out. It seems they are players linked to guild. Reflexively, Siwoo turns around. It turns out it is Dongshik. He says, "Captain Kim." Dongshik explains that you might not be used to this, but that's how things work here. We won't start the campaign until the area assignment is completed. This is even more true in emergency situations. Area assignment. Siwoo asks again. Dongshik replies, "For normal people, chaos gates are just disasters. However, for players, this is their job. Currently, guild representatives should divide the suppression area into sectors." C answers, "This world is getting more and more interesting." Hearing that, he denies, "No, honestly, this makes you nauseous." Afterwards, Siwoo asks again, "Remember our conversation yesterday about you supporting my decision if I helped with the White Halo Church, huh?" He answers, "Yeah, I remember." Then Siwoo continues, "I will handle this gate alone." Seeing this decision of Siwoo, Dongshik is incredibly surprised, then has to blurt out, "What?" Siwoo continues, "Let everyone else focus on saving the victims. I will take care of everything related to the fighting." But Siwoo doesn't give Dongshik a chance to stop him. Siwoo starts acting. He places one hand on his shoulder. Then the clothes on his body suddenly turn into a neat black outfit. His whole body radiates an aura that makes everyone around exclaim, What the hell is that?" Around Siwoo appears a ray of light, reaching all the way to the sky. Anyone looking at that ray of light has to exclaim, "Look, the sky is so beautiful, Mom, look, what the hell is that?" After that, the system continues to notify that the active skill, Sanctification, has changed the Earth's condition. When activated, the effect of sanctification will be applied to the surrounding area. Monsters and immortals will have their power reduced. Weaker immortals will be erased immediately. Managing the dimension, fate is observing you. Then Siwoo kneels down, then starts to pray. "O Jen, please send down divine punishment upon those who are trying to destroy the peace on this land. For the duty of defeating those who stand as equals with me, I will dedicate this body." Horrifying roaring sounds echo throughout the building. The immortal monsters swarm in aggressively. They aggressively scream to intimidate. Everyone in the building sees this and is incredibly terrified, hurriedly running away. One person sees Minso still stunned and loudly warns, "Minso, get away quick." Minso turns around and slashes hard at the immortal monster to block their advance. He turns his head and anxiously asks, "You still don't know where the dungeon boss is?" The other person replies, "The youngest brother went looking, but he hasn't returned yet." Min's, hearing that, understands, hurriedly follows the other person. "We can't just sit here and wait. I have to find the boss myself." Deep inside, he cannot help but feel tense, thinking to himself, "It's hard enough already. If the difficulty of the gate increases, we won't be able to do anything." The person runs past him, keeping pace with Minso, crying out in worry, "Damn it, is there no end to it? How much longer do we have to endure this? I bet those guild guys are arguing about territory, and the Ability Management Bureau doesn't have the skill to solve this. Won't anyone save us from these immortal monsters?" Minso, while running, breathes heavily and incredibly tiredly reassures him. "A little longer. We have to try to wait a bit more. I'm sure they will come to save us." The person asks, "All right, but who?" Minso affirms, "I know someone." Both run quickly to the nearest emergency exit. Minso quickly opens the door to the next room to take refuge. Before the two could catch their breath, someone hurried over, loudly announcing, "Player A, get to the roof immediately, hurry up." Minso follows his word, quickly going to the terrace. A horrifying sight appears before them, causing them to freeze for a moment. On the terrace, a large number of immortal monsters are waiting to attack. Minso is stunned for a long time when seeing this sight. "A nightmare is approaching you. Liklakia, a follower of pride, has appeared. You have found the core of the Chaos Gate." Lik stares at the people who just appeared with interest. Miso helplessly watches that powerful immortal monster, thinking to himself, "Damn, the most powerful immortal, just its existence alone is a source of catastrophe. As an A-level hunter, I can't do anything against it." The people accompanying him also cry when facing the unimaginable enemy. "It's over." Minso can't fight back either. There's nothing left to do but wait for our end. However, if there were a miracle, he bows down, clasps his hands and prays, "O goddess, please have mercy on the people here." As if hearing his prayer, a terrifying bolt of lightning strikes from the sky as a signal. The white smoke gradually dissipates. A figure slowly steps forward. "Very good, Minso. Let me handle this." The appearance of Siwoo makes the whole group incredibly surprised. They can't help but be overjoyed that he has come to rescue. Siwoo looks over at Minso and praises, "You saved their lives." Saying that, he frowns and faces the highest level immortal monster here. "Perfect. Just like Minzo's prayer, I got to the roof immediately. The Earth Dimension System is conducting a fate identification test. The Chaos Gate formed due to unknown causes is breaking the fate identification. The system requires you to balance the fate of the Earth Dimension. 3, 2, 1. The result of the fate identification test has no issues. The system's notifications make Siwoo inadvertently blurt out. Lick is also slightly apprehensive when confronting Siwoo. "You really have annoying power. I don't know where you borrowed this power from, but just with this, you can't defeat me. This land will soon become a sacrifice for the great pride. No one can illuminate his darkness." Siwoo hears these words and feels incredibly suspicious. "What are you talking about?" Information about Holy Sinless has been synchronized across all of Earth and Eden. Holy Sinless, active skill category description. Destroy all demonic energy within the specified range. A brilliant light flashes, causing the immortal monsters to scream in agonizing pain. Even Lick is slightly panicked before that powerful light. "You, who are you? Why do you have this kind of power? What kind of power is it that easily wipes out my entire army? What, a slave of a god who dares to insult me like this?" It screams in anger. "I won't let anyone here survive." Narrowballizer danger. This area has been invaded by Lick's curse. Everywhere echoes with the painful screams of the weak. The fate identification of the area has been destroyed. Witnessing the tragic scene, Siwoo cannot help but frown tensely. A high-level dark magic spell that covers everything around with a curse and creates a space only for death. A curse in the heart of Siwoo. A gloomy black aura surrounds Lick. It aggressively shouts, "Useless beings like the Gu you serve won't be able to save you and everyone from death. This city will soon become a city of corpses." These words of it make Siwoo angry. He waves his hand to summon his powerful light. "Useless, you want to die. I let you live only because I was curious to hear what you had to say, but now I see that it's no longer necessary." Siwoo lunges to attack Lick. It still calmly mocks him. "You, useless slave of a Gu." Siwoo lunges to attack Lick. It still calmly mocks him. "You, useless slave of a Gu." A long time later, the white smoke gradually dissipates after the shockwave. Lick struggles in pain, unable to stand up. It indignantly refuses to accept it and blurts out, "What? This is not my destiny." Siwoo grinds his teeth and refutes its words. "Destiny is only for those who are alive, not for corpses like you." Lick suddenly realizes something, surprisedly raising his voice. "I understand now, it's you. You are the one who killed the copycat and the mimic. You dare to sabotage the Supreme One's plan." Siwoo is impatient with listening to those nonsensical words, so he kicks it hard. "You've talked too much." The powerful kick causes Lick to crumble directly, but a gloomy white shadow slowly gathers and echoes Lick's indignant words. "That's right, even if you kill me, my curse will continue to erode this land. This place will soon become a city of death. So despair to you humans." As soon as it finished speaking, C punches the white shadow, causing it to disappear in pain. "You have defeated the Lick of the Chaos Gate. You have completed all conditions to solve the Chaos Gate." At this moment, Siwoo suddenly contemplates what Lick just said. It was right, and that was what made him angry. A land contaminated by a narrowballizer will become a dead city, where nothing can be born or created. With this situation, this area will become hell on earth, constantly producing immortal. There is one skill I can use in this situation, but it's the only skill I never want to use. It's too flashy and really very tacky. The White Halo Church, right? Pondering that, Siwoo firmly blurts out, "Really, I've warned you. Wait for the performance I will show you." Information about the active skill Purifying Wings has been synchronized. Between the night sky, a bright red aura appears according to the system's operation. Fate identification is silent before your power. Cleanse the area contaminated by the neurobalizer. The wings on Siwoo's back grow large, covering the entire city that is sinking into this gloom. Everyone feels the light, reaching out to receive the feathers that are slowly falling. Minso's group is also stunned for a moment before his brilliant wing. Siwoo closes his eyes, the aura covering him. This sight makes them widen their eyes in surprise, staring at him like a supreme god. Number of followers 13, number of followers 167, Number of followers 674. Number of followers 1807. Siwoo's wings spread wide, radiating the aura of the supreme god. People below look up at him. Not long after, at a press conference attended by a crowd of reporters and audience, currently at 11:00 p.m., the emergency meeting will begin. Standing in the middle of the crowd, he clearly announces, "Good evening, I am the head of the second term of the Ability Management Bureau. Now I will start the report." The gate containment was carried out as follows. A gate was said to appear at the Gyuzo University Hospital at 9:32 p.m., and it did indeed appear. At 9:47, a group from the Ability Management Bureau arrived at the scene. The surrounding area was secured, and civilians were evacuated. At 10:15, the awakened person Kim Siwoo was present at the scene, destroyed like the host of the Chaos Gate. Currently, the emergency disaster situation has been completely resolved. Below is the official statement from the South Korean government. Mr. Kim SH has returned to Earth via the nearby Han VBC-4Z gate. He is the person who appeared in the videos about the anonymous player who is becoming a trend on social media. Because Mr. Kim Siwoo's ability hasn't been measured by magic measuring devices, his power level cannot be fully determined. However, I believe that through the event at the Hangi VB Gate Hospital, soldiers, awakened people, as well as civilians have witnessed his ability directly. After investigation, the South Korean government concluded that Mr. Kim Siwoo is a returnee with a rank of at least disaster. His announcements caused the hall to buzz with discussions. If he is a returnee and has a disaster rank, is he a god? A god has appeared in South Korea. Quickly contact the director. Is he an anomaly whose ability cannot be measured? Dongsik continued, directing everyone's attention towards Siwoo. From this moment on, the Republic of Korea declares that it possesses an anomalous returnee. Siwoo stepped forward to greet the reporters. "Good evening. I am the leader of the Church of Jen, Kim Siwoo." Everyone listening to his introduction was taken aback. A church? Is he a religious follower? Siwoo went on to explain his church in detail. First, I will explain what the Church of Jen organization is. It starts from what happened when I arrived in Eden and how I returned to Earth. This is how I spent 10 years pouring my heart and soul into the Church of Jen as its post. Does anyone have any questions? Hearing this, the reporters clamored to ask him questions. Reporters from S Daily, New Dong-ho from ZBC, and others shouted out, "How do you feel now that you are South Korea's first anomaly? Do you have plans to continue operating the organization on Earth?" Siwoo slowly and concisely replied, "That's right." A reporter raised their hand and asked a skeptical question in a loud voice. "Can we understand that South Korea's only anomaly is forcing citizens to join a church? Was this attack on the portal just a performance for your missionary work? What is the difference between a religion from another world and this church? Does the South Korean government and the Ability Management Bureau plan to officially support the Church of Jen?" Siwoo breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing these questions, thinking to himself, "I was wondering why no one was asking these. I may have lived in Eden for 10 years, but as a South Korean citizen, I also hate cults." After a moment, he responded loudly to the question. "Naturally, I understand your skepticism. However, I will prove my strong faith through my actions. Whether you respect and believe in our teachings is a personal decision. No one will be forced to join our church." Siwoo wore a radiant smile, thinking to himself that he was quite a remarkable believer. But the quiet atmosphere and the skeptical gaze of Dongsik made him freeze for a moment. Immediately after, the reporters raised their hands one after another, wanting to ask him questions. Siwoo noticed a man in the crowd and thought, "Oh, I can tell he's a potential follower just by the way he looks." Thinking this, he pointed toward him. The man in the second row wearing a brown coat. "What is your question?" The man, happy to be called upon, spoke hurriedly. "Yes, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to ask a question. I am Stiho from Jelanga Daily News. I am very interested in the Church of Jen. May I ask what the church's future activities will involve?" Siwoo quickly answered his question. To maximize accessibility and attract the public, the Church of Jen will begin posting on MeTube. We don't have a channel name yet, but I think it would be good if everyone suggested names for us. Stiho, pleased with the answer, replied excitedly, "Thank you for the answer. I will definitely participate." Siwoo wiped away a bead of sweat, silently grateful. "Thank you, future follower." Right after that, Siwoo loudly concluded the press conference. "Then, we will end this emergency press conference here." But the reporters' questions kept ringing out. "As South Korea's first anomaly, how do you feel?" System notification. You have attracted over 10,000 followers to the Church of Jen. You have completed the main quest, founding a church. A new item is now available for purchase in the store. New trait, baptism. Special role, missionary. New main quest, expand the church has been issued. Church of Jen, primordial goddess, Jen. Dimension, Eden. Traits received, charity level 1. Affiliated organizations, none. Current holy points, 2,500 points. Currently, your organization is rapidly increasing in popularity. However, you have not yet converted that popularity into religious worship. Because of the continuous worship of followers and effective missionary activities, you need to spread the gospel. The next morning, the sun was shining beautifully, with the cheerful sounds of birds announcing a new day. At a high-end apartment complex, Siwoo was lazily lying on the sofa, scrolling through the news. 20 comments, they must be fake, they are scamming people. They sold a disaster and an S-rank returnee hunter to Japan, and now they're bringing some fool from a church here. But if he already closed the immortal portal, at least he must be S-rank, right? It's very clear government agents supported him secretly. It's really impossible to determine just through one time, but he doesn't look like a cult leader. Siwoo read the not-so-favorable comments from everyone, feeling displeased, and asked loudly, "Inwook, do I look that evil?" Inwook, who was brushing his teeth, reluctantly answered him, "You just look religious." Siwoo didn't stop asking, "But do I look like a bad guy?" Inwook stepped out and stared at him, scrutinizing. "You seem to lack a certain distance, as if you lack the holiness of a believer. Honestly, besides the time you sprouted wings, I don't see you looking holy, and actually, you do look a bit like a cult leader." Siwoo pondered his words in silence. "Look at this kid, he wouldn't tell me I didn't look like a bad guy until now." Inwook suddenly became excited, spreading his arms and posing teasingly. "That's right, if you just flapped those wings a few more times, don't you think you'd have a lot more followers?" Siwoo gritted his teeth. "Shut up." But Inwook kept dancing around, combined with a magical girl-style transformation. Siwoo also gradually understood what he meant and replied reluctantly. "Actually, that would be quite effective, but it would be hard to do it often." These words of his surprised Inwook, who asked loudly, "Why would it be hard?" Siwoo hesitated to explain fully before he used his skills. Causality compatibility test. Something called a causality compatibility test has appeared. Causality compatibility is like a scale. If I try to perform miracles that exceed a certain limit, I will have to go through a test, and if I don't pass this test, I will be penalized through this system. That means I might not be able to use my abilities as I want. It's best that I postpone using large-scale divine techniques. Inwook suddenly spoke up, cutting off his train of thought. "By the way, are you okay with the hateful comments? You look calmer than I thought. Don't you feel disappointed when people don't believe you?" Siwoo waved his hand, showing he didn't care. "It's because I was in a hurry that I talked about the church so soon. I wouldn't want to believe in a church that looks like a cult either. Through my activities as a preacher, my credibility will increase. And there will come a day when the image of the Church of Jen improves to the point that people will consider it just a normal church." Slowly but surely, South Korea's prejudice against religions from other worlds will disappear. Siwoo gave a thumbs up of satisfaction. "If it's just this much, it's not a bad start. Actually, it's better than I thought." Inwook broke out in a sweat, exclaiming, "You've become much more active since returning from the other world. The store has been updated with new items." Siwoo looked at the system board and instinctively exclaimed, "Oh." Inwook saw his expression and quickly realized, did a status window appear or something? Missionary type DLC profession. Condition, possess at least Bible reading level 10. Main trait, sermon. Permanently increases the faith status points of followers. Listen to sermons based on the missionary's faith status points. Price 1,500 holy points. Profession information. This information surprised Siwoo, who said loudly, "Missionary." He happily clicked on the system to explore. Finally, the special role I've been waiting for. The missionary is much more important than the inquisitor that was updated last time. But what is this? Siwoo carefully read the details. Condition, possess at least Bible reading level 10. Looking at that distant condition, Siwoo fell onto the sofa like a soul who had lost its spirit. Inwook looked at his brother, who had suddenly turned strange with confusion. He curiously asked, "Is there anyone in South Korea who knows about the doctrines of the Church of Jen besides you?" Siwoo replied sluggishly, "I'm very depressed right now, don't talk to me." Doctrine is the identity of a religion. A missionary who spreads that doctrine plays the most important role when expanding the sect. They are the people I need most right now. Inwook suddenly became excited and spread his arms. "Brother, you have those wings, just flap them a few more times." Siwoo, hearing that, became even more annoyed and scolded him, "Shut up and get out." While he was discouraged, another notification window continued to appear. Because the number of followers of the Church of Jen has increased, the scope of the effects of divine causality has expanded. Your goddess is very pleased and has bestowed upon you a prophecy. A bright light appeared along with a voice echoing from somewhere. "Ahem, can you hear me?" Siwoo. Siwoo quickly recognized the person's voice and panicked, raising his voice. Jen didn't pay attention to his attitude and replied leisurely, "Oh, Siwoo, so you can hear me." Inwook also saw the shining communication object and greeted Jen in astonishment. "Is that a goddess? Hello, thank you for taking care of someone like my brother." Siwoo, hearing that, angrily questioned him. What are you saying? Jin smiled and asked, is that your younger brother, Siwoo? In another place, she laughed very happily at the close brotherly relationship of the two of them. You really get along well with your family, don't you? Siwoo sighed and replied to her, you only say that because you didn't see how wide his eyes opened when he had the chance to tease me. Anyway, did something happen? Jen explained in detail. The number of followers has increased and I can contact you. You have worked very hard. Now I can also help you run the church on earth. My Siwoo, you are a pope so busy that you don't even know my doctrine. This remark of hers made Siwoo feel guilty. He looked at the communication object in panic. He hesitated to ask, how did you know I was in trouble? Jen replied gently to him, I told you when I first came to Eden that I would always help. I've thought of a measure to help you this time, too. Receiving her concern made Siwoo feel happy. He praised her. You are still cute, aren't you? Then tell me, what has your divinity prepared for me? Jen explained her plan in detail. I've just reached an agreement with the system and space. I have passed the causality test, so a status window will soon appear before you. After purchasing the special role, missionary, you can spend an additional 1,000 points to bring a missionary from Eden over. That system notification surprised Siwoo endlessly. I can bring a missionary from Eden. He broke into a sweat and helplessly exclaimed, you want me to bring them to South Korea like the way you kidnapped me to Eden? Jen frowned and countered, you call it kidnapping. In your case, it's true, but this time it is not like that, okay? Siwoo angrily criticized her. You have a habit of kidnapping people. Jen hurried to explain in detail. This time it is not unfair. I chose them from a group of volunteers. Hearing that, Siwoo couldn't help but be surprised and exclaim, so the missionary who is coming to Earth has already been decided. Jen replied, of course, they will pass through the Chaos Gate tomorrow. Siwoo clicked the purchase command button on the system, sighing, one day shipping for a missionary. How is it so fast, to let a missionary travel through space that fast? Fine, whatever, I guess I will buy it immediately. You have spent 2,500 points to purchase the special role. Missionary. The first missionary has received orders from the Pope and will travel through space. Please confirm the specified Chaos Gate coordinates. Siwoo let out a sigh. I didn't think the missionary issue would be resolved so quickly. Thank you, Jen. You really helped me a lot. Jen replied, you're welcome. Siwoo couldn't help but curiously ask, so who will come? Is it someone I know? Jen smiled mysteriously. That is a secret. Isn't a surprise the most interesting gift? Siwoo raised an eyebrow and exclaimed, now that I think about it, who is coming? Who is coming to Earth? Well, whoever it actually is. It's very worrying. At this moment, at the large building in the center of the city, Dang So-hai announced strictly, Siwoo, regarding the C-51 portal that appeared in Enjiang. Siwoo replied understandingly, yes. Dang So-hai continued with some awkwardness. It has already been assigned. I think we cannot interfere in this case. The Ability Management Bureau might face backlash from the awakened alliances nationwide. Siwoo, hearing that, felt very troubled and thought to himself, wait a second, I thought everything would go smoothly when Jen sent a missionary. He broke into a sweat and smiled awkwardly, asking, can't you do anything about it? Dang So-hai coughed a few times and replied hesitantly. Regarding that, I could have negotiated if it had been assigned to a smaller guild, but the C-51 portal has been seized by the Goblin Guild, an A-ranker standing fourth in the South Korean power ranking. Because they are sponsored by COI, it will be very difficult to convince them with portal items or money. And because C-51 is only a C-rank portal, it seems the guild has decided to use it as a training location. He couldn't help but curiously ask, may I ask why it has to be portal C-51? Siwoo turned his face away, feeling annoyed, and bit his nails angrily, thinking to himself, damn it, this is too complicated. Siwoo hesitated to find a way to explain to Dang So-hai. To carry out our missionary work, the goddess will send a missionary from Eden. Haha, they intend to arrive through that portal. Dang So-hai, hearing this, was extremely shocked. He jumped up and shouted loudly, a person, not a returnee, but a person from the other side. Dang So-hai frowned, troubled. It's complicated now. Siwoo, will there be a problem if outsiders encounter the guild? This remark of his made Siwoo suspicious. Dang So-hai pondered the monsters that had appeared in detail. Up until now, all humanoid monsters that have appeared in South Korea have been extremely powerful and have had clear hatred for humanity, leading to huge rewards and experience. His faltering words made Siwoo even more confused. He exclaimed, what do you mean? Dang So-hai hesitated to continue. I mean, what if that outsider isn't a monster? Siwoo gradually understood what he was referring to and helplessly repeated, you are saying that if my colleague comes into contact with the Goblin Guild, a war might break out. Dang So-hai broke into a sweat and admitted, that's right. Siwoo understood his meaning and continued to discuss a solution. It seems we have no other choice. Captain Kim, can you announce my intention to visit the Goblin Guild? Dang So-hai replied, I think I will have to handle this myself. A high school in Enjiang City, Portal C-51. A gloomy atmosphere radiated everywhere, along with the chaotic scene of those around. Siwoo had just arrived when he heard the urgent announcement from the commander. There isn't much time left. Get ready. Make sure you wear armor properly and keep medicine within reach. He sat leisurely in a corner, probing the situation around him. The purple sky, the sign of a chaos gate, had appeared. It carried an apocalyptic atmosphere. Suddenly, someone stepped closer to him and greeted him. Thanks for waiting. I had to run off after giving a few orders to our newcomer. The other person smiled generously, reaching out his hand as he introduced himself. I am Choi Sin, the leader of the Goblin Guild. Siwoo carefully probed the person before him. It was amazing. He could feel his massive amount of mana. After thinking, he reached out and shook Selen's hand to greet him. Very pleased to meet you. I am Kim Siwoo. Siwoo couldn't help but be impressed by that amazing power. He is the strongest player I have ever seen so far. Is this the level of S-rank hunters? He smiled kindly and continued. Thank you for agreeing to this meeting in such a hurry. Sin also laughed loudly in response. It is an honor to meet an anomaly like you. Very pleased to meet you, Black Priest. Siwoo laughed out loud, very happily. The pleasure is mine. Suddenly, a window appeared before him. The opponent's mana is exerting pressure on you. However, thanks to your high resistance, there is no impact. Siwoo immediately exclaimed, I think this greeting is a bit too much for me. Sin moved closer to probe him. I find myself quite interested in the Church of Gen. Are you accepting new followers? I am hoping to find someone to place my faith in. Siwoo maintained a proper smile and replied, we always welcome new followers, especially a famous new follower like you, Mr. Choi. Sin didn't achieve what he wanted, so he relaxed his grip. He smiled awkwardly and exclaimed, Ha, you're quite blunt. I heard the story on the way here. It seems you are interested in this portal. All right, fine, I will do anything to meet the request of a preacher. Anyway, it's just a C-rank portal. However, this portal must have something truly special if someone like you came here yourself. That is why I am a bit annoyed when I hear this news. Our guild may not look like it, but we are a third-rank guild. Do you really think we would give it up just because you asked? Are you looking down on us? Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you are an anomaly? Siwoo broke into a sweat, thinking to himself in response to his angry words. Oh, so that's what he wanted to say. At this moment, he remembered the advice Dongsik had given him earlier. By the way, leader Choi Sin is quite impulsive. Be careful with his sudden mood swings. I will reveal a secret to you to deal with Choi Selen. You are the only person I've told this to. I survived 5 years with him thanks to this tactic. His eyes lit up with pride, making Siwoo helplessly think to himself, this is the secret of old, experienced civil servant. After remembering, Siwoo suddenly clapped his hands together, acting friendly. His voice softened significantly. He moved closer to Selen to butter him up. His behavior made him panic and quickly back away. It's not like that at all. I've heard the whole story about the Goblin Guild and their amazing combat skills. I've never experienced the way Earthlings fight. Please allow me to witness the great way the Goblin Guild fights so I can learn. Please. I didn't expect this from a member of the church. Also at this place, not long before, a strange portal appeared surrounded by gloomy streams of black air. 10 minutes before the Chaos Gate appeared, dark mist started to cover the area. Seojane, after being buttered up to the sky, happily patted Siwoo's shoulder in a friendly manner. If I had a choice, I'd want to fight you right now. I like your attitude and you have talent. It seems you are ready to fight anyone you want. Siwoo wore an awkward smile, silently lamenting in his heart. This guy really likes people buttering him up. Thank you, Captain Kim. I don't care, as long as I can enter the portal. After mining, things don't always go according to plan. They prepared thoroughly for a C-rank portal. This truly means I can take advantage of this opportunity to understand how Earthlings handle portal. Amazing, however, I can recognize who has experience and who doesn't. Seojane, hearing that, was extremely excited, proud of the people under him. My children have proven their skills. I am sure they will get used to everything soon. Suddenly, Siwoo frowned, probing. Choi Sin, don't you have any players in charge of healing others? Sin didn't hide it, but frankly replied to him. It seems you don't know that healers aren't very common. Most hunters with healing abilities are ranked A, and even underground doctors are horribly expensive. Siwoo, hearing that, silently mused. It seems there is a shortage of healers on Earth. Perhaps this is a good opportunity for the Church of Gen to find a foothold. Right then, the strange portal between spaces suddenly gradually expanded, making everyone alert. It's opening. Get ready. Everyone to your position. Chaos Gate has appeared. A mission is starting. Welcome. Auxiliary. Description. According to the agreement between Earth and Eden, a missionary from Eden has been sent. Church of Gen, meet the missionary safely and take them out of the Chaos Gate. Completion condition. Survival of the missionary. Reward. Unknown. Gen's holy artifact token. Everyone simultaneously looked tensely toward the portal where aggressive monsters were stepping out. They're coming, shoot. Siwoo also quickly recognized them and silently exclaimed, those are dog-like monsters. Everyone simultaneously entered a combat stance, shooting at the dog's head. Hey, focus on the fight. What are you thinking about in the middle of a battle? You're the best from the academy, right? Did the academy only teach you how to stare at the enemy in battle? Siwoo looked over at Si-jin, curiously asking, don't you think you should observe and help them? Si-jin was still calm as if nothing was wrong. He was extremely confident in their ability. I'm sure my elite soldiers will overcome everything. Are you worried about the newcomer? They are people who participated because they trusted us. We won't let them die in an accident. Siwoo smiled and silently praised the person beside him. He seems very loyal. He would be the perfect mercenary if he was born in Eden. I thought he was just a rich guild leader, but it seems I judged him shallowly by his appearance. On this side, everyone became even more tense. The portal is expanding. The Chaos Gate is expanding. All troops shift to B formation, ready for battle. But as the dog-like monsters slowly stepped out, they were shocked to see strange crimson liquid staining their bodies. Blood. Everyone around quickly sensed the anomaly and warned loudly. Those dogs look like they're being chased by something. Something's not right. They look too rushed. The dog-like monsters ran in agony. They were panicked as if they wanted to hide from something. Someone who sensed something strange approached and reported to Selen. Sir, something is wrong with those dogs. I think they are being chased by something. Siwoo seemed to realize something and suspiciously looked toward the portal. Oh, don't tell me. Selen at this moment was angry to the extreme. He loudly questioned, Kim Siwoo, is that what you are looking for? Siwoo hesitated to admit, I think so. Seojin sensed the aggressive power approaching, excited to the point of releasing all his mana. Terrifying power. It's been a long time, unbelievable, but you were intending to face this thing alone. I am sorry about this, these things are mine. Siwoo hurriedly stepped aside, hesitating to explain in detail but unable to speak. Wait, they aren't enemies. It seems he isn't intending to listen to me. Suddenly, he remembered something, and he froze for a second. During this time, a miserable dog-like monster was dealt with by someone. Next, the remaining ones shared the same fate. Selen suddenly shouted loudly, newcomers, step back. A strange person stepped out from that portal, Leo Dumen, leader of the Doctrine Research Group of the Church of Jen, and the person who attained the position of Archbishop at the age of 29. He was extremely blunt, but the title that best represented him was the Church's Mad Dog. You will impose the principles he has set. The Church's Mad Dog. Leo recognized Siwoo and politely bowed to greet him. Siwoo recognized him and suddenly felt like turning to stone. Why did it have to be you? Seojin was very excited in the face of a strong opponent and rushed forward like the wind, wanting to confront. Hey, you are perfect. You are mine. I will not let anyone else have you. Excite. Right now, Leo and Seojin confronted each other directly between the spaces. Leo frowned slightly when he was suddenly attacked. Leo's hands, blocking Seojin's punch, trembled slightly before the opponent's tyrannical power. Suddenly, Selen sensed something unusual and paused. Leo used all his strength to throw him to the side. Selen was unexpectedly counterattacked and thrown directly onto the hard stone floor. Siwoo smiled awkwardly before the coming storm, silently lamenting, this is not good. On the other hand, this attack accidentally scared those present, who looked at him with wary eyes. A moment later, the crowd whispered, he made Selen, an S-rank hunter, lie on the ground. That must be the dungeon boss. Also in their hearts, they were thinking, it wasn't me, I swear. Leo heard someone shout orders loudly. Team 2, go confirm the status of the boss. Block that boss, otherwise everything around will be destroyed. Wake up. He ignored them and walked to Siwoo's front, pretending to be confused as he said, brothers, stop this meaningless fight. I don't want to fight you. Jen will be very sad. He put his hand on his forehead, acting embarrassed to respond. Oh my god, Leo, you are truly shameless. He knocked a famous player to the ground just by appearing. I feel so sorry for Captain Kim. How do I face him now, knowing the danger is coming? Saying that, Siwoo observed Leo's attitude. He also implicitly understood his intention. Leo gently placed his hand on his left chest and bowed apologetically. Dear Holy One, I am a loyal follower of Jen and Doctrine Research Head Leo, Bishop of the Second Church. Greetings to the Pope, the first apostle, and the only representative of Jen. Siwoo was completely surprised. Since when did you learn Korean? He skillfully replied. This is the grace that the great goddess Jen bestowed upon me. She told me to use this wonderful language to spread her good teaching. At this moment, he remembered what Jen had told him. Siwoo, then you find out for yourself. He whispered happily. She is needlessly detailed. Right after that, Jen suddenly criticized Leo. Just arrived, and what are you doing? Do you see what you've done? This is a ridiculous accident. He is too dangerous a character. You should have thought about my situation living here, right? How do I face Captain Kim, knowing the danger is coming? Speaking, he suddenly panicked. Siwoo turns back to look behind him. He sees Sane sitting up and throwing a powerful punch. Archbishops of the church must be loyal to the doctrine, possess noble character, and sacrifice themselves for others. A noble position one can only reach after enduring this process and being revered by everyone. However, Leo is an exception among the two armed organizations representing the church, the combat priests and the holy knights. Leo is the head of the combat priests and a hero who has brought victory in countless battles against demons. Knowing Sane would pose a danger to Leo, Siwoo stands in front of him to protect him. But Leo says, "Your Holiness, step aside. There is no need to waste energy on something like that. I will." Just as Leo hasn't even finished speaking, Siwoo interrupts, "Leo, shut up," saying, "I'm truly sorry for not warning you about this beforehand." Sane refuses to let Leo go. "Siwoo, step aside. Things are about to get interesting. Don't stop me." After saying that, he ignores everything and lunges toward them. Siwoo says in a panic, This is Leo, a bishop in our church. I think there's a misunderstanding." But he refuses to listen to Siwoo's explanation. "Siwoo, I know that monster-like bastard is not the enemy. However, a man's dreams are realized by confronting the strong." Hearing this, Siwoo is astonished and replies, "What?" Sane speaks, "Sometimes dreams are more precious than life itself." Siwoo thinks to himself with tension, is he crazy? At this moment, Leo speaks up, "Dreams, what a wonderful word. Seeing warriors like you, I'm excited about this world called Earth. If your holiness permits, let me show an Earth warrior the power of the great Gen." Seeing a battle about to break out right before his eyes, Siwoo loudly prevents Leo. "Sir, you're crazy too." He just replies, "We aren't children anymore. Why would we need permission to fight?" At this point, Siwoo doesn't bother stopping them. On the contrary, he feels excited. This is so interesting. Just like that, Siwoo stands on the sidelines watching them fight. Seeing that he can't endure it anymore, Siwoo reaches out and grabs Seo Zin by the collar, then suddenly grabs Leo's shirt. When the two don't yet understand what is happening, Siwoo doesn't hesitate to twist his hands and throw them both down to the ground. He stands upright, brushing dust off his shirt while mocking them. "So, how does the taste of your dreams feel?" A second later, the system's information board also appears. Then it issues a notification. "The Chaos Gate has been completely destroyed. The greeting mission is complete. You have received a reward from Lee." At this time, Dongshik has come to find Siwoo. "Didn't you say you were going to talk to Sane?" Siwoo just casually replies, "I tried," but very quickly Dongshik regains his composure and says, "It's okay. Anyway, let's consider what happened today as if it never happened, and everything from this gate will belong to the Gopin Guild. Do you both agree?" Hearing this, Sane laughs loudly and replies, "What's the harm in two men fighting a few times?" Meanwhile, Siwoo appears tense, saying, "With just 2 blows, you two could destroy an A-rank gate." Without stopping there, he also makes a proposal. "I, Sin, have something to propose to Kim Siwoo. An alliance between the Gopin Guild and the Gen Church." Surprised, Siwoo asks Sane, "An alliance agreement? We are not a guild but a church." He quickly explains to Siwoo, "You are a church with 2 awakened individuals who can overwhelm an S-rank. Don't forget that many eyes are watching you, Siwoo, and some of them have already started acting. It's been a long time since I felt such passion because of the 2 of you. Take all the time you need to think about the alliance. I, Sin, ask permission to withdraw." Dongshik also shares his thoughts with Siwoo. "We will begin registering Leo as an awakened person and verify his identity. Siwoo, you can go now too." However, Siwoo appears apologetic. "I'm always causing you trouble." He doesn't avoid it and replies, "Thanks for realizing that." Inside Dongshik's heart, he is thinking that when he makes money, he should buy Captain Kim some nutritious food. That night at Siwoo's house, Siwoo and Leo have dinner together with Y and Gu Gok and Si, thanking them for the meal. Sticky and glossy glutinous rice with soybean paste soup with minced countryside-style meat, beef, squash, and tofu. The side dishes are lightly fried in a pan. Soy sauce with thinly sliced chili, along with crispy and refreshing white kimchi. Leo cannot help but admire. "How impressive. Thank you for the meal." Wang Gugok excitedly replies, "Yes, yes. Enjoy it." Then he turns to whisper to his brother, "If I knew this missionary was coming straight to our house, I would have ordered chicken instead of foreign soup for the first meeting. And then there's also the traditional Korean soybean paste soup." But Siwoo, while eating, casually says, "What a wonderful feast, and this time it's white kimchi." Leo quickly adds, "Yes, it smells so good. I've heard so much about you from your holy, even about you being a good cook." Suddenly being complimented by a stranger like him, Wang Gugok bashfully replies, "Ah, thanks." Sion acts friendly, saying to him, "Leo, eat up. Wang Gugok cooks very well. I've also heard so much about you, even though I've never met you." He is also quite open when talking to her. "Of course, I've heard a lot about you." He often said he had a very cute younger sister. Sion also compliments Leo. "Leo, you are tall and look very cool." Hearing that, he also politely says thank you for the compliment. From now on, I look forward to meeting you. Sion Siwoo, his brother and sister are quite close to Leo. Then he mutters in his heart, when it comes to Leo's physique, the reaction is even more than expected. Afterward, he leisurely puts a spoonful into his mouth to savor it. As soon as he feels the delicious taste, Leo's face reveals surprise and he urgently says, "Oh man, this has flavor." Wang Gugok, panicked, replies, "What is it? Does the food not suit your taste? Let's order chicken." However, Leo explains, "Sorry, it's just so delicious." Wang Gugok, "Your food is number one. Can I learn to cook from you later?" He is completely surprised by this proposal. "Really? That's great. Eat up. I will teach you everything. I am very good at cooking Korean food. What do you like? Meat, fish, vegetables. I ask for seasoning and know how to cook all kinds of soup." Leo also smiles and says that sounds great. Just like that, they had a meal filled with laughter and conversation. My family from Eden and Korea have met. It feels so surreal. Because it's hard to find a place to stay in Korea, Leo decided to stay in Grandma's empty room. I contacted Grandma to ask for permission, and she said she has made friends in the US, so she will stay there for a while longer. I also want to introduce Leo to her too. The next morning, a token of Jen, a necklace with a memorable hazel-colored stone. This is one of the representative achievements that Jen herself blessed. Siwoo is a bit confused and mutters in his head, "This is the relic Leo brought to Earth." Jen's intention in giving it to me through Leo has become clear. The system provides more information to Siwoo, revealing more about the main mission of expanding the church. Expand the church, shrine, main type, description. You have received a new holy relic with the goddess's power through the missionary pope. Please build a shrine for those who have become followers of the church. A shrine is a place for the precious faith of the followers to build trust together. Requirement: complete the construction of the shrine. Reward: 500D, baptism trait level 1. At this moment, even though he is a bit hesitant, he is still very excited. Building a shrine, it's finally time. To consolidate the position of a society, a shrine is a key factor. It is where everyone prays to the gods, where followers gather to connect and understand the gospel more deep. That this is the main mission shows that the Jen Church is on the right track in taking root on Earth. While Siwoo is holding Jen's token, contemplating, Leo is vacuuming. He says, "Your Holiness, the Pope, could you please lift your feet?" He is startled, lifting his feet while confusedly replying, "Huh. Oh, sure, thank you." As soon as he passes by, Siwoo suddenly thinks of something and mutters, "Wait, something is not right." The next second, he asks Leo, "How do you know how to use a vacuum cleaner?" He quickly hands over a notebook and replies, "C taught me before she left. She also gave me this notebook." Furthermore, when seeing the pile of clean laundry, Siwoo is startled and asks Leo, "You also fold the laundry?" "Yes." Meanwhile, he just replies very casually, "Wyangu Gok spent time teaching me. He also taught me how to use the machines called washing machines and dryer. Because I serve His Holiness the Pope, this is the minimum I can do. Please don't worry." Even though he looks like he could kill a bear and has the combat ability to take down an S-rank hunter, he is surprisingly serious about housework. That's what you call a perfect butt. Thinking that, Siwoo calls out in a low voice, "Leo," but then he suddenly remembers something and mutters to himself, "Even though I intended for Leo to live independently, I think it's best to keep him close." After seeing the benefits of keeping Leo in his house, Siwoo puts his arm around his shoulder and gently asks, "You were my right-hand man in Eden, remember?" Because he suddenly acts close, Leo feels a bit confused. "I will fulfill the role of assisting you, Your Holiness." Immediately after that, he happily orders Leo, "Yes, then finish cleaning up and let's get ready to go. Wyan Gugok will probably be home in 30 minutes with some clothes for you." He asks confusedly, "May I ask why we are going out?" Siwoo just says, "To provide consultation for new followers." At an office building in Mapo, as soon as he hears Shu is coming, Minso rushes out to meet him. "I should have been the one to visit you. I apologize for this." He doesn't blame him but happily replies, "You have no choice because you are busy. It's reasonable for the person with more time to move. Oh, brother." However, Minso still politely bows his head before Siwoo, then speaks respectfully. "Even so, I think it is not right to make the Pope come all the way here." He still doesn't blame the other person. "It's okay, really. I'm happy to visit your areas." Afterward, while taking a tour of the building, Siwoo shows interest and mutters in his head, "But a 5-story building near Hongdae. I forgot he is a Muber with 5 million subscribers." He offers praise. "However, I must say that this building is wonderful because we are considered a company recognized by the guild, so we have some financial support. Although it is our main source of income, we also participate in dungeon conquest and gate capture requests. We actually make more money from guild consulting than from meetup." Afterward, Minso makes a cup of coffee for him and Lee. At this time, Siwoo turns to ask him how he feels about the coffee. "So how do you find the coffee?" Leo leisurely replies, "It expands my palate. I want to learn more about Earth food." He feels satisfied and mutters to himself when Leo likes Earth food. It seems Leo was born to be here. Even the host Minso has eyes crinkled in a smile because the guests like his drink. I'm glad you like it. Just let me know if you want more. Leo quickly says thank you to Minso. Thanks. A second later, Siwoo also introduces him to the other. This is the person I mentioned earlier. Missionary from Eden sent to spread the words of the goddess, Archbishop Leo. Hearing that, Minso is so excited that he jumps out of his chair and shouts, "Oh, this person." He also bows in greeting, meeting a brother on earth, thanks to the goddess Jen. Nice to meet you. Brother Minso, I am Leo. The other introduces himself, I am Minso. In the blink of an eye, he replies with one word to express his agreement. It seems you have met the goddess Jen. I can see the sign of the people around your heart. At this, he just has to follow Leo's wish. Yes, although I couldn't meet the goddess Jen in person, she healed my illnesses and blessed me with warm light. Siwoo also saw the aura in Minso's place. However, he just silently says in his head, he is on the verge of developing divine power. It seems Minso's faith is more serious than I thought. But then Siwoo speaks up, interrupting their story. All right, Minso, now that everyone has met, why don't we get to the main point? While saying these words, he reaches inside his shirt to take out an object. Very quickly, Siwoo brings out Jen's token for him to see. According to information obtained, Jen's token, type, Gen Church Holy Relic, origin, Eden, description, a necklace carrying Jen's power capable of creating a holy land, only usable on land the church legally owns on earth. Effect, declares the surrounding land a holy land. The church's shrine must be built in this holy land. Warning, according to the laws of causality, seizing land by force will not be accepted. Because it is the first time seeing it, Minso feels incredibly interested. We plan to build a shrine for the Jen Church. This proposal came so suddenly that he couldn't believe it for a moment and shouted. However, very quickly Minso regained his composure and planned for this. Then I will start fundraising from the management support team. Everything for the first shrine in the name of our Lord Jen. Hearing this, he refuses. There are things more important than money, although money matters are also very urgent. We still don't have a location. I don't have any ideas about how to make the first shrine of the Jen Church accessible to the public. That is why I came here. Minso immediately asks the other person, do you have any suitable locations? Siwoo honestly replies, no. Immediately he ponders to find a solution. Then Minso says, Your Holiness Leo, could you wait for me 10 minutes? Because he is a person with a business mind, he is very sharp. Moreover, he projects it onto the big screen for them to see. Jen Church Shrine Construction Project. In the amazement of the two people, Minso says, allow me to start my short presentation about the shrine project. Because he has many questions in his heart, Siwoo asks him, Brother Minso, you prepared this in just 10 minutes. At this moment he honestly admits, actually, this is something I prepared beforehand. Since you saved me in that dungeon, the day the goddess Jen saved me, I started to consider it my responsibility to build a shrine in the name of the goddess Jen. With an incredulous look, he starts talking to his heart. He planned everything just because we happened to heal him. However, Leo overreacts when he cries and says, this is truly a wonderful act. Surely the goddess Jen will be very happy. I cannot help but cry before your faith, brother. Minso in turn also overdoes it. When he rushes over to hug Leo, then says, I am only doing what I should do. I will always pray for you, my brother. Finally, in desperation, he can only say, can we continue the presentation? Before presenting, Minso clears his throat a few times. Please watch this, the church we are building together. Community poll. Please vote for the first shrine of the goddess Jen. Community polling is something users frequently use. It allows viewers to always connect with our content. Moreover, anyone can vote from anywhere. It's unbelievable what we can do. Public deciding the shrine location means we are ahead of other churches. It will be easier to build an image of a religion working with the public. He starts asking for his opinion. Do you have any location? Minso presses the controller and smiles, replying, I agree that the first shrine for our goddess should be in a special place. Please watch the next slide. That is the center area Gwanghwamun. And when seeing the blue wall, Siwoo surprisingly asks, what is that blue wall? Very quickly he explains, because you returned after a long year, that wall must look very strange. This is the place most people call the heart region. 5 years ago, this place became the location where a space gate appeared, a phenomenon that happens when a dimension opens and monsters start appearing from within. Photography inside has been strictly prohibited, and these photos are from the past. Although we were able to destroy it with countless sacrifices, in that process, those in the center of the gate could not escape the magical contamination caused by it. After that, many gates started opening rapidly, and although we requested help from foreign allied nations, the current government could not resolve this problem, leaving the area to fend for itself. He did not expect this could happen here, so his face showed surprise. Something like that happened, huh? Without stopping there, Minso offers other information. The wall consists of 5 layers in total. including a Miyu layer that can absorb magic. Only hunters of level A and above can withstand the contamination and enter the area inside the wall. The accumulation of powerful magic energy goes against the principles of this world, causing contamination to destroy the status quo. The result is obviously destruction. The land contaminated by magic energy can no longer maintain life, like a city that has been devastated. Besides, he also mentioned two other areas. There are two more heart regions in Daejeon and Busan. However, because this area is considered the first heart region of South Korea, it remains a painful chapter in history. Surely everyone remembers the day that happened. He is an intelligent person, so when hearing this, Siwoo quickly confirms, "You mean we should build a shrine here, right?" Not letting him wait long, Minso replied, "That's right, if we can build a shrine in the heart region, the Gen Church will have many benefits, such as salvation, hope, comfort, symbols like that." However, Siwoo still has a worry and frankly asks him, "Is it possible to build a shrine on contaminated land? I thought they said we couldn't." And then Min enthusiastically offers a solution to the problem. "We will need to cleanse it first. Just like how you cleansed Lick's curse in Gwangwamun. Please, you must beg the goddess Jen for help, and I will prove to you that this is possible." At this point, it is Leo's turn to excitedly reply, "Oh yes, I trust you, brother." Siwoo feels unhappy when he oversteps his authority. "Hey, why don't you become the Pope yourself?" Knowing he was wrong, Leo quickly bows his head and apologizes. I apologize." He also agrees with this plan of his. However, deep down there are still many places to hesitate. "Honestly, although I can do that, the curse of Lick and the magic contamination are completely different, and I agree that we have many more important things. Jen's symbol has too many more important things to consider. Suppose we start building a shrine in the heart region, but you just said that we will vote for potential location. And yet we didn't even vote for the heart region. Isn't that meaningless?" Minso, having calculated this from before, happily said, "No need to worry. I have a way for everything." Afterward, within the building, buzzing sounds echoed. "Hey everyone, do you remember the scallion-flavored, chocolate-covered cereal issue?" According to the original plan, Mino posted it online to probe public opinion. "Please vote. The Player Ka channel is asking followers for their opinion on the new location of the JMN Church. Please share your thoughts. 1. Is it really better to enjoy everything than leave? Gangnam or Hongdae 3.6%. 2. This time I can't do anything else. Heart region 96.4%. Very quickly, comments from netizens appeared under the post. "How long will this last? It seems the other world changed their perception." Gangnam, "No way, it has to be the heart region. Guys, I have a prediction. They will change the result in a week. Even the US can't do anything with their heart region. What will we do? Honestly, I will donate all my savings if they can build a shrine in the heart region. By the way, I am the owner of a 29-story building. Just another scam." Minso, are you really participating in a cult? I'm so disappointed, I'll unsubscribe. Why can't I believe he is a real anomaly? High rankers can also defeat Lick. I heard that the Ability Management Bureau is fabricating these stories. After reading these comments, Siwoo was startled with surprise. Really can't believe this country. The system again gives him a mission. The clear conditions for the main mission of expanding the shrine have been changed. Requirement: complete using Jen's symbolic holy relic and develop a holy land in the heart region in Seoul. Warning: if the holy land is declared elsewhere outside the specified area, you will receive punishment, loss of trust. Siwoo sadly says, recover half of the divine points. It didn't stop there when a series of sad things happened that made him have to ponder while looking at his parents and thinking to himself, it seems the main mission has also been updated. My parents have passed away, but my siblings want to go find them. I hope the blockade order will be lifted soon. We couldn't even retrieve the bodies from that area to bury. Every time I think they might still be there. Finally, with a worried look, Siwoo just gently says, I hope they will soon be at peace. Symbol of hope and salvation, this could be a problem. Afterwards, Siwoo went to find Dongshik, but received opposition from him. I don't want you entering the heart region, Siwoo. He didn't rush to reply, but stood there observing Dongshik's attitude for a while. A few seconds later, Siwoo happily asks, did you intend to oppose it fiercely from the beginning? Moreover, in his heart, he is thinking this is the first time he has seen team leader Kim like this. He casually replies, no, I wouldn't call that opposition. I didn't oppose because your plan has flaws. Siwoo shows surprise and asks Dongshik, then what is it, sir? He bows his head sadly and says, you know what? In the heart of the heart region, Siwoo, there is a high-quality magic stone mine. Hearing this, he is startled and mutters to himself, magic stone. Magic stone, they are formed from crystallized magic energy, can be said to be minerals containing pure magic energy, can be obtained from monsters, but high-grade magic stones are mainly found in magic stone mines. Siwoo didn't want to immediately interrupt Dongshik, so he let him finish his thought. The magic stone mine was created along with high-density magic energy when the first dimension opened in Siwoo. As a result, the surrounding area became contaminated. This Siwoo also knew, but instead of telling the other person, he mutters to himself. That's right, even in Eden, high-quality magic stones are found in places where high-density magic energy accumulates. Without stopping there, Dongshik also let Siwoo know what happened before. A year ago, after the magic stone mine was found in the Heart region, large guilds established professional teams to mine magic stones. Very few people know about this fact, of course. The player Ka doesn't know either. Recently, we realized that large guilds have been fighting over the magic stone mine inside the Heart region. Of course, we determine they are at least a rank hunters. Siwoo shows interest in this matter and urgently says, it would have been better if the government had controlled the situation from the beginning, right? He also frankly speaks about the current state of this matter. Most people with magic resistance are linked to large guilds. All we can do is keep a diary, those entering the Heart region. Hearing this, Siwoo anxiously mutters to himself. So it's not that they don't do it, but they can't do it. So when he knew he wanted to go inside, Dongshik blocked him with the reason, we are helpless. As soon as you enter the Heart region, we won't be able to support you in any way. You could get caught in conflicts between large corporations and large guilds, as well as be boycotted by awakened people belonging to guilds. Siwoo silently laughs at this foolishness of his. Man, how stupid. Maybe he just opposed my plan because he is worried about me. Well, this guy is a government official after all. However, I cannot abandon the Heart region just because large guilds are fighting for power. The community poll result of the player Ka, who has a new follower joining the JMN Church with 5 million subscribers. Gangnam or Hongdae 3.6%, Heart region 96.4%. I have attracted a lot of attention with everything, so I cannot withdraw from the poll. After knowing Dongshik has good intentions, he makes a proposal. Then let me resolve this troublesome situation for you. With surprise, he turns back to ask, how? Siwoo leisurely sits down on the steps and replies, isn't the government having trouble because the Heart region is lawless? Dongshik doesn't hide anything and tells him the truth. That's right. Afterward, he happily says, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. In a lawless area, I just need to become more lawless. After Dongshik brought Leo and Siwoo to the place, he showed Seo Enho's letter to him. With 2 hunters of at least S rank, refusing entry on the grounds of safety is unreasonable. Minister of Ability Management Department, Seo Nho. Reading these lines, Dongshik's expression becomes tense. Seeing that, he happily says, you don't look very happy, team leader Kim. He sighs and says, yes, well, just have to accept it. Regardless, this wall is really high. This wall is called the Ark of the Covenant. Like Noah's Ark, this is the last stronghold of civilization. But are you two really just entering as 2 people? If a fight happens to break out, Siwoo quickly explains to him, we will never be the ones to initiate a fight, I swear, in the name of Jen with reverence. Dongshik clasps his hands and earnestly says, thank you very much. Outwardly, Siwoo said that, but inside he was thinking and silently laughing. However, there is no way I will leave if another player provokes me, right? Dongshik reminds them, we have arrived, this is the door. He hurriedly takes out the card to open the door to this place. In the blink of an eye, cracks began to appear on the wall. Finally, after Dongshik said, please be careful, the wall collapsed right before their eyes. Before heading inside, Siwoo reassured him, don't worry, Leo, let's go in. Dongshik replied, yes, your reverence, the Pope. Inside, thick, toxic demonic energy was rising, but Siwoo strode in heroic. He walked step by step through the dangerous place. Leo observed the surroundings and said, your reverence, this. Before he could finish, Siwoo interrupted, I know. He muttered to himself, I can feel the toxic demonic energy here. Additionally, the system issued a warning, demonic energy detected. Siwoo quickly darted his eyes in the direction of the system's warning. Outside, Dongshik was still standing there, waiting for the 2 of them. Right then, someone stepped up from behind and said loudly, well done, team leader Kim, startling him. The person who arrived was the Minister of the Ability Management Bureau, Conho. Dongshik replied respectfully, Minister, you've arrived. He praised him, you've worked hard for Hunter Seo. I heard you couldn't return on time. Receiving praise from Conho, Dongshik looked happy and said, not at all. Ever since joining the Ability Management Bureau, nothing has satisfied me more than this. Knowing he was buttering him up, he laughed and said, flattery won't get you anywhere. I heard you opposed my decision. Hearing that, he immediately took the blame. I apologize, sir. Not stopping there, he asked for the reason from Dongsik's side. Team leader Kim, can you tell me the reason for your opposition? He honestly explained everything. Did Siwoo tell you yet? Then Conho spoke bluntly. Yes. The next second, Dongshik stated his own reason. 5 major guilds are fighting over the epicenter. There are too many risk factors that we cannot predict. I believe we will face unnecessary trouble if we send South Korea's first anomaly into a place like that. We have been eagerly awaiting the appearance of an anomaly. If something happens to Siwoo or his family, he understood Dong-sik's thinking and said happily, Team Leader Kim. The National Hunter Association, where these major guilds are the central figures, has requested verification of Hunter CEO's anomaly rank. The war has begun. This came so unexpectedly that he found it hard to believe. But the Yi Island portal and the Gyuzo district portal were enough. CUNHO quickly explained everything in detail. They claim there is a possibility of fraud because both those places are under government control due to our lack of authority. The only way to deal with illegal activities sponsored by major guilds is through regulations and legislation, but they have already started collaborating with political groups for a long time. Recently, the National Assembly has begun discussing the dissolution of the Ability Management Bureau. Dong-sik screamed in panic. What? Not letting him speculate wildly, CUNHO told Dong-sik a secret. I met with the chairman of the association on the way here. He said that since I deceived the nation with fabrications, I should be determined to confess. Mentioning this person, he felt annoyed, thinking of that bald old man, and added, he also said they concluded that we fabricated everything. Dong-sik, dissatisfied with CUNHO's statement, countered, but that's not true. He agreed with Dong-sik's point. That is why I told that old man that Siwoo would enter the epicenter today. Hearing that, he said urgently, but there is a possibility Siwoo will be attacked inside the epicenter. CUNHO anticipated this and replied, that is not just a possibility, it is a certainty. However, it is impossible for an anomaly to become a victim of such a plot. Aren't you curious to see how this ends? This old heart of mine feels like it wants to burst with excitement. Dong-sik worried that he had misunderstood and said, that's true, but will Hunter Seo feel used when he finds out about this? He dismissed this concern and replied happily, we have already reached an agreement. Dong-sik asked in surprise, what? Finally, CUNHO said, whatever it seems like, I am a merchant with a conscience. Scene change. Siwoo recalled the unexpected meeting between himself and CUNHO while he was jogging in the park. Upon meeting him, Siwoo stopped and asked in surprise, what is someone in your position doing here? Afterward, they both sat down on a nearby bench. CUNHO clarified everything to him. There is a magic stone mine inside the epicenter, and the major guilds are fighting over it. I heard that from Team Leader Kim. I realized that the government has less power than I thought. It seems like hunters will follow whoever pays the most. Siwoo guessed the reason why CUNHO came to find him. So, what is your offer for me, Mr. Minister? He was observing his attitude, and he was also looking at Siwoo. So their eyes accidentally met. However, without any hesitation, he seriously said, for everything you acquire in the epicenter, the Ability Management Bureau will guarantee it for you. In return, could you use a bit of your power for us? Very quickly, Siwoo asked him. Then allow me to speak frankly with you. I will cleanse the epicenter for you. The offer, which had just been made, was agreed upon so quickly that CUNHO was extremely surprised. However, Siwoo had a condition in return. I want to receive ownership of a portion of land in the epicenter. Please allow me to build a temple for the Church of Jen there. Of course, I will make it so that people can freely come and go. There are many people who have fond memories of that place. Anyway, the Church of Jen will solidify its position as a timely supporter of the Ability Management Bureau. And unlike before, the Ability Management Bureau will be able to accept anomalies with the power to counter the major guilds. At this moment, he sincerely told him, that area is already beyond our control. It could be said to be anarchic. Regardless of what happens, the government cannot do anything. If you can cleanse the land of despair that is the epicenter, no one can oppose the legitimacy of claiming a portion of land there. Deal, and so both sides shook hands. Deal, and so both sides shook hands. A second later, the system issued a notification. Detected clear hostility aimed at you. Siwoo also felt the danger and thought to himself, about 30 people. I really feel like I'm being disadvantaged. He immediately asked Leo in a loud voice, I wasn't informed that my life would be targeted so blatantly like this. What do you think we should do? Leo offered an opinion. I think it's best to try solving this through dialogue. Siwoo felt confused hearing this and said, it's a bit strange for you to say that. However, Leo changed his attitude. Violence should always be the final method. He looked confused and asked back, hey, all right, so we should try talking to them as you said. Friends, let's talk for a moment. But then, no one spoke up to respond to his words. So Siwoo happily lifted one of his feet high. He stomped it hard on the ground, creating a massive explosion immediately afterward. Finally, because the smoke and dust made it difficult to breathe, everyone crawled out. Seeing that, Siwoo excitedly said, wouldn't it have been better if you had come out when I was still speaking kindly? It would have benefited both sides, right? Maybe you're shy, all of you are wearing masks. We only came here to survey the land to build a temple. Goddess Jen is very peaceful. So I would be very happy if you could move out of the way, my dear brothers. In the thick cloud of dust, the masked men suddenly heard, "Step aside," echoing from behind, making them jump in anxiety. Siwoo laughed loudly. Did my calls for peace work? Leo, standing beside him, joined in. Are you serious, your reverend? Finally, because he was annoyed, one of the masked men named Zebil took off his mask and arrogantly said, I expected more when asked to take down a cult leader. Turns out it's just a kid. Knowing the opponent was mocking him, Siwoo not only didn't get angry but squinted and replied, just a kid. Well, you must feel very proud because you're older. Brother, besides that, in his heart he whispered, he is underestimating me. Anyway, is Seojin of the Goblin Guild and this guy, are S-rankers that popular? Immediately, he threatened Siwoo. I hope you can still talk like that when your limbs are hacked off. We were ordered to do it. At this moment, he became serious, raised his hand to adjust his glasses, and said, Your Reverence, I think. Speaking of which, in the blink of an eye, Leo left his position, and of course, Siwoo didn't stop him. He was moving at a very high speed, making them panic and scream. Ah, what? The next second, Leo gently hoisted a person onto his shoulder. Just like that, he bent his body, causing the opponent to scream in agony. After punishing him, Leo gently threw him down. Seeing that, Siwoo joked, Leo, do you give them a chance to repent? People will die when bent in half. Did you know? He replied nonchalantly. I still left their mouths open to allow them to ask for forgiveness. And then Zebil angrily scolded Leo. You're crazy. Following that were the screams of the others. Hit by a blow, damn it, everyone attack at once. During this time, the butcher assassin Zebil felt puzzled and thought to himself, where did he appear? While his men were rushing to attack Leo and kept screaming, Die, you monster, he observed while whispering in his head. They said their MeTube channel was all fake. Did they deceive me? In the report, there was nothing about that giant guy. That monster is at least S-rank, a high-level one. Was he secretly trained by the government? Did that monster just bow to Siwoo? If I can capture that unguarded person as a hostage, I can surely think of something. Thinking that, he immediately acted and flew toward him. His speed was no less than Leo's speed. Very quickly, Siwoo saw the opponent flying toward him. And when he got close to his position, Zebil smiled smugly, whispering, Here we go. However, just a moment later, both his eyes and mouth were bleeding. Zebil was like that because Siwoo used a special skill, Will to destroy evil, detecting evil intention. While he was incessantly vomiting blood and groaning in agony, the system provided information. These are the evil deeds of the player Zebil: murder, kidnapping, looting, murdering minors, and many other crimes. 582 crimes. Based on this information, Siwoo walked up to question him. How many people did you kill to become S-rank? You are even worse than I thought. At this point, Zebil had reached his legs. He shouted. Finally, he begged, I beg for my life. Siwoo acted angry and asked Zebil, You want a quick death? Not happening. That is completely unfair. One of my skills is the will to destroy evil, exposing all the crimes of those who enter my divine presence. It is activated when the intruder is a true villain. Siwoo stepped on Zebil's hand, causing him to scream and confess everything to him. I will tell you, the Ryogat Guild paid me to. However, he was still angry and rebuked him. Clearly, they sent you here to test me first. You must have realized that too. If they were really sure that I was faking everything, they would have sent a true S-rank hunter, not garbage like you. Not stopping there, Siwoo also grabbed Zebil's hair and pulled it backward, then asked, Does it hurt? At this moment, he hurriedly begged him, I apologize, please. A second later, Zebil looked pitifully at Siwoo, but he only used an angry gaze to look back at him. And when he couldn't control his anger, Siwoo pulled Zebil's hair again, making him groan. After a while, he threw Zebil aside and said, Forgiving you is not my job. Placing you on the scale of justice before God is my job. The system issued a notification. First synchronization from the Eden dimension has been completed. Use the user information command to check your stats. The Earth dimension has assigned your trait as Chaos. Therefore, the Earth dimension has lifted the causality limits on you. The second update is started. Siwoo belongs to the first goddess Gen. Trait, Chaos. Profession, Apostle, Black Pope, and 32 others. Stats, player stats. Strength, Agility, Endurance, Faith, level 7. Magic, level 0. Special stats, Resistance to Evil. Skill zone, Passive skills, Beast Enemy, Blessing of J, Holy Fire, Sermon Explanation. Active skills, and 42 other skills, Wings of Cleansing, Sanctification, Will to Destroy Evil, and 92 other skills. This means current stats exceed the system limits. The second synchronization will include the system. So Siwoo fell into contemplation. This second update has me confused. It added a control panel about your traits. Perhaps lifting the causality restriction is a good thing. Also mentioning this, he pointed his hand at the lines Sanctification, Will to Destroy Evil, and 92 other skills. This means current stats exceed the system limits. The second synchronization will include. When seeing people coming, Leo told him, the weak have arrived. Siwoo teased him. You're mean, aren't you? They don't look like they want to fight. And when asked, you were sent by the government, right? Why are you here? Then Siwoo turned behind and acted surprised. He arched his eyebrows slightly. The mineral mine is in this direction, so I don't need to look anymore. Magic power is this strong, probably about 7 tons buried under there. Leo also continued Siwoo's statement. A magic tower usually uses about 700 kg of magic stones per year. 7 tons of high-quality magic stones will be a wonderful resource. He stated his feelings right then. I feel magic as well as demonic energy from there. Magic stone is the crystallization of the purest mana. Magic stone is like pure water, so if combined with divine power, it will turn into a holy stone. Similarly, if combined with demonic energy, it will turn into a demon stone. He was looking toward it and calculating. I feel demonic energy like that of a lick from this mineral mine. This energy belongs to the prideful demon king. The corruption is not long-term. The demonic energy I felt in the epicenter is exactly like this. Did anyone enter this mineral mine recently? So a few people replied, don't know. I don't know clearly about that. But some big guys continued to warn, don't answer. Very quickly he discovered Jun, the person who just prevented everyone from answering him, and happily said, you must be busy with power struggles, but that person is very dangerous. Being stared at by the opponent, he hesitated. Next, he said you must have ignored this while fighting each other. That's right, I heard this area has no laws. If I defeat you, I can have this mineral mine, right? In his heart, Siwoo thought, that person must be in this group. Are they the White Shadow? Because of fear, Jun bowed his head in silence. Right after that, he took Jen's token and smiled brightly as he challenged. I don't intend to fight. This lawless land just makes me interested. I'm just curious and just want to test if I can really do something here. At this moment, suddenly Jen's token glowed again. Siwoo also recognized this unusual sign and showed concern. Jen's sign is reacting to the demonic energy. Finally, he decided to use his spiritual power. Thus, a light flashed from the Gen token placed right in front of Sai Anan's chest, making them panicked and ask him, what will you do? A second later, the system issued a notification. You can declare a sanctuary. Use the item Gen's token. Do you want to declare a sanctuary? Next, he raised it high and said loudly, I declare a sanctuary. And then the system also confirmed this. This area is now a sanctuary. And so a light suddenly appeared in the sky. Afterward, white streaks of light fell below. So below, someone reached out to catch it. Meanwhile, Leo was focusing on praying. Their entire area is currently covered by various magic lights. Siwoo is feeling satisfied with what he just managed to do. Finally, he happily said to Leo, I have decided to dedicate this land to Jen. Jen wants this land. As her servant, I cannot sit still. The system provides some information. A sanctuary has been declared with the relic, Gen's token. The Earth Dimension system has accepted the relic from the Eden Dimension as a miracle. With the declaration of the sanctuary, this area has been cleansed of polluted demonic energy. Knowing these things, Siwoo let out a sigh of relief. While walking, he had a thought. Breathing is much easier now, thanks to the demonic energy being cleared. Only a few seconds later, Jin appeared again and warned him, this is a truly sad place. I never thought a place like this existed on Earth. He gently called her name, Jen. Siwoo agreed with Jen's previous statement. Yeah, it is truly sad. Additionally, he carefully observed Leo's complexion. And when he was quite calm, Siwoo whispered in his heart, seeing Leo so calm, it seems only I can see Jen. Right after that, with a look of concern, she sadly said, Brother, I can vaguely see the dreams that have been buried in this land. Sagan, thank you for taking good care of the gift I sent through that kid. She was implicitly mentioning Leo to Siwoo, and he also understood Jen's intention. However, Siwoo mocked him. You are the only one who calls that mad dog a child. But then she happily replied, to me, he is still a child. Do you know how adorable Leo was when he was small? Siwoo was not very interested in this, so he indifferently said, I'd rather not know. The next second Jen, while holding his hand, said sincerely, even so, I still like you more. However, sadly, not only was he not moved, he thought her presence had another reason. Stop it, stop acting. Why did you appear without warning? Very quickly, Jin replied, I wanted to personally give you a gift because you worked very well. There are things I can only do when I am here. Hearing these 3 words, Siwoo said in confusion, a gift. Just finishing, Jin quickly performed magic right in front of the opponent. Just like that, she took some rocks from the nearby pond and gathered them in one place. Seeing this scene, Siwoo was extremely confused because he didn't know what the opponent was intending to do. After creating a tombstone, Jen gently said, it feels warmer now, doesn't it? Siwoo, he agreed with a sound. On the other hand, in his heart, he thought this location couldn't be seen as a normal gift. He could feel Jen's love and sincerity. Siwoo was staring fixedly at the tombstone in front of his eyes. Not stopping there, she said, I just hope the dreams left here will have a warmer place to dwell. Surely those who remember this place will see this event as a miracle. Currently in his heart, he was implicitly comparing it to Eden. Jen gave Siwoo another surprise that left the opponent completely confused. With magical spells, she created a small temple in the sanctuary. While he was both disbelieving and surprised, Jen smiled brightly and asked Siwoo, how is it? This is my real gift. So what do you think? He immediately praised it. It's truly wonderful. Surely everyone will like it. I can imagine Leo crying already. Goddess Jen. After thinking thoroughly about everything, he spoke to her again. I have something to say, Jen. However, she was also quite smart when looking at his face. She could guess what Siwoo wanted to say. It seems you already know. Siwoo, listen carefully to what I am about to say. The last demon king you defeated, Lucifer, transferred the soul fragments of the demon kings to the nearest dimension. The dimension closest to Eden is Earth. The reason why the Earth system accepted the contract with an outsider like you might be related to Lucifer. Hearing that, Siwoo fell into deep contemplation. She is talking about causality. On the other hand, Jin also showed a worried attitude and said, because Earth is not under my management, I cannot do much. You will have to find out the details yourself. Siwoo, sorry for these difficult requests, please take care of this world. Siwoo knew when she said these words that she would be leaving, so he asked, are you planning to leave? Without saying any further words, Jin just left, making him only able to say to himself, well, perhaps I should get used to that. Siwoo turned back to look at the temple and muttered to himself, surprising, but it seems I've accomplished all the urgent goals. The temple in his eyes was so beautiful and luxurious. One more thing made Siwoo feel incredibly satisfied. Leo is here to translate the Bible for us, and now there is a temple for followers to come and pray. After completing the mission, the system confirmed it. You have completed the main mission of expanding the church. Reward for completion. Baptism trait upgraded, and you have received 500 DP. Congratulations. By creating the first temple for the church, you have taken another step toward consolidating your position as a major religion. You can now manage the temple using the temple management command. Siwoo felt proud as if he were truly accomplishing something. At the same time, the system provided other information. Through the interdimensional contract, you can purchase various facilities using divine points. A DLC facility store has been updated. To make the temple widely known to the public, they decided to create a small program for it. Just like that, Minso stood up to host a live stream with the presence of Leo and Siwoo. On the live stream, he happily said, we are at the Heart region for a special episode. It is an honor to be the first to introduce the new Heart region to everyone. You probably already know who I am with today. Mr. Siwoo, South Korea's first anomaly and the head of the Gen Church. Very quickly, he placed his right hand on his chest, bowed to greet everyone, then smiled brightly and said, it's a pleasure to meet you all. I am Siwoo of the Gen Church. It is an honor to introduce to everyone the first temple of our church. Within just a few seconds, several netizens left comments. I thought they were filming in the Heart region. It looks like they are on a film set. Player Ka, if you need money, at least try to scam more skillfully. Damn it, I knew it. Player Ka is so handsome, I thought he didn't scam anyone. It seems the rumors about the church are really affecting him. I'm unsubscribing. Good luck. Seeing this, Siwoo happily muttered to himself. This is the characteristic of Ka Chat. Afterward, there was another surprise, which was that Mr. Quick donated 1,000 gun, accompanied by the comment, who is standing behind you? Don't tell me you hired mercenaries. Player Ka, if you were kidnapped by a cult and are being forced to film this, wave a carrot. Since he wasn't from Earth, Leo didn't understand internet slang, so he whispered into Siwoo's ear, Your Holiness, why are they asking Mr. Minso to wave a carrot? This question left Siwoo not knowing how to answer, only able to mutter in his heart, that's because of you. After a while, Minso also said thank you before ending the broadcast. Thanks to your active participation, we have built the first temple in the Heart region. Thank you, everyone. However, at this moment, negative comments from netizens appeared. He should admit he is lying, I can't believe it. But what film set is this? It's too beautiful. I'm an expert. The Heart region is an area contaminated by demonic energy that prevents life from developing. Yet this area is full of flowers and grass, so I dare to bet the rest of my hair that this is definitely not the Heart region. Seeing this comment, Siwoo immediately prayed, Dear Goddess, do you see that? Please take away that man's hair. Next, he held up his phone and guided everyone. From now on, anyone can use the CEO City app or register through the local community center to enter the Heart region in CEO. You can find detailed information on the Ability Management Bureau's website or through our Mito channel soon. In addition, they also controlled a flight cam to film from above. The fly cam was circling to get the best shot. And then netizens suddenly commented, why doesn't the player look handsome even when viewed from above? Huh, it's flying up. Are you crazy? Aren't those the walls around the heart region? What is it, everyone? Isn't it a broadcast from KBC? Announcement. Minister Seo Nho of the Ability Management Bureau announces that the awakened person Siwoo has successfully cleansed a part of the CEO heart region. Link to the article. This is real. Wait, is this really the heart region? Is it real? I am coming here on a pilgrimage. If I want to go on a pilgrimage, do we really just need to register? Please, that would be good. Please give me a girlfriend. Please let me pass the Hunter Academy exam. 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 Please let me pass this interview. Go to school, stop spamming. A moment later, someone walked over to Siwoo's spot, carrying a bouquet of flowers in their hand. And this person was Minister Seo Nho. Just seeing him, he immediately said, "Minister, everyone has already left. Do you still have work to do here?" Seo Nho honestly replied, "I always wanted to return here. I never thought I would be able to return. Even though I agreed with this idea, I still can't believe." "What is that small tombstone?" Siwoo bowed his head and said, "It is to comfort those who are resting here." He reverently knelt down, gently placed the bouquet on the tombstone, and asked, "Who was able to do such a noble thing?" He just replied, "That is the person responsible for everything here. I think it is a memorial to help dispel sad feelings without forgetting the past." On the tombstone was written the line, "Where dreams rest." Seo Nho sincerely said, "I think you have fulfilled the wish of this old man. Thank you. Even after being kidnapped to Eden, the biggest reason I couldn't hate." Thinking of this, Siwoo suddenly glanced at the person kneeling before the tombstone. Because of the kindness and hope she brought to those around her. Currently in the comment section of the religious exhibition page, there is a status update. "I am a sinner." Views, 18,345. Shares, 345. Comments, 10. "I apologize for a foolish person like me spreading false rumors about holy people. I apologize for doubting you. I apologize for cursing you. I will try my best to spread the reputation of Jen." Below that were all the comments. "Do you think it's him?" "Right, it's the guy who always called it a fake cult. Seems he deleted all his posts." "Don't worry, I screenshotted everything and emailed it to the J-Man Church. Jen is watching. Please use polite language if possible. I created a new Jen exhibition room. Everyone, please enter and chat with the brothers and sisters. Has anyone seen the goddess? Is she pretty? I heard she looks like Teehee. Oh, I heard a player has already seen her. How dare you talk about the goddess like that? All of you Siwoo and the government are just playing you guys. Seriously, all of this is just the government using power to distract you, and yet you guys believe it. Old man, stop looking at those fake news. It's hilarious, even other countries are reporting this, so stop with the conspiracy theories. It's funny, stop typing before I erase all the moles on your body. I'm laughing to death. I think this page perfectly reflects the nature of our current situation. It seems there are still people who think I am a scammer. Minso suddenly shouted, "Unbelievable, how much more do we have to prove? Do they still doubt us after this beautiful scenery?" Causing Siwoo to be startled and inwardly cry out, "Oh my God." Minso sincerely said, "Although I never doubted your holiness, I didn't think this place would be this beautiful. The goddess Jen is truly a miracle. This place is proof of that." He didn't reply, but inwardly he implicitly agreed with this idea of his. Right, this is what this land was supposed to become, just like what Jen wrote on the monument, "Where dreams rest." To follow the goddess's wish, I intend to open this space to the public and let grieving families visit their loved ones. Afterward, while taking a walk, Minso also said to Siwoo, "I am sure everyone sincerely thanks you and the goddess Jen." He also agreed, "I just hope I can comfort them, that is enough." Just at this moment, Siwoo seemed to suddenly think of something and was silent for a few seconds. After a while, Siwoo called out to him, "Mr. Minso, I heard there are artisan guilds, do you know of any?" He happily replied, "I know a few that acquaintances manage. I should talk to them, shouldn't I?" A mineral mine, it seems he has some plan. Siwoo also didn't hide it from the other person at all. When eliminating the magic energy spreading from magic energy sources and nearby mineral mines, some magic stones at the epicenter absorbed holy power from Gemin and turned into divine stones. That means there is a holy stone mine inside this holy land. Siwoo decided to mine it. At this moment, he turned to ask the other person, "Mr. Minso, have you ever produced goods before?" Causing him to reply in surprise, "Goods." On the other hand, the system also provided information. You can purchase sanctification facilities via the DLC store, facility type, description, use divine stones. You can craft holy relics. The Holy Land facilities will grant blessings. The higher the level of those relics, the more blessings. Price, 5,000 divine points. Seeing these lines, Siwoo was incredibly satisfied, muttering to himself, "Perfect. With those divine stones, NZDNH can help the Jen Church have a stable income." Just at this moment, Leo arrived. "Your Holiness, we have uninvited guests." Following him were 3 other people. Afterward, the person who arrived also introduced himself. Nice to meet you. Siwoo, I am Bayon Ong-su, the executive director of the National Awakened Alliance. I came here to talk to Siwoo. It's an honor to meet like this. With surprise, Siwoo looked at the other person, then pondered. He ordered him, Leo, take them to the guest reception room and don't cause any trouble. Yes, Your Holiness. He asked Siwoo about Leo. Is it him, the person rumored to be able to fold people like paper? I would really like to witness that if there is a chance. But then he switched to another topic. I still clearly remember the time the National Awakened Alliance sent assassins to kill me. Why don't I send them a gift to say thank you? However, Bai Ung-su, no need, I am really not interested in crafts. After finishing, I want to pray to the goddess for helping to cleanse this area, the land that we once protected. This word made him feel uncomfortable. Once protected, conducted. I don't like his choice of words. Thinking that, Siwoo frankly said, you deny sending assassins, yet now you dare to come here to cause a scene. It seems you have a thick face. So what you protected was not the heart region but the magic stone mines. I'm sure that's very nice. However, do you know they are no longer magic stones? Now they are divine stones. At first, he seemed surprised by these words, but then Bai Ung-su also calmly replied, thanks for mentioning that. This is easier now. I'm sure you have information about magic stones from the Ability Management Bureau. Therefore, we determined that you entered the heart region with the intention of taking those magic stones. I am sure you know that the development of guilds in our country is proof of the country's maturity. For an alliance of guilds like us, magic stone mines are an important resource for development. It is a pity that you forcibly seized them from us. Siwoo started questioning him. Are you trying to make it seem like I am hindering the nation's development? I am working with the Ability Management Bureau. Aren't they a state agency? Aren't you guys the ones hindering the Bureau from working? You guys say these mines belong to everyone while it is you who are profiting. I cannot believe. I intended to talk seriously if you guys started with a sole apology, but you guys brought all this destruction to the heart region. To hire assassins, is this all you guys have to say? As soon as he saw things getting tense, Bai took out a folder and hesitatingly said, temporarily put everything aside. We came here to negotiate. We will ensure for the Gen Church half of the products mined from the mines, as well as allow you access to all our mining infrastructure. Additionally, we will donate a large sum of money to the church. I am sure you will be more than satisfied. However, he crumpled that paper and angrily said, do you really think peace negotiations can be conducted with a piece of paper? First you guys tried to kill me and now you guys are wonderful. Want to be friends? Do you guys really think this will work? Unbelievable. Immediately, Siwoo used magic to create a bolt of lightning to strike them directly, causing them to feel incredibly terrified. At the same time, his hand was moving toward Byung-su's group. Very quickly, Siwoo choked him, making the other party feel breathless and scream, let me go. He used an indignant gaze to look at Byung-su. Moreover, he increased the pressure of the choke. And then he spat blood, adding in fear, we gave you a chance. We have the power to fight you. Siwoo, if we can cooperate. Perhaps immediately after, he threw Byung-su aside and said mockingly, I'm so scared. Go tell those bastards that they had better come here to apologize, otherwise I will come to take the apology myself. On the other hand, the system issued a notification that the number of followers increased suddenly, so the main mission is being updated. Estimated time, 7:32. That evening as usual, SHU was watching TV when he accidentally caught the breaking news. IN has established a joint public-private investigation team and has officially requested verification of the heart region location. Hearing this, Wyangu Gok suddenly asked, no, what's the problem? How did you know? They need to calm down. Next, the announcer said, meanwhile, the Gen Church has attracted global attention. After their leader, the awakened Siwoo, cleansed the heart region location. However, the White Halo Church still continued. Afterward, when seeing his panda eyes, he asked in surprise, Wyangu Gok, you look like a zombie. Tomorrow is the launch of the Gen Church channel. You are working overtime. At the same time, Si was also present, so she asked Wyangu Gok, is brother Leo in that beautiful place? Is he not coming here anymore? He bowed his head sadly and asked, yeah, that place is Leo's workplace now. Go visit him, you should go. She smiled and praised, it looks so beautiful. Today I will sleep early and then go visit him with brother. I don't know if brother has time or not. On the other hand, Siwoo also spoke up first. Scene, ask brother if you want to know anything. She obediently answered, yes, I also know some things. Brother is the Pope leading the Gen Church. Brother cleansed the heart region. Siwoo was surprised when Sion knew so much. Does the kid know everything? Wyangu Gok exclaimed. Kids are better at using phones than you. You've been there for 10 years, haven't you? You're old, you haven't even finished Seoul when you were already hit on the head by brother. Just like that, his head swelled up into a big bump. Meanwhile, Seo quickly left and said, today I will sleep early, see you this weekend. Siwoo happily answered, yeah, good night. Afterward, both brothers waved goodbye to her. At this point, he finally understood everything. I see, Si was teasing brother, and Wang Gugok was praising her. Si is a good kid and she is very bright. She had no choice but to grow up from a very young age. Next, Siwoo admitted his mistake in comfort. Perhaps that is brother's fault. Seeing that his attitude was a bit strange, he silently watched the other person. A moment later, Wang Gugok suddenly remembered something. I almost forgot, Grandma called us. She said that the department is preparing a private jet to pick her up in 2 weeks. Siwoo was startled and said, "Huh, a private jet? Why?" He quickly explained to him. Grandma said something about being a family member of an anomaly. Because she can't travel freely because of brother, she said to prepare to get beat. Siwoo knew his grandmother's temperament very well, so he was incredibly worried. Grandma is coming back soon, I am so worried. He confusedly asked back, why are you worried? We are only launching an official channel, Siwoo answered in confusion, because you don't know how much brother has prepared for this. Additionally, he also praised Wang Gugok. You did well, don't worry anymore. Finally, he finished designing the channel. This official Gen channel has 43K subscribers, a video along with other sections such as subscribed, playlist, short videos, community. While watching, he muttered, the number of subscribers after 1 hour of launching the Mube channel is 43,000. The next second he scrolled down to see the homepage titles, short videos, playlists, community, recommended, Heart Region Scammed, 200K views 1 hour ago. Along with that were comments with the number 24,325 and sorted by the latest comments. Please let me pass the exam. Pray for me to pass the exam. Player Ka looks handsome, but the Pope looks a bit, and the big guy standing behind is too. Between the Gen Church and the White Halo Church, which one is stronger? Oh my god, there are still people who believe in these cults. Everyone, they will start demanding money and then it will be too late. Finally, I'm here for a pilgrimage. Currently, Siwoo is watching it in his office. Wang Gugok explained to him, there are too many comments, many people are praying for their wishes, right? He just gently replied, praying for wishes is fine. Jen likes those kinds of comments, right? Leo happily answered, that's right, Jen will take care of those who are passionate about their dreams. Siwoo agrees with this thought of Leo. I think that is reasonable, because we have solved many events recently. I'm sure there will be more people who believe in Jen once they understand. Wang Gugok sees that he is very excited about this and is surprised. This is the first time you've looked like a church member. After a few seconds, the system gives Siwoo a new mission. A mission has appeared. Expand the congregation. Prepare DLC main type. Description through creating a temple. You have created a roof for faith before. The temple will act as an important pivot point for the church's growth. Thus, the system has determined that your church has completed all necessary preparations. Your Holiness, Earth is currently facing many dangers. To prepare for the upcoming catastrophe, you must develop your church. Requirement: complete 150,000 official followers. Official follower means someone who has officially applied to join via the application form. 2. 500 players under the Holy System choose Gen as their faith. Achieve a total of 15 levels among the church's characteristics and facilities. Reward: 10,000 divine points. Optional achievement: you must satisfy all 3 conditions to complete the mission. Sunlight shines through the leaf. Not only him, but others also received this information, including Minso. The system confirmed. The following announcement has been sent to all players in the dimension, Earth. Special conditions have been met, and restrictions on divine power have been removed from the Earth dimension. The Earth dimension system is preparing an update for the Era of Class. Earth players, please prepare for the following changes. The system confirms with Siwoo's choice. Receive the church expansion mission. Prepare DLC main mission. Description: by building a temple, you have created a place of worship for followers. From now on, the temple will be the center for your religion. The system has confirmed that you have prepared a complete foundation for the religion, Pope. Earth is currently facing many dangers. You need to develop the number of followers to prepare for upcoming dangers. Requirement: complete 150,000 official followers. Official followers are those who have officially applied to join via the form. 2. 500 players under the Holy System choose Gen as their deity. 3. A total of 15 levels from church structures and characteristics. Reward: 10,000 DP. The ability to choose a mission achievement is only completed when satisfying all 3 requirements. Seeing these lines, Siwoo muttered, 500 players under the Holy System must choose Gen as their deity. Hey, besides me, is there any other player using divine power? However, Wang Gugok also doesn't know about this. I haven't heard of anyone else. Do you intend to recruit 500 followers from Gen like Leo? Siwoo, while rubbing his nose, bowed his head to ask, so who is this Holy System player? Just at this moment, the system came again. This announcement is being broadcast to all players in the Earth dimension, making anyone who sees it surprised, even Mino knows. Parallel to it is information from the system. Due to some requirements being met, restrictions placed on divine energy will be removed from the dimension. Earth, the Earth dimension, will prepare for the era of order. Earth players prepare for the era of order. Following that, the news is being updated rapidly on TV. Currently, TV is reporting. Breaking news this morning, the great change has been announced on Earth. News 24 hours in, and Buddhism. Many people awaken divine power. To prepare for a changing world, we have invited Professor S8 from CEA University. There have been many players in religion. We awaken thanks to the grace of the gods. With divine power now available, I'm sure you can see how important religion will become. If our country accepts the Gen Church in this chaotic time, then the government recognizing our religion as an official faith is also reasonable. A second later, Trang also dialogued directly with the Bishop of the White Shadow. How does the awakening of the White Shadow work? The Bishop of the White Shadow quickly replied, our method is nothing special. Just needing faith in the gods will save humanity from weakness. Siwoo watches and sighs, thinking to himself, Holy System players from the White Shadow, so they don't use magic energy. I guess the Gyuzo Gate and the Abyss Gate in Rio Duan are filming them fighting demons and never claiming to be on their side. And did I detect any magic energy from the followers in Gyuo? No. Then there could be other organizations that are not the White Shadow, but are linked to magic energy. Just as the issue hit a dead end, he called for Jen's help. So she appeared. It's been a while since I saw you this worried. He honestly told everything. Is manifesting in easier. Sorry for calling you suddenly. However, Jen wasn't angry with Siwoo. It's okay. Yesterday you had many followers. You worked very hard, Siwoo. Next, Siwoo told Jen the current situation. The whole country is in chaos. Now there are Holy System players, even though I don't know if that is real or not. What is divine power? It is a power that not only Jen's followers can use, but the ability to create miracles by anyone who has faith. The stronger the faith, the stronger the gods, and in return, the gods can bless the followers with more power. Based on these foundations, a moment later, Jemin started explaining in great detail to him. Just like the will of players linked directly to their magic ability, divine power has a close relationship with the power of faith in followers. Awakened people, in turn, use power to create miracles. The value of a god depends on the level of faith they can arouse in followers. A god without followers will disappear. He still has parts he hasn't fully understood, so the era of order is talking about the gods. Then why was there no divine power on Earth before? She also honestly replied. Just like the reason why Earth was not granted mana, the system set limits on the potential of Earth people. Hearing this, Siwoo felt a bit regretful. They should have removed all restrictions a year ago along with mana. At this moment, Jin just smiled, then said in confusion, I wanted to tell you everything, Siwoo. But just as she hadn't finished speaking, he interrupted. Causality doesn't allow it, right? Jen didn't say anything, but just looked at Shu with affectionate eyes. And then she started blessing Siwoo. The system also quickly confirmed this to him. Your goddess has blessed you. All characteristics have been increased by 1 level for 90 days. After performing the ritual, Jemin gently said, at least I can do that much. However, he smiled brightly and cheered because of this. Before leaving Jen, she also had a wish. Make me even stronger. Siwoo, now what will my little pope do for me? He firmly replied. What do you think? I have to preach to get more followers. Can Jin call more people from Eden here? Large guilds are trying to monopolize the Holy System players. She was a bit hesitant, then replied, I don't think so, let me reconsider. Siwoo smiled dangerously, then muttered in his heart, then I guess there's no other way, I have to work harder. Meanwhile, Jin showed worry when seeing this expression of his. Siwoo, why are you smiling like that? Siwoo ignored her worrying and muttered in his heart, it's okay, he can still sleep even when dead. Just like that, Jin advised again, calm down, Siwoo. Because Leo couldn't see Jen, he felt confused by Siwoo's expression at this moment. After she returned to Eden, he looked out the window and was immersed in thoughts of the church era. If that message is broadcast to all players, perhaps the Earth dimension will truly undergo major changes. What I can do right now is maintain the temple well and continue preaching, but I don't know where to go next. Just at this moment, the phone vibrated, causing Siwoo to be a bit worried. Immediately after, he read the message just sent to the emergency room. Date 0, month 5, year 28, Ore tribes near Pyongyang have started moving south. Warning level 2 in the old area. The Energy Bureau detected a giant space gate near Busan. Expected level A or higher. Mana Flow Analysis Bureau abnormal near Kwang City. After reading it, Siwoo remembered what happened before. The year before I disappeared, North Korea basically no longer existed as a country due to the appearance of dimensional gates. The northern part of the Korean peninsula is now a monster land that cannot be conquered. according to Yang Guga. Afterward, he also went to find Sane and participated in a meeting with many others. Are all those damn pigs crazy? Funny they are all coming, isn't it? Isn't it, Pope Kim? Meanwhile, Siwoo showed worry, muttering, "This guy is standing too close." While everyone kept silent, Sane laughed out loud very naturally. Siwoo whispered to the other, "See Jane, the Goblin Guild is a quite large guild. Isn't it more appropriate for you to sit next to the National Awakened Alliance? Interacting with thugs is not my style. We do not belong to the National Awakened Alliance, I told you already." Immediately, Seozin made the cake disappear right before Siwoo's eyes, causing him to gape and shout inwardly. The snack disappeared. He laughed and said, "Hey Pope Kim, do you want to go for coffee with me after this meeting? I have many questions about divine power. Is that what you used to subdue me last time? I think you are the best user." However, the more Sejin spoke, the more anxious Siwoo felt, but since he couldn't let others know, he could only scream in his heart, "Wait a minute, why is he calling me Pope Kim? Can't he just stop already?" Finally unable to stand it, Bai Ongzu pointed a finger at him and shouted, "Hey Choi, there aren't only 2 people in this room. Keep your voice down." Sejin, unafraid, threw an arm around Siwoo's shoulder and replied nonchalantly, "I'm just talking to my friend, is there a problem?" Meanwhile, he was thinking about him. Bai Ongzu is still bothering everyone here. Even after being hit, Bai Ongzu wouldn't stop, loudly reprimanding. "That's your problem, Choi. You don't care about social norms at all. That's why your guild keeps getting into trouble with other guilds." Sejin turned to provoke him. "Is that all? So what are you going to do?" Bai Ongzu immediately gritted his teeth and stood up, while he nervously muttered to himself, "It's getting cold." After a moment, he stared straight into the other man's eyes and called him by his last name. "Kang," he also replied in anger, "Choi." However, as the atmosphere became tense, Sejin teased him, "Going on a date? Those glasses look really cool." This made Siwoo jump, to the point of spitting out the water he was drinking. Seeing the opponent not reply, he continued to tease, trying to look young. "You look good. I'll have to ask the boss to end this meeting quickly. You have a friend waiting at the local market, don't you?" Finally, Bai Ongzu had to shout, "It seems you guys are having a good time, aren't you?" Right then, the Minister of the Ability Management Bureau, CUNHO, opened the door and walked in. "Is this old man bothering you guys?" Sejin smiled brightly and replied, "Oh, not at all, you look more refreshed." Minister CUNHO replied excitedly, "I've started drinking a lot of soda lately. Shall I introduce you to some types? Hello. You all are busy people, so I will get straight to the point." As soon as CUNHO appeared, Bai Ongzu finally sat down and remained silent. CUNHO said loudly, "We have gathered here today to discuss the plan to deal with the orc army that is approaching. Orcs are nocturnal creatures and live in tribes. Orcs are also hostile to each other if they belong to different tribes, but for some reason, 7 tribes have united. This is extremely unusual throughout the history of orcs' existence on Earth. But for some reason, 7 tribes have united. This is extremely unusual throughout the history of orcs' existence on Earth." While he was speaking, Siwoo thought to himself, "I guess they didn't exist on Earth. I have seen this a few times in Eden. Those born with the power to dominate everything. A monster that exists to lead the unrestrained rage of the orcs, and a single objective." Next, he blurted out, "An overlord." CUNHO replied, "I suppose it is called an overlord. According to reports, this overlord has gathered over 100,000 orcs following it, so the warning level has been raised to level 1. Hearing this, the whole meeting room shouted, "What, 100,000 orcs?" CUNHO revealed other information about tattooing orc tribes on their arms. "Our intelligence agents have discovered 7 different orc tattoo types." Siwoo heard this and said, "The Overlord has stats that are completely overwhelming compared to other orcs. I have fought one before. As soon as they appear, they break all tribal hierarchies. That is why orcs with different tribal tattoos are gathering together. As soon as the Overlord appears, the orcs' instincts cause them to swear loyalty to it. However, Bai opposes this idea of yours. Even as a returnee, you seem quite smug about your knowledge of monsters on Earth. Leaving this to the experts and sitting silently is the right choice, Your Holiness Siwoo." Disdained by others, Siwoo can't take it anymore and retorts, "So you're only saying this straight to my face now, huh? Then I guess you guys must be real experts to illegally occupy a heart region managed by the state, right?" Saying this, he clenches his fists. Seeing that, Seojin whispers into Siwoo's ear, "Look, Pope Kim, they're acting like bullies, aren't they?" Bai Ungsu hears this and says angrily, "Mr. Sejin, I can hear you. And Mr. Kim Siwoo, they are a real threat. They destroy everything in their path. Praying and flapping your wings a little won't make them disappear." The more he talks, the angrier Siwoo gets. "It seems that really impresses you, huh? The only reason I haven't beaten you to a pulp is because the minister is here." On the other hand, he not only doesn't stop them but even provokes them. "Oh, are you guys planning to fight? Thank goodness I'm here." Seeing everyone so tense, CONHO clears his throat and says, "This is a serious situation. Please calm down." Mr. Siwu, in that case, do you have any solution? He speaks as if asking what's for dinner. It's simple, we just need to kill the great demon lord. We would have to sacrifice too much to confront the 100,000 A ranks. The damage to civilians would also be too great. It would be best if we could kill that great demon lord. As soon as he dies, the Urs will go crazy and start fighting each other. Their tribes are enemies of one another to begin with. However, Bai opposes, what nonsense are you spouting? That special entity is surrounded by 100,000 A ranks. Even if your deduction is correct, to get close to an army of 100,000 troops, our forces would have to break through. Is there no limit to your arrogance? That's true if it's on the ground, but is it really necessary to approach from the ground? He quickly explains, we have helicopters and fighter jets, so why the fuss? If we launch an aerial attack using helicopters through that area, why couldn't we drop bombs on them? Afterward, the representative of the Great Tiger Guild, South Korea's largest first-tier guild, loudly speaks up for him. There is no guarantee that killing that unique entity will stop the monster attack. Are we to understand that you are telling us to deploy hunters without those guarantees? It sounds like you are asking us to sacrifice ourselves for you, Pope Siwu. Siwu looks at him and gives a smile, immediately presenting an argument to refute. If you guys have no countermeasures and only want to show off to avoid losses, then shut your mouths. When did I ever ask you guys to deploy hunters? I will be the only one carrying out this campaign. I heard that the media has intentionally exaggerated or fabricated my strength. Regardless, I will take this opportunity to prove it clearly. Whoever has any complaints, speak up now. Just prepare a helicopter for me and that's enough. Siwu uses his gaze to express his determination, and moreover, he is thinking in his heart, strike first and strike hard. After the meeting, he prepares a helicopter to travel. Before leaving, someone asks Siwu, are you really going to be okay going alone? No need to worry. I will resolve the situation in the blink of an eye. His mood is quite good because he gets to breathe fresh air for the first time. After a long time, I had ridden a GFON. Hearing this, Bitch Hun feels surprised and says, Gone, huh? Meanwhile, Dedung feels admiration and shouts. And then Siwu says to them, although the riding experience wasn't very good, a helicopter is much better. Just like that, Bitch Hun honestly replies, actually, I am more worried about you refusing the large anti-air cannons. Do you have something else? Siwu modestly says to him, that's right, I have a few skills. Let me touch this helicopter for a moment. A second after he uses his magic, the system issues a notification. Sanctification active skill level has been activated. A powerful blessing has been applied to the designated object for a certain period. This action of Siwu makes both of them gasp in surprise. When he finished renovating the helicopter, he gave a thumbs up then excitedly said, the effect should be pretty good after all, no monster wants to throw themselves into death. While the two people keep cheering in admiration. Next, Shu turns to speak to Zem Myung, the cameraman in the 4th Gen follower response incident. Are you ready? He replies in confusion. Yes, Pope, I will ensure to record all of your wonderful feats, Your Holiness. It's impossible to record in the heart region due to magic energy contamination, but we can record well in the Lost Lands, north of the ceasefire line, as long as we are careful with the monster. Accumulating views through live streaming when the competition is heating up is important, and I have no reason to refuse that. Additional, I can use fighting against 100,000 O alone, or I have ridden a helicopter into the Lost Lands. I can't help but use that soul view style. Right at this moment, Siwu discovers that the other person is trembling a bit due to tension, so he asks, Hey Zem Myung, why are you trembling? You don't need to worry, it will be over soon. And then he also honestly said, I know that the safest place is beside you, Your Holiness. It's just that it is a great honor to carry out this mission. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I am ready to trade my life for Jen. This statement makes him feel a bit awkward. Afterwards, Siwu secretly comments about him. Zem Myung, huh? In his normal state right now, is this okay? I'm wondering about what Minso said. Why are there so many fanatical followers? A few seconds later, the helicopter took off. When the helicopter had been flying for a while, Siwu panicked and said, no way is this really possible. We avoided all of them. Additionally, Myung called CO NHO to report the situation. In 5 minutes, we will reach the designated position. Just as you said, fake Siwu, the flying monsters did not come near us. He also just looked at the screen and replied, I am watching. Think about it, you are live streaming the aerial attack on Meet 2. I might have to file an apology for this. Myung knows he is in a difficult position, so he says, Minister, if you are worried, I can turn off the broadcast right now. When he turned off the broadcast, CO NHO turned to speak to Dongshik. I wonder. He said halfway then stopped, just looking at the plan appearing on the screen with the content. Plan A, an aerial attack will be carried out under the command of awakened person Siwu. The unique entity Great Demon Lord will be destroyed, and the monster attack will be disbanded. Plan B in case Plan A fails. The Great Tiger Guild will establish a defensive line at the ceasefire line to prepare. They will cooperate with the 30th Reorganized Mechanized Infantry Division to prevent the monster attack. After watching with a worried mood, CONHO said, Siwoo insisted on broadcasting live to prove himself, and due to his special position as an anomaly, he can make unreasonable demands forcefully. However, he didn't do that. Last time he even led us to the bad guys that the Ability Management Bureau was hunting, calling it a gift. Dongshik also shares the same mood as him, so he says bluntly, but Minister, if Awakened Siwoo fails in this solitary campaign, we will have to bear the consequences of broadcasting a failed campaign live. This will make the Ability Management Bureau even more. Regarding this, he is quite optimistic, so he just casually replies, if he cannot stop it, then we cannot do anything about the monster attack either. Who cares about our utility? We are useless whether we broadcast or not. If Awakened Kim Siwoo fails, the final result will be the same. In that case, isn't increasing the stakes better? It has been a long time since the awakened forces belonging to large private guilds far exceeded the awakened forces belonging to the state. The nation has no power to control the Awakening Alliance, and absolutely no power to protect itself from being controlled. Many large-scale guilds linked to the NC have been involved in illegal territories. After hearing this, Dongshik brings up another issue. Awakened SH is not linked to the Ability Management Bureau, however, you say he is also not linked to the N. Do you know why each country classifies returnees separately, especially the disaster level ones, even though they could classify them like we classify S-rank hunters? He honestly says, no, I don't know. CONHO starts explaining in detail to Dongshik. Disaster level returnees are those who left a remarkable legacy in their world before returning to Earth. Whether they are good or bad, they are creatures that can influence the order of a whole world. If these people return to their Earth homeland, what is the probability that they will submit to the current government? Of course, there will be individual differences, and conflict is unavoidable. That is why they are called disasters. Among the disaster-level returnees who have returned, the strength of those we can measure is at that level. Then what do you think will happen to those above that? Anomaly level. Conflict is unavoidable. Our mission is to navigate that conflict to suit our interests as much as possible. Dongshik gradually understands a little and says, you mean using Awakened Siwoo to control the N? He disagrees with this way of speaking. Didn't Awakened Siwoo say that he would help us and not the N? As weak as we are, we can only do our best. Do you think we have the choice to refuse? Because CONHO said everything right, Dongshik was silent. And then they also watched the comments online. Is this really live? Is this a monster attack? What do we do if they go straight to the ceasefire line like that? I heard the Pazu area has prepared for the worst and started evacuating. They are not the type to make up stories. It's okay. The N heroes will handle it, nothing to worry about. Everyone have faith. The goddess Diamond will grant us all salvation. Don't be fooled by these cultists. Everyone still loves you all. We are finished. We are finished. We are finished. After reading it with a feeling of confusion, he asked team leader Kim, do you see? They say we are finished. Because it is a difficult question, Dongshik answers uncertainly, Minister, we have already cast the dice. So all we can do is humbly accept the result. Whatever it is. At the same time, when he arrived, Siwoo started broadcasting again. We have reached the helicopter's area of operation. The unique entity named Great Demon Lord is in sight. Can everyone hear me? That big guy is the Great Demon Lord. He is very dangerous and different from normal. Oh, I will go down now. And while C says these words, he is standing at the door of the helicopter and facing downward. On the other hand, while jumping down, SU can still calmly film and say, this channel is the official YouTube channel of the Taimen Church. So please like, comment, subscribe, and click the notification bell. Thank you very much. Goodbye. Meanwhile, Mi-eung shouts loudly, Pope, the umbrella of Mr. Siwoo, is flying in the middle of the high sky like a bright star. Very quickly, the Owers have discovered there is a strange object in the sky and feel confused in their heads. Right after that, he uses his magic to create a huge explosion. Siwoo used magic to create a huge explosion, followed by dust flying up high. Afterward, he also stepped out of that dense cloud of dust. Taking a few steps, Siwoo calls out in pain, my knee hurts so much, maybe I'm pretending to be old while I'm still young. Immediately after, he also hears the sound of an "Oh sir" roaring. A second later, Siwoo encounters this overwrought air. Hey, is this our first time meeting? You are bigger than I thought. You also look very familiar. Hearing this, it angrily replies, I don't understand. In the future, I was told there was nothing about a human warrior like you. I sense disgusting energy from you, energy that opposes us. Siwoo also firmly replies, I've heard this before. It seems that overlots like you don't appear naturally, but are created through someone else's magic energy. There was a one before, along with Dapper Gainer and Lick. Now I understand, all your magic energy comes from Lucifer. Last time it was the great demon lord of pride. Now it is the great demon lord of wrath. Why are the great demon lords trying to come to Earth? When asked a difficult question, the overloader shouts loudly, I don't need to answer your questions. All that needs to happen is the chosen destiny. I will kill you here. Just as he finishes speaking, he uses the hammer in his hand to strike towards Siwoo. At this moment, he casts his eyes toward the opponent. Immediately after, Siwoo jumps up high to avoid Overlorder's attack. As for him, when he jumped up high, he thinks to himself, it seems the destructive power of magic energy converted into physical strength is not something I can block easily. However, using lightning bolts to strike back at it. Next, Siwoo uses his fist to attack, while Overlot O uses his hammer to block. The next second, he retreats backward, then happily says, you are pretty good at defending, huh? Better than I thought. It seems we need at least 6 S-rank hunters. He will be considered one of the stronger Ochre overlords in Eden. On the other hand, it quickly orders, our work has begun. We draw the bows, starting the battle. Human warriors cannot resist our destiny. Brave O warriors, follow me. Siwoo thinks about the strategy in his head. It said that magic energy has a close connection to the desperation for survival. This might be better for me. I can handle them before they become more dangerous. Wouldn't this be perfect for Met, like getting 10 million views on shorts? Thinking that, he takes out his phone, then orders it to pose for a thumbnail. But then Overlot Air angrily shouts, come here, unknown human warrior. I respect your courage for standing in my way. I am the overlord of the ORs. I will handle you myself. In the glorious battle, Siwoo isn't afraid but looks straight at it and says, actually, I'm busy filming. I like long and epic action scenes, but that is not for today. All of you are not cool and also ugly. And above all, I don't mind being a coward because I am not a warrior. Overlorder is even angrier and shouts, what? He doesn't bother with it anymore, just raises his magic sphere up high. The system also confirms with Siwoo, the following skill exceeds causality, so he feels satisfied and mutters to himself, I knew it. Not stopping there, the system also report. Therefore, the following skill has been adjusted according to causality for you. The active skill, Holy Spear level, has been cast. Just like that, a huge source of power from the sky was transmitted to his location. Immediately after, an explosion equivalent to the destructive power of an atomic bomb occurred. Currently, the Holy Temple has also realized this source of power at Siwoo's location. That power is striking directly at Overlord Air. Someone at the Holy Temple is watching it through the live stream on a laptop. The person watching it is Wyangu Gok. He feels surprised and says, unbelievable. At the same time, netizens also left comments on the live stream. What's going on? Is that magic? Crazy. Is this real? Is this fake? How can this be fake? No hunter in South Korea can do that. WTF, is this an anomaly? Isn't this hack? Everyone will understand that everyone is equal before overwhelming power. Wyangu Gok remembers what Siwoo once said, hey, let's eat soybean paste soup today. However, he replied, we don't have potatoes. Immediately after, he threw money at Wyangu Gok and said, I have money here, go buy it, making him feel uncomfortable having to run away. And right now, Wyangu Gok is worried about Siwoo and mutters to himself, just this morning, he wanted to eat soybean paste soup, throwing money at me to go buy ingredients. I forgot he is an anomaly. I never denied that he is an anomaly. My brother is not the type to lie about things like that. However, even if you bring the strongest heroes of South Korea, can they compare to him? Miracle. Why did that word suddenly appear in my head? A few seconds later, he looks at the netizens' comments. Anyone who watches this and still thinks he is a scammer needs to see a doctor. Our country really has an anomaly. What does an anomaly mean? If we don't know the limit of their power, I will register for the Gen Church. Am I the only one who feels scared? Just at this moment, all netizens see the arm of Overlot or move. Because everyone assumes it is dead, the netizens immediately comment, huh, did it just move? Is that oh sir still alive? Did he survive that blow? Wyangu Gok sees it and shouts in surprise. Huh, not only them, Siwoo is also surprised that Overlord Ochre is still moving. However, just as it sits up, he uses magic to strike it on the head. Siwoo concentrates his spirit waiting for the result. Finally, when Overlot Or has completely fallen and he stands coldly and shows discomfort, Wyangu Gok mutters. He is uncomfortable because it didn't die in one blow. I know it. That is the brother I know. After returning to the Holy Temple, Siwoo angrily shouts, damn it. Who would have thought he could survive that blow? The ending is a bit disappointing. It's not cool at all, not at all. However, Minso and Si-eung agree in unison. That's not true, Your Holiness. You showed an incredible sight. You even showed your human side. I don't think it could be more perfect. Meanwhile, Wang Gugok feels uncomfortable and calls their names. Say Ung Min. Siwoo cannot stop being angry, so he shouts at them. Hey, wouldn't it be better if the first attack was? Seeing him like this, Wang Gugok suddenly has a thought. It seems he is too concerned with looking cool. Minso takes out his phone while watching and says, after the Overlot was defeated, the remaining O's started fighting each other. The monster attack has disbanded. Thanks to you, everything seems fine. The Capacity Bureau is thanking you and the N said nothing. However, mentioning this, Wang Gugok takes out his phone and gives it to Siwoo, then says, brother. He quickly reads the news about himself. News of the day, politics, economy, society, life, world, etc. The giant Chaos Gate in Busan has been adjusted from B rank to A+. Encouragement for all players in the Daongnam area. The giant Gilder players in Pazu City, Musan have started moving. The first anomaly of South Korea Shu, why didn't he do anything in this situation? A few seconds later, he says in an astonished voice, did you know you even made the news? Unbelievable. Also, you made the news with the article headline, South Korea in danger, where is the leadership? Siwoo holds his head and stares at the newspaper, muttering to himself, it's not that I don't want to help, I also want to go. However, just as he thinks this, the system sends a warning. A dangerous warning. The warning has content. Due to reaching your causal limit, the use of divine power has been restricted for the next 24 Earth hours. Out of the sky, a sudden, extremely powerful stream of magic poured down, striking the ground and blowing it apart. Seeing the strange sight before them, everyone in the control room was horrified into silence. Even Dong Zich stammered, unable to form a sentence. What is that? Meanwhile, Nho stayed fairly calm and said, so this is what they meant by the power of an anomaly, like a nuclear weapon. Still unbelieving, he asked again, is this really the power of an anomaly? After seeing Siwoo walking outside, Nho had a thought. Our imagination of an anomaly's power was vague, but now this video makes it clear. Siwoo aimed for this. Everyone watching the livestream must have felt it. Then when the screen displayed the line, subscribe, comment, like and turn on notifications to help the goddess a lot, he suddenly gave a thumbs up and cheerfully said, Minister, about the live broadcast, I think we don't need a written apology anymore. But the minister replied, I lost the bet, and the level of destruction was far greater than expected. Maybe my luck will be better in the coming year. On the drive home, Dong Zich called Siwoo. Yes, team leader Siwoo, did you watch the livestream? Dong Zich said earnestly, Siwoo, I was stunned. I watched every second from start to finish. We projected it on the main screen and all 250 staff at headquarters watched together. A while later, Siwoo made a request. Since I've handled this, can I leave the rest to you? I have some matters to attend to. Dong Zich agreed happily. Of course. Thanks to you, we were able to stop the monster attack. Thank you very much. Right now, I'm on my way to China to negotiate about O moving north. I'll get back to you after we stabilize the situation as best we can. Hearing this, Siwoo thought, he must be very busy. He quickly replied, yes, good job, I'll take care of the rest. Right after ending the call, Siwoo thought to himself, he is really busy. On the other hand, he checked online news, local reports, hot topics. A leaderless O group revealed that the Awakeness Siwoo was moving north, passing Old Pyongyang with the ultimate goal of China. The danger level of the Chaos Gate at Grade B had been announced to all players in the Jeonnam area. The large player group in Pajumunnan began to mobilize urgently. Korea's first anomaly is Siwoo. Why isn't he moving in such a dangerous situation? Reading this, Siwoo suddenly stopped, staring at the line and musing. The first anomaly abandoned things right after promoting his religion without resolving the situation, ending it after the promotion. Pope Siwoo's YouTube channel was just a show, a meeting of Buddhist monks and Lord Yans throughout. Just then Yeonggugak suddenly walked over. Seeing him, Siwoo exclaimed, my God, you're falling for their clickbait headlines. Startled by the sudden appearance, Siwoo retorted, how could I not read it? He said that, but his hands were honest as Siwoo scrolled down to the comments. He read the newest, oldest, most liked. 1 hour ago, what a relief the O group won't come our way. 1 hour ago, where is Kim Siwoo hiding? 15 minutes is more than enough, is he planning to? 7 minutes ago, I heard some end guys are being dispatched. 5 minutes ago, what are you guys slandering the one who did the most for fuck's sake? 5 minutes ago, why don't you try it yourselves? 1 minute ago, is that him? The Pope is such a leader, I'll go as soon as I build the shrine. I've handled the biggest problem. Bastard. Again, Yeonggugak made Siwoo jump. While Siwoo was focused on the comments, he pulled out money and said, you're just a normal guy now, right? Go buy potato. Immediately after, Siwoo warned him while making a fist. Yeonggugak, watch your words. It's just some limited divine power, I can still beat you. And he added, I bought potatoes yesterday, so today we'll make potato pancakes. At that, he reluctantly agreed. While cooking, Yeonggugak brought up those articles again. You were trashed in those pieces I read earlier, you'll live long anyway. but Siwoo replied cheerfully, those political players need to handle their own affairs. They have to save face, so they'll try to take over my work. Out of curiosity, he continued, oh, I heard the gate that the great Tiger Clan auctioned also had a monster attack. They're probably busy dealing with that. However, Siwoo was indifferent. As he fed C a potato pancake, he replied, it's not that they did anything, at least they could contain it. At that moment, Siwoo suddenly realized a positive point and thought to himself, actually, this is good. I should start preparing the shrine. The system also issued him a quest. Hidden quest, monster attack wave, complete monster attack wave, hidden type. Description: you have protected allied forces from hundreds of thousands of OR troops on Earth. Before a dangerous update, you will receive the hidden quest reward. Reward, 5,000 DP. Despite all the busyness and many tasks, the good news was the hidden quest had been completed. A day had passed since the penalty, but there was still time. At the same time, the system issued a red alert. Due to reaching the causal limit, your use of divine power has been restricted for the next 24 Earth hours. Siwoo grew worried and mentally calculated. I should check the church status window. Luckily, I earned DP before the restructuring. Has anything changed? The system answered. The Gen Church worships the primordial goddess Gen from the Eden dimension. Current official followers and holdings: secondary charity, secondary baptism, no affiliated organizations, current deity points 12,700. Reading this, Kim Siwoo became urgent, thinking, still far from the main quest goal of 50,000 followers, but with the 255 skip, many followers joined while I was away. Suddenly, Youngugak called, Siwoo, look. Siwoo followed the cue and looked ahead. He saw Leo talking with a crowd. Quickly, Siwoo shouted, Leo. He turned at once and said, Your Holiness, welcome. Many people have applied to become official followers because of the monster attack. I'm proud we have more brothers and sisters on Earth. Siwoo bluntly told Leo, I came because of that. Seconds later, he stepped before the crowd. Many murmured, oh, it's the Pope. Pope, I watched yesterday's livestream. You were truly extraordinary. I'm a relative of someone saved in the disaster at the epicenter. I owe Gen my thanks. Seeing the crowd's goodwill, Siwoo clasped his hands at his chest and eagerly said, Thank you for choosing us. From now on, I entrust you all to our care. Gen will be very pleased. He looked at Leo with satisfaction, thinking, Yes, Leo, this is the moment I bring you to Earth. I'm not good at teaching others, but we have someone who will become the perfect missionary. Then Siwoo introduced Leo to everyone. As you know, this is Leo, Archbishop of the Gen sect. From now on, he will teach the doctrines to our brothers and sisters. If you have questions, ask him. I have great faith in Archbishop Leo. The unexpected proposal left Leo slightly flustered. Siwoo whispered into Leo's ear, You know you have to teach them doctrine, right? Leo replied, Yes, Your Holiness, but there are so many people. Siwoo suddenly asked, So many? You'll have to teach this number 200 times more. The remark left Leo both puzzled and astonished. He explained to Siwoo, Your Holiness, under Korean labor law it's usually 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. Before Leo finished, Siwoo cut in with a promise. Gen said she'll send more people from Eden to help teach the new followers, so hang in there a bit longer. At that, Leo reluctantly agreed. Yes, I hope they arrive soon. Siwoo reassured Leo, I promised there would be aid. Do you trust me? Leo could only answer, It would be great if they really come. Meanwhile, Youngugak thought to himself, I think my brother really is a scoundrel. Once only the two of them remained, Youngugak asked bluntly, Siwoo, aren't we short on funds? There are more and more people. With living and sect management costs, we'll need a lot of money. Medub won't be enough. However, Siwoo answered, I don't plan to profit from Medub. Youngugak asked in surprise, So you plan to manage it through donations like other religions? Siwoo answered frankly, I'll accept offerings at first. That's already decided. Hearing that, Youngugak fell silent. After a moment, he hesitantly said, Siwoo, I don't want to bring this up, but do you know how expensive C's tutoring fees are? Siwoo looked at Youngugak's face, then lined in and whispered in his ear. Youngugak, this is an absolute secret, but I'll tell you specially. Curious, he focused to hear what Siwoo was about to say. After hearing it, Youngugak shouted in alarm, That's allowed. Are you sure that's okay? That's not proselytizing, that's just business. No, it's like a cult. Immediately, Siwoo cut him off. Hey, don't blaspheme. I'll snap you in two if Leo finds out. Shut up. At the moment, the two of them were standing in a very beautiful garden. Right after that, the system provided information. You can buy a consecrated house in the store. Level 1 consecrated house, PLC base type. Description: using holy stones, you can craft relics. The consecrated house item will bless those relics. The higher the level of the consecrated house, the more blessings it can provide. Cost 5,000 DP. Just like that, the construction of the consecrated house began, and the system confirmed. Constructing the consecrated house, you have consumed 5,000 DP. Level 1 consecrated house. You have entered the level 1 consecrated house belonging to your temple. Display the list of relics that can currently be crafted in your consecrated house. As soon as he saw it, Yongu said in amazement, "This is where they are made." He also felt satisfied and muttered to himself, "The church's health bracelet." On the other hand, Siwoo collected divine stones and brought them to CEO Kang XX. As soon as he saw them, the CEO felt very excited. "Divine stones, I have never seen them before. Because they are new minerals, we are very curious about them," the production guild master said. He also cleverly replied, "I met a wonderful person thanks to Mins, and divine stones don't cause mana explosions like magic stones, so they are very safe." CEO Kang became even more interested. "That's great. So you want me to craft what you requested from these stones, right?" "Yes, make this round design and place the stone here." In addition, he could confidently boast about his craftsmanship, saying that with that skill, it would be easy as pie. And they could produce 100-200 per day. It is an honor to be the first production guild to partner with the famous Gen Church. I will show you excellent results because you have trusted us. Very quickly, the divine stone mining contract between Siwoo and CEO Kang was successfully signed. Everything went so smoothly that he laughed and said, "Everything is going very well." However, Yongu thought he was a swindler, so he asked uncomfortably, "Hey, do you really intend to become a con artist?" After a while, divine stone bracelets were also brought to the market, a bracelet with a divine stone set in grooves. Depending on the rank of the divine stone used in production, each bracelet has different effects and is very useful for the wearer's natural recovery. The number of relics that can be produced will increase through purchases in the OLC store or by upgrading the consecrated house. When the product sold well, Kim Siwoo said excitedly, "The best-selling product of Gen Church is the Divine Stone Bracelet. We don't have to worry about managing the church anymore, Yongu. See, made in the form of a bracelet, beneficial for the wearer's health and reasonably priced, this is a product that many people love. Do you know about the mysterious Divine Stone Health Bracelet? A filial gift for parents, a gift of love for lovers, extremely popular all over Ian. Feel the power of the Divine Stone yourself. Buy 2, get 1 free. The effect of the Divine Stone helps reduce fatigue, improve blood circulation, relieve pain, treat hair loss, and reduce menstrual pain. Buy 2, get 1 free." Furthermore, Siwoo explained to Yongu, although it is similar to the anti-scientific anion bracelets that were once popular in South Korea, this is a best-selling product in Eden. After listening, Yongu commented on his brother, "Siwoo has no talent for marketing." He said his thoughts directly, "A new religion and a health bracelet. Doesn't anyone find it strange?" But Siwoo stubbornly replied, "Anion bracelets are unscientific, but ours are real, with blessings to reduce fatigue and many other things, although the priests need to bless them." Siwoo still sent Ian to any tutoring academy the boy wanted. When he couldn't convince his brother, Yongu was disappointed, muttering in his heart, "The whole world is falling into chaos, yet our Gen Church is gradually becoming a cult." Not stopping there, he asked, "But who will bless them?" Immediately, Siwoo fell into deep thought because currently he couldn't use divine power. Leo was the person he thought of, but Yongu was still worried. Disappointment evident on his face. "Goddess Jen, please do something about this trash. What can be done when currently only Leo is a priest?" Just then, the system gave a notification. "Your main deity has sent a prophecy." Right after that, Jen appeared to look for Siwoo. Siwoo replied happily with disbelief. Jen, meanwhile, Yongu was confused. "Is this goddess trying to kill Leo?" But Jen calmly replied, "Gosh, it seems I arrived just in time, right, Siwoo? What I prepared has been resolved. As I said, I will send someone from the Holy Knights along with the same method as Leo." Siwoo was surprised. "Like Leo," Jen quickly explained. "That's right, the method is that you buy through the system. I will send them through a portal. You can see it right before your eyes." Right after that, the new item also appeared along with information from the system. A new item is available for sale in the store. You can buy a Holy Knight Commander. In addition, the system also issued a red alert. Due to reaching the causality limit, your use of divine power has been restricted for the next 24 Earth hours. Time remaining, 1 hour 45 minutes 24 seconds. The store inventory has been updated. You can buy the special Holy Knight Commander position. At this time, Siwoo suddenly realized something was wrong, thinking to himself, "The Holy Knight Commander costs as much as a new base. Luckily, I received points from the hidden mission. Because I can't let Leo burn to death, I have no other choice. Then I will buy it." Immediately, the system responded, "You have used 5,000 DP to buy the special Holy Knight Commander position. Because you bought it at a price consistent with causality, Jen's interference from the Eden dimension will be ignored." To verify, Siwoo asked Jen, "Is it effective?" She replied confidently, "Yes." In addition, Siwoo made another request. "Are you going to tell me the date, time, and location of the portal like last time? The last time was very troublesome. Although thanks to that I met Captain Choi, but that was just due to luck. We need to prepare in advance." At this time, Jin remained silent and did not answer. A moment later, she hesitated. I already sent. He panicked. What? Jen quickly admitted her mistake. Ah, I felt guilty for taking so long to send aid, so this time I sent them away immediately. Anyway, there was already a connection path ready. Siwoo started thinking, seeing that she made sense. The current world is in chaos due to the strange portal and dungeon phenomenon. Meanwhile, Yongu urged him because he wanted to know what they had said. Brother, what did the goddess say? Please tell me this has nothing to do with us. Next, Jin also had Siwoo watch a hint clip through the tablet screen. On the screen was a group of his people surrounding Luna. Ajia said to Daeun, "They look like members of the Gen Church. I think we're done for." Following that was an image of Luna stepping on the corpse of a monster, then turning to glare at them with an uncomfortable look. Immediately, Dahyunun asked her, "Are you an enemy? Reveal yourself." Ajia quickly stopped him. "Isn't that a bit too blunt?" However, they didn't wait for Luna to answer, and after a loud shout, they started attacking. Luna looked at them coldly one by one, then immediately plunged into the chaotic battle. During the fight, the wind blew Luna's long hair in midair. Next, Luna quickly jumped up high. The group below stood still as statues. Before counterattacking, she laughed and said, "You attacked first, right? Now it's my turn." This sentence made the group below pale with fear, and then Luna created a ground-shaking counterattack, with smoke and dust flying everywhere. Just then, suggestive comments appeared on the screen again. "She's so pretty, who is she? What's going on? I don't think she belongs to the Deho Guild. Why are the attackers running away? Where is the guy who explains? I don't know either, I think she just winked at me." Meanwhile, Siwoo said in a panic, "Wait a minute, forget the winking. Why does she chase all our guild members away while winking at them?" As soon as he finished speaking, Siwoo asked angrily, "Jen, what is this?" Jen hurriedly replied, "My mission is done, I'm leaving. So much to do, goodbye." The next second, the system issued a command. The prophecy has ended, making him so angry that he couldn't speak. Siwoo started mumbling with anxiety. "How can we handle this? Let's get out of here quickly." Right after that, the screen showed an image of Luna as she introduced herself. "I am the third Holy Knight Commander of the Gen Church, leader of the Fan M Knight Order. Darlings, if you don't want to surrender, I suggest you." Hearing this, both Siwoo and Yongu were so terrified that their eyes widened, and they could only think one desperate sentence in their hearts: "We're done for." Luna is the leader of the third Holy Knight team, Fan M Knight Order, and one of the strongest people representing the church. Like Leo, who is called the Mad Dog, Luna also has a similar title, the Bloody Saint, because she carries the blood of enemies across the battlefield. It is a title that is completely fitting every time she swings her beloved umbrella. Although Luna is proficient in all kinds of weapons, she especially loves the umbrella, which is why Siwoo used to wonder. Very quickly, he went to find her. Luna said happily, "There is a certain joy in smashing skulls. Why don't you try it to understand that feeling? Are you free tonight? If you are, perhaps we can have a drink or two." Hearing that, Siwoo reluctantly replied, "Ah, I see." In addition to combat ability, she is also a very influential person in the church. Not only is she a saint and a holy knight, Luna also has a striking appearance that makes everyone turn back to look twice, and furthermore, she has a cool personality, making many people jealous. Siwoo quickly went to find Leo. While sitting in the car and hearing this, he said comfortably, "In the terms of this world, she is basically an idol. In the era when Medub dominates, having someone like Luna come will be great for us." Siwoo shouted. "However, why does she have to wage war with another guild?" At this moment, Leo didn't know how to answer, so he said, "Oh yeah. Besides," Siwoo questioned Leo, "you did that too, what the hell?" Leo quickly explained, "But they attacked first." Siwoo understood him but still blamed. "I know, but even so, couldn't you just dodge the attack gracefully? Why did you have to strike back?" He replied firmly, "Both Lifton and I only follow the rules we were taught." Siwoo deliberately asked Leo, "Which fool taught that to the church members? Who did that?" Leo didn't answer and just smiled at the other person. So Siwoo asked uncomfortably, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Leo quickly looked away and said, "It's nothing." At this time, the Oleadan portal has a glowing divine stone, and furthermore, it shows signs of getting bigger and bigger. At this time, the Oleadan portal has a glowing divine stone, and furthermore, it shows signs of getting bigger and bigger. Guards are preventing everyone from getting close. Limit the press. A campaign is underway in the area. Only those permitted are allowed to enter the scene. In addition, many curious people asked, "Is it true that you are fighting the Gen Church? Is it Gen who handled this portal as well as the monster wave from the old North Korea? Look, there is a Gen Church follower among the reporters. Everyone needs to know the truth." Facing the chaotic scene, Leo said to Siwoo, "It seems like they are arguing because this is a matter of honor." The Deho Guild is one of the representative guilds of South Korea, not only embarrassed in the live broadcast, but the person causing this scene also ensured that everyone knew she was a member of the Gen Church. Siwoo thought to himself, "What will happen if I appear now? Top 10 controversial moments of Gen Church leaders. Unexpected confession of a Gen Church follower. The truth behind Shu, that jerk. All the conspiracy theorists on the internet will tear me to pieces. It will destroy all the good initial impressions. I will disappoint team leader Kim and Minister Seo Nho. He said to Leo, now let's go into the barrier that the D-Ho Guild created to stop Luna, and we will quietly take Luna out of there. That's my plan. However, he reminded Siwoo, there is no way Ms. Lifton will leave quietly. How do you intend to get past the barrier? Siwoo replied happily, what other way? We'll just walk straight in. Just then, the system gave a reminder to him. Passive skill Divine Protection level maxer disables all magic. The following magic battle has accumulated great damage. The integrity of the barrier has been significantly reduced. Along with that, Leo said sadly, Your Holiness, I heard there is something called a double standard. Siwoo felt confused, asked back, what does that mean? Leo replied, nothing, I just said it. Scene transition to Luna's play. Currently, she has defeated everyone who was fighting with her. After entering the barrier and seeing this scene, Siwoo muttered to himself, everything about Luna should have been perfect. If it weren't for the scene she caused, unbelievable. Just then, someone else suddenly rushed to attack Luna. Although she was a bit surprised, she was still safe after this attack. Right after that, Luna counterattacked, and the opponent also backed away to avoid. Seeing this, Siwoo was surprised, thinking to himself, it seems there is still an S-rank hunter standing firm. Perhaps that is the remaining pride of the D-Ho Guild. Meanwhile, Leo commented, it seems like Liv Vuitton is testing her opponent. But Siwoo refuted, Leo, most people would say that she is playing with him. He couldn't even land a single blow. He still didn't believe it, so he replied, is that so? Perhaps she's bored. Right after that, Luna showed excitement, preparing to deliver the next blow. At the same time, Junhoo was also running fast towards the opponent. When the two were about to touch, Siwoo appeared just in time, pushing them away from each other. He said, we can stop here. I think there has been a misunderstanding. Junhoo was very surprised to see Siwoo, and Luna shouted excitedly, Your Holiness. Very quickly, she turned back to fix her clothes, then laughed and said, Your Holiness, it's been too long. I've missed you so much. Siwoo replied confusedly, it hasn't been that long. It's only been 2 months since I came to Earth. She quickly introduced, I am Luna. I received a call from Goddess Jen and came to Earth to help you, Your Holiness. Immediately, Siwoo felt guilty, hurriedly explaining, Luna, I know it's my fault for letting you come late, but how can I handle this situation? Why did you make such a big deal out of it? He said that because in front of them was a scene of people lying everywhere. However, Luna just laughed loudly and also showed confidence. It's all thanks to your teachings. How do you see it? Hearing that, Siwoo only panicked. What this? Life doesn't always go according to plan, but sometimes unexpected things bring good things. At this time, Siwoo saw Sung-min angrily blaming Junhoo. Team leader Junhoo, what did you just say? He replied immediately, I was saying that we need to take part of the responsibility in this situation. However, Sung-min refuted, we only followed the special law on abilities. All we did was attack a strange entity that appeared from the portal. Why apologize? Even so, Junhoo still held firm to his argument. We were the ones who attacked first, despite having received many warnings. That's why we have to apologize to the Gen Church. The entity from the portal made it clear that they didn't want to fight and even used Korean. Although there was a chance for dialogue, we ordered an attack. Hearing this, Siwoo became even more firm than thought to himself. This is the reason I will use to defend myself. At this time, Siwoo asked Luna, Luna, did you hypnotize that person or something? She was surprised and answered honestly, I don't have that ability. But Siwoo still didn't believe. Really? Then why did he stand on our side? Luna teased. If I had the ability to hypnotize, I would have used it on you. This made Siwoo uncomfortable and shouted, what did you just say? She replied calmly, whatever you think, I think the same. Just then Leo stepped in to stop. Ms. Liv Von Tun, you shouldn't do that. Seeing Leo, Luna shouted excitedly, covering her face. Leo, oh, I'm your sister, don't call me Ms. anymore. How are you? Do you miss your sister? Oh my god, what do I do? You've lost a lot of weight. While Luna spoke, she also stepped up to touch Leo in a worried voice, but he brushed her hand away. Please don't touch me anymore. Standing on the side, Siwoo was already uncomfortable, saying, you two aren't even blood siblings. Luna still remained calm. Both the saint and the saintess serve under Goddess Jen. Aren't we almost like siblings? Brother, at this point, Siwoo had to go along with it. Do whatever you want. Not stopping there, Luna also draped her arm around Leo's shoulder, making him scream in fear. Ah, please stop, Ms. Liv Von, Your Holiness. At the same time, Sung-min was still blaming Junhoo. What's wrong with you? Team leader, even though you are the right-hand man of the guild leader, this is really absurd. He lowered his head to accept the mistake. I'm not saying I'm right. I accept any punishment if I made the wrong decision. But Luna interrupted. Then what? Luna's words made Junhoo suddenly sober up. He said calmly, oh, your name is Luna, right? Without a hint of fear, Luna stepped forward, arms crossed, and replied, that's right, so what? He lowered his voice. Thanks, I think I learned a lot. Is there any chance we could meet up again to talk more? Luna found it amusing, laughing as she said, You're better than I thought. If you fix a few of those bad sword habits, you'll be much better. He was so embarrassed that he blushed and asked, Really? Flustered, his eyes fixed on Luna, his voice trembling. Seeing this, Siwoo suddenly got an idea and leaned in to whisper in Junhoo's ear. If you're interested, pay a visit to our temple. I'm sure Ms. Liv Vitan would be more than happy to teach you. Junhoo thought Siwoo was serious and asked, For real? He continued to fuel the hope. Of course, I think you'll have a great time. Immediately, Junhoo promised, I will definitely visit the temple. Siwoo was satisfied with this promise, thinking to himself, Perfect, if we play this right, we might even get an S-rank believer. Luna also agreed with Siwoo. You haven't changed a bit, Saint. Meanwhile, Leo was annoyed. Saint, you're making me worried. But Siwoo made up an excuse. This just reminds me of the past. All right then, let's head home. Afterward, a series of news reports about them appeared online. Conflict between the Gen Church and the Deho Guild. A battle occurred at Gate C57 in Incheon. Experts suggest Luna is an entity from another dimension. The Ability Ministry demands the Gen Church explain and apologize to the DH Guild. How much will the compensation be? S-rank hunter Junhoo, who was attacked, announced he would visit the Gen Church. We have prepared for the arrival of friendly entities from other dimensions. According to an official report from the Ministry of Special Ability Management, Korea will lead the new generation. Although the video from the Deho Guild was taken down, it spread rapidly for a while. The official MP channel was also flooded with comments asking when Luna would debut. Even the comment sections on news reports exploded with all kinds of reactions from viewers. Immediately after, he saw more news about Luna appear with the headline, New Member of the Gen Church, Luna. Along with that came a flurry of netizen comments. Why is she so pretty? If she hit me, how far do you think I'd fly? Is she an entity from another dimension, right? If she walked out of a gate, would she look like those appear? With beauty no one could deny, and the ability to go toe-to-toe with the strongest members of the DH Guild, Luna was once seen as an idol in Eden. Despite not having much official interaction on Earth, she will surely become even more famous. Kim Siwoo rolled his eyes, thinking that, in reality, the DH Guild's livestreaming actually became an advantage for the Gen Church, as Meet Tup was their main source of advertising. An attractive person like Luna is a huge plus, though there was still one downside he had to keep in mind. Thinking of this, he walked to the living room and accidentally saw Luna scrolling on her phone, laughing heartily. She said happily, Earth is so fun, if I had known, I would have come sooner. Siwoo thought to himself about Luna's downside. It was her somewhat carefree and play-loving personality. Would that affect the church at all? While he was still thinking, Luna suddenly said, Maybe I should review my first appearance. I think I need to learn a few new poses for next time. Luna's remark made Siwoo think, since when did she know how to say things like that? Did Jen teach her? Not stopping there, Luna continued. Every time I get rejected, I think people on Earth have different beauty standards. But looking at everyone's reaction, that's not it. Jen, it's so funny. Siwoo looked dissatisfied when he saw Luna just playing on her phone, feeling like she was wasting time. He asked, Since when did you know how to use a phone? Luna jumped off the sofa and told the truth. It's all thanks to the blessing of use from Jen. Siwoo was startled and amazed. That works too. Right at this moment, the system issued a notification. Mobile skill, blessing of use only for Luna. The blessed person can use everything, tools, weapons, even mechanical devices with almost unlimited capability. Luna then excitedly said to Siwoo, I guess so. He secretly felt annoyed. I knew this skill was already overpowered back in Eden. I didn't expect it to even work for phones on Earth. Damn it, she really is just too lucky. Unexpectedly, Luna asked Siwoo, Are you serious, Saint? Are you happy that I'm here? He panicked and replied, Huh, she misunderstood and asked further, You don't want to see me. Siwoo didn't say it out loud, but thought to himself, Actually seeing her isn't that bad. But if I keep avoiding her, she'll just waste my time again. Thinking that, he happily suggested, Of course, why don't we go to the military base when we have a chance? I also want to see if your blessing works on helicopters or fighter jets. Luna smiled and replied, Don't be shy, you're still as cute as ever. Seeing her so excited, Siwoo quickly thought of a way to escape. Just then, Leo walked in and asked, Ms. Livon, are there any issues at the sanctuary? Luna thought for a moment and then answered, We encountered some things. Siwoo felt worried and asked back, What kind of things? Without beating around the bush, Luna quickly explained. After the saint returned to Earth, the monsters hiding in the north of the continent started to appear again. We even heard that the Demon King is somewhere in the southern islands. Because of that, we've been very busy. Hearing this, Siwoo began to think seriously. I thought I had wiped out all the monsters. It turns out there were still reasons Jen has been busy lately. He offered his opinion to Luna. If so, shouldn't you stay in Eden? Luna immediately stated her main mission when coming to Earth. Saint, our mission is to help you. You are the one who saved Eden, don't feel guilty. Siwoo thought it through carefully and smiled to thank everyone. However, with her play-loving nature, Luna quickly looked for entertainment. Come on, why don't we have something to drink? I'm curious about what alcohol on Earth tastes like. Siwoo felt worried and found a reason to stop her. Luna, is it okay to like alcohol so much? You're a saintess. But Luna said nonchalantly, only those who understand alcohol can guide those who drink it. Siwoo immediately found a way to stop Leo from going. I know, Leo is the weakest of the four heavenly kings. This remark hurt Leo, who cried as he asked, Saint, what are you saying? At the same time, Sion, Siwoo's sister, was also surprised to see Luna, a beautiful older sister. Luna happily greeted Sion. Little sister, I'm very happy to meet you. Gujiletter 181C, Siwoo's younger brother, even blamed him. Older brother, why didn't you tell me that sister Luna was coming? He scratched his head and answered in confusion. I didn't know you wouldn't be home either. Luna looked interested when she saw him. Oh, is this cute guy the saint's younger brother? I've heard a lot about. Siwoo didn't like it when Luna complimented his younger brother like that and said, the cute one is Sion. Don't call Gujiletter 181C cute. Luna not only wasn't angry but smiled brightly. Oh, it's so cute to see you jealous like that. But I don't want to cause conflict between siblings. After saying that, she stepped toward C, making Siwoo yell in frustration. That kind of joke is ridiculous. It was Gujiletter 181C's turn to feel amused when his brother was teased by Luna. Sister, Luna teasing you is so fun. Luna also chimed in. It's a pleasure to meet you cute siblings. I'm Luna, just call me sister if you like. I really want to get to know everyone better. Gujiletter 181C felt surprised by Luna's friendliness and asked back, Are you sure? No hesitation. Luna replied decisively. Of course, Gujiletter 181C. You can call me whenever you need. I've heard a lot about you in Eden, that you're very good at video editing. Gujiletter 181C was even more surprised to hear about Eden, thinking to himself, Are there people who edit videos in Eden too? Afterward, Luna said to her, Is it okay if I stay here for a while? Exon politely asked, Can I just call you sister? Luna excitedly replied, Of course, C, just call me sister whenever you want. Right at this moment, Leo spoke up, But if there's a 20-year age gap, shouldn't you call her aunt? This remark made Luna angry and she shouted, Shut up, Leo. He still didn't give in, wondering why he was being called uncle. Seeing that everyone in the house could get along with each other, Siwoo felt satisfied, observing them having fun while muttering to himself, I never thought the day my family on Earth met Leo and Luna would come. This is a wonderful moment. I hope this peace lasts a little longer. At the same time, in a dark place, a monster appeared again, screaming, Accept me, submit to me, obey me. Immediately after, its tentacles attacked everyone, causing everyone to panic and scream, It's here, run. When seeing someone getting caught, desperate screams rang out, Jock, you damn thing, this monster. In the middle of that, Seal Zin appeared, rushing forward to fight off the monster. He frowned and shouted, We must retreat. I don't think any attack works on that thing. If this situation continues, our guild will be wiped out. I will hold it off for a while, leave quickly. Once safe, Seal Zin told his teammates, request help from Pope Siwoo of the Gen Church. His teammates didn't agree, thinking that he couldn't fight the monster alone. However, Sane shouted, Go now. Bringing Pope Siwoo here is the best help you can give me. A main scenario update just appeared. Who would have thought that divine power could be so terrifying? You think so too, right, Pope Kim? Currently, the main scenario on Earth has been updated to the class era, based on the amount of mana people on Earth possess. Many people think that the appearance of divine power is too late. However, major religions like Christianity, Buddhism, and religions many have never heard of like the White Light Church have all started reporting players capable of using divine power. Regardless of whether they actually use it or not, at the Gen Church, we have focused on recruiting players of the divine type, those who have chosen Gen as their true god. At this time, Leo led a group of people to Siwoo and said, Pope, these are the players who have chosen the Gen Church. With the addition of Divton, I think we have one less thing to worry about. He happily turned to talk to everyone. Now it seems we are gradually forming a hierarchy in society. Well done, Luna said to the new group. Even though we haven't been on Earth for long, I am very grateful to all of you for choosing to follow the Gen Church. Then I guess I will be in charge of combat training. Siwoo reluctantly agreed. Of course, but how can you both heal and support with one staff? A moment later, he suddenly looked toward the crowd and discovered an acquaintance, a child. Leo approached and explained. His name is Seung-hoo. He just joined the church with his father. He expressed his gratitude to you for taking care of the gate. Besides that, you must have known it already, but it seems he was born with the destiny to become a prophet. Siwoo didn't reply, thinking to himself, although the history of the Gen Church on Earth is still very short, I never thought there could exist someone who possesses such pure faith in our church. He doesn't look much older than C either. This made me reconsider my priorities. Leo quickly continued, Pope, can you give a few words? The believers are begging to see you. Si Ung-hu, hearing the Pope mentioned, turned his head to look at Siwoo with longing eyes. He walked gently to Si Ung-hu, chatting happily as he went. In the past, a man once said, instead of giving a hungry person a fish, teach them how to fish. We will not make empty promises like other churches, such as the fast track to riches. Pausing for a moment, Siwoo reached out his hand, performing magic while continuing. We will teach everyone the correct method to use and develop divine power. I am not here to create miracles for everyone, but I am here to create miracles myself. Jen is not a goddess who will let everyone down. Keep your faith strong and believe in yourself. Seeing Siwoo's solemn expression at this moment, Luna felt surprised, thinking to herself, I can't believe his expression could be this serious. Just then someone ran over in a panic, saying, Wait, you can't come in here like this. The person bowed and continued, I'm sorry, Pope, the person who arrived is Jock. Hearing the commotion, Siwoo turned back, recognizing the membership badge of the Goblin Guild. Jock, with an injured arm, knelt at Siwoo's feet and begged, Pope, please help us this time. Captain Sin is currently in danger at the center zone in Busan. It's possible he's already lost his life. Please help us. In South Korea, there are a total of 3 center zones. The birthplace of our temple, which has been purified, the dissenter zone, and finally Busan. Finally, Siwoo decided to take a plane to save them. On the plane, Jock told the whole story. 3 years ago, everyone must have known about the gate outbreak in Busan. The center zone in Busan is a remnant from the aftermath of that gate. Although mana pollution here is less severe than in Center Zone C, it is dangerous because its location is in the middle of a big city. At the main gate outbreak, the Goblin Guild contributed the most after discovering the center zone connected to dungeons from other dimensions. A few other gates appeared in Busan as a reward, and the Goblin Guild had the right to choose which gate to explore first. The incident at the gate outbreak brought us many benefits. Siwoo remembered the sudden appearance of Captain Sohitch. To reassure himself, he thought, Sin will need a huge amount to handle those gates. But then, Siwoo remembered the main scenario. After the announcement about the main scenario, didn't everyone realize that gates are appearing all over the world? Similarly, another gate just appeared in Busan. Because they were used to this situation, people didn't pay much attention to it. But then he frowned in thought. After arriving at the center zone in Busan, problems started appearing with the Goblin Guild just about 2 days later. We received a message from Guild Master Tel Zin, sent from inside the gate's dungeon, about issues that even S-rank hunters find hard to solve. On the other hand, at this time, Luna was completely dressed in Earthling style. Just getting off the plane, she said excitedly, Do Earthlings really ride those strange vehicles? It's not like using magic. I want to try driving one to see. Seeing Luna dressed like that, Siwoo asked in surprise, Are you imitating Earth fashion? Did you really use your first allowance to buy clothes? Luna, are you sure you're a saintess? Why are the people in the church so strange? Luna retorted, You're the strangest one of us all, my Pope. Siwoo sighed reluctantly, saying, Well, I think the outfit suits you. How did you find such a matching outfit? Luna smiled brightly and replied, I welcome more compliments from you with all my heart. Afterwards, Siwoo turned to ask Jock, Where is the gate you guys mentioned? He quickly said, Let me lead you. This is the entrance to the dungeon. As soon as they arrived, both Siwoo and Luna were amazed. A familiar yet new feeling surged in Siwoo's heart. Now he understood why Representative Choi requested his help. While lost in thought, Luna suddenly spoke up, Pope, I believe this is. Before she could finish, Siwoo interrupted, That's right, you're not wrong. Immediately after, Luna stole his line and said, This is the sanctuary of heresy. Siwoo shared his feelings. I can feel a very unpleasant divine power from here. At this time, the system gave a hint to Siwoo. You have discovered a chaotic dungeon, the sanctuary of fallen faith. Time remaining before the dungeon goes berserk, 11 minutes 52 seconds. He felt intrigued by this information, thinking to himself, Looks like we're in for a long night. Let's go. Before going inside, the system continued to issue a requirement for Siwoo. Chaotic dungeon, sanctuary of fallen faith. A strange kind of divine power is felt from this dungeon. Wipe out the dungeon and stop it from going berserk. Completion condition, destroy the dungeon core. Reward 3,000 D. Do you accept? Without hesitation, he immediately accepted the quest. Anyway, I was already planning to do this. Getting rewarded with points is not bad either. The system notified, You have accepted the side quest, you have entered the dungeon. And so, the whole group successfully entered, where it was a dark space without a shred of light. Luna quietly followed Siwoo. On the way, she kept observing and thinking to herself, the environment here is far from what she had imagined, not like Earth, nor like Eden. She said to Siwoo, This place is like a completely different world, very interesting. Siwoo also agreed, That's right, it's as if we have stepped into a completely different dimension. In his heart, he had a thought, I wonder if this is what the world would be like if someone only knew how to think about destruction. Jock explained further, this is a characteristic of dungeons owned by open groups. Because it's a private space, the area here is much larger than imagined. If you can detect divine power, can you feel where we can find the people who need saving? Siwoo explained. The only divine power I can control is the divine power born from faith in the supreme deity, the goddess Jen. Secretly feeling worried, Siwoo thought, if the divine power here is based on the goddess Jen, it wouldn't be hard to find the person we're looking for. But since this was once the sanctuary of another sect, we have no choice but to search on our own. Luna also observed for a while and then remarked, this place is like those sects in Eden. Pope, any ideas? Could this be a god from Earth? Siwoo shook his head bluntly. I don't think so. There is no major religion on Earth that has a temple like this. Moreover, it's been less than a month since divine power appeared on Earth. That time is not enough for a god to be worshipped and then forgotten like this. I think there's a possibility that this was once the sanctuary of a god from another dimension, a god who is now nameless. He explained further, divine power is a strength born from the sincere faith of living beings for someone or something. Divine power cannot exist without faith from living beings. But why can divine power still be felt here? If we apply this formula to the current situation, we can conclude there is some living being here that still believes in the god from the other dimension. Just as he finished speaking, the group was startled by a loud noise. Looking back, they discovered a crack nearby. Then suddenly monsters appeared, causing everyone to panic and scream, Pope, why are there monsters here? Immediately, Luna switched to her warrior outfit, laughing happily as she said, I told you, Pope, while Siwoo was startled to see Luna change her outfit and yelled, what? Both looked toward the tower in front, where many monsters were gathered. Luna said half-jokingly to Siwoo, you always create the worst worries for us. It's been 3 years since I set foot in Eden. Endless battles and homesickness began to weigh on me. That was the moment I hit rock bottom. At that time when everything for him was hopeless, Siwoo once asked loudly if an entity like a god could die. Just then, a lightning bolt suddenly appeared, striking dead the flying dragon right before his eyes. And the person who created that lightning bolt was Jen. After hearing Siwoo's words, Jen had looked at him for quite a long time with surprise. She gently placed her hand on his shoulder from behind and said, do you want to kill me, Siwoo? This question made him so flustered that he couldn't say a word. It seems you still hold a grudge against me. Gods like us exist thanks to human faith, and we will disappear when forgotten. Siwoo asked Jen directly, so what happens when you are forgotten? She just replied nonchalantly, exactly then we truly become hidden. There will come a day when you understand what I say. Currently, when recalling Jen's words, Siwoo thought to himself, 7 years have passed since that day, but I still haven't fully understood the meaning of the perfection of a god. However, just as Jen said, I can recognize these entities have failed in their perfection. At this time, all the monsters noticed the illegal intrusion and began preparing to attack. Immediately after, Luna put on her warrior gear and said, Pope, in the name of the goddess Jen, I have never seen such suspicious entities on Eden. The fact that they look horrific while possessing divine power makes me angry. Siwoo quickly corrected her thinking. Judging a book by its cover is a bad habit. Luna then repeated his previous words, but you yourself said the ore look ugly. At this moment, he didn't know how to respond. Luna also asked Siwoo, don't you think Jen would shake her head if she saw them? He answered honestly, I don't think so. Jen might get angry, but in the end, she would feel pity for these entities. This temple has existed long enough to turn into ruins, but the souls that should have gone to the afterlife are still being held here. They are imprisoned by the divine power ropes that their god created. In his heart, he still had a question. How dare they disturb those who believe in them? This can no longer be considered divine. Is it correct to call the energy they possess divine power? Luna quickly rushed over, shouting, how disgusting. Clearly, if these things appeared on Earth, things would be even worse. After a loud shout, they saw Luna standing on top of the monsters' heads. With a steady gaze without a hint of fear, she held the elm staff high in her hand. Before striking down, Luna also shouted to build up her momentum. Immediately after, the spirits of the ore began to hover in midair. Luna turned to ask Siwoo, all right, Pope, do you allow me to purify these lost souls as I see fit? Initially, he was a bit reluctant, but then nodded in agreement. It seems like you're already doing what you want anyway. Fine, I'll leave this to you. I'll go find Captain Choi. The people who came along also promised in unison, we will support the battle. But Siwoo immediately objected. You come with me. Luna didn't like having people interfere with her fight. Jock shouted angrily, what? But just then he heard a loud explosion from behind and changed his attitude. Ah, I see. That made Siwoo laugh. Then he said, let's start finding Captain Selen. I think we will have a chance if we go to the center of the dungeon. They went to another ruined tower, however. They didn't see any O. Jock immediately asked Siwoo, Pope, do you see something wrong? He asked back. What's the matter? Jock said straight out. There are no signs of Captain Choi past this pit, but I can feel Captain Choi's magic power from this pit. Hearing this, Siwoo pondered. The battle here must have been very intense to leave such a large pit, but the traces stop here. He sat down to inspect the pit, then used spiritual power to check everything. After discovering the anomaly, he said loudly, I will go alone from here. Jock asked back in surprise, why do you want to fight alone when we are looking for the captain? We will help you. But Siwoo shook his head. I am very grateful, but I think it would be better if you stay here. Hunters are usually brainwashed if they step into this area. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly used magic into the pit, putting all his effort into finding the location of Choi's. Right after that, the system reported that the Maxer passive skill had disabled the holy barrier. Those present noticed the change and said, there is a spatial barrier inside the portal. Siwoo immediately jumped inside, not forgetting to reassure everyone, don't worry, I will handle everything and bring Captain Choi back. However, they still worriedly shouted, Your Holiness. When he neared the bottom of the pit, he received a notification. You have entered the holy barrier. The space was both hazy and filled with gloom. Your divine power is resisting the distortion phenomenon. At the same time, he discovered Jane, who was still alive there. Siwoo decided to jump into the center of the holy barrier. Upon seeing him, Sane smiled and said, You're late, Pope Kim. I was worried you'd never show up. A heroic landing. I knew you had a romantic side. Truly, there's a reason for me to acknowledge you. Seeing Sane still maintaining optimism in such a situation, Siwoo couldn't help but praise. You're quite skilled, too. How can you still smile in this situation? You could have died if I had arrived a moment later. Not to mention, it seems like you haven't trained your members well. Those fools looked like they wanted to kill you. Sane replied nonchalantly. For some members, this is their first time in a dungeon. How could I harm them just because they became heretics, following some god I don't know, unless I die? If you want to get hurt like me, I suggest you treat Ms. Luna and Mr. Leo well. Siwoo smiled and said, I always try to keep them under control. But deep down, he couldn't help but worry. He has a truly amazing will. Everyone here is brainwashed, but he is completely normal. If he were alone, he would have easily escaped this dungeon. Thinking this, Siwoo asked further, Do you know who we are facing? Sane quickly answered, I have heard his voice. He said things like accept me, submit to me, obey me. I ignored him because I found it annoying, but it seems others couldn't. Siwoo also frankly stated his conditions. So you want me to help you save them, but it will come at a high price. Sane did not hesitate, firmly replying, I will offer the entirety of my life. Siwoo thought to himself, that's a huge loss. Right after that, Sane approached him and said, if you need a hunting dog, I will become your hunting dog. Siwoo raised his hand to stop him, hesitating, but I prefer cats. However, Sane still bowed 90 degrees, pleading, please save my teammates. Hearing this, Siwoo sighed, thinking, personally, I don't dislike people like Captain Sane. Just like that, he set off to eradicate the O and said, Captain Choi, we can discuss the compensation later. Hiding in this distorted space and using it as a shield, you have lost your true name as a god and accepted evil instead of holiness. And then, after a loud shout, Siwoo grabbed the monster's tentacle. Very quickly, the system issued a notification. The dungeon boss has been summoned by you. He loudly said, Master of this distorted temple. The monster immediately screamed, Submit to me. Siwoo gripped its tentacle and struck it directly in the mouth. Right after that, the monster opened its huge mouth and said, Submit to me. I am the only true God, the one worthy of your prayers, the one who saves you. Submit to me. It released a large amount of dark energy. Seeing this, Siwoo said angrily, What the hell are you babbling about, you damn heretic? The monster kept repeating, I am the true God, I am the one worthy of your prayers. Submit to me. At this point, Siwoo became even more annoyed, shouting, What the hell are you babbling about? You fanatic, you dare to brainwash everyone to make them believe in you. All you want is to turn them into heretics to maintain your holy reputation. He thought to himself, even if it's just a god about to be forgotten, a god is still a god. For those from Earth who have never experienced divine power, they wouldn't be able to resist. Just then Sane spoke up, Pope Kim, wait, don't kill that squid yet. If you kill him, will my teammates return to normal? I must bring them back. Hearing this, Siwoo bowed his head and smiled, muttering, Captain Choi is truly on another level. He explained, Captain Choi, blocking everyone's faith in the heretical cult leaders and their gods is not that difficult. Having said that, Siwoo exerted all his strength to fight the monster before his eyes. After a while, the monster was controlled by him, screaming in pain. At this moment, Siwoo said to Sane, You just need to use overwhelming divine power to erase their existence. Said and done, he quickly followed his own words. By now, the monster screamed in pain. Get lost, disappear, go away. However, he still didn't stop, continuing to use divine power to fight. Currently, the monster could only moan in agony. At the same time, Sane used divine power to protect his people and turned back to ask, Pope Kim, are you okay? Siwoo quickly replied, I'm okay. In his heart, he cheered himself on. Just a little more, just a little more. The divine stone is not far from me now. When he grabbed it, he said excitedly, found it. Symbol of divinity, holy relic. Just after getting it, Siwoo raised it high. The monster grew even angrier, screaming. The system immediately provided information about this item. Sa Origin Stone, a holy relic originating from another dimension, is a stone that preserves the origin of a god, although it was once a strong hope for humanity that no longer exists. Holy relic of another dimension, Origin Stone, has been reset by the system. You have found the dungeon core, the sacred place where faith has withered. Once he had the Sa Origin Stone, Siwoo looked at it for a moment. Finally, he crushed it without hesitation. A few seconds later, the system reported, with the destruction of the core, the dungeon, the sacred place where faith has withered, has been wiped out. Dungeon mission completed. You have received the mission reward. The Pope's Holy Relic content has been updated. Content. The Pope can now use Holy Relic points. The Holy Relic has been updated. You will receive points every time you collect Holy Relics from other dimensions and can summon Holy Relics of the Gen Church using these points. You need 5 points to unlock the next Holy Relic of the Gen Church. However, at this moment, Siwoo discovered a change. I have never seen this status window before. Does that mean I can exchange Holy Relics from other dimensions for Holy Relics of the Gen Church? Next, Sejin met his teammates who were still being controlled. He worriedly shouted, "Wake up." Even Siwoo observed him to see if Sejin's ability was strong enough to do that. Finally, this place was no longer dark, but started to appear with light. Scene change. At this moment, there was a little girl with torn clothes standing in front of a pile of stone. A moment later, the little girl placed a stone on top with her own hands, while praying. May everyone be happy. The little girl stood there, looking at the stones for a while, then turned her head and ran away. But the strange thing was that the stone she had just placed on top suddenly glowed. At the same time, at Siwoo's place, the system issued a notification. You have confirmed the legend hidden in the Origin Stone. After absorbing the legend from this holy relic, you have received 1 holy relic point. Using 1 holy relic point, you can summon a holy relic of the Gen Church. You need 5 points to unlock the next holy relic of the Gen Church. At this moment, he also realized that little girl's prayer must be the very moment her god was born. In addition, Sejin's men after waking up were extremely panicked, even holding their swords pointing at him, causing Sane to terrifiedly ask, everyone. His men were confused. Why am I pointing my sword at everyone? Is your face okay? What did we do? A second later, Sejin pitifully said, my god, I feel like I'm about to die. Seeing this, everyone kept asking him, Captain, are you okay? Sejin ordered them, everyone hurry up, check if anyone is injured. The member replied in fear, Captain. After that he ordered again, help me up, I'm dying, hurry up. Meanwhile, Siwoo suddenly heard Luna's voice, ringing from behind his back. She was rushing towards him, intending to hug him. But because Luna jumped too fast, Siwoo couldn't react, resulting in both of them falling. She apologetically asked, are you okay? Do you miss me? At this moment, while still lying on the ground, he painfully said, Luna, I think you hurt me more than fighting the god. I was just a little excited after the battle. Did you finish dealing with that fallen god? Siwoo sat up and replied, of course. However, the system issued a danger warning. Warning, dungeon will disappear in 1 hour. Evacuate quickly. Siwoo felt annoyed when receiving this news. I'm not very interested in how this god from another dimension was born. Having said that, he looked at the pieces of the Origin Stone remaining in his hand. Siwoo felt awkward. The truth that this place was once a sanctuary filled with the hopes and dreams of humanity now has such a cruel ending. That evening, Siwoo went for a drink with Sane, Luna, and his group. Currently, he felt extremely excited, so he laughed loudly. Pope Kim, want a drink? Nothing is better than a glass of wine after fighting for your life. Luna drank with Sane on his behalf. She happily said, you really know how to enjoy wine. Captain Choi, this type of wine is perfect. Wine on Earth is quite good too. Hearing that, Sane became even more excited. Drink comfortably, Luna. Hey, you guys, go out to my car and bring the VCA case in here. Sejin's men replied, yes. Meanwhile, Siwoo found it funny, thinking to himself, drinking in the middle of the park after the battle. We are truly model citizens. A moment later, Sane thanked him. Thanks to you, all members of my guild escaped the portal without anyone being killed. Of course, we have to celebrate. However, Siwoo just replied nonchalantly, I was just doing my job, freeing everyone from the clutches of that fanatic god, but you are the only one who almost died. Hearing those two words, Sane confusingly asked, almost died, who? Siwoo was very decisive. You, Captain Choi. The fact that you can still drink wine after all that, most other people would probably be dead if they drank wine in your injured condition. However, Sane still explained, wine is perfect for disinfecting wounds on the battlefield. Do you know how much my mind was hurt when seeing my subordinates in that condition? Consider this my medicine to heal my mental wound. Finally, he uncomfortably held his head and shouted, my God, Luna teased, disinfecting mental wounds. I agree with you, many people often drink when they are mentally exhausted. You're not wrong. Siwoo angrily shouted back at her. Why do you agree with? Both ignored him, just clinked glasses and happily said to each other, first is Luna, you should also have a drink. Sane excitedly continued, you should also drink, Luna. Ms. Luna was very fast, while Siwoo calmed down, looking at the two having fun and thinking to himself. Both Leo and Luna seem to have gotten along well with Captain Choi. Seriously, I can't believe them. This is not the time to drink. At the same time, the system gave a notification. Main mission just appeared. The Age of Order has arrived. Main mission type. The Age of Order has arrived. Countless gods will appear on Earth. Although some will favor humanity, not all are like that. The mythological powers they possess will play an important role in strengthening your sect. Absorb those powers and expand the influence of the sect. Completion condition. Absorb 3 holy relics from other dimensions. Reward. Special mythological detection skill. 10,000 DP points. Evil gods can be summarized as gods that cause harm to humanity. The main difference between them and the Demon King is that even evil gods possess holy power. Holy power and demonic power cannot be combined with each other. I was surprised enough to hear the news that the Demon King had appeared on Earth, but I couldn't believe that other gods would soon follow. I am truly worried about what might happen on this planet. Just then, a figure ran in a panic, shouting, Sir. It was a member of the Goblins Guild. He reported in panic, I think you should see this. People from the White Light Church have arrived. At the same time, outside the base, there was a group of people arguing with each other. The Goblins Guild group questioned first, explain why you infiltrated our guild's dungeon area without prior notice. The White Light Church side quickly replied, we will explain when we meet your leader. Please let us meet leader Choi Sang. Although we don't know how you handled the dungeon, if you try to attack us, we will be forced to retaliate. Hearing the other side threaten, the Goblins Guild member shouted angrily, how dare you? Just at the most tense moment, Sane came from afar. Why have you come to this area at this time? The leader of the White Light Church immediately approached to greet. Very happy to meet you, leader Choi Sang. He reached out to take off his hood, introducing, I am Sim Jingle, a deputy of the White Light Church sect from Busan Church. Sorry for causing a stir, but we came here to prevent a disaster. Hopping you would reduce the hostility. Hearing what he said, Sane showed dissatisfaction, cracking his knuckles and replying, first, you infiltrated our area of operation, and now you ask us to reduce the hostility. I think you guys are not reasonable at all. Then he asked Siwoo, what do you think, Pope Kim? At this moment, Sim Jingle was startled to find someone else was there. I couldn't feel his presence. Immediately he put his hand on his chest, expressing, I understand, it seems the leader of the Gen Church helped you guys. Very happy to see that. His words just finished, someone immediately stopped him. Don't come any closer. This person is not an ordinary leader but the Pope. Luna with a murderous face warned, be careful with your words, heretic. He is not someone you can talk to like that. Siwoo calmly raised his hand to signal her to stop. Luna, back off. He looked at the group of White Light Church people in front, thinking that he could feel the holy power from them, and that it wasn't a small amount. Each of them possessed a large amount of holy power. Considering that holy power had just been spread across the world not long ago, it was clear that they all had a deep faith in their sect. So what god is behind them? While he was thinking, Jingle bowed. One of our prophets felt that a god of unknown origin tried to attack Earth. That is why our diocese ordered us to come. Like always, he spoke while feeling the oppressive atmosphere around him, this overwhelming holy power. Right at this moment, Seo Zin next to him spoke up. You guessed where the portal would appear, and you saw that strange god. It seems the prophets of the White Light Church are truly great people. Provoked, he stood up uncomfortably, refuting. That was not luck, but holy power. Leader Choi Sang, our God does not want innocent humanity to suffer. That is why he granted us the ability to predict. Despite receiving the answer, Sang still didn't accept. Even so, I don't think it's polite to bring too many members of your sect here. Why don't you stop interfering with us and disappear? Jingle wouldn't give up, smiled, and replied. Looking at you guys now, I can guess you would have suffered an unimaginable end if the Pope of the Gen Church hadn't arrived in time. All we did was organize the army to prepare for the next outbreaks. Siwoo quietly observed them. evaluating. They act as if they came here out of concern, but I wonder if they really needed to bring all those talented holy power users here. If it weren't for Luna and me, Leader Choi and the Goblins Guild could have disappeared in the dungeon. If that happened, what would they do with the god from that dimension? At this moment, Seo Zin was completely provoked, anger rising, gritted his teeth. You might not know, but only guests invited by our guild can enter our operating area, and you guys are not official guests. Do you understand what I'm saying? You are all trespassers. He was like a volcanic eruption, asking further. Do you really think I can't see your plot to take over our dungeon after we were defeated? Since you have confirmed that the secret dungeon has been resolved, quickly go back. Hearing that, Jingle finally compromised, accepting to leave. It seems this is not the right time to talk. We will leave now. Said that, he put his hood back on while looking towards another direction. Jingle turned to ask Siwoo, our diocese is very interested in you, Pope. Do you intend to arrange a meeting between me and your diocese? Jingle listened without understanding, asked, sorry. He immediately turned around, making his intention clear. I don't need unwanted attention. Heretic. He's hurriedly refuted. We are followers of a god. Shouldn't we have something in common? Our diocese wants to meet you as soon as possible. Time passed. One beautiful morning at a luxurious palace, a hurried voice rang out. Pope, have you seen this article? This is news about the two groups we hate. Especially, the National Awakening Alliance has just signed a contract with the new White Light Church organization. Reporter Du Hammond. With the appearance of the Era of Order, the number of awakened people continues to increase, so the importance of people with predictive abilities is also increasing, especially with the growing White Light Church. This is the White Light Church. Those fools posted this article, and they claim that all they want is attention. The National Awakening Alliance also announced that players who choose the White Light Church as their destiny will receive many benefits, including points and items. Reporter Du Hammond of the news portal reported. Kim Siwoo's face appeared full of disbelief and annoyance when reading those news lines. I was wondering what the National Awakening Alliance would do with the increasing need for holy power, but I didn't expect them to choose to stand on the side of the White Light Church. I don't like their cooperation at all. While Siwoo was thinking, someone spoke up. Surely we should cooperate because we are in the same boat. He looked helplessly at the scene before him, sighing, damn, they are so noisy. Next to the desk, Luna was advising Sane to rest after those injuries, but he confidently assured her, I will be fine after a good meal and a peaceful sleep. After answering Luna, Sane spoke of his plan. Since I have decided to be a loyal dog to protect this temple, I think it would be a good idea to learn about this palace. Kim Siwoo didn't hesitate to refuse. No need, besides I prefer cats. But Seo Zin wouldn't give up, full of smiles. But dogs are loyal animals. They never betray their masters, and aren't they very cool? Seeing him so stubborn, Siwoo felt helpless, thinking, this old guy is truly annoying. Honestly, I never intended to establish an alliance with the Goblin Guild. Last night, on the way home after everything, Leader Choi drove very fast, chatting. Tomorrow I will come to the Gen Church Temple. Siwoo asked in surprise. Why? Sane immediately answered. What do you mean why? We need to discuss how to optimize the alliance between the Goblin Guild and the Gen Church. Hearing this, Siwoo panicked. Wait, what? Sane folded his arms firmly. I said it, I will be a loyal dog to protect the temple. Siwoo felt 3 parts helpless, 7 parts amused, exclaimed, why are you obsessed with dogs? Finishing the flashback, Siwoo turned to talk to the person in front. Actually, I was quite surprised when you proposed the idea of an alliance with the Goblin Guild. Mies laughed a few times, then replied, I think you could easily access more holy stone rings with the help of the Goblin Guild, Your Holiness. Before he finished speaking, Sane jumped into the conversation. Please allow me to introduce us properly. His action made Siwoo shout, and Sane laughed with pleasure. After teasing, Seo Jin started the main topic. Pope Kim, do you know the SYN Corporation? Hearing him ask, Siwoo immediately answered. Of course, they are the largest corporation in the country, famous for electronic products. That's right, SYN Corporation is famous for electronic products. Although my grandfather is still in charge of the company's electronics division, thanks to my younger brother's business talent. Currently, he is the director of the logistic division of the SYN Corporation. So if you have any products you want to sell, as long as that product is not illegal, we can find out everything about it. Siwoo was slow to understand, nodded, then suddenly startled and shouted, oh, so your younger brother is the executive director of SYN. The accumulated history is not small. Wait, Yan Corporation, you just said Yan. If I'm not mistaken, Yan Corporation is one of the 5 largest corporations in this nation. No way. So this muscular dog is a member of a corporate family. While bewildered, someone spoke up. Leader Choi Sane, leader of the Goblin Lin Guild and the 4th generation of the Yan family. This is why the Goblin Lin Guild can develop strongly without shouting. Luna seriously commented. He is a high-probability member of the corporate family, could have committed murder. Hearing that, Siwoo stood blankly wondering why he was chosen for that. Immediately, Sane heroically declared, I'm not saying my family didn't help, but the Goblin Lin Guild is something that I and my brothers built from the early days. Please, I hope you don't make that mistake. Hearing these touching words, Siwoo didn't think much further and agreed, I won't. Let's cooperate, whether as a guard dog or a friend. Let's maintain a good relationship. No human can resist the temptation of money, and Siwoo is certainly no exception. Rich people are truly amazing. I'll stay close to him. Seo Dean looked at the fickle human in front of him and couldn't help but laugh. I know I've said this already, but this really isn't saintly at all. A moment later, Leo pushed the door open from outside and walked in. Did you need me? Pope Siwoo nodded slightly. Yeah, it seems everyone is here. Now that everyone has gathered, why don't we officially start the meeting? Saying that, he adjusted his expression to be serious and announced, I, as the Pope of the Gen Church, intend to declare the White Light Church an enemy. The others heard this with surprise, exclaiming in unison, an enemy. Heresy, as the word implies, refers to those whose faith runs counter to ours. Since Eden has many gods, the Gen Church has allied with several other churches because all of them share a common enemy, the Demon King. At this moment, Siwoo recalled the image of when he talked to Jen. She once said that faith does not come from oppression or fear, that is merely submission. I do not want my children to endure that. Therefore, our church has decided that coexisting with other churches, except for some aggressive heretics, will benefit everyone. However, heretics who harm civilians have been suppressed by the Holy See's envoys. Even so, there is still a reason for me to bring this up. Returning to the small meeting, Luna angrily questioned, why didn't you tell me the headquarters of those heretics is located here? Leo and I could have wiped them out ourselves. Leo spoke calmly to dissuade her. Luna Livton, those words are contrary to our teachings. Jen teaches that if you want to be respected, you must first know how to respect others. Therefore, in the name of Jen, he hadn't finished before Luna interrupted. You can still say those words after those bastards from the White Light Church tried to kill the Pope and leader Choi. These words of hers made Leo angry too. Those demons, Pope, please declare a holy war. I, Archbishop Leo Duman, vow to dedicate all my strength to destroying the heretics on the battlefield. Kim Siwoo quickly dismissed their idea. Stop it, don't embarrass me in front of leader Choi. However, he didn't expect Sane to be even more excited, cheering. Great, can you let me participate in this holy war? This is a chance to destroy those ignorant fools. Minso was somewhat helpless and reminded him. The Gen Church is also a religious organization, you know. Hearing Minso's reminder, Sane realized he had slipped up. Oh, that's right, but the Gen Church is a magnificent exception. His correction made Minso more satisfied. Thanks. I look forward to cooperating with the Goblin Guild, the Gen Church, and Player K. Finally, the scene before Kim Siwoo became chaotic. One side supporting war, the other enthusiastically tagging along. That's right, a holy war. All right, let me arrange the time. At this moment, Kim Siwoo, who was presiding over the meeting, just let out a few faint laughs. Immediately after, he jumped up and slammed the table, causing everyone to fall silent. With a cold gaze emitting fearsome power, he declared, as the leader of the Gen Church, I declare the White Light Church an enemy of the organization. Does anyone object? Cutting to a few minutes later. When everyone had calmed down, Minso curiously probed, do you think you're being too hasty? We might be misunderstanding the White Light Church. Siwoo replied immediately, I understand your concerns well. The actions of the White Light Church, while simple, are also full of suspicion. We don't have clear evidence of their crime. However, if Luna and I weren't present at the Busan Gate event, what do you think would have happened? Would the White Light Church have left just like that? I believe that to achieve their goals, they are ready to kill off all members of the Goblin Guild. I'm not sure of the true nature of the White Light Church, but when I discovered they knew about gods from other dimensions, I became even more suspicious. What if the god that the White Light Church worships is related to a hostile god from another world? Luna spoke up, continuing Siwoo's point. Although we lack solid evidence, if the Pope believes they are a threat, we will follow your lead. The Pope is the first believer of Lord Jen, and also her only representative. Hearing this, Minso felt guilty, stammering, I'm sorry, I thought maintaining a neutral stance would be better for content creation later. I feel ashamed of my actions. Seeing this expression, Luna gently comforted. No need to be ashamed, your caution will sooner or later be a great help to us, brother Minso. Besides, because you are handsome, everything can be overlooked. Not knowing all the teachings is fine, we can teach you from now on, so what is there to worry about? Looking at the scene before him, Kim Siwoo thought to himself, Minso will never join a study session with this bunch again. Then he tried to adjust his emotions, seriously returning to the meeting. The White Light Church is our enemy. All contact, including trade, will be completely cut off. Any organization that sides with the White Light Church will suffer the same fate. That is all, keep this well in mind. Four people, Luna, Leo, Minso, and Sejin, after hearing his declaration, stood solemnly and answered clearly in unison. Having said that in his heart, Siwoo began to calculate. The Gen Church needs to aggressively expand its followers to keep up with the White Light Church. This is a suitable time to discuss the batch of bracelets with leader Choi, because this expansion will also help improve the church's finances. He thought while speaking, assigning tasks. Leo, from the last sanctification batch, how many bracelets do we have left? He quickly answered, 500. Upon receiving the answer, Siwoo happily exclaimed, perfect. Topic 2, a box with a sparkling bracelet was immediately presented before the question. Pope, is this what you want to sell? Leo, Luna, and Minso waited outside. Siwoo nodded slightly and replied, that's right, these are bracelets crafted from high-grade divine stones from the temple. On the surface, he was introducing it, while inside he silently praised it. The finished product was much more beautiful than he imagined. This item can help treat chronic illnesses. Additionally, Siwoo smiled brightly, revealing an unexpected use. It seems it also helps prevent hair loss, and for those suffering from hair loss, faith goes far beyond science. Hearing this pitch of his, Sane asked with interest, oh, Pope Kim, would you mind if I tried one? He immediately agreed. Help yourself. Sane took out a small knife and tried to make a cut on his hand. Afterward, he observed the wound just created. When it seemed nothing would happen, suddenly, the wound on his hand healed itself in a miraculous way. Sane was extremely surprised and excitedly exclaimed, compared to the low-quality medicinal herbs of those fake alchemists, this bracelet is truly in a completely different class. How wonderful. Sane couldn't hide his excitement. Kim Siwoo quickly explained, it only amplifies the wearer's self-healing ability. The credit goes to you, Leader Choi. Once the divine power is depleted, it will return to the appearance of an ordinary bracelet. Even so, Sane was still extremely interested, praising, in any case, this is still an amazing item. However, right after that, his expression became serious. Pope Kim, I'm afraid it will be very difficult to help you distribute this batch of bracelets. Hearing this, Siwoo panicked. Really? Not stopping there, Sane proposed. If you don't have a specific client, then we will buy the entire batch. This made Siwoo even more surprised. What? Sane smiled brightly, staring at the bracelet and analyzing. This is an item that can help players survive longer. A healing ability like this is extremely rare, especially since players with holy attributes have only appeared for a week. Increasing the survival rate of players is the concern of many guilds. Even if they have potential players, if they die right on the battlefield, it won't mean anything. Moreover, not only is it rare, it is also difficult to have enough quantity for many people to use. Hearing those analytical words, Siwoo still couldn't stop being surprised. I never thought it was that important. Most of the people in Eden have the ability to heal themselves. Thinking that, he turned to ask Seozin, how many do you want? Seozin answered immediately, I can't receive them for free. Hearing that, Siwoo came back to his senses, rubbing his chin in thought. Free. Thinking back, I never priced them. What if I sold each one for 1 million gold? Wouldn't 500 be 500 million gold? That should be enough for a year's expenses, right? Still, I don't intend to sell them for that high a price. After a while of calculating, he was about to open his mouth to name a price. How about 1 million? But before he could finish, Sane interrupted. How about this, 100 million gun for each? I will pay 100 million for each bracelet and buy your entire batch. However, you must promise that if you produce more, you will continue to sell them to us. It took a while for Siwoo to process what he had just heard, but we only have 500. Seozin wasn't bothered. That's fine. Once the contract is signed, I will transfer the money directly to your church's account. Siwoo still hesitated. You aren't buying them at a high price just because I saved you in the dungeon, are you? Sane immediately held up the box. As the guild leader, I can assert this. These bracelets are worth much more than you. I am sure there will be countless people willing to pay 100 million gun if it helps them increase their chances of survival. Faced with that assertion, Kim Siwoo could only fall silent, his mind constantly calculating. So that means 50 billion gold. I have never seen that number in reality. Why didn't I think about selling to businesses sooner? Treasure right in front of my eyes, and I kept looking elsewhere. Thinking that, he looked at Leader Choi with sparkling eyes, expressing, Leader Choi, thank you once again for cooperating with the Gen Church. Alright, let me get a calculator. No, I mean let's solidify our friendship. A business partnership was thus formed. Sane laughed loudly and excitedly. Perfect, let me go collect the money. A morning time passed quickly, the sunset gradually descending upon the temple. Minso stood in front of Siwoo's desk and reported, it seems Leader Choi has left. He immediately replied. He said he would need some time to arrange the 50 billion gun. Luna looked at the bracelet on her hand, exclaiming, it seems we have solved the financial problem unexpectedly, but if we go on like this, crafting these bracelets will take up all our time. At this moment, Leo gave his input. Pope, we should have kept some high-grade divine stones. As long as gods from other dimensions still exist, I believe that reserving some high-quality divine stones is a wise choice. Siwoo looked at the two, slightly helplessly reproaching. All right, why couldn't you both be calm like this from the beginning? Anyway, I think it's time to find someone who understands finance better than us. The White Light Church has far surpassed us in terms of expanding influence. With the alliance with N, they are our greatest threat. However, currently we still hold the advantage. We have advantages while they do not. Saying that, he turned to inquire, Brother Minso, how is the situation with the Gen Church's Meet Tup channel? Minso reported immediately, truly amazing. Since Luna appeared and confronted the Great Tiger Guild, online traffic has skyrocketed. A lot of people are searching for information about Luna. Upon receiving this report, Siwoo rejoiced in his heart. Luna's debut was truly eye-catching. She completely overwhelmed the DH Guild. With Luna Livton and Player K, we have both intelligence, strength, and appearance. Thinking of this, his face became even more determined, declaring, we won't just be more famous than the White Light Church, we will crush them on the internet. Minso agreed. The only thing left is to turn this interest into recruiting more newcomers. Immediately after, Siwoo returned to his normal demeanor, offering a plan. I intend to organize a live stream on the Gen Church's official channel, and will use that opportunity to introduce Leo and Luna. We can also post training videos, showcasing our divine power and combat skill. That could attract many more interested people. Minso nodded in agreement. Good idea, I will call team leader Kim right away. Siwoo excitedly urged, Jen, we have to continue while the growth momentum is still there. While the three were discussing, in Dongsan Kao District, at the second building of the Ability Department, a huge explosion suddenly occurred. Witnessing this scene, all three, Siwoo, Luna, and Leo, were stunned, mouths agape, unable to say a word. Luna immediately spoke up, inquiring, that looks like magic, do you think it's an attack? One of the two guys who came along replied, could they be lighting a giant bonfire right in the middle of the city? Of course it's an attack. Luna said while following Kim. Siwoo running forward, laughing and praising, being by your side is never boring. Although it was a compliment, Siwoo didn't feel happy and replied, I can't believe my luck. This is clearly a terrorist attack. Below the explosion scene, everyone was shouting in chaos. There are still people inside. Someone go save. The scene shifted to the rooftop of a building, where someone had just run over to report to the man standing there. You called for me. The mysterious man slightly curled his lips and replied, that's right. It seems the situation in Busan has been resolved. Surely they have also realized the existence of divine creatures from other dimensions. On the 38th floor of the second building belonging to the Ability Bureau, there is someone who seems capable of becoming the embodiment of the Demon King. Must bring him back to my place. Saying that, the mysterious person turned to the person standing behind. I will grant you power even greater than what you currently possess. You will reach a level you have never touched before. If the White Light Church has approached Kim Siwoo, shouldn't we act as well? The scene returned to the explosion in Dongsan Kao District, the second building of the Ability Department. At this time on the forums, people were whispering excitedly, I just entered, what happened? Is this a show? Isn't that the second building of the Ability Bureau in Dongsan? I'm in Dongsan, just received a notification from the government. An unidentified terrorist organization has attacked the surrounding area. All citizens please quickly move to the designated shelters. Is this real? Damn, seems like it's real. Look at the news, the television station is broadcasting the scene live. It's only been 5 minutes since the live stream started. Did they know this would happen beforehand? Kim Siwoo looked up at the building, laughing wryly and scolding himself. Damn, looks like I've accidentally live-streamed a terrorist attack even before the broadcast started. If this isn't a coincidence, could it be a malicious prank of fate? He turned to ask Minso. Does this happen often? Has the Ability Bureau ever been attacked before? Minso at this time was extremely shocked, mouth agape. Of course not, something like this has never happened. Looking at Minso's expression, Siwoo confirmed to himself. Even Minso is shocked by this situation. He took out his constantly ringing phone and smiled wryly. I just wanted to be sure. Just picking up, the person on the other end reported, Kim Siwoo, the second building is currently being attacked by an unidentified organization. It will probably be very hard to continue the live stream. He didn't pay much attention to the live stream but immediately asked, forget the filming. Team leader Kim, are you okay? The other end of the line was team leader Dong Seohik, who replied with some hesitation, I'm fine. He was inside the building where the explosion occurred, trying to analyze the situation for Siwoo. It seems there are many high-level mages participating in this attack. Siwoo, if possible, please help evacuate the nearby civilians. But Siwoo didn't quickly agree and asked further, Team leader Kim, where are you? Are you okay? As soon as he was still answering, suddenly a hand reached out and grabbed his head. Don't worry about me. Dong Seohik's phone fell to the ground. The other side echoed with panic sounds, team leader. At this time, Kim Siwoo was even more tense hearing strange noises from the phone. Giving a dying message to your wife. Unexpectedly, there's a romantic person here. What a pity. The words from the other side just finished when the phone screen showed the call ended. Team leader Dong Seo. Siwoo looked toward the building, seeing another explosion, then said, Minso, I think team leader Kim was just attacked by a woman. According to him, Minso evaluated the second explosion. A high-level awakened fake using blue fire. Could it be Lee Sehai of Than Hoa? She is a monster that reached S rank 3 years ago. Heard she destroyed an entire guild, then fled to another country. Looks like the rumors weren't quite true. Hearing the analysis, Luna excitedly summoned her armor. In other words, this is an extremely strong villain. While she was high-spirited, Kim Siwoo wondered to himself, did I misunderstand something? Why do I feel magic power from the second building of the Ability Bureau? It's very weak, but there is indeed mana. He lowered his head to think about the group of people he had met. Initially, I thought the White Light Church was behind this, but those before clearly possessed divine power. Furthermore, there were ads about them destroying demons. What is happening? Could there be another organization involved? At this time, Luna was in a ready stance, suggesting, anyway, Leo, shouldn't we clear the way for the saint? Hearing her speak, Leo agreed. Sounds good, Luna Lifton, I'll go first. Without needing to wait for orders, the two immediately rushed toward the building. It's been a long time since we went into battle together. I know, coming to Earth was the right decision. Kim Siwoo looked at their backs, smiling slightly. Having both Luna and Leo here, it really makes me remember the early days of the Gen congregation. Immediately after, he turned back to assign tasks to the trusted aide beside him. Minso, I will be back soon. Help everyone evacuate and stay safe. Receiving the order, Minso immediately complied. Understood, Saint. We will complete the livestream after you return. Inside the building, at this time, the ground was full of bodies scattered due to the impact of the explosion. Lee Sehai, the culprit who caused the explosion, was humming a few cheerful tunes, gliding past each corpse. She went up to Dong Seohik, who was tightly bound, and lamented, how boring, not fun at all. So boring for me. If I had known I only had to deal with normal people, I wouldn't have bothered coming. The mastermind behind this plan quickly continued her point. The second building has more normal people than awakened fakes, and even among the government's awakened fakes, there aren't many strong enough to confront you. Our task is to take the container out of the cell on the top floor. If anything happens, he won't forgive you. Despite his warning, Sehai still wanted to keep playing, pointing out for her cohorts, but that didn't change the fact that she was bored to death. How about I kill one of your people for fun? Or find someone interesting to fight me, like you, for example. Seeing her like that, the mastermind scolded annoyedly. Are you crazy? Sehai looked away, turned to check Dong Seohik's card, then mocked. Crazy, so what? Better than being weak, right, old man? All this happened just because you're too weak. She looked at the information on the employee card, inquiring, Kim Dong Seohik, is that your name? If you belong to the Special Investigation Bureau, you should be in the main building, right? Isn't the Special Investigation Bureau the center of the Ability Management Bureau? Too good, you must know where Kang Chi is. Hearing Sehai's question, Dong Seohik was a bit surprised, thinking to himself, Kang Chi, one of the last S-rank hunters still belonging to the government, she seems to have an inferiority complex towards Kang Chi. He immediately lied. No, how could a normal government employee know the whereabouts of an S-rank hunter? Receiving the answer, Sehai grabbed the card lanyard even tighter, declaring, what a pity, then I'll just have to kill you. Heard that being burned alive is the most terrible pain a creature can endure. Tell me where Kang Chi is, I will give you a painless death. However, Dong Seohik remained firm, replying coldly, making her annoyed. Sorry, but most government employees don't know anything beyond the department they work in. Seeing Dong Seohik so stubborn, Sehai laughed loudly, unleashing blue fire. Interesting, then I will kill you. He felt the heat of the blue fire surrounding him, gritting his teeth to endure. So hot, is this the end? Just when she was frantically adding more fire, die, then suddenly Dong Seohik didn't feel the heat anymore. I feel like a roasted sweet potato. Seeing his indifferent expression, Sehai angrily grabbed his collar and questioned. Wait, how can a normal person who hasn't reached A rank block my fire? Dong Seohik replied blankly, I don't know. Immediately she turned to the mastermind requesting, hey, I'll take this old man with me to find out more. We've already attacked the Ability Management Bureau. What's the difference in taking another government employee? He seemed unsatisfied, reminding, Lai Sehai, we don't have time. However, finally he agreed, must take the container out of the 39th floor immediately. Just take him with you. Saying that, he revealed information. We just received news that Kim Siwoo is in front of the building. Must complete the task before he arrives. Hearing the familiar name, Dong Seohik silently called out, Siwoo, while Sehai was very excited, immediately planning, Oh, the person who stopped the monster wave. Isn't this even better? We can take the opportunity. Right at that moment, a loud collision interrupted. A subordinate who was carrying Dong Seohik was thrown into the wall with a teasing, "Oh, excuse me." Luna was the one who just dealt that blow, she recounted cheerfully. The saint said that whoever resists, just kill them straight away. We are in a hurry to save our friend, Dong Seo. Then consider that you resisted. Leo beside her calmly advised. Luna Livton, I think it would be better to give them a chance to surrender. She quickly retorted, Leo, you just crushed a few people who surrendered like scrap paper, didn't you? He feigned innocence. I didn't hear what they were saying. Hearing their conversation, Sihai had some disbelief, then asked, our people were supposed to be on other floors, you passed all of them. Interesting. The mastermind understood her intention, hurriedly reminded, Lai Sihai, stop, don't forget our mission. Those two are friends of Kim Siwoo, they aren't mediocre. Don't waste time on them. However, she didn't care but laughed loudly, even more excited. Interesting, you think I'll lose to these fanatics. This is the perfect chance to test my new power. A fierce fire blazed up, strong enough to melt steel. Sihai just shot fire forward and exclaimed, I like hearing the screams of those being burned alive. Satisfy me with your scream. Luna and Leo remained calm, standing still, watching the flames charge towards them. Sihai watched the flames engulf them, mocking with arrogance. Don't tell me you can't even scream. How disappointing, I expected more from you. But immediately after those words, an arm gently reached out from within the flames. From that hand, a mystical, blinding light radiated outwards. With the power of her light, Luna gently split Sihai's flames in half. She looked at her opponent with an intrigued expression and smiled brightly. Seeing that the opponent was still safe and had even parted her flames, Sihai couldn't believe it, screaming, how is that possible? Not giving her time to react, Luna immediately unleashed a beam of light that struck Sihai, sending her flying into the wall. Sihai slammed into the wall behind her, sliding down to the ground in pain. Luna approached step by step, mimicking her opponent's previous words. I am truly very disappointed. You are a mage when facing a knight. Isn't it common sense to keep your opponent within your effective range? Saying this, she reached out and firmly grabbed Sihai by the throat. Luna watched Sihai struggling in her grasp and continued to lecture. Furthermore, didn't the one who granted you mana warn you about using it alongside divine power? Seeing how foolish she was, Luna demonstrated while replying, right, divine power and mana cannot naturally coexist. Luna's power struck Sihai's body directly. The burning flames made her scream in agony. Luna beamed a radiant smile and praised, I love listening to others scream, but I love it even more when beautiful people like you do it. On the other side, rapid footsteps echoed. The leader of the attack was leading his henchmen in flight, muttering as he ran, damn it. Lai Sihai, with her blessing, should have been stronger than most S-rank hunters. It's hard to believe that someone possessing such ability could be defeated so easily. Just then, painful groans suddenly rang out behind him, startling. The leader remembered Leo and tried to run faster, telling himself, not to mention that giant guy in priest robes is chasing us. My people can slow him down for a while. After fleeing for a while, he reached a hazy place, a special prison on the 38th floor of the second Ability Management Building. Before awakened individuals are sent to private prisons, the Ability Management Department temporarily detains them here for investigation. On the prison door, there was a warning stating that only authorized personnel were allowed to enter. But for illegal intruders like him, the leader didn't hesitate to draw his sword and destroy the door. In this situation, I must ensure I get the vessel. After that, I just need to use the teleportation portal prepared on the rooftop to escape. After a few successive slashes, the door was destroyed. His henchmen saw him enter and shouted, Captain, you've arrived. He looked at them carrying another person and snapped, you idiots, if you already have the vessel, you should have retreated immediately. What are you still doing here? A henchman hurried to bow and explain, sorry, the emergency system cutoff was activated. The leader didn't care and asked, what about the vessel? Another henchman who was carrying So-Ho on his back immediately stepped forward and reported as soon as we released him, he tried to kill the whole group, so we were forced to knock him unconscious. 2 members have died in the process. The leader listened, slowly approached to evaluate So-Ho and thought to himself, not unworthy of being the vessel. I can feel terrible evil intent and malice from him. He immediately decided, he is the vessel. I will use the teleportation scroll to take him to the leader. Hearing this, a few henchmen asked in confusion, Captain, don't we still have to rendezvous with the bombing specialist girl? How are we going to get back? The leader took on the task of carrying So-Ho, ignoring the rest, and urged, everyone, hurry to the rooftop. There is a magic circle there, hurry. Following the order, the henchmen responded in unison, understood. But in the leader's heart, he had other intentions. 3 minutes, I just need them to hold him off for 3 minutes. The magic circle on the roof was actually a self-destruct mechanism. When they stepped onto it, there would be a massive magical explosion. In reality, they were all just expendable pawns, except for Lai Si-hai, but it seemed even she couldn't stop Kim Si-woo's minion. He furrowed his brows tightly, looking back alertly, then gripped the scroll in his hand. As long as I return safely, the rest can be figured out later. The Gen lineage is forever an obstacle in our path. Therefore, I must destroy them, all for him. Just as he prepared to pull the string on the scroll, a small bolt of lightning suddenly shot out, cutting his action short. Kim Si-woo appeared there out of nowhere, calmly saying, "Using your subordinates as bait to escape. Even for a villain, don't you feel that's too cliché?" Seeing Si-woo, the leader retreated alertly. Kim Si-woo looked at So-ho on his back and said, "It seems the child you are carrying is the Demon King's vessel, a vessel to summon the Demon King to this world. Now I understand why you are here. But you really should have been more careful, shouldn't you?" Just as Si-woo finished, the leader was about to speak when So-ho on his back suddenly stirred. "What the hell are you talking?" He immediately bit down hard on the leader's shoulder, and in the blink of an eye, the leader had become a delicious meal for So-ho. Si-woo stood to the side, observing the bloody scene, thinking to himself, those chosen as Demon King vessels often gain power by eating their own kind. At first, I thought it was bad luck to be live-streaming the terrorist attack on the Ability Management Building, but perhaps this time it was fortunate to witness it all firsthand. If they had truly escaped with him, the consequences would certainly have been terrible. Why was such a dangerous individual kept here? After finishing off the leader, So-ho quickly shifted his target and lunged towards Si-woo. He stood calmly in place, watching the boy lunge crazily at him. Without a moment's hesitation, Si-woo reached out and grabbed So-ho's arm, then gently ripped that arm off, causing the boy to scream in agony. So-ho's sounds blended with the third explosion of the building. The Demon King's reincarnation, a mortal who has almost become a devil, manipulated by the Demon King. He is the vessel that helps the Demon King set foot in this world. To begin the reincarnation process, he must show signs of gradually losing his humanity, one of which is eating his own kind. The more crimes he commits, the stronger he will become. While thinking, Kim Si-woo observed the So-ho in front of him, exactly just like him now. Right at this moment, So-ho's severed arm began to twitch, blood cells appeared, and immediately after, a new arm was formed. Witnessing this, Si-woo sighed. Is it because you just ate your fill? Even though you haven't fully awakened, your regeneration ability is truly formidable. At this moment, So-ho no longer made growling sounds, but could speak clearly. Die, die. Before the boy could react, Kim Si-woo grabbed him by the head. However, you still haven't killed enough people to become a true devil. Perhaps this is only the first time. Looking at this state, it seems you haven't even mastered your own power yet. As his words ended, the system sound immediately rang out. Passive skill destruction has identified the target as evil. The crimes of player back Kyo So-ho are listed. Assault, murder, cannibalism, leader of school violence along with 17 other charges. Hearing the information provided by the system, Kim Si-woo said calmly, "From the beginning, you were a terrible person. I wouldn't be surprised if you were sentenced to life in prison." He began to release his power, questioning the sinner before him. "I wonder, are you the son of a high-ranking official in the bureau?" The hand on So-ho's head began to release lightning, making the boy shrink back. "What's wrong, scared?" Kim Si-woo gave him a deathly stare, pronouncing judgment. "It seems you still retain a bit of reason. My divine power is always stronger when facing evil. That is why you should have run away while you had the chance, kid." So-ho opened his eyes wide, revealing sharp fangs. Kim Si-woo continued to cast magic on him. That's how it should be. After that, he clenched his fist and took momentum to lunge forward. Kim Si-woo jumped into the air, ready to throw a punch at So-ho. "You're smarter than I thought." His punch flew forward, but was blocked by So-ho's shield. However, he still took damage from that punch. Just a second later, Si-woo's punch tore through the shield, knocking So-ho backward. But he quickly regained his stance. Kim Si-woo spoke up. "It seems being a vessel for the Demon King also helps you quite a bit." As soon as he finished, So-ho lunged forward to attack, raising his claws to scratch him. However, he suddenly froze, surprised. Si-woo looked at him confidently. "Your weak claws can't leave even a single scratch on my holy barrier." Immediately, So-ho was paralyzed by his divine power. He looked at him and said, "Divine power is the nemesis of magic power. Not to mention the gap in power between us is too large." Right after that, he grabbed So-ho by the throat, releasing power that immobilized his entire body. Si-woo said coldly, "Perhaps you need to be taught a lesson, how about that?" Suddenly, a purple energy source gathered, forming plastic matter like tentacles, quickly lunging towards So-ho. This strange energy entered his body, looking like it wanted to strip him of his vessel power. Kim Siwoo couldn't help but be surprised. What? Are you just stripping away his ability to be a vessel? He still gripped his throat. You should have chosen a more worthy opponent. Haven't you learned your lesson after I defeated you in Eden? Demon King of Wrath, this Satan. Wait, I should have done this to the one who sent you down to the mortal realm instead. He concluded, well then, I will end everything right here. The notification screen popped up. With the increase of divine power, passive skill Holy Fire has been activated. So-ho slowly dissolved, screaming in despair and pain. A moment later, So-ho had completely disappeared into nothingness. Outside the building, a powerful ray of light was emitted. Leo stood outside looking into the building. The evil is gradually fading. Regarding Kim Siwoo, he felt the little remaining mana. Strange chunks of matter falling to the ground, he declared. All evil beings will eventually bring about their own destruction. Suddenly a voice called him. Pope, we are looking for you. It was Leo. He approached Kim Siwoo and said, we have blocked those who were heading to the hall and disabled the dark magic circles. Kim Siwoo turned to continue. Leo, you've come. Leo looked at the magic circle drawn on the ground, saying, this magic circle used a human body as a conductor to trigger a massive explosion. If it had been triggered, this entire building could have collapsed. Kim Siwoo thanked him. You've done a great job, Leo. You've saved countless lives. Leo looked at the marks left on the ground, asking, however, Pope, who is this person? Siwoo asked back, Leo, do you still remember Satan, the Demon King of Wrath? He answered, of course. How could I forget the battle with the Demon King in Eden? Kim Siwoo looked at the ashes in his hand and said, these ashes contain a part of the Demon King's reincarnated soul, a method to summon Satan to this world. The reason the second building of the Ability Management Bureau was attacked was because of this, the Demon King's reincarnation. Leo spoke in a serious tone. Pope, if the Demon King's reincarnation has appeared then, Siwoo interrupted. That's right, it means there are quite a few Demon King followers hiding in the mortal realm. He associated this with So-ho, who had just been defeated. This reincarnation acts like a prophet in a cult. There are 7 Demon Kings and Satan is just one of them. First it was the White Light Church, now it's the Demon King's followers. It's hard to believe. Anyway, we need to investigate those who follow the Demon King. He continued to ask, so Leo, tell me the truth. How many are still alive? We need to gather information from them. Leo adjusted his glasses, turned away and said, I have captured 70% of them. The rest died because their physical bodies were too weak. Kim Siwoo shouted, did you break them in half again? Leo hurriedly refuted, what do you mean? They sold their souls to the devil, they are just paying the price for that. Siwoo was speechless. Fine, at least some are still alive. Hope Luna also caught a few that are still breathing, don't know where she is now. He had just finished speaking when a voice cut him off. Pope, Luna carried a girl on her shoulder, happily running to him. I'm back. After that, she threw the person she was carrying on her shoulder to the ground. A gift for you. Are you looking for this? Siwoo looked at her and reminded, Luna, don't throw people around like objects. He scratched his chin looking at the person lying on the floor. Anyway, is this the person we need to find? Is it Lai Zihai? Looks like she's a mage. Surprised you didn't kill her. He thought to himself, since Luna lost her parents at the hands of mages, if she was mediocre in combat, perhaps Luna would have already acted. Luna stuck out her tongue looking at the person on the ground with a dangerous gaze. I spared her life because she's pretty. He immediately shouted, Luna, you're a saint, pull your tongue back in. Anyway, great job, are you hurt? Siwoo looked at her and thought, a saint who likes drinking and women. Luna excitedly replied, oh my god, are you worried about me? Pope, I'm very happy to hear that. Those words would only mean something if you knew how to be shy when saying them. How could I face you if I was hurt by those minions? He immediately retorted, honestly, I was never worried about you, but I was worried about Team Leader Kim and his teammates. After that he turned to ask, Team Leader Kim, are you okay? Team Leader Kim replied, ah yes, thank you, even though I was attacked by Lai Zihai. But I don't know why I'm still safe and sound. Siwoo immediately radiated the Pope's aura, gently saying to him, then that's good. The Lord Gen is truly very favorable towards you. When we met last time, I blessed you. Team Leader Kim exclaimed in surprise. Oh, so that's it, that's the reason. After that he bowed, thanking repeatedly. Thank you very much. Siwoo waved his hand. No need to thank me. If you didn't have strong faith, my blessing wouldn't have much effect. He smiled, from what I see, your faith is stronger than you think. Suddenly, a shout rang out. I knew it. I was wondering why I was still alive. Zihai lay on the floor, shouting joyfully. So it was all thanks to that holy barrier. No way a weak civil servant like him could block my attack. She widened her eyes, then shouted, the weak deserve to die. Useless and incompetent people should have been wiped off this world. Yet you still keep blocking us, Kim Siwoo. She turned to scold both Luna and the person beside her, screaming madly. How much longer do you intend to obstruct us? The purifier, sooner or later when he arrives, you won't even have a chance. Siwoo stepped closer to her, asking with interest, the purifier, huh? That's a nice name for a bunch of criminals like you. As soon as he finished, Luna kicked her a few meters away. Siwoo saw Luna kicking people like a ball, could only shake his head. Luna, I haven't even had the chance to ask anything. But she didn't care, laughing. Pope, I just had a hunch that you would order me to throw her away, so I did it first. Anyway, this child belongs to me. Siwoo associated this with a figure. Strange, she reminds me of someone, but who? He returned to the main point. Anyway, you just mentioned the purifiers. What is their goal? Zihai replied nonchalantly. Ordinary citizens without ability, and even players, are no different. Their goal is to eliminate all of. She lay there, using her hand to support her head, looking very nonchalant. Why do we need people without ability? They are weak and all need protection in the current world. They mean nothing. We will create an oasis just for those who have awaked. She crawled up. We were chosen, so we are stronger. To create a better future on this land, we need to purify the world of the inferior. Hearing her say that, he could only exclaim, oh, so that's why you call yourselves purified. Zihai continued, that's right. We can sacrifice those without ability to promote the evolution of humanity. Hearing this, he felt itchy in his ears and kicked her arm. Siwoo began to use magic, then said, you guys don't even cause a little difficulty for Leo and Luna, so what are you babbling about? Unbelievable that I have to face a devil-worshipping organization with a superiority complex. Truly a headache with. He turned to team leader Kim, not to mention about the Demon King's reincarnation. That means, team leader Kim avoided his gaze. There is a spy in the Ability Management Bureau. We realized that early on. The prisoner on the 38th floor is back Kyo So-ho. He awakened as a player around March of last year, when he was just 16 years old. At that time, he attacked and murdered 2 other awakened students. This kid was already suspected of being involved in many other cases. We only just took him in 2 days ago, after standard facilities confirmed they couldn't keep him contained. So the information must have been leaked at that time. Zihai asked in surprise. In that case, he should have been sentenced to life in prison for awakened offenders, right? Does he have someone backing him? Team leader Kim bowed his head. I have no defense. Zihai continued. I had to take him down during the fight. Is that okay? Team leader Kim replied, it's fine. We plan to announce to the public that the prisoner on the 38th floor was one of the victims of the attack, while also releasing other relevant information about this incident. All of them deserve to be punished. Zoho spoke up, there's no turning back now. Ever since I became a vessel for the Demon King, I believe Team Leader Kim can handle the rest neatly. Team Leader Kim replied, perhaps it's better that he's dead. I wouldn't even know what to do if things took a different turn. If this kid really became the Demon King, who knows what would have happened. Luna squatted down to mess with Zihai's hair and asked, Pope, she's passed out. How should I handle this? He replied, do you even have to ask? She's a valuable hostage. We'll take her back to the temple for interrogation. Shifting to another development, Cyan Ho video called him. Siwoo, just as you said, you believe that demons or forces influenced by them are the ones behind this incident. Sitting in his office, he pondered and said, even though it seems hard to believe, I think so. He continued, it's not as hard to imagine as you think, Siwoo. 5 years ago, after the space gate opened, everything in this world became possible. We have accepted that truth and continued to adapt, while those who didn't were left behind. I'm the same, there's nothing to worry about. Siwoo smiled in satisfaction, thinking, but I'm quite surprised that someone without abilities like him could survive this era of change. It seems he possesses a special kind of charisma, suitable for the position of director of the Ability Management Bureau. He said, with people like you, Minister, the arrogant delusions of the terrorists look even more like a farce. Nho asked back, did you just say something? He replied, oh, it's nothing. After that, he continued, our church plans to interrogate Lai Zihai, one of the terrorists involved in the recent attack. One of our reporters, Luna, is also writing an article about this incident. However, Minister, I have a favor to ask of you. From now on, if the Ability Management Bureau gets any information regarding the Demon King or nobles, such as the rebirth of the Demon King, I hope you can share that information with the Gen congregation, not only domestically but also abroad. He agreed. Of course, that's possible. However, other countries might request information about you in exchange. Siwoo scratched his chin and said, then let's do this. If anyone holds information about the Demon King's reincarnations, just let them know that the Gen congregation will be ready to help them when needed. Hearing this, Nho suddenly smirked. He wondered to himself, it seems like he's very interested in this proposal. What is he thinking? He replied, all right, I will do so. Once again, our government is extremely grateful for the help from the Gen congregation. However, since problems might arise if we publicly acknowledge help, we plan to find another way to resolve this. I will contact you again through team leader Kim. Siwoo quickly replied, yes, thank you. He secretly thought about another plan, then pushed off the table to stand up. One thing down, now I should go meet Luna. He opened his phone and news outlets were reporting in waves. Breaking news, Ability Management Bureau attacked. Surveillance footage of building number 2 records the folding back. Hyundai the terrorist folded in half. High-quality 4K video of fur excites netizens. Breaking news, Ability Management Bureau attack. On the Awakened forum, people were buzzing. All we need is to fold it in half. Guide to meeting someone like fur. One fold, fold again. Total comments 120. Whoever lets you use that meme again will get folded in half. Are you crazy? There was a terrorist attack right in the middle of the city. You think that's funny? Thousands of people could have died. The person posting the meme is the one who saved those thousands of people. Don't they deserve support? I just watched the Gen congregation's live stream and decided to join them. They are our only hope. Do you think they will accept you? Yeah, just submit an application to join. I heard they will accept. If you go to their congregation's forum, they will guide you on how to become a member. Look at this, Jin God, can they really fold people? What the hell is N doing? Are they all dead? Or just passed out? At least they got their spinal cords damaged. Can you look at my back? I bet this will attract even more people to the Jin congregation. Jin is not a cult. Jin is so beautiful. He read and thought. They leaked the footage of the folding on the way to the interrogation room. Looks like this is exactly what Minister Seo Nho wanted. Siwoo suddenly looked elsewhere, thinking to himself that the recent terrorist attack left 12 dead and 52 injured. We are truly lucky that the broadcast continued throughout that time. It's amazing that they were eventually able to minimize the damage to this extent. He thought while walking, wondering if the Gen congregation knew yet. Siwoo closed his eyes slightly. Gen, we have prevented a major catastrophe. Can you hear me? He stopped for a moment, no response. It seems she's busy in Eden. Shifting to the interrogation room. Pope Siwoo asked the people there, how is the interrogation going? Luna replied, we didn't do much. You could say we've gained a bit of her trust. Although she knows how to use mana-enhanced magic, she refuses to disclose any useful information. She continued, as for the person who came with her, the one wearing the black mask, he called himself Captain or something. Have you seen him anywhere? He spoke up. Oh yes. He was swallowed by the Demon King's avatar. Hearing this, Luna gasped, while Zihai was tied tightly to the chair. Luna continued, at least we know she has the ability to maintain mana from abroad. He asked suspiciously, abroad where? She replied, she mentioned Shanghai, China. Inside Chinese territory, there is a group that is the predecessor of the Purifiers. They have unidentified identities and possess superhuman ability. So that means she received mana from someone. Luna presented further. However, it seems even branch managers don't know much about their locations. I heard China is quite close to Korea. Should we go there and deal with them? Siwoo asked her, have you ever seen anyone be kind to strangers in Eden? Have you ever tried crossing the border while carrying weapons? Luna innocently replied, no. He continued, the 3 East Asian countries are always wary of each other. We can't go, it's not that we don't want to, but we can't. She replied nonchalantly, then it's the same thing. Siwoo said seriously, as long as they don't ask, we have no reason to strike. Do you know that anomalies are considered nuclear weapons? Just crossing the border would be a war. Besides, if we destroy their lair, our image as peacekeepers would also collapse, right? Luna rubbed her head, wondering, why can't we just level everything? Knight Livton, maybe we need to talk. Leo pushed up his glasses and said seriously, a physical conversation. Leo pushed up his glasses and said seriously, a physical conversation. After that, he turned to the person who had been tied up all this time. Lazai, wake up. I know you aren't unconscious yet. From now on, you will be demoted to a civilian. You are no longer an awakened one. Afterward, you will be handed over to the Ability Management Bureau. Hearing this, she suddenly jumped up. What? No, you can't. Siwoo looked at her and said, even though I could cleanse your evil, I really don't want to do that. She screamed, get lost, I refuse to do anything. With no other choice, he activated the will to defeat evil effect, and the player will be judged appropriately upon her. Zihai screamed in fear, sir, please don't. A notification appeared. Player has lost system rights. Afterward, Zihai coughed up some blood. A notification appeared. Thanks to the will to defeat evil, the fruit will not interfere with your decision, and there will be no consequences. Siwoo used his ability while saying, you once said that those without abilities have no place in this world, right? So how does it feel to become one of those lower life forms? She could now only moan in pain. A few days later at the church, the trio of Siwoo, Luna, and Leo were walking together. Leo spoke up. First it was the White Light sect, now it's the Purifiers. I have the feeling that on Earth, I'm even busier than when I was in Eden. Siwoo replied, I feel the same way. He secretly thought, with the current situation, the Gen Church will face many difficulties if it continues to have to confront strange organizations like this. We need to expand our influence. Siwoo told everyone, soon we will have new candidates for the positions of priests and knights. By that time, Luna will be in charge of training knights and Leo will guide the priests. Luna and Leo replied in unison, understood. He scratched his chin in thought. To get more people to join the church, we need an item that helps growth, but those items aren't easy to find. I wonder if there is anything that can be earned through abilities or items. Suddenly he realized something. Oh, that reminds me. We have the relic received after defeating that god in the other dimension. I almost forgot about. The system's notification appeared, currently using the relic summoning command. The Gen Church can summon a random relic down to Earth. He exclaimed in surprise. What the hell? Siwoo looked at the system in confusion. The relic is randomly selected. The system notified, currently using the relic summoning command. Summoning a specific relic is determined to have an impact on causality, therefore randomness is necessary. He cursed silently. Seriously, system, stop explaining everything with a notification window. The Gen Church has countless relics. Afterward, the system listed a pile of items like the XX Saint's dust brush, Saint Yu's backscratcher, the Holy Warrior XX's training dumbbells. He thought to himself, I have to admit there are many relics that make me question things. So that means I could also receive useless things like that. I'm the Pope, why can't I have any luck? Suddenly a voice cut through his thoughts. Pope, why are you frowning at empty space? Siwoo quickly turned to tell everyone. Everyone hurry and pray to Jay, we need to win the lottery. The other two asked blankly. Now, he yelled, just do as I say. Luna and Leo stood behind him and clasped their hands in prayer. Siwoo touched the screen and said, all right, I hope these prayers work. He shouted, summon relic. The system notified. Relic points used. The Gen Church has summoned a random relic down to Earth. Causality has accepted the summoning order. He silently prayed, please, please. It could be the holy shield used by the first holy warrior, or the covenant bracelet carrying Pama's power would be fine. Siwoo clasped his hands and prayed with all his heart, as long as it's not something strange. The system notified, relic, the primeval branch has been summoned. Like a joke, the original dry twig fell into his hand. Siwoo didn't give in, we're really done for. He stared in surprise at the dry twig in his hand. The church's archives were supposed to be full of rare relics. Luna stood to one side, not knowing whether to comfort or mock him. This toothpick, no, this stick, I've never seen it before. Even in the holy sanctuary. I can feel a bit of holy power from it, but are you sure you really summoned it? Siwoo yelled, I didn't want this thing at all, and yet I ended up receiving it. Leo stood to the side observing the twig closely. Suddenly he shouted, unbelievable. Siwoo found it too loud, so he covered his ears, then shouted. Ah, Leo said excitedly. Pope, am I dreaming? I never expected to be able to see a relic like this in my lifetime. He suddenly knelt down on the ground, crying while saying, Goddess Root. Siwoo asked in confusion, what's going on? Leo said, Pope, this is the church's relic that has been missing for the last 500 years. The primeval branch. Siwoo looked blankly at the dry twig in his hand. The primeval branch. Is this the relic that went missing 500 years ago? Leo began to tell. Long ago, when Jen first descended to this land, she promised to bestow blessings and prosperity upon humanity in exchange for faith. To prove that promise, Jen gave humanity an ancient tree, which later became the holy tree of our church. But then one day, 500 years ago, during the Holy War, the Demon King's army set fire to the holy tree. Faced with that sudden disaster, no one could do anything but stand and watch. Although the holy tree protectors tried to put out the fire, they all failed. Luckily, a brave protector managed to break off a living twig from the holy tree. That is this primeval branch. Leo said excitedly, the holy tree can purify the holy power around the land and make it more prosperous. Being near it, your recovery speed will be faster. Because of that effect, people rumored that it was stolen by thieves who snuck into the holy sanctuary. Siwoo looked at the notification screen, his face relaxed a little. The primeval branch, a type of relic from the original Eden Dimension Gen Church, is a branch of the holy tree that was once a symbol of Gen's promise. Although the holy tree was burned by demons, its will and holy power still linger in this twig. According to legend, there is a holy beast guarding this twig, effect activated. If the twig is planted on land full of holy power, it will grow into a holy tree sprout. He joyfully exclaimed, wonderful, let's plant it in the garden. The three of them prepared together. Luna said excitedly. Let's dig a hole here, Siwoo agreed. That's right, I also didn't know what to do with this vacant plot of land. He gently stuck the twig into the ground. When the twig was stuck into the ground, a light breeze surrounded it. Immediately after, a source of power from the earth shot straight up into the sky. The twig began to sprout leaves and grew as tall as his hip. Leo said emotionally, is this the holy tree sprout? Luna echoed, no longer a strange stick anymore. Leo excitedly, even though it's just a sprout, I can understand why it's called a holy object. Suddenly, a source of energy appeared in midair, then transformed into a pure white cat, gently landing in front of Siwoo. The cat let out a very cute sound. Everyone was amazed. A cat. Luna approached, eyes round. Pope, this cat is definitely a holy beast. How cute. Siwoo scratched his chin. I like dogs better. The holy beast is a cat. At this time, the notification screen appeared. The holy beast has recognized you as its owner. The holy beast will grow along with the holy tree. When the holy tree grows, the holy beast will bring many beneficial effects to the church. The holy tree will grow when church followers do good deeds or complete main missions. Siwoo picked up the cat, smiling. In other words, the holy tree will grow along with the church. Perfect, Leo asked with interest. When did you pick up the cat? The cat rubbed its head against Siwoo, while Leo added, why Jayu-gak and Siyun always wanted to keep a cat, but both of them are allergic. A holy beast probably won't cause allergies, right? He laughed. Yeah, I think so too. Besides, the holy tree isn't too far. As long as we come back here often, it'll be fine. Siwoo hugged the cat, unable to hide his joy. All right, anyway, we come to the temple every day. We got the holy tree, even though it wasn't as expected. It's still a great addition. Luna asked cheerfully, are you planning to take the holy beast home? So can we leave now? Siwoo nodded. The system notified again. There are still unused holy points and relic points. It is recommended that you use them so the progress goes more smoothly. He turned to tell the other two, Luna, Leo, make sure everything around the temple is stable. They asked. He raised his hand to use his ability, reading the notification. You have used 10,000 holy points to purchase a level 1 Holy Warrior Headquarters building. The Holy Warrior Apprentice rank has been unlocked. Immediately after, a surge of energy erupted within the temple. The system notified again. You have used 7,000 holy points to purchase a level 1 monastery building. The Priest Apprentice rank has been unlocked. A new building immediately sprang up on the temple ground. Finished with the task, he told the two, I already told you. Luna will train knights and Leo will guide priests. Leo stammered, so it starts today? Luna panicked. Pope, I like new recruits but this. Siwoo said while hugging the cat in a very dangerous tone, we don't have time for breaks, hurry up and get to work. Leo asked, what about you? He replied nonchalantly, I'm off the clock. Leo and Luna cried in unison, monster. Siwoo smiled slightly, waving goodbye to them. Then why don't you two just become Pope? See you later. Suddenly his phone rang. He answered, hello, why Jayu-gak, what's wrong? Immediately after, Siwoo's expression hardened. He stammered, what? Far away in the sky, an airplane was flying past. He asked softly, grandmother is coming back to Korea. A building located in the autonomous city, especially the line. At a meeting room in the building, the room was submerged in darkness, with only faint light from the projector. Minister Seo Nho was meeting privately with the president of South Korea, Seo Sin-hoo. He presented the current emergency situation. A disaster-level monster appeared off the coast of Mia, which has been reported by Japan and the US. This monster is codenamed Jamatachi. They have sent a request asking South Korea to send an awakened one to support. President Seo Sin-hoo listened attentively, face thoughtful, speaking up. A disaster-level monster. Even so, it appeared on foreign territory. It's very strange that they asked for help from us. I am sure they have put forward some conditions. Minister Seo Nho continued to report, with a serious expression. Aiden HW, also known as the Savage, is one of the people the U.S. plans to send. The Savage, Aiden HW, is skilled with a two-handed axe. He is a returnee to Earth 3 years ago, having spent 20 years fighting continuously in another dimension. His most notorious nickname is Mutant Poison Hunter. After the anomaly ranks were established, those who claimed to be anomalies started appearing everywhere, and Aiden HW hunted them down one by one. Those who bragged about their power were crushed by the Savage. President Seo Sin-hoo rested his chin, his eyes thoughtful, saying softly, the U.S. sent him to Japan while also requesting Kim Siwoo. Seo Nho interrupted, tone certain. No doubt about it, they want to test South Korea's first anomaly. The president immediately asked, what is your personal opinion on this? He replied calmly, I think my opinion is not important. Seo Nho's face revealed exhaustion, cautiously continuing. Anyway, unlike the US or China, we don't have the ability to control our anomalies. I think we should ask Kim Siwoo's opinion first. If you can't control it, then negotiate. Isn't that the method we've always used? President Sin-hoo laughed loudly, straightforwardly praising. That is exactly why I like working with you, Minister Seo Nho. He arranged the documents on the table, slowly speaking. Perhaps I should personally go to meet him, say that I just want to express my gratitude to the hero who protected the country. That should be a good enough reason. After that, President Seo Sin-hoo and 2 bodyguards walked thoughtfully toward the main door. Inside him, there was some hesitation, but finally he was determined to speak up. I also have a very personal question. Minister Conho was not surprised, nodded slightly, voice calm. Go ahead. The president didn't hesitate, immediately asking, if the savage fights Kim Siwoo, who do you think will win? The question caused Conho to pause. He thought for a while, eyes looking far away into the distance, then answered decisively, I don't have any hesitation. Kim Siwoo will definitely win. The savage won't even be able to touch him. At this time in Kim Siwoo's living room, he had just woken up after a long sleep, hair still messy, mouth yawning, hand holding the TV remote. The 9 p.m. news sounded. Siwoo sat leaning against the sofa, eyes dreamy, TV sound echoing throughout the room. Yesterday, the 10th, a disaster-level monster suddenly appeared off the coast of Maigai, codenamed Yamada Nizachi, causing a media sensation. The Japanese government has ordered the evacuation of residents in the area and sent requests for support to neighboring countries. The U.S. government agreed to send Anomaly Iden HW, also known by the nickname The Savage. Experts say this move is a step to create an opportunity for the U.S. to test South Korea's first anomaly, Kim Siwoo. The news content was like a thunderclap, causing Siwoo to startle, eyes blank for a moment, unable to believe what he just heard on TV. He exclaimed, "What?" The TV sound continued. Iden HW is famous for the title Mutant Poison Hunter. Siwoo was surprised, sweat beading on his forehead, yelling, what the hell is going on? Right at this moment, Wang-gu Gok just walked in, carrying a tray of fragrant food. Not understanding what was happening, he asked in surprise. The news continued while the Japanese government. Wang-gu Gok gently placed the tray of food on the table, saying optimistically, but if team leader Kim hasn't contacted you yet, aren't we still fine? Siwoo gradually calmed down. The golden sandwiches, stuffed with meat, eggs, and fresh vegetables displayed before him, attracted him. He praised, probably did you make these? They're impressive. He quickly picked up a piece of sandwich, not hesitating to take a big bite. Suddenly a sound rang out. Snow jumped out from thin air. Siwoo gently patted its head. The kitten rubbed its head happily, let out a sound, eyes half closed in comfort. He asked it tenderly, I know Snow, have you slept enough? Si-yoon saw Snow and was extremely excited, hugging it tightly, joyfully cheering. Are we keeping this cat? I'm not allergic to it at all. That's great. At this time, Siwoo went to the kitchen to get a cup of water. Si-yoon continued to laugh happily in the living room. Can we name it Snow? Because it's a white cat, white as snow. Snow, from now on you will live with us. He listened while enjoying the delicious breakfast, laughing with interest. And so the holy beast was named Snow. Afterwards, Siwoo returned to the living room. Wang-gu Gok saw him and happily said, seems like no one is allergic to the holy beast, huh? Even when I and Si-yoon picked it up, it was fine. He chewed and replied, then that's good. When the church grows, Snow will develop along with. While the two brothers were chatting, Snow snuck close to the sandwich plate, sniffing and inhaling. Siwoo suggested, I think you and Si-yoon also need a bodyguard. Wang-gu Gok asked in surprise, a bodyguard, you mean Snow? Immediately after, Snow opened its mouth wide and took a big bite of the sandwich. Wang-gu Gok continued stammering, you wouldn't believe what you just heard. You intend to order the cat. Look at your loyal believer, goddess. You only treat animals as tools. Siwoo explained calmly, Snow can completely handle any awakened fake below the anomaly level. Seeing Snow eating the sandwich ravenously, Wang-gu Gok was amazed, eyes widened. Brother, can cats eat sandwiches, or are holy beasts different from ordinary species? Siwoo replied indifferently, continuing to enjoy breakfast. Just let it eat. If it can't digest, it will use divine power to handle it or vomit it out. It's a holy beast after all. Suddenly, Siwoo remembered something. He instructed Wang-gu Gok. Oh right, don't forget grandmother is coming. He hurriedly replied, I'm busy today so I can't pick grandmother up. Is it okay if you go alone? At this time, Snow had eaten its fill, curling up asleep on Siwoo's lap. He replied, who do you think I am? Also, our channel seems to be quite busy. Siwoo looked at the official Gen channel on his phone. Subscriptions reached 1.2 million. Wang-gu Gok said interestingly, maintaining this growth momentum is good. I'm just happy because the number of viewers is increasing. You know, we even have viewers from abroad. Afterward, he waved goodbye to his brother, not forgetting to instruct. Anyway, I have to go back to work. Travel safely. After Wang-gu Gok left, Siwoo was silent for a moment. You could say Wang-gu Gok looks much happier since I returned to Earth. There's vitality in his eyes again. He gently stroked Snow, secretly thinking. It must have been very hard for him to take care of Si-yoon and grandmother alone, but when grandmother returns, this place will be too crowded. I should prepare to move soon. Snow moved slightly, flicking its tail, letting out a sound. Siwoo instructed it. Now Snow, protect Wang-gu Gok while I'm away, okay? If you see him tired, play with him a little, understand. The next day the weather was clear, clouds drifted lazily, sunlight crept through buildings, creating a sense of peace and gentleness. Siwoo excitedly exclaimed, today's weather is perfect for flying home. He just stepped downstairs when he noticed something was wrong. Around the building, there were many bodyguards standing guard, he suspected inside. What is this? Is something wrong? Who's coming? Suddenly, there was a loud shout. Siwoo. Captain Kim stepped out of the building, making Siwoo jump. Ah, you scared the life out of me. Dang Seosik, leading his bodyguards alongside, excitedly proposed. If you're preparing to pick up your grandmother, let us help. Siwoo clenched his hands, refusing. No need, it's too much trouble, I'll just catch a taxi. Dang Seosik immediately gave him no chance to decline. No, I apologize for the abruptness. Please, this way. Siwoo exclaimed in surprise. Wait, are you escorting me? Where am I being taken? He was led another way, and seeing the scene before him, he became even more anxious, his eyes full of wariness. In front of Siwoo was a luxurious black sedan, with all windows tinted. 4 bodyguards stood escorting the car, and he thought to himself, there's something suspicious about this car. Siwoo approached, whispering to himself, it would be funny if the president was in there or something. The person sitting in the car was dressed formally, and he asked in surprise, how did you know? I personally requested Captain Kim to keep my personal security at a minimum. The person speaking was the president of South Korea, Sin-Hoo. He politely greeted, very happy to meet you, awakened Siwoo. I am Sin-Hoo, the current president of this country. Siwoo was shocked, speechless. His eyes widened and his mouth hung open, a whirlwind of thoughts racing through his head. What is a president? That is the title for the person holding the central power of a nation, the highest position an elected official can achieve, someone most ordinary citizens dream of meeting. So why would that person appear here? After that, he quickly stepped into the car, sitting opposite the president, his hands clenched tight, his entire body tense. Siwoo said tremblingly, I'm on my way to the airport to pick up my grandmother. President Sin, who was a cunning old fox, he quickly understood Siwoo's thoughts and politely replied, coincidentally, I have business at the airport too, consider it a shared ride. Siwoo thought to himself, sharing a ride with the president, is this real? He definitely has some ulterior motive. Then he hesitated and asked, but is it okay for the president to act like this? The car sped down the highway, blending into the heavy traffic. President Sin-Hoo explained, most of the work of a head of an organization is conducted in secret like this, while official events are just for show. As a pope from a world like Eden, you must understand this clearly. Siwoo narrowed his eyes as he looked at the man, a clear thought echoing in his mind. I knew it, he didn't just come here to chat. A president without an air of self-importance or overwhelming pressure. Sin-Hoo had won the support of many voters, thanks to his unique sense of humor. Suddenly the president spoke, breaking the awkward silence. Did you see the news this morning? Siwoo quickly answered. Yes, a monster appeared in Japan, and their government requested assistance from us. The president looked at him, his eyes filled with satisfaction, and without beating around the bush, he went straight to the point. Exactly, since you have grasped the situation, I will be direct. The United States has requested that we send you, the awakened Kim Siwoo, to participate in the aid force. Siwoo was stunned for a few seconds, asking in surprise, is this the reason you came to meet me? Wouldn't it be enough to just give me an order? President Sin-Hoo calmly explained, the Special Ability Act, subsection B, Article 12 states that the scope of operations for an anomaly is limited to the country managing them, which is South Korea in this case. Saying this, he slightly squeezed his fingers on the seat and hesitated. Therefore, you have absolutely no obligation to help Japan. However, Siwoo realized the hidden meaning in President Sin-Hoo's words. Without waiting for him to finish, he interrupted. It seems you want me to go to Japan, right, Mr. President? Siwoo fell into deep thought, rubbing his chin. The awakened sent by the U.S., Eden H. Ward, was known by the title Judge of Anomalies. If you can defeat him in combat, that will prove you are one of the strongest anomalies in the world, an anomaly recognized by the U.S. government, and also the operator of a cult. That will certainly attract attention from all over the world. He recalled what Yongu once said, do you know that we even have viewers from other countries? Siwoo smiled broadly, asking happily, was the monster's appearance part of your calculation? Sin-Hoo's eyes narrowed, his lips curled into a smile that was barely there. Why would I worry about a monster when there are 2 anomalies at the scene? What I worry about is what happens after. After that, his face became serious, offering a proposal. Kim Siwoo, for the benefit of our country, I want you to eliminate that barbarian. He looked at the man calmly, saying, you speak as if you're proposing a business deal. Sin-Hoo glanced out the window, his eyes looking into the distance. He spoke as if opening up to him. Since ancient times, religion and politics have always gone hand in hand. That is because both derive power from the support of the people. This is the relationship I want to build, a partnership where we can support each other. Regrettably, the South Korean government does not have enough power for that, and the Gen cult is growing stronger every day. But if the gap between us continues to widen, it will no longer be a partnership, but will become a one-way relationship. I am sure that is not what you want for the future, and it is not what your cult wants. Siwoo remained silent, his lips pressed tight, thinking about what the president had just said. A moment later, Sin Hu spoke to break the silence. It seems I have talked a bit too much, especially when the weather is as beautiful as today. You can take your time to think about your decision. Soon they arrived at the airport, and the two quickly stepped out of the car. Before parting, he advised, "Whatever you decide, we will fully support you," awakened Kim Siwoo. "I plan to arrange an official visit to the temple soon. Then we can continue this conversation. Very happy to meet you, Kim Siwoo." Siwoo stood still watching the car leave, thinking, Sin Hu, an interesting person. Afterward, he looked up at the blue sky, the clouds like cotton candy blending with the warm sunshine. Siwoo remembered his beloved grandmother, and he mumbled as if speaking to her. The weather today is truly beautiful. Perfect for a reunion. After his grandfather passed away, his grandmother frequently traveled abroad. Hearing the news that his parents had passed away, she immediately returned to South Korea to take care of the two brothers. She is a very kind-hearted person. Here is some information about her. Name Go Yoonrang, born November 11, 196X, hometown CEO. A phrase she often says is, "Our family has always been full of trouble." She once pointed her finger directly at his face, shouting instructions. "Siwoo, whatever you do in the future, remember to protect each other, you hear." She is truly a very unique person. Even if the whole world was in chaos, she was determined to go to the US for her trip. He smiled unconsciously, his eyes soft as he recalled past events. From when she was young, she had to take care of his grandfather, then later took care of them. After his father's accident, her life was always busy. At this moment, the door opened slightly, footsteps echoed, and the person he had been waiting for appeared at the threshold. Grandmother Yoonrang was dressed fashionably. A warm, loose overcoat covered almost her entire body, a small scarf tied around her neck, and a pair of large glasses on her face that added to her aura. She pulled her suitcase, slowly stepping outside. Scanning her eyes around, searching for a familiar figure, Siwoo called out, "Grandma." He looked at her from head to toe, giving a wry smile. Grandmother Yoonrang said happily, "My grandson." The two looked at each other, laughing loudly, the atmosphere full of awkwardness. After that, she took off her glasses, her eyes not leaving Siwoo, and she let out a few strange, confused sounds. He looked straight at her, his lips twitching slightly, emitting a teasing sound. Grandmother Yoonrang immediately ran over, jumped up and tapped Siwoo on the back, her voice intimate. "You look so different now. Before, as soon as you saw me, you'd run away, yet now you look so sturdy. My grandson, I'm so proud of you." Siwoo shouted in panic, his voice playfully blaming, "Grandma, shouldn't we hug after such a long time?" Yoonrang replied happily, "Who do you think I am? I knew you would survive and come back. As long as you still have your arms and legs, it's fine, you ungrateful brat." Siwoo rubbed the spot she had just hit, thinking to himself, "Grandma is as sharp-tongued as ever." He watched her retreating figure, exhaling in relief. She spoke as if the one who went on a trip was him, but indeed, going to another dimension was like going on a long trip. Since Yonggu and Ma Dai-ong had also returned from Drift, he should have guessed this earlier. Afterward, he helped her pull her suitcase, and the two walked out together. They chatted happily, and Grandmother Yoonrang kindly asked, "So, how was the trip to the other dimension?" Siwoo replied gently, It was okay. I even joined a religion." She asked happily, "So you finally found your faith?" Siwoo quickly answered, "I even built a temple before you arrived. If you want, you can go see it right now." Grandmother Yoonrang turned to stand in front of him, her voice full of pride. "It seems that trip helped you grow up. I heard you were behind the purge in the central region, is that right?" She touched Siwoo's hair, gently stroking his head. He didn't react, just standing silently. Yoonrang looked at Kim Siwoo with affectionate eyes, proudly saying, "You have truly grown into a wonderful person." After that, she hugged Siwoo tightly as if to release all the worries of the past few years. Yoonrang whispered gently, "Let's call it even. You went missing and made me worry all year. Thank you for coming back, my little boy." Siwoo hugged her gently. Yoonrang continued to confide, "When I heard the news that you didn't return even though I had returned to the country, I thought you didn't want to see me anymore." Suddenly, she let go of him, happily switching to another topic. But the ticket was a pre-booked tour package. It would be a waste to skip it. Siwoo asked helplessly, "Are you serious?" Afterward, he asked about her experience from the recent trip. "By the way, you traveled by private jet, right? How was it? Was it comfortable?" Grandmother Yoonrang replied happily, "Unlike you, I had a top-tier flight, and they even sent a private plane to pick me up. I came here with a friend from the US, but just a moment ago, some people in black took her away." Siwoo was surprised, frowning and thinking to himself, "A friend." Grandmother Yoonrang put her hands in her pockets, deep in thought as she walked, continuing to chat with Siwoo. "She said she wanted to meet you. I'm not a bad person, so don't worry." He asked awkwardly, "What do you mean by I'm not a bad person?" Siwoo remembered the words of President Sin, who then added, "By the way, I'm planning to go to the airport too. Let's share a ride." He broke into a sweat, doubting in his heart, "Wait, Grandma, who exactly did you bring along?" Afterward, the two went to Kamen-gen, a luxurious white temple with unique architecture, intricately carved patterns. Yunrang's voice echoed throughout the temple. "I heard that everyone took care of my grandson when he was in the other dimension. Thank you all very much." Leo placed his hand on his chest, humbly answering, "Not at all, we are the ones blessed by him. We are only paying back a small part." Luna shouted excitedly, "Oh my god, I even thought you were his aunt. You look so young." Siwoo heard this startled, mouth agape, muttering, "Aunt." Grandmother Yunrang happily smiled broadly, asking back, "Aunt, this cute girl really knows how to talk." Luna took the opportunity to keep the conversation going, interested in chatting. "I am Luna Liveton. I can't believe it. We are his closest advisors. You can treat us however you like because you are also our grandmother." Grandmother Yunrang gently held her hand, laughing with interest. "Is that so? It seems I have gained another grandson and granddaughter to rely on." Siwoo was helpless, could only cough a few times, changing the subject. Grandma, about the friend who wants to meet me. You said she would come straight to Common Temple. Aren't you tired?" Grandmother Yunrang glanced at Siwoo and replied, "I made an appointment with my friend to come here already. I want to use this opportunity to meet the people you trust." She looked at the statue of the goddess in the temple, continuing, "And the god you place your faith in too." She looked at the statue, then asked in surprise, "Looking at this statue, does it have no face?" Siwoo explained, "Sometimes what cannot be seen has more meaning. For some people, it could be the face of a mother praying. For others, it is the image of a father. Because the image of a loved one in everyone's heart is different, I left the statue without a face as a way to encompass every." Thinking about this, he was extremely sorrowful. "It's a pity I can't contact Jen anymore. There isn't a single statue with her face." Suddenly, Grandmother Yunrang asked him, "Should I pray?" Siwoo quickly answered, "Of course Jen loves everyone, but she will surely love you even more." Yunrang clasped her hands and closed her eyes, preparing to pray. She laughed. "Remember how you hated going to church in the past. Who would have thought it would turn out like this one day?" She knelt before the goddess, reverently praying, "Thank you for taking care of my grandson and bringing him back safe. Even though he still has much to learn, to overcome the challenges that this chaotic world places upon him, please lead the way, bring him to the right path." Siwoo stood silently watching her, his heart full of mixed emotion. Leo stepped closer, bowing respectfully to remind, "A representative priest needs to bless her." Siwoo exclaimed, "Oh, almost forgot. I am currently a temporary priest here." Afterward, he quickly used the anomaly-related skill, blue lights shimmering in space, and in no time, the clothes on Siwoo's body changed into a priest's outfit. He sat in front of her, a brilliant halo appearing on Siwoo's body. He clasped his hands in a blessing gesture, praying for Jen's protection to always be with. Grandmother Yunrang gently looked at her grandson, her lips curling into a smile. After the prayer ended, Siwoo slowly helped her stand up. Yunrang gently asked, "Since the garden near the entrance is absolutely beautiful, can this old lady go for a walk?" Siwoo immediately agreed. "Of course, let me take you around." Grandmother Yunrang gently refused, wanting to walk with Luna and Leo. "There are so many things I want to ask those two little ones." Siwoo said confusingly, Can I not?" Before he could finish his sentence, she turned, not forgetting to tease him. A good leader should give their subordinates some time to gossip behind their back. Siwoo was helpless and speechless, thinking to himself, "You want to pull those two away to badmouth me." Before leaving, Yunrang reminded her grandson, "My friend really wants to meet you. Consider it doing a good deed. Chat with her for a while. Who knows, you might learn something useful." Afterward, she went with Leo and Luna quickly towards the garden. Siwoo, dazed, watched their three backs. He pondered, but she had already left, and he didn't know when her friend would arrive. Suddenly, Siwoo sensed something unusual. His eyes widened in surprise. He turned his head, searching around, whispering in his heart, "Wait, I just sensed a source of mana somewhere far away, an extremely pure and gentle source of mana." He suddenly recalled the conversation with team leader Kim earlier. "Siwoo, I don't know if you know, but currently your grandmother is traveling with an extremely important person. That person has arrived in our country." He smiled slightly, finally solving the confusion in his heart. The friend his grandmother brought along was the guest that President Sehu personally had to welcome. Light footsteps rang out in the temple, step by step slowly approaching him. Siwoo looked at the woman before him, increasingly believing in his assessment. His grandmother definitely hid something from him. That woman is called a prophet, famous for being able to see the near future, and is also an important awakened person, highly valued by the U.S. The president personally requested that awakened Kim Siwoo be the one to take care of Mrs. Emma Miller. Siwoo's gaze gently swept over the woman in front. She politely greeted, "Very happy to meet you, Siwoo. You look a lot like your grandmother. It's no wonder Yunrang kept talking about you the whole flight." He also politely replied, "Very happy to meet you, Mrs. Emma Miller." Mrs. Emma warmly greeted, "Very happy to meet you, Siwoo. You look a lot like your grandmother." He immediately replied, "Mrs. Emma, I didn't expect you to speak Korean so fluently." She smiled brightly. "I learned it through Yunrang, although I have to admit there was a bit of cheating." That moment, Dongsi had once told Siwoo, "I don't know if you know, but your grandmother is currently traveling with a very important person to our country. That person is called a prophet, famous for being able to see the near future. Siwoo, you must be very careful. Just one scratch on Mrs. Emma could become an international political issue." He asked confusingly, "And what do I have to do with protecting such an internationally important person?" He immediately replied, "Mrs. Emma is your grandmother's best friend. Maybe your grandmother has already told her a lot about you. We were informed that she wants to meet you." Siwoo couldn't imagine that an S-rank awakened person from the US was his grandmother's friend. "I wonder what it feels like to possess S-rank prophetic ability." She looked at his attitude and guessed part of it. "It seems you're curious about my secrets. Actually, there's nothing special. I'm just here as Yunrang's friend." Siwoo was surprised. "Are you reading my mind?" Just looking at the expression, Mrs. Emma could understand. It's not exactly reading, it's just an old lady's intuition, or something similar to that. In his head, many questions constantly appeared. How did they know each other? First is the president. I couldn't guess the true intentions of anyone I met today. They are truly on another level. Now he remembered. "I heard you wanted to meet me. Was that the reason you approached my grandmother? Did you use your prophetic power to arrange this meeting?" She calmly explained, "Don't misunderstand the relationship I built with Yunrang. I became her friend simply because the opportunity allowed it. Even so, there are people who would call that destiny." Siwoo suddenly discovered, hearing those words, perhaps he had guessed Mrs. Emma's ability related to the system. He heard her words very clearly. "Just like you are Jen's representative, I am the representative of the system monitoring Earth. My prophecy ability was granted by the system when I was chosen as a representative. This ability is limited to those who belong to the system. Those outside that boundary will not be able to use it, including those who have not awakened or those with different standards like." Siwoo immediately understood. "You are referring to exceptions like me. That's why these warnings don't show anything." She explained, but her eyes were directed towards a faraway place. "Although they have returned to Earth and operate under the same set of rules, the origin of their power comes from different dimensions. Therefore, even if I reveal my abilities, there is nothing that can be shared with you. Honestly, calling me an observer would be more correct than a prophet. I just observe the flow of this world on behalf of the system and share what I see in the endless, intertwined events of this world. The God you serve and the entity I represent have a certain connection. That is why I wanted to meet you, to see what kind of person you are." Siwoo seriously probed, "So after meeting me, what do you think?" It seemed she was very satisfied. "The temple you built is beautiful. After meeting you in person, I have made my own decision. At least I can confirm that you still love this world." The flow of power spread and then vanished. He had received the answer to his questions. "Now I understand. Perhaps she doesn't look at me with sympathy, but it doesn't mean she is hostile towards me." Siwoo chatted comfortably. "Among all the awakened people I've met on Earth, you are the most interesting person. Did you really come here just to meet me?" She smiled gently. "Consider it a small pleasure for this old lady." He also showed interest. "Now that we've met, do you intend to return to the US?" Mrs. Emma still had many plans. "Not yet. I want to travel around South Korea a little more. I already promised Yunrang. I will eat bibimbap, even fried chicken with beer by the Han River. After discovering I like Korean food so much, I even thought I would stay a little longer." Siwoo didn't dare believe this. "Did you come just to eat? You can't. If you do that, an American-Korean war might actually break out." Finally, she said goodbye. "Thank you for spending time with me. Siwoo, I will leave soon. Yunrang when angry is very scary. Maybe she will scold me for spending too much time with you." He wondered, "Grandma, what did you do to an S-rank awakened person from the US? Is she really leaving? I thought she came to give some kind of warning." Mrs. Emma's footsteps suddenly stopped. She turned to say one sentence to him. "Entities from outside the boundary will bring darkness. Siwoo, the light that you and your God bring. I hope it is enough to pierce through that deep darkness." Siwoo memorized it in his head. Deep darkness, another thing to ask Jen about. "There are countless questions I still don't have the answers to," he thought to himself. "Wonder what our goddess is doing now." In the evening, inside Siwoo's building, there was chatter. "Are you happy that you got to meet her?" his sister asked. He replied, "Yes, she said she'd come visit us again tomorrow." Siwoo recounted to his sister that she had also mentioned wanting to treat his friend from America to a meal, and he had handed his credit card over to her right then and there. The young girl, busy folding clothes, greeted him cheerfully. "Welcome home." He felt a bit puzzled. "So, you're playing with your friend, but don't you want to go visit her?" She kept on with her work, with no other choice. Whether they're adults or kids, everyone wants to spend time with their friends, just like how I have to fold these clothes even though I don't like it. But that's okay, because she promised she'd make time for me, right? All done, I'm going upstairs to play with Snow. Let's go, Snow. This really took him by surprise. Has Siyin grown up already? Where did the kid learn all of that? As soon as Siwoo entered the office, he asked, "Why, stupid? Do you know who her friend is?" His younger brother, busy folding clothes, didn't care. How would I know? He asked another question. "Well, do you know who the great prophet of America is?" Why, stupid remembered immediately. Who doesn't know that? The great prophet of America, Emma, right? She's always appearing on the cover of Wicker magazine. Siwoo announced something important. Don't be surprised, but it's actually her, the close friend visiting her from abroad. He even looked like he didn't believe it. Why, stupid began to reproach him. Come on, at least make a joke that makes sense. Do you know that the US is 43 times larger than South Korea? You know our grandmother isn't an awakened, right? Surely you know the prophet is the most important person in the US. Even the richest people in the world beg to meet her once and all get rejected. I thought you were better at keeping your mouth shut than the Pope. Siwoo was annoyed that his own brother wouldn't believe his words. Wait a minute, I'm being serious. I just thought these things were extraordinary. Our grandmother is really friends with Emma. I can't believe it. Even so, he tried to explain. Why, stupid? I even rode in the same car as the president. He personally asked me to go to Japan to help too. So I'm planning on taking a short trip to Japan. What do you think? This only made his brother more dismissive. I can already see the headline in tomorrow's paper. Pope of the Gen cult turns out to be a professional liar. A bump appeared on Why Stupid's head. You were sent to handle Yamatachi. The news has been all about that lately. Siwoo became even more confident. You know about it, so what do you think I should do? His brother voiced his thoughts. If a national-level monster appears, supporting Japan is a given. But a mutant with strength equal to a nuclear bomb might not be the smartest choice. But South Korea's international influence has weakened after the recent events involving the gates. If you step up, our country has a chance to regain its reputation. You thought only a few people felt national pride because you played soccer. Siwoo crossed his arms and reminded him, "You're exaggerating, I'm not that important." Why Stupid was a bit surprised. Suddenly you're being so humble. In the morning at the company, even though I had reported this news to Captain Kim, I still intended to join the support team in Japan. After agreeing, the government immediately released an official statement, as if everything had been planned in advance. Minister CNHO had formed a support team, and among the members assigned to go along were those known as the strongest awakened in the government sector. The plane was ready for takeoff. Siwoo departed that very same day, at 7:00 p.m. On the biggest news segment, there was some super hot information. The president held a press conference announcing the official reinforcement list for Japan. Japan expressed gratitude for South Korea focusing resources to support, and South Korea-Japan relations are becoming increasingly tighter. The decision to increase reinforcements was praised, and the meeting between the barbarian and the Black Pope caused a media frenzy. The Gen Church Forum had a post. Just thinking about it makes my blood boil. But if it's the Black Pope, does he even stand a chance against the barbarian? The number of mutants defeated by the barbarian is countless. Below, everyone kept arguing over their opinions. All the news was being discussed very excitedly. Siwoo sat on the plane, calmly reading those comments. Currently, he was on a flight provided solely by Japan, and every news channel was obsessed with whether he would fight the barbarian or not. Wasn't the result already obvious, or was it just him who thought so? The flight attendant announced, "We are starting our descent into Narita International Airport. After arriving, we will move to the mission site under the guidance of the Japan Ability Bureau." He wondered to himself, who is that person named Jin Rang? Just then, Captain Kim also came to check on Siwoo. Is everything okay? Siwoo replied, Captain Kim, everything is fine. Are you going alone? Captain Kim asked Siwoo, confused. It seems Luna and Leo want to stay at the temple to guide new followers. They are also making more bracelets. So, can I have one? I heard it helps cure baldness. Expecting a serious question, but only receiving his humor, Siwoo laughed. I will definitely save one for you, Captain Kim. He gave a bright smile, brushing off his embarrassment. It's all because I'm too stressed. Thank you. I need to confirm a few things after we arrive, so while waiting for landing, just get some rest. Siwoo sat comfortably in his seat, relaxing and thinking about the things he was worried about. He didn't know if Luna was okay, but even without him there, Min would probably be able to handle it. He imagined the scene when they encountered difficulties, welcoming new followers. This would be a great opportunity for them to take care of the new group of followers. Just hearing Luna say that Leo had been complaining endlessly, Pope, am I the only one doing the work of reinforcing the temple? She was extremely interested in this. There are still many occasions for trips to Japan, but training the first batch of followers only happens once, right? which made Leo have to endure it. Thinking of that scene, Siwoo found it truly terrifying. If they caused trouble abroad, he would also have a hard time dealing with it for them. While in the flow of his thoughts, a voice called him, awakened Siwoo. He looked up. In front of him stood a girl standing strictly, introducing herself. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Chi, a member of the Special Task Force under the Ministry of Defense and the captain of this reinforcement team. I wanted to meet and greet you before the mission begins." Siwoo understood after hearing it. It turned out she was one of the few S-rank awakens still working for the government. He also bowed politely. "Hello, I am Siwoo, the leader of the Gen cult." At the same time, he realized the feelings that the terrorist had toward Chi were not rivalry, but a sense of inferiority. He felt a powerful mana, far from that terrorist. Chi suddenly raised her hand to salute. "Thank you for capturing the terrorists, including Lai Si-hai, and protecting our country." Siwoo looked at this person with a different set of eyes. Even though she was one of the strongest awakened in the country, she still humbly sent her thanks for his action. She truly understood humility, but also exuded confidence. Thanks to her, the Ability Management Bureau had survived for the past year. She also didn't forget to act in lieu of thanks. "In this mission, I will provide full support when you engage in combat." This made him feel more interested, because Chi carried the spirit of a warrior rather than a typical ability user. "Yes, thank you. Although I have been to other dimensions, I have never been abroad." Chi asked back in surprise. "Really? It is an honor to accompany you on your first official business trip abroad." 3 hours later, at Narita International Airport, Japan. The crowd chanted in unison, "We don't need your help." Siwoo and Chi were both baffled. What's going on? An assistant came forward to announce, "Reinforcements from South Korea have arrived. Please step aside." Hearing that, the crowd began to argue back. "Whether it's from the US or South Korea, please withdraw. The Japanese can and will defeat Japan's monsters themselves." Looking at the way they behaved, Siwoo understood enough. It seems they have no intention of following the plan. They chanted in unison, "We don't need the South Koreans." He saw the true face of that crowd. He didn't expect Japan to oppose foreign intervention to this extent. Chi nodded in agreement. They are determined that they can handle it. Captain Kim hurriedly said to Siwoo, "He must have had a misunderstanding. I will go check." He walked out seriously to speak. "I am Captain Kim from the South Korean Ability Bureau. I want to meet and discuss with the Japanese awakened representative." But the result he got was just being driven away. "I already told you, go back." Siwoo and Chi both helped him back. Captain Kim shyly thanked them. He had thought about the risks that could happen. There must be areas where civilians had been injured or suffered damage caused by the monster. But even in this situation, the Japanese awakened were determined to handle it themselves. To them, even a major disaster was just a job, or this was a matter related to self-esteem. He remembered a similar thing happening at the university hospital, but he didn't expect that kind of person to be everywhere. Siwoo's eyes were emitting electricity. He thought, "Dare to use skills on someone who has no intention of fighting. Now everything is fair. This is a skill usually only used for heretics or those who refuse to listen to my advice." Active deterrent skill level has been activated. Your divine power is overwhelming the target. This is because they poked at his anger themselves. "I will use my power to show you the reason why we are here." Suddenly, someone shouted loudly, "Wait." Captain Kim at this moment was stopping Siwoo. "I apologize for our rudeness," awakened Siwoo. "This is our fault. I believe that excessive nationalism has made us fail to see the true purpose of this visit. I sincerely apologize." He introduced his identity. "I am Jin Jiang of the Japan Ability Bureau." "Captain Kim, are you hurt anywhere? I will ensure the person who caused this is punished accordingly." Captain Kim hesitated to answer. "Yes, I'm fine." Siwoo suddenly noticed Jin Jiang's Korean was very good. He didn't know where he was born. Jin Jiang politely said to him, "AI Den and the Awakened from America have already arrived at the main camp. Let me take you there." Everyone was sitting in a car, chatting happily, as if they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Jin Jiang spoke up. "It's good to see you again, Captain Kim. I'm glad you're okay." He seemed to feel extremely sorry. "Mr. Siwoo, once again I hope you forgive our confusion." Actually, these things he didn't want to hold a grudge about. It wasn't his fault. Watching the two of them chat, Siwoo guessed that it seemed they were close with Captain Kim. Was Jin Jiang the person appearing in the news recently? People labeled him a traitor and a liar. But looking at Jin Jiang, he didn't seem like the irresponsible type at all. Jin Jiang appreciated it. "Thank you for your sympathy." She looked out the window and asked, "Is your mother still healthy?" Jin Jiang replied coldly, "She is still fine, probably on Rima Island now." Since coming to Japan, she had been staying out there, saying that she could see the Busan coastline from afar. Siwoo heard the way they talked and knew that Chi and Jin Jiang were close enough to know each other's family affairs. While chatting, Siwoo asked curiously, "What are these flowers?" And so the questions began like, Will the sun rise? Will the sun illuminate my day? This made Siwoo feel amazed. What the hell is this? Does this genre turn into a musical? What is going on? Suddenly he felt like he had missed something. What if Jin Jiang had no other choice but to come to Japan? He had to ask Captain Kim after this. Finally they arrived. The main camp was an abandoned school. Yes, we evacuated the people nearby and borrowed this building. Jin Jiang led the way. Please come this way. We will start the planning meeting soon. You will coordinate with the American team for this mission. Siwoo immediately agreed. Understood, I understand. Jin Jiang added, since the meeting is mainly for the reinforcement forces, I will wait outside in case you need anything. Siwoo replied gently, thank you. His footsteps went inside. As soon as he saw the silhouettes, someone spoke up to greet him. You've finally arrived, awakened Siwoo, awakened Chi. Everyone was in position at the meeting table. Just as he entered, he felt the atmosphere there was extremely quiet. He could recognize immediately who was the barbarian. The system displayed a notification. An unknown source of power is putting pressure on you. Siwoo felt clearly, not magic, not mana or divine power. This was pure power created from will, like the strength of an abnormal person representing Earth. AI Den slammed the table hard. The assistant wanted to interpret, but he refused. No night. Passive language blessing skill has been activated. Siwoo quickly introduced himself. I am Siwoo. He heard that and replied, AI Den, interesting. You speak Korean, but I hear it as English. Siwoo was enthusiastic. That is one of the blessings that my God gave me. Sounds like something out of a medieval movie, right? AI Den came closer, continued. It seems your God is very generous. Siwoo's eyes were full of enthusiasm. I also wonder about that, because stranger, she is not always gentle. A powerful aura radiated from him. Is that so? I always thought those gods in your world were just trash, so I killed them all. A sudden explosion made everyone cover their ear. He watched this scene and had to think, how are both of them still normal under this terrible pressure? Is this the power of those who were exterminated? Siwoo felt extremely interested in this place. Really interesting. Is this some kind of challenge? He seemed very pleased with what he did. I believe that Siwoo has awakened, and only he and I are enough to carry out the mission of destroying the target code. Specifically about this, that person never accepted. Thank you for suggesting that idea. But this is Japan. It is natural for the awakened of each country to participate. We will do our best to support. AI Den felt this was too dangerous, asking, but I wonder if it is necessary to sacrifice other people's lives while we have enough firepower to destroy the enemy. I don't want to carry the guilt if the Japanese awakened die unnecessarily. So he suggested another plan. If the American representative is still determined with this plan, I will not intervene further. Other problems we can solve through diplomacy. Just proceed according to your plan. He had no opinion. Naturally, we basically have two weapons of mass destruction here already. Bringing weaker awakened to the battlefield is just a waste. You made the right decision. We can continue the meeting. He followed that silhouette, wondering, why did he speak for me and I didn't object? Killing an entity at the divine threshold is not easy, especially those like Gemin. Someone who has reached a certain level of divinity is almost impossible for mortal. However, like the gods from the other two dimensions, those who are nearly divine can still be killed when they are on the verge of disappearing. It is very likely he destroyed the gods in his dimension. Anyway, among the awakened I have met on Earth, he is clearly the strongest. The sky began to brighten. She volunteered for the mission. I will have them prepare a helicopter. Can you two coordinate with each other? She turned to ask back. Are you sure you don't need more information about Ozachi? Siwoo replied. I think that is enough. The previous meeting provided enough information about Code Ozachi. It first appeared in Japan and has not yet been recorded in the International Monster Database. The code is named after a monster in Japanese mythology. Like all national disaster-level monsters, it has caused serious damage. There are reports that it looks like a dragon. People say it controls dragon-like flying monsters. 5 hours ago, the monster stopped moving and entered a state of hibernation. Thanks to that, we have more time to evacuate the people. She wanted to help even more, asking, Awakened Siwoo, are you sure you don't need support? He considered very carefully and replied, Yes, please don't worry. Please focus on saving as many people as possible. Siwoo still didn't forget to comfort. Hey, don't worry about me either. Captain Kim cried bitterly, begging, Siwoo, please don't stomp the barbarian's head into the ground anymore, please. Chi replied boredly, I understand. The helicopter was ready for takeoff. I heard that the flying monsters make movement in the surrounding airspace extremely difficult. It seems this mission will not be easy at all. AI Den gave Siwoo praise. You are a person with many useful abilities. He looked nervously outside. We will be fine if I reinforce the helicopter. He suddenly remembered. Besides, I heard some reporters want to go along to record the battle. Most of the freaks don't like to let their fighting style be exposed to the public. You are a rare case. Mentioning this, Siwoo remembered a close reporter. Those reporters had the same expression as Zi Miung when begging him to cooperate with them. He is an enthusiastic person. I will definitely record your cool battle with this camera. Can't miss such a good opportunity. AI Den saw his happy manner. Inside, he seemed to be worried about something. Siwoo intentionally spoke sarcastically. Only the weak or insecure are afraid of revealing their abilities, right? Or are you afraid? He didn't dare to look him in the eye. I just realized you are even more arrogant than I thought. He used his deterrent gaze to remind him, if you know how to hide that ambition, it's better. Anyway, I've never hidden anything, so there's no need to be polite to each other. He didn't dare to argue back. We are approaching the target. The alarm system sounded. The maximum passive protection skill had neutralized the thick toxic gas in the air. You are consuming a large amount of divine power. Siwoo was able to see the monster directly. Now everything was clear why this monster was classified as a national disaster. It was thanks to the dark fire and the huge amount of toxic gas it created. This type of thick poison not only harms the awakened, but also makes it difficult for ordinary people to live in that area later. This type of poison is very difficult to cleanse with ordinary divine power, especially on Earth, where divine power has only just begun to be unlocked recently. He observed everything here directly. If we hadn't come, it would have been a disaster. Since the helicopter had been reinforced, the pilot would probably be fine for a short time. AI Den told a story from the past. Before, I once fell into the trap of an enemy tribe, a tribe that specialized in using poison as a weapon. I was once locked in a vat full of deadly poison. That happened 20 years ago. From then until now, most types of poison no longer have any effect on me. This type of poison to me is no different from fresh air. Siwoo immediately broke that nonsense thought. Most others would call that trauma. Your old way of thinking is also quite effective. Anyway, a freak is still a freak. It seems like this poison didn't affect him, truly lucky. Sitting on the helicopter, from afar it could be clearly seen. It's awake. The monster was angry because someone woke it up. Other monsters also started to swarm in. AI Den quickly opened the helicopter door. I'm disappointed because my world doesn't have dragons. Does your world have dragons? How does it compare to that place? Siwoo replied calmly. I don't think they need to be compared. If a lizard spewing this black smoke is stronger than the demon Dragon King, then I don't need to go to Black Eden at all. His laughter echoed. I knew it. People from another world are truly different. I'm looking forward to a battle with you even more after dealing with this one. As if he understood, that was his true intention. AI Den gripped the axe tightly in his hand, saying, watch closely, this dinosaur chicken is the real combat strength. Siwoo was surprised to hear that name, Dinosaur Chick. A brilliant light radiated from the helicopter. Mysterious blue light converged. The monster began to carry out its plot. The blue aura rushed toward the helicopter. Consecutive powers were unleashed. AI Den quickly rushed out. I'll strike first. Now he was facing it at a very close range. The anger in the monster's heart had flared up. AI Den confidently held his weapon tight. Both had their own strength. Siwoo stood and observed, grasping the situation. Very good, freak. This battle is truly dramatic. Perhaps thanks to the number of people trusting him increasing, there was no status window, and causality didn't seem to interfere either. If you think I'll jump down like before, you're wrong. He once again used his mysterious ability. Active Holy Spear skill has been activated. Ozachi was lying motionless below. I hope you dodge in time. Siwoo's power had completely controlled it. The monster was in pain when tortured by electricity. Its body seemed unable to endure anymore. Siwoo flicked his finger, signaling the release of his power. Everything shattered under the weight of this mysterious divine force. The sound of helicopters echoed through the sky above. Ozachi no longer showed any biological signals. The entire battle lasted only 1 minute and 12 seconds, and the national disaster class monster, codenamed Ozachi, had been annihilated. There were no casualties on the Allied side. Thanks to the skills of the Korean awakened, Kim Siwoo, the situation was brought under control. The Prime Minister of Japan stood in the distance, brimming with anxiety. Prime Minister, what exactly did we just witness? What on earth did that awakened do? Prime Minister, the battle has begun. The awakened are fighting each other. He shouted in frustration, those idiots. Siwoo snapped his fingers to trigger his move. Everything shattered, replaced by a blinding light, so intense it was nearly impossible to look at. AI Den kept accusing him. You coward, how dare you use a long-range attack? Do you have absolutely no warrior's honor? Kim Siwoo stood there, watching the situation with amusement. It felt like he had heard those words somewhere before. Could he be connected to the O group? warrior's honor, huh? Siwoo decided to go down and face him directly. Deep down, he couldn't understand this guy at all. Why don't you just keep using long-range attacks? Fine, you want to fight close quarters, don't you? Then why don't we settle this right now? But AI Den immediately stopped him. Wait, all I needed to do was confirm whether you are truly an anomaly or not. My orders were to verify your identity while finding a way to get closer. Now that I'm sure you really are an anomaly, we don't need to fight anymore. Siwoo thought the guy was a complete coward. I thought you were insisting on fighting me, he quickly explained. I only said that because I believed a sincere clash was the fastest way to understand each other, but that's no longer necessary. Although the gods in my world are pathetic, I can feel that the god you serve is a truly magnificent existence. Please allow me to pay my respects to your goddess. I am certain she is a genuine deity. And I, AI Den, an anomaly of the United States, hereby officially recognize you, Siwoo, an anomaly of South Korea. I am certain we will become great friends. I can already sense our potential. Siwoo listened, only finding it all very strange. Had his personality completely shifted? He looked happily at the weapon in Siwoo's hand. So, my new friend, why not put down that spear and join me for my tribe's traditional hot spring ritual? Siwoo's tone turned dangerous. Sure, let's be friends. Of course, provided you survive it. AI Den's face suddenly filled with fear as he realized the danger closing in on him. Siwoo intentionally challenged him. Come on then. The battle exploded once more. The observer watching the screen reported to the Prime Minister. The Awakened have started fighting. Or rather, one guy is absolutely pummeling the other. Saki couldn't keep his composure after seeing this. Damned idiots, I can't believe it. Is America really trying to test someone like that, using Japan as their testing ground? In the end, only one person took part in defeating Ozachi. Not only were our own Awakened unable to do anything, but Siwoo took it down in a single blow. From a certain perspective, Japan had inadvertently given Siwoo a chance to enter the international stage. Not just Japan, but the entire world witnessed this on live television. Clearly, the South Korean president had anticipated this, which was why he proposed the live broadcast. A Korean Awakened who is even stronger than AI Den. The situation is dire, but at least we've seen his abilities with our own eyes. We must act quick. He ordered everyone to call the South Korean president immediately, and furthermore, to prepare the best possible conditions before Pope Siwoo arrived. Watching the fight, people couldn't stop whispering. Is AI Den getting pulverized by the gloomy Pope? I never expected our Pope to be this strong. Lord Pope, please don't hit that barbarian too hard, he might break. I never thought there come a day I'd worry about a barbarian. If he breaks the barbarian, will it cause a diplomatic disaster? Everyone was rooting for Siwoo. His gaze turned upward, his eyes closed as if he were sensing something. It was a truly pleasant atmosphere, as if angelic wings were descending upon this place. Even AI Den seemed to be enjoying that sensation. The helicopter continued to soar through the vast sky. Reporters had already swarmed the location from earlier. Did you spread those wings to cleanse the polluted land nearby? Is the skill you used against the monster one that belongs to the Gen Church? The mission only required eliminating the monster, so why did you decide to cleanse the surrounding area? Was this an additional request from the Japanese government? Please share some of your thoughts. Why did you suddenly decide to fight AI Den? He answered with evident enthusiasm. That, AI Den and Siwoo, the anomaly from South Korea, have decided to become best friends. From now on, my friend's enemies are my enemies, and I'm planning to visit Pope Kim in South Korea to build trust between us. Siwoo leaned in and whispered to him. I thought you gained your position as tribe leader through brute strength. Turns out you climbed to the top through politics, huh? AI Den signaled him. Don't say that, don't misunderstand. These are just habits I've cultivated over 20 years as a leader. The reporters continued to press. Does this mean the relationship between the US and South Korea has become closer than before? Is that what you mean? In the future, how will the relationship between South Korea, the US, and Japan develop? Siwoo raised his hand to signal everyone to stop asking. Please, everyone, stay calm. I will answer all your questions at the upcoming press conference. Currently, there is something more important than international politics or personal circumstances. The Ozachi incident has caused many innocent people to lose their lives. The first thing we need to do is pray and hope for the best for them and their families. Although Ozachi has been defeated, there were lives we couldn't save. If their deaths are forgotten just because of me, it would be extremely heartbreaking and regrettable. Jen would not want that to happen. Let us pray. May Jen guide them to a warm place. And just like that, the Ozachi incident officially came to a close. The system then issued a warning. If you continue to interfere in this world, causality will punish you. You are approaching the limits permitted by causality. Kim Siwoo tried to calm himself, clearly feeling the level of danger. Perhaps because he was abroad and it was being broadcast live, he had gone a bit too far. The polluted area was also much larger than he had imagined. Captain Kim's voice rang out, "Siwoo, I'm happy. Thank you for not sending AI Den into the ground like you did with Selen. That fight with AI Den was truly impressive. Chi-A had also realized everything. Now I understand why you didn't need any aid." Once again, on behalf of South Korea and the Management Bureau, I send my sincere gratitude for the support this time. After this event, South Korea has significantly raised its influence on the international stage. "You must be very tired. Get some rest, I'll be in the room. If you need anything, just call me." Siwoo nodded gently. "Thank you, I'll rest for a while." Talking to Chi-A always gave him the feeling of interacting with a true soldier. Captain Kim suddenly remembered something. "Ah, right, I just received news. Jin Rang and another guest will be here to see you in the next 30 minutes. While you wait, would you like some coffee?" He quickly replied, "Yes, definitely, extra sugar would be great." Just as Chi-A mentioned, the weakening of South Korea's Management Bureau, Jin Rang's move to Japan, and the relationship between Chi-A and Jin Rang. Come to think of it, Jin Rang used to be a member of the Bureau, right? Why is he working for Japan now? I still remember seeing news about him swearing to protect South Korea until the end, yet he left us. Even so, he doesn't seem like the type to betray us so easily. He poured the coffee and answered his unspoken question. "Your intuition is absolutely right. Jin Rang is a very focused and responsible person. He would never lie just to hide the truth. Jin Rang has never once betrayed his homeland, South Korea. Jin Rang is a man who returned from a disaster-level zone. He was in another dimension called Day Not for 15 years. As a high-ranking official of a magic tower, with his master's help, he studied magic to find a way back to Earth. After returning, in an interview, Jin Rang once said that in order to return to his family and friends in South Korea, he had undergone countless experiments." Hearing this, Siwoo felt even more that Jin Rang was an extraordinary human being. Interdimensional travel was not a power a normal person could possess. It also meant his master was certainly an existence that had reached the realm of divinity in that other world. Thinking about it, I also only managed to return thanks to Jin. Captain Kim continued the story. After returning, Jin Rang began working as an awakened under the government. He also trained other mages like Chi-A. Even compared to people like Sane or Chi-A, Jin Rang was a vastly superior, outstanding mage. Thanks to him, many awakened joined the government forces. Back then, Jin Rang was seen as a hero. Whenever gates opened in South Korea, the awakened would all agree under one belief: help Jin Rang. That was the golden age of the government-affiliated awake. Jin Rang moving to Japan was not actually his choice. On June 12th, a massive chaotic gate opened in Busan. At the time, the government decided to concentrate all resources, including Jin Rang, to seal the Busan gate. However, only 2 hours after all resources were poured into Busan, a larger chaotic gate appeared in Daejeon. It was a spatial rift phenomenon, a terrifying gate equivalent to the first one. 2 chaotic gates opened simultaneously. The ruins in Daejeon and Busan today are proof of that horrifying event. Siwoo listened intently to every word, thinking, "The country almost collapsed while I was still in Egypt." Because the government had exhausted its key forces, including Jin Rang, for Busan, they were forced to negotiate with N to resolve the Daejeon gate. Calling it a negotiation sounds gentle, but in reality, it was a threat. In exchange for N sending their key forces to Daejeon, they demanded the South Korean government expel Jin Rang. Captain Kim continued. In the end, Jin Rang was forced to move to Japan, and only a few people know the truth behind it. N's true goal was to take down the pillar of the government's awakened force. Toppling Jin Rang meant weakening the South Korean government. He could guess their intentions, and they had accepted the condition. Captain Kim also confirmed, because at that time, they thought they had no other choice. Jin Rang asked to keep everything secret and left quietly for the sake of the country, for the sake of his family. N's goal was to create a new order, a new power, a new leader. They are crazy enough to do anything just to satisfy their ambition. If I remember what N deliberately did to me, it's not all that surprising. The government at the time could only helplessly watch, as what didn't succeed with you succeeded with Jin Rang at that moment. He felt a hint of regret. If only you had coordinated with the media and the press at that time. Captain Kim only shook his head. The truth means nothing when facing overwhelming power. I only share this truth with the hope that one day, people will not forget that loss. You can consider this a form of confession. Siwoo, you're a pope, aren't you? I didn't think you would speak about religion so sincerely. I guess when faced with unsolvable problems, religion can become a point of support. He turned back because he heard a voice. Pope Siwoo, I am Jin Rang. Outside, it was pouring rain. A voice rang out, causing Siwoo to turn his head. Pope Siwoo, it's me, Jin Rang. Japanese Prime Minister Sasaki also appeared at the door. Hello, my apologies for visiting so late. It is a pleasure to meet you. Pope Siwu, my name is Sasaki, the Prime Minister of Japan. He stood up immediately, looking the man straight in the eye. The Japanese Prime Minister is this person. Just the other day I was riding in a car with the South Korean president, and now the Japanese Prime Minister has personally come to see me. Siwu placed his hand on his chest and greeted him politely. My name is Siwu, the head of the Gen sect. I can understand Japanese comfortably, so please speak in any language you wish. He shook his hand happily, expressing praise, an impressive ability. Actually, I came here to personally thank you for everything you've done. I brought Jin Rang along to support our conversation, but I'm sure he has plenty he wants to say as well. Jin Rang stepped in to remind him, Prime Minister, when it's just the two of us it's fine, but at this time. In the distance, he turned back toward him. Isn't this a private occasion? From what he saw, Jin Rang seemed closer to Prime Minister Sasaki than he had thought, even feeling like the Prime Minister looked at him like a son. But it was also good to see the Prime Minister show so much affection for Jin Rang. He turned back cordially. Excuse me, it seems we just got carried away with personal talk. Please allow us to converse with you here. Jin Rang also spoke up, sorry for being abrupt, as he was not a difficult person either. Siwu smiled, it's all right, I have no intention of blaming you for anything. With the Prime Minister visiting in person, Captain Kim had taken the opportunity to return to his room. Prime Minister Sasaki was courteous. Arriving so suddenly like this, I apologize for bothering your rest. Siwu shook his head. It's quite all right. He bowed his head and spoke kindly. Pope Siwu, I represent Japan and wish to send our gratitude for your destruction of Ozachi. Thanks to you, we were able to take down that monster with minimal casualties. You even cleansed the polluted area. I don't know how to repay you adequately. Siwu crossed his arms, smiling faintly. No need, whether it's South Korea or Japan, I cannot stand by and watch innocent, non-awakened people get hurt for no reason. However, if I may borrow the words of President Zin, who, being the leader of a nation, means all important matters take place in the shadow. Prime Minister, you've come here to offer a proposal, haven't you? What is the real reason you've come here? He looked at the man's face, which seemed nervous since he entered the room. The cup of coffee still sat on the table untouched. I find our Pope to be very sharp. First, Jin Rang recounted what happened at the airport. The Prime Minister said, I want to apologize for that. His eyes felt a bit uncomfortable. Even though no one was hurt, the situation at that time was quite dangerous. You must have realized it at the airport. It only takes a few extreme awakened to speak up for the relationship between Japan and South Korea to deteriorate rapidly. Jin Rang moving to Japan was the starting point for everything. While I believe it's destiny between two neighboring countries, I have always wanted to maintain a good relationship with South Korea. Pope Siwu, what do you think about building a temple for the Gen sect in Japan? Hearing this, Siwu was somewhat surprised. Religion was a belief that transcended national borders. The Prime Minister continued, I believe that if the Gen sect has a temple in Japan, the cold relationship between Japan and South Korea could warm up like the spring breeze. If people with the same faith start to appear, don't you think the mutual hatred would have to fade away? It has only been a few hours since your name was announced to the Japanese public, so I thought this was the best time to make this proposal. After those remarks, Siwu understood why he had called him Pope from their first meeting, so there was an intention behind that title. Outside, there was still no sign of the rain stop. Before leaving, Prime Minister Sasaki didn't forget to promise, tomorrow, when we meet again, will be our first official meeting. For now, please chat with Jin Rang and get some comfortable rest. He also replied politely, Thank you, Prime Minister. That intention, Siwu held firmly in his palm. He wanted him to behave as if this meeting had never happened. The room door was now closed. Jin Rang, standing behind him, spoke up. Knew it. Politicians are all like old foxes. You don't trust the Prime Minister, do you? Siwu looked down at him and shook his head. Of course not. Jin Rang seemed curious. May I ask why? He didn't hesitate to explain. Even though I'm considering expanding the sect to Japan, I'm not naive enough to believe that one religion can solve all the tension between two countries. But that isn't a problem I have to solve. I will do whatever is necessary. I think you understand what I mean. Jin Rang pondered, then gave his opinion. Using the sect to resolve conflict is entirely feasible. With the appearance of the first anomaly in East Asia, you and Japan receiving direct support during a national disaster. Additionally, the Japanese government no longer has to rely on extreme awakened. We can use reason and politics to dampen all opposition and begin rebuilding the relationship between the two countries. Prime Minister Sasaki is not a dreamer, but a born politician. Based on what I've experienced, I'm certain Pope Siwu is underestimating his current influence. He said frankly, I think that's true for others as well. Jin Rang, Siwu had been observing him very closely. He could feel trust and responsibility from Jin Rang's eyes. People like him were easy to read when they lied. so it was better to force him to tell the truth from the start. He decided to get closer. May I ask directly? Actually, I heard about you getting Japanese citizenship from Captain Kim. My relationship with Organization N hasn't been very smooth either. So if I could handle everyone in N, have you ever thought about returning to South Korea? The public could easily overlook it if we provided a satisfactory explanation. Jin Rang lowered his head, looking truly sorrowful. He decided to tell this story. Even though 2 years have passed, every Monday, a little Japanese girl sends me a letter. She always thanks me for saving her family and says that she wants to become like me. At first, I didn't even understand what she wrote, but over time, I started to understand. I also have the Prime Minister, who looks at me like a son. In this place, I have people who will try to keep me here if I leave. And now in South Korea, I have you, Siwoo. Just knowing that you know the truth is enough for me. Hearing those words, Siwoo felt even more reassured. He had a clear stance. Luna would probably really like him. Siwoo was curious about one thing: how old are you? He hesitated to answer. On Earth, I'm 31, but in that other world, you wouldn't want to care about that. Age on Earth is fine enough. I'm 27, how about we be friends? Jin Rang was amazed to receive this offer. Friends, of course. Siwoo was happy to make a new friend. If so, why don't the two of us go have a drink? This only made him more shy. In the new newspaper, they had updated the news about the relationship between South Korea and Japan. Jen would surely be happy to see Japan and South Korea gradually healing. Siwoo comfortably held his phone to read the news. She always loves peace. I'll tell her when I can get in touch again. She used to stop by to check on us. Now I feel a bit sad that she visits less. Chi-A interrupted his train of thought. Awakened Siwoo, it's time to board the plane. He had returned to reality. Yes, and you and Captain Kim are staying, right? Chi-A nodded. Yes, we received orders to prepare the terms for negotiations with the Japan Awakened Bureau. We also plan to support the recovery after the Sendai disaster. Siwoo felt quietly happy in his heart to see that everyone had their own work to do. He recalled the story Jin Rang had told. Chi-A and I used to be in love, but in the end, we still couldn't be together. She became a symbol of the South Korean Awakened, and because we understand each other too well, we had to accept each other's choices. Siwoo managed to call out to Chi before she left. I had drinks with Jin Rang recently, but it felt like he was staring at his phone the whole time. He said he hadn't gone on a date with anyone since coming to Japan, as if he were waiting for someone to call. I'm curious myself, wondering who he could be waiting for. You probably don't want to know, do you? Even though Chi was interested, she felt shy and turned away. The boarding gate is right here. He didn't forget to say goodbye. Well then, Chi, hope to see you again soon. The earlier conversation was still playing on her mind. I hope so too, thanks for telling me, Siwoo. He smiled gently when he received her thanks. Siwoo sat on the plane, feeling a sense of relief. I wish the two of you all the best. Jin Rang, if everything goes smoothly, you owe me a treat. 3 hours later, in South Korea, at Incheon International Airport. As soon as he arrived at the airport, there were countless people waiting. Pope, look over here. Long live Jen. Siwoo was startled as he witnessed the scene. What? That's genuinely terrifying. My Pope, I love you. The bustling city shifted into the night. In another place, AI Den asked, from what you've seen, do you think the Black Pope will be useful to us? Is that what you mean? This played right into his hands. The Purifier is definitely behind the terrorist attack on the Ability Management Bureau in South Korea. It seems they have already started clashing with each other. AI Den comfortably held a glass of wine in his hand. Evil energy. Siwoo already knew about evil energy beforehand. That damn brat is the real deal. I'm being serious. I heard China has deployed a large number of troops near the Yalu River. Because the Forgotten Land might contain resources from other dimensions, including mana stones, it is highly likely the South Korean government will consider expanding their northern border. Now that South Korea has a freak of their own, their government won't let those lands go to waste. He sat in the bathtub, looking annoyed. So, what is my role? AI Den go to South Korea. Hearing this, he expressed his disapproval. Are you kidding me? Until you receive further orders, I want you to continue building a positive relationship with Siwoo. I will provide more information about influential figures in South Korea. It's up to you how you use it. There will even be information related to the Purifier. AI looked at the tablet and heard the offer, becoming even angrier. You mean you want me to play spy and get cozy with Jen? Look, I am currently representing the US government. Don't you understand that whatever I do will affect the entire government? Before hanging up, the person on the other end didn't forget. Nothing is more important than diplomacy these days. Good luck. He ignored this nonsense and poured himself a drink cheerfully, raised it to his lips and thought. In other words, everyone associated with Jen, including Shu. And he deserves it too. Just thinking about him makes me shiver. But it is true that like-minded people are easily drawn to each other. I will be your friend. At Incheon International Airport, everyone was already waiting for Siwoo. They were all fans. Pope, look over here. Please look over here. He couldn't believe the scene unfolding before his eyes. Siwoo's footsteps suddenly came to a halt. Everyone present was in awe. It was the Saintess, Leo, and Luna who had appeared. Siwoo's attitude couldn't remain calm anymore when he saw the two of them. Everyone bowed in unison to welcome the Pope back. Siwoo was still dazed. Is this really South Korea? I wouldn't be surprised if they start calling me friend of the master next. The only person who could come up with something like this. He screamed internally, "Hey Luna, what the hell is this? This is your fault, isn't it?" She enthusiastically introduced to him. Once someone becomes a member of the society serving the Pope, representing His Excellency Jen is a given. Even in Eden, it's not easy to achieve that. Siwoo didn't want to complicate things, but was it really necessary to go this far? Luna really explained a lot of things. You must have dozens of questions about what happened while you were away. But for the past 3 days, we have followed the teachings of the new saint. What do you think? Were you happy in Japan without me? What did the monster in Japan look like? Have the Japanese people been influenced by Jen's teachings? He had thousands of questions that needed answering. One of them was a personal question, right? Siwoo suddenly turned to remind them. Leo, you should have stopped her. Leo adjusted his glasses. Your Holiness, you should have anticipated this when you handed all the work over to me and her. Siwoo found this ridiculous. Are you a child? You even hired a bus to bring everyone here. Where did you learn to rent a bus? Let's go back to the temple. I'm tired. One of our followers happened to be a commercial bus driver, so back to the temple it was. Never expected returning home would be this exhausting. The president of South Korea, Shin-Hoo, handed him a bouquet. Congratulations on your return. Awaken Siwoo, you are the hero of South Korea. Even printing a poster just for Siwoo. The two of them happily took photos together. The president even reminded him, Pope, look at the camera. That's right, look there. Siwoo was still baffled. Why would the president himself be at the airport for this? I know politicians always try to build a good image, but this is a bit much. The person on the side is asking for a pose. Shin-Hoo whispered, thank you for accepting my offer. He smiled faintly and shook his head. Saving people is my duty. There was no need for any offer. The South Korean president was truly satisfied with Siwoo. I know you think it's the right thing to do, but most people wouldn't be able to act like you. Thanks to you, South Korea can make new political decisions. The changes you create will affect everyone. Pope Siwoo. I will try my best not to let you down. He didn't seem to believe these words very much. He'd have to see if the man kept his word. Shin-Hoo asked, do you plan on going home to see your relatives? Siwoo replied politely. No, I still have urgent work to settle. I will be returning to the temple. He kept a faint smile on his lips. Is that so? Hope to see you again soon. Siwoo turned away, still remembering his manner. He is truly a strange man, but I like his straightforwardness. Suddenly, something stopped him. The system issued a mission to expand followers in Japan. This put him in a very awkward position. Why would a mission like that appear right now? I need to focus on reorganizing the sect first. Back at the temple, there was a crowd standing with heads bowed. Welcome back, Your Holiness. Pope Siwoo couldn't understand what these people had done. Luna behind him was extremely excited, displaying the love and compassion required in the Gen society. All right, everyone can step aside. She held a sheet of paper in her hand, then cleared her throat. Then let us give a quick report on the new followers. Your Holiness, the total number of people currently in training is 142. They are all being taught about the responsibilities and privileges of an awakening. And thanks to the Bible I translated, they are being taught the ideals of the church. Siwoo found this reasonable. 142 wasn't too many and wasn't too few. I believe the number will continue to grow, but this is a very good start. Before he could be happy for long, he heard the unexpected news that the White Light Church currently had up to 190 awake. Siwoo was shocked by this. They have 48 more than us. Did they team up with N to recruit? Luna maintained a confident attitude. There will certainly be a wave of new people coming once news of your heroic actions spreads. We just need to wait and see. Since the development of the Gen society also depends on you, the new followers will become stronger thanks to your guidance. So what do you plan to teach? Siwoo thought silently. Let's see. A new category in the Pope menu had been unlocked. From now on, he could use the education category. This category allowed him to control the development direction of followers, choosing between two paths, scripture and combat. Now it feels like playing a strategy game. The stat tables are even more detailed than back in Eden. Siwoo chose the option without a moment's hesitation, without even thinking. I choose combat. Choosing scripture would make sense if this world were at peace, but that's clearly not the case. Wait, does this mean the whole church will be full of holy knights? Leo spoke up to reassure him. Your Holiness, no need to worry about that. Even priests can learn many things from combat. like me, for example. His thoughts became clearer. Come to think of it, that's true, Luna continued. Even so, they're just a bunch of bookworms, Leo angrily retorted. Better than some stupid shield huggers who can't even memorize Jen's commandments. Both sides started a heated argument. Want a taste of my shield? You should remember that the Pope is also a priest. He even holds the titles of commander of the Holy Cavalry and Holy Crusade Knights. Siwu suddenly remembered something. Ah, that's right. The Archbishop and the Knight Commander have never liked each other, have they? I forgot because both Leo and Luna are considered prophets, so I didn't pay attention. Their voices pulled him out of his train of thought. Your Holiness. Both looked towards Siwu. He really wanted to run away from this place. I don't know anymore. I want to go home. She pulled his robe. Where do you think you're going? You still have work to do. Your Holiness, our church is short on funds. Even though you reached an agreement with Leader Sane, we still have to pay for the training of 140 people. And with the number of followers increasing, finance will be a big problem. Siwu whispered fearfully. As for that, we've already signed a contract with the Japanese side. Luna's face became even scarier when she was serious. Nothing cleanses evil energy and monster toxins better than holy stones, right? They agreed to buy all our inventory, and Representative Choi has already started thinking about making more bracelets. He'll probably call us soon. Siwu turned his focus to Leo. How are the low-tier bracelets doing? He quickly reported. We've started working on them with the recruits. See, our finances are fine. You must be tired after everything in Japan. Everyone should get some rest. He wanted to rest for a bit too. No sooner had he finished speaking than someone announced, Your Holiness, we have guests. They say they are important people. He turned, wondering, who could it be? I don't think I've forgotten anyone who would dare claim to be an important person. It turned out to be that guy AI Den. A friend I met outside. I came bringing gifts. Siwu was extremely surprised. Why is he here? His eyes became bright. Who would have thought there would be such a beauty here? You should have told me first. If I had known, I wouldn't have dressed like this. Luna asked clearly and annoyedly. Your Holiness, who is this rude muscle pig? AI Den was enamored by her beauty and didn't stop praising. A beautiful rose always has sharp thorns, and a hero will never let a beauty be alone. I have found the meaning of my life in South Korea. Luna switched to her murderous form. What did you just say? Siwu joked, Luna, he can't die. Feel free to hit him as hard as you want. She didn't hesitate at all and quickly rushed in to beat him up. AI Den hadn't even had time to react. Wait, hold on. Sounds of fighting erupted throughout the temple. He lay on the ground in pain. Is it a hobby for people in the Gen society to hit people they've just met? Leo had to keep her calm. Please calm down. You've already hit him 5 times. After that fight, he rated this person very highly. He's still fine after being hit 5 times by Luna. That's not normal. His body is solid. AI Den tried to get up. Wait, Pope Siwu, I said I brought gifts. I am here as a representative of the United States. Siwu whispered into Luna's ear. Listen to what he has to say, but if the gift is lousy, feel free to hit him some more. He immediately complained. Can't you speak any quieter? He immediately ordered. You two go elsewhere for a while, I'll talk to him. Enough with the grandstanding. You representative of the US talk about your gift. AI Den said in a dangerous tone. Is the Gen Society actually a criminal organization? A voice called out from the outside. Watch out, the gifts are all useless junk. Hearing this, he was terrified. This is what you really need, I guarantee it. Information about the Purifier, who caused the terrorist attack on the South Korean Ability Bureau, was revealed. The space gate opened. Ever since the space gate opened on Earth, gods and demons from other dimensions have started coming here. But you probably knew that already, right? Ever since then, Earth entered an unprecedented era. The US has closely monitored all major changes, including organizations with suspicious behavior or those that seem to be hiding something. Among them, the organizations we are monitoring include the White Light Church, the Purifier, and the Gen Church. Siwu was extremely puzzled. Why us? He explained the situation seriously. Because Siwu, you are an anomaly. You saved another world called Eden from demons and returned with absurd power. You are the strongest awakened in Asia, and since divine power began appearing on Earth, your Gen Church has expanded its followers at a dizzying rate. Initially, the US was very worried because letting an anomaly intervene would be very troublesome. But it seems the Gen Church is curbing suspicious organizations, and you are the most bloodthirsty pope I've ever seen. I guarantee that. This guy was truly boring him. Are there any other popes on Earth? AI Den proudly placed a hand on his chest. I have finished the report on the Gen Church. Now the US will not suspect you anymore. Siwu said politely. Thank you. He took out an item. The US assesses that South Korea cannot control other suspicious organizations. Siwu didn't understand why. What do you mean? AI Den gives a report from before you appeared. Don't you want to check if the gift from the US is real or fake? So this is the information the South Korean Ability Management Bureau had. He carefully read what was written in it. How conceited, but the information from the US matches quite well with what I know. Almost everything has been verified. The White Light Church, the Purifier, and the organization with suspicious ties to both sides. What I've learned so far is that the White Light Church has links with gods from other worlds and opposes the demons coming from the space gate, while the Purifier uses hosts to summon demons or demon lords, and through that, destroys the weak in the name of purifying the world. Siwoo analyzed it clearly. Data on these organizations is still very limited. Some people in power in the country are also involved with the Purifier. I guess they want me to investigate directly. I thought I'd be manipulated like always, but handing this to me was definitely Emma's wish. Why give this to me this way? He didn't forget to thank him. Good, thanks for the gift, goodbye. AI Den looked dazed, but I don't have a place to sleep here. He felt this guy was truly a funny person, but still tried to act annoyed. So what, sleep in the subway? He shouted in panic. How can you be so cold? In the evening at Siwoo's building, I'm home. I'm so tired today, why stupid? Just as he entered the house, there were fireworks. Why stupid was the one who set this up. You just turned the whole world upside down. Brother, Siwoo couldn't understand. Are you crazy? He didn't stop praising his brother. I saw the picture you took with the president. It's no joke. Are we about to become globally famous? Reporters are coming like a swarm. The whole neighborhood is full of people. Do we need to hire bodyguards? What if we can't go out on the street like celebrities? He forgot about this issue. That's very possible. Little Chu Dai-cheng hasn't awakened yet. Besides, since Grandma is coming over, I have to move to a larger place. The residents in this apartment must be very annoyed. I need to move, find a safer place for the kid. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out. Siwoo. Si-Ian saw her brother return and quickly ran out to ask, how was Japan? Siwoo happily held the gift box out in front of the little girl. It was amazing. Si-Ian, I bought these souvenirs and some for Snow too. Why Stupid interrupted. What, where's my gift? He jokingly acted out. Why Stupid, you're old, what do you need gifts for? Just check your account. He immediately took out his phone to check and saw that his allowance had been transferred into the account. Why Stupid was so happy his eyes lit up. What would you like to eat tonight? Please choose from the sky, earth, or sea. Siwoo saw that attitude, that expression gave him goosebumps. Consider it a reward for increasing the number of subscribers. I want Korean beef. He immediately obeyed. Si-Ian was happy too. Brother Siwoo, Snow loves this dish. He could be more at ease now. The whole family is happy like this. It's truly great. After a sumptuous dinner, while watching TV, around 4 in the afternoon, the time when children should have been running and playing, there were children playing in the yard of the Hope Orphanage. The orphanage director, Mr. Duh, had adopted the children who lost their parents after the Space Gate event 5 years ago. Ever since the Busan Gate event, support from the government had been decreasing. I know there are many people in difficulty. I just want to take care of the children for as long as I can. I believe that is my mission. He felt very sympathetic to these cases. Looking at those children, they were probably around Si-Ian's age. He thought that in this day and age, helping each other was necessary. If possible, please support the Hope Orphanage a little. Si-Ian couldn't hold back her tears when seeing such poor little children. Siwoo felt he was still lucky. If Grandma hadn't raised Si-Ian or Why Stupid, they would probably have grown up in an orphanage now. This made him feel guilty. She turned to ask her brother, do we have any allowance left? Can't we help them at all? Why Stupid quickly replied, of course we can. Siwoo took the phone from Why Stupid's hand. Wait, Siwoo would take responsibility. He would help that orphanage. Instead of helping once, it would be better to support long-term, to have a better foundation. What do you think? In the morning at the temple, Luna and Leo also saw that news. What do you think? Our church also has plenty of money. Helping the children is the right thing to do. Leo continued, not helping would be the strange thing. The goddess is always merciful to children. Siwoo had to ask everyone's opinion first. I think it's a good idea if you two agree as well. Minso, are you free tonight? Both of them shouted in unison. What about us? He replied excitedly, me. I finished filming early so I have time. He suddenly suggested, how about we go see the NC tonight? Minso was surprised as he recalled that place. Inai, really. The evening at Inchai was truly bustling. Medicines and herbs are really cheap here. There are so many cool things. They've got dragon claws in all sizes, repair services, and they even sell protective armor. Let's go take a look. Minso was full of joy. It had been a long time since he'd been here. Siwoo was also brimming with interest. It was nothing like the night market he had imagined. An old woman stood up to greet them. Hey young man, need anything? I'll give you a good price. Siwoo was startled when she called him young man. This place is nothing like the black market in my imagination. It's crowded, well-lit, and seems safer than I thought. Minso explained, calling it a black market is a thing of the past. These days, it's considered one of the main places for players to buy gear, mostly because of the low prices. Look over there. He looked over and it was indeed cheap. He then suggested, if you're interested, try buying something. Those players wearing bracelets are members of the support guild. They are responsible for keeping the market secure. This type of support model is essential whenever there's a spatial gate attack. It used to be managed by the government, but 3 years ago, it was handed over to the Alliance. Siwoo heard this and found it a coincidence. 3 years ago, that's when Yong went to Japan, right? Is this place managed by the National Awakened Alliance? He replied, you could say that. It's directly under the authority of the DH Guild, a major guild within the Alliance. Siwoo still had a few questions, but isn't this still South Korean territory? Why doesn't the government have any authority here? Minso further explained. That very fact shows just how much the government's role has been diminished. The Alliance frequently sweeps this area, catching criminals hiding out. He was surprised to hear that, but they don't catch everyone right. I'm sure those who cooperate or are useful still get a pass. He nodded with a somber attitude. It's sad, but that's how it is. Siwoo silently observed the place, a location out of the government's reach, where money flowed constantly. It was truly an ideal hideout for the sewer rats. The surge of demonic energy I feel in this market. According to intel from AI Den, the US had discovered activity related to the purifiers at this black market, and the fact that he could feel the demonic energy here proved that information was correct. Demonic energy reaction detected. The active skill to track demonic residue was automatically activated. The demonic energy reaction was intensifying and spreading. Siwoo inwardly realized the US knew about this, but because they thought South Korea was weak, they didn't bother reporting it. It seems they think we're just dead weight. Minso reported the situation immediately. Pope, from this point forward, even the guild avoids it. This is a dangerous area. I guessed you would go this far, but are you sure? He didn't mind. Don't worry, I'm not the one who will be in danger. He knew this as well. I know, but I'm still worried. Siwoo turned to Minso. Stay here. If anything happens outside, let me know immediately. Thanks for leading the way. Minso was truly worried about him inside. Please be careful. He walked very quickly, fearing he might lose his way. Damn purifiers, they really know how to hide. This time, I have to figure out what they're up to as quickly as possible. Inside, the atmosphere changed completely. Someone who had just run into him asked, Hey, you look pretty normal to be walking in here alone. Did you take a wrong turn? That two-faced character wore a fierce expression. Or are you here on a mission? Did you have an appointment with someone to get in here? Just say what you need. Or are you here to sell something, kid? Siwoo remained silent, not saying a word, thinking, there are even guides in here. Looks like business is even more booming than I thought. All right, what's that saying people use? Right then, the lackey trailing behind cut in, looking at the kid's face and laughing. This is unbelievable. The two-faced one grabbed Siwoo's shoulder tightly. If you made it all the way in here, you're definitely not a rookie. The kids usually just stick to the upper area. Siwoo's will to eradicate evil was activated. The system was retrieving the player's criminal record. Charges included murder, assault, human trafficking, and 24 other crimes. Just say it, I know your type just by looking at your face. Whatever kind of fun you want, I'll make sure you have a wonderful night. He gently pulled his mask off. A wonderful night, that sounds tempting. As soon as he looked, he felt that face was somewhat familiar. Then the whole gang recognized the anomaly, the Dark Pope Siwoo. I didn't expect to have this much influence. I guess I'm pretty famous now, Dark Pope, is it? All right, who wants to have a wonderful night with me? Two-Faced shouted angrily as he lunged forward. Get lost. But defeating Siwoo wasn't going to be easy. He quickly grabbed 3 arrows in his hand. Siwoo's hand clenched tight, then he struck like a hero. Such a rush for a first meeting. I'm actually quite looking forward to this. He was terrified and signaled to stop. Wait. It was too late. A chaotic battle ensued. Siwoo beat that two-faced thug to a pulp. Two-faced? What a ridiculous name. I should have split your face in two to match the name. He was too scared, so he pleaded. Spare my life, I'll do whatever you want. Please don't kill me. He didn't have any evil intentions. Don't worry, I'm a follower of the Gen sect. I don't go around killing people that easily. Is there any shop around here that sells the best stuff? Take me there. It was truly dark in this place. Two-Faced led him to a spot where a girl was the shop owner. That strange girl saw Siwoo and asked, Never seen you before. Two-Faced, is he your customer? Two-Faced, controlled by him, had to answer. Yeah, he's a regular of mine. Good, anything special? He got straight to the point. The best stuff you've got. She still had a smile on her lips. You're in luck, we just got some fresh stock. The young and healthy kind, no illnesses, no parents. The orphanage director brought out a young boy. Siwoo witnessed this scene and couldn't help but be furious. Have you bastards all lost your humanity? Only then did those people realize he possessed divine power. She opened her eyes wide in fear and lunged at him aggressively. The Dark Pope Siwoo intentionally provoked them. If you can't beat me, are you planning to go down together? He knew exactly what it was with just a glance, using dark magic and pumping in evil energy, classic Zihe style. Siwoo seemed to have discovered something. He lunged in to stop her, throwing her away. She was in pain from taking a critical hit, and now she couldn't get back up. Siwoo was planning to give her a few more punches. The three people standing outside couldn't help but be terrified. He spoke clearly to all of them. Do you think you're stronger just by forcing evil energy into yourselves? That's hilarious. Are all you purifiers idiots? Now it's that guy's turn. That guy, the director. Stay here with the child and ensure he's safe until I'm finished. If you dare to run, I'll turn your life into a hell 1,000 times worse than what you're afraid of now. Siwoo carefully observed everything in this place. The basement was the source of the evil energy spreading throughout the black market. Cries emerged from it. Please don't kill me, Dad, Mom. He could hear footsteps. In that dark place, a red light was emanating, and the monsters were starting to go berserk. Siwoo calmly used his power to suppress them all. That monster became even more frantic. He saw the situation becoming increasingly complex. Did they summon demonic beasts? What on earth are they doing down there? Siwoo remembered the scene from before when Black Aiden had told him, you know about the Purifiers, right? Under the command of the Purifiers are many different organizations called altars. The ones who just attacked the South Korean Management Bureau are one of them. We don't know how many altars are operating in South Korea, but perhaps that depends on you. Returning to reality, many people were being locked up, and cries for help rang out. Please save me, someone please help. The formation had trapped them, and they couldn't escape. He went inside and saw the whole thing. Altar also meant a place of sacrifice, a place to offer up offering. The B-letter 1ED9 Duong, Yang puppet, still stood there. Perhaps it was observing Siwoo. It started to unleash its magic formation. He ignored it and still looked for a way to resolve the situation. Siwoo wondered if there was any demon lord heading the altar. Are they planning to use humans as sacrifices to summon a demon lord? Furthermore, they even released fierce fire dragons. His gaze turned to a state of heightened caution. Siwoo only needed to unleash his attack, and they would all die right there. Bolts of electricity emitted from that skeleton. It asked him, I heard you're the one who destroyed the altar, looking for a host to incarnate. The demon lord's possession is the best way to maintain power when summoned. What a pity, a great loss. But the humans of this world have already taken our side. Slave of Lai Men, you've arrived too late this time. Siwoo had also realized the high priest had come from elsewhere. That's the title they call me in Eden. It was amazed by this. You also come from Eden. Since you suddenly appeared, we lost our foothold in Eden. If he hadn't led us here, we would have been completely wiped out. When I arrived, I realized this was your true homeland, a world full of chaos, sin, and suffering. In his eyes, this was a wonderful world. Even when they need to unite, they still point weapons at each other. Just stir up a little greed, and they will voluntarily sacrifice their own kind. Siwoo felt it was truly strange. I didn't see any demons from Eden while I was on Earth. Did something else happen in Eden? Where is that bastard you call he? Speak before I kill you. The skeleton didn't seem afraid of anything. In any case, my role ends here. Even if we lose in Eden, this world will collapse anyway. Those idiots will never stop killing each other because of their endless greed. Even that damn goddess won't be able to save you again. Siwoo was deeply worried. He knew he couldn't reach Jen. How can you be so confident? What do you know? The skeleton answered calmly. This place is not like Eden. I'm the only one trying to protect everyone here. My faith, he showed me the future. No matter how I fight, no matter how strong I am, I cannot prevent what is coming. Do you think the goddess you believe in knows nothing about the future of this place? It's too late. Die in despair, helpless before the destruction. That kind of ending is deserved for someone who is all alone, isn't it? Siwoo was determined to find the truth. He still had many things he needed to ask. He wasn't careful and got caught in the magic circle. Siwoo immediately heightened his vigilance. As he turned, he discovered the beasts were flying wildly outward. They were released and were flying toward the buildings. Siwoo watched them, feeling they were truly pathetic, voluntarily sacrificing themselves. Even though he had dealt with most of the demonic beasts, there was no way to leave in peace anymore. He could still hear the cries for help from those people. Siwoo looked inside and suddenly realized there were still survivors. First of all, I must save them. He clenched his hands tight, as if praying for something. Siwoo used his ability to peer inside the prison cell. There were 13 survivors left, nearly half of whom were young children. They had likely been kidnapped from somewhere, just like the boy from earlier. He quickly went inside to rescue them. "Are you okay? I'm going to get you out of here right now." "I'm sorry for being late." He looked compassionately at those pitiful children. They were certainly not okay. Seeing someone being sacrificed right before your eyes, how many people could remain sane after something like that? Siwoo reached out to comfort the little ones. "It's all right, you can feel safe now." The people who had been rescued earlier were now fast asleep. Suddenly, there was the sound of rapid footsteps from outside, and those men rushed in hastily, aggressively questioning his identity. "Who are you?" "State your identity," Siwoo replied coldly. "Who knows who you think I am?" He added sarcastically. "You guys got here pretty fast today. Probably only took about 10 minutes, right? Are you people from the Red Lotus?" They shouted in unison. "That's right, you've trespassed into an area under the management of the Red Lotus without permission. Don't expect to leave easily." Siwoo looked at the group with contempt. "Is that so? That's a big deal. In that case, the Red Lotus will have to take full responsibility." Run Yu ordered everyone to lower their swords. "Stand down," leaving everyone confused about what was happening. Moreover, he maintained a polite attitude. "I apologize. I think my teammates were a bit on edge due to the code yellow. Please accept our apologies for the improper reaction. Pope Siwoo." Upon hearing that name, everyone started to feel afraid. Pope Siwoo, why did that anomaly appear here? He didn't dwell on these things. At least someone understood the situation we'd encountered before, right? "I thought you would visit the temple sometime. I was a bit disappointed when you didn't come." The masked person was Junyu. He felt extremely guilty. "I apologize. Due to the code yellow state, my team members seem a bit stressed. We apologize for the earlier reaction, Pope Siwoo." Siwoo still remembered Junyu. "We've met before, right? I thought you'd visit the temple at least once. Honestly, I was a bit disappointed you didn't." Runyu bowed his head, still carrying guilt. "You still remember me, Pope Siwoo. How could you not remember? I still remember that I was able to escape back then thanks to your help." Junyu, the S-rank hunter from the DH Guild, whom I had met at the Gun-Me Gate when Luna crossed over to Earth. At that time, he looked as confused as if he'd been mesmerized by Luna at first sight. But now he was different. Perhaps that was the difference in being an S-rank hunter. The person behind nervously reminded Runyu, "Team leader, code yellow situation. According to orders from above, we must eliminate all survivors." As soon as he finished speaking, he was struck and knocked to the ground. He offered a sincere apology. "I apologize, Your Holiness Siwoo. The new team member is still inexperienced. I hope for your understanding. With your tolerance." Siwoo looked at the one who had been struck, who could no longer get up. "Junyu, I didn't expect you to be such a strict superior, completely different from your appearance." He immediately spoke up. "I was only helping that person." He answered happily. "Indeed, Junyu, I really like your style. However, you will have to explain the order to shoot all survivors." Junyu dared not meet his gaze anymore, cleverly explaining a reason. "Code Yellow only applies in cases of extremely severe contamination. It is used when the enemy uses biological or chemical weapons for terrorism, to stifle the spread in the worst-case scenario." Siwoo crossed his arms, curious to see how Runyu would explain. "You mean the worst-case scenario?" "If it were me, I probably would have asked right away what happened." "But you didn't ask, Junyu. Or do you already know something? Is this an area under the management of the DH Guild? Is it possible they really know nothing at all?" Junyu had now shifted into a state of trembling. His hands clenched tightly from nervousness. Siwoo whispered into his ear, "Junyu, if you didn't have that look on your face just now, maybe my attitude would have been different. So you really don't know, go back now." He patted Junyu on the shoulder once more, making him jump. "We will handle the cleanup here. I've already called the Ability Management Bureau." After chatting for a while, he understood this person well. He was not guilty. It was just the situation that made him look suspicious. If he were truly a villain, the will to destroy evil would have already been triggered. The reason Luna was fond of Junyu was perhaps because she instinctively sensed this person's kindness. Luna always had a very trusting eye when it came to judging people. Seeing a strange attitude, Siwoo turned to ask Runyu, "Junyu, you seem to be bothered by something. Can I offer some advice? My invitation from before is still valid. Whenever you have time, come to the temple whenever you feel insecure. Collapse always begins from the smallest cracks. When that time comes, let's have a serious talk." Runyu seriously pondered these words, and before leaving, didn't forget to reply, "Thank you for the advice." Siwoo watched that distant silhouette fade away, wondering if he would act according to his own wish. Outside the building, there was already a rescue team. I never expected a crazy thing like human sacrifice to happen right in the center of the capital region. After finishing the cleanup, Siwoo reported the situation to Captain Kim. The death toll is certainly higher than the number of people we saved today. We, the Gen Church, will pray for their souls. Captain Kim was extremely appreciative. Thank you. That helps ease the burden in my heart. A total of 12 survivors in the basement had been rescued. Siwoo was surprised. 12 people. I distinctly remember when I was there, I counted 13. The sound of someone's footsteps was nearby. It wasn't clear who it was, but that person was well covered. And that silhouette even turned back to look. I think we can no longer continue to deceive the public. Regarding all the corruption I know of within the Harvest Alliance, I intend to expose it all. I sincerely thank the person who gave me the advice and the courage to stand here. Today, the press conference of Hunter Jun Yu concluded. Siwoo had been following that news report, originally thinking Jun Yu would act sooner, never expecting it would be this fast. Switching to the next news report, just revealed, the director of an orphanage in City C sold children who lost their families after the space event to the black market in Incheon. The incident is expected to cause a wave of great outrage in South Korean society. President Shin, who has just announced that he will propose a special law for mutants involved in this incident. Luna was also surprised. I'm not sure about that special law, but this is really becoming a big problem. Siwoo agreed. From the beginning, it was a serious case. The DH organization had turned a blind eye to what was going on deep in the black market. The fact that Jun Yu denounced the internal workings of DH, one of the pillars of the Harvest Alliance, and moreover, an S-rank hunter, caused the influence to spread even further. You could say, even if unintentionally, one of the Alliance's legs had been broken. What worried Siwoo was that it seemed they were plotting something related to the altar. The last one had quietly escaped. Luna, I need you to track him down. Having just been assigned the task, she quickly complied. Yes, just leave that to me and Leo. Outside the room, there was a knock at the door. Siwoo, it's Captain Kim. He was invited in by Siwoo. Captain Kim held a paper in his hand. I have come as a representative of the Ability Management Bureau to discuss things after the event. You probably know from the news already. The existence of the altar created by the purifiers has been officially confirmed. What shocked the public even more was that the US side knew about this beforehand, while the South Korean government was completely unaware, and they only informed the Gen Society separately when the minister heard the news for the first time. This is the supplementary information that you, Siwoo, received from the awakened Aiden. It includes a list of related companies, state officials, and politicians. Minister of Ability Management, CONHO, crumpled the paper in his hand, humiliated, self-reproaching, ashamed, and angry. I had felt that way too, but for the minister, how heavy must that feeling be? The US side thinks that South Korea is incapable of dealing with the purifiers on its own. CONHO relayed the message. Tell them that we are truly grateful for the help of the United States. Captain Kim looked very serious now. But in truth, it was all thanks to your help, Siwoo. Everything coming to this point is because of our weakness. Siwoo immediately spoke up to comfort him when he saw him collapse. Don't say that, team leader Kim. What matters is what lies ahead. Actually, yesterday we let a purifier escape, and Luna is pursuing. Captain Kim always wanted to perform his duties well. Yes, we will try our best to support. Siwoo carefully explained further. The church will provide the government with holy artifacts capable of detecting magical energy. Please cooperate in tracking the purifiers and sharing information. The Ability Management Bureau taking over the black market alone was enough to make the situation change significantly. From now on, things will be different. He also noticed the positive change. The balance of power in South Korea had shifted markedly. Because of this incident, public opinion will strongly demand a special law for mutants, and there will be many opinions that you, Siwoo, should take on even more role. He suddenly realized, it seems the president is determined to grant him more power. If the special law is proposed, his scope of operations will certainly expand. Society will also diversify the ways the Gen Church can contribute. However, there will certainly be controversies regarding fairness with other religions. Siwoo immediately asked Captain Kim, has the government prepared for the chain reactions when granting power to the Gen Church? He only now remembered he hadn't talked about this. Of course. The president has allocated additional funds to expand the functions of the Ability Management Bureau. This surprised Siwoo even more. Additional budget. As far as I know, South Korea's current budget revenue isn't exactly plentiful. He, of course, also felt this. That's right, South Korea's financial situation is quite tight. So if it's not enough, they plan to issue government bonds. Before he could recover, there was another surprise. Government bonds. He gave a statement that couldn't be argued with because it was so true. South Korea is now a mutant state. What a cunning politician. The official said he had deliberately downplayed things so Siwoo wouldn't be shocked, but that this was truly a major issue. Siwoo only nodded in silence. The official went on, philosophizing that some things only change once someone gains power, and that's how the current world operates. Siwoo asked whether issuing bonds meant the president was planning something that would require a large sum of capital. He hadn't expected to one day have to handle state bonds. The official confirmed that a report would be sent soon, indicating the president certainly had a plan in mind. Siwoo reflected that since Ryu Jinyoung left the Special Capacity Bureau, the government had struggled to manage the awakened. If the bureau were granted more authority, it wouldn't be bad for his Lyman association. A series of images surfaced in Siwoo's mind, showing a grand plan unfolding, rooting out internal corruption in Korea, wiping out alliances, all part of resetting the order. Siwoo told himself with a determined expression that he had to expose the identity of the purifier and unmask the true face of the White Light Society. He thought of Eden's demons collaborating with the enemy and felt certain they were connected to him. Siwoo's eyes flashed a brilliant golden hue. He knew a spatial rift had opened, and it was time to act. The scene shifted to a high-rise apartment building at night, the sky full of stars. Outside the building, a girl was walking toward the entrance, while numerous bodyguards and men in suits stood watch, indicating tight security. Inside the apartment, Siwoo lay slumped on the sofa, utterly exhausted. A voice called out, "Hey, are you still alive?" Siwoo's older brother In-wook looked at his motionless younger brother and said he looked like a special person who had died from overwork. He warned Siwoo not to be complacent. Siwoo groggily sat up, complaining that this damned world didn't give him a single peaceful day. He reiterated the incidents at the black market and the orphanage. It was all too much. In-wook, holding a cup of water, said that Seon seemed to be deeply hurt, since the children at the orphanage were around her age or even younger. In the bedroom, Seon was fast asleep. In-wook had told her to stop watching the news and go to bed. Siwoo lay on the sofa with a resolute look. He was determined to capture and eliminate those people quickly. He was a bit worried about provoking the alliance, but at least Biksu was here. In-wook informed Siwoo that many reporters and bodyguards were surrounding the apartment complex after the president's incident. Siwoo admitted he had seen them, and that perhaps it was time for them to prepare to move. In-wook anxiously asked whether Siwoo had spoken with Seon and their grandmother. He thought Seon would be sad to leave the friends she'd made here. Siwoo remained silent. Contrary to the brothers' worries, Seon was unusually mature. Hearing the news while reading a book, she calmly said that moving at her age was good for emotional development, and the longer they waited the harder it would be to make new friends. In-wook relayed Seon's exact words to Siwoo. He spoke while looking at his brother in disbelief, then blurted out whether Seon was living a second life, since she was too wise for her age. In-wook continued that Seon genuinely liked the idea of changing schools, and maybe she was like their grandmother. Siwoo also laughed in agreement. In-wook suddenly revealed that their grandmother had gone to their hometown in Yeoju with Ms. Emma. Siwoo immediately became worried, thinking it was too dangerous for the two of them to travel alone, but In-wook reassured him that it was not the case. To prove it, In-wook immediately handed his phone to Siwoo to see. On the screen was a picture of a doenjang stew that looked quite appetizing. It was a message from Iden, boasting that the stew Grandma Kim made was delicious and telling them not to worry about her, just to enjoy their vacation. Siwoo laughed and asked if Iden had used Google Translate, to which the guy replied in a silly way. Afterward, Iden sent a video. Watching the video, In-wook couldn't help but gape in surprise to see Iden chopping wood. He shouted, asking if Iden was some kind of barbarian. Siwoo explained that Emma had known Iden for a long time. In the video, Iden, with his golden hair blowing, used an axe to chop wood with great power, while their grandmother and Emma sat watching nearby. In-wook could only exclaim that the guy looked truly muscular. Siwoo affirmed that Iden would personally protect Ms. Emma until she returned to the US, so there was no need to worry about her safety. However, Siwoo began to wonder what on earth his grandmother's profession was. The house became quiet. Siwoo looked around and said that no matter what, they would soon have to say goodbye to this home. Siwoo added that once they moved, it would be easier to have guests over. Luna and Leo could also come to visit more comfortably. Since returning from Eden, he felt that everything was progressing quite well. The scene looked out toward the exterior of the apartment building at night. Siwoo concluded warmly, "Wherever my family is, that place is home." The scene suddenly shifted to a dark alley where gaunt, sickly people were coughing, including many children. Amidst that scene, a mysterious red-haired woman appeared. She thought Seoul looked much more advanced than Eden, and she had once thought she wouldn't have to worry about making a living, but things weren't as easy as she had imagined. She pondered, believing that a world where everyone is equal and happy truly cannot exist. If that were possible, religion wouldn't even be necessary. A fleeting memory flashed by of the red-haired girl happily waving to children in a place that looked like an orphanage. In another memory, she was carefully bandaging someone's wound. Returning to reality, the red-haired woman brushed off the sudden emotions. She thought perhaps seeing the children here had made her remember when she was young. She walked decisively down the dark road. The red-haired woman headed toward a building that looked like a church, emanating a dark and deadly purple aura. Her eyes flashed a brilliant red. She thought to herself that this place looked suspicious from the very first glance. Suddenly, a local woman approached and asked who she was. The local woman explained that an infectious disease of unknown origin was spreading in the area. She advised the red-haired woman to leave because it was very dangerous there. A loud noise erupted from the temporary tent area, which was believed to be the center of the epidemic. Contrary to the local woman's terror, the red-haired woman didn't flinch. She just stood there with a casual expression, letting out an "oh my," as if there were nothing to worry about. The red-haired woman's eyes flashed with a sharp, dangerous gaze. Immediately, a massive surge of dark energy, in the form of a swarm of bats or shadows, poured out from the church, engulfing the entire sky. She smirked. It took 3 days to get here, and yet they've caused such a major disaster in such a short time. Meanwhile, at a high-rise government office building, an emergency meeting was taking place. Piercing screams rang out from a video being shown. The video showed a man with bloodshot eyes and a distorted face, screaming frantically and shaking the prison bars like an animal. An official standing in front of the large screen explained that the video was recorded at a temporary quarantine center in North Daejeon. A mysterious disease had broken out at a refugee facility there. Those present couldn't help but be horrified, wondering how perfectly healthy people could turn into that, and whether it was a result of the barrier era. The official stated that the epidemic seemed to have started spreading about 4 days ago, and that the area was now under control. Another high-ranking official remarked that the infected people looked like undead, and suggested contacting the Lyman Guild. The high-ranking official sighed, saying that perhaps they would have to ask for Siwoo's help once again. The scene moved to a dark, ghostly place. A voice wondered what the exact connection between the barrier era and the Lyman sect was. Below, a grotesque creature with tentacles was twitching on the ground. From the shadows, something slimy and disgusting was rising. A giant skeletal jaw was gradually forming. The monstrous creature opened its massive mouth, and a swarm of bats flew out. Its mouth snapped shut with terrifying force. A lick-like monster with countless glowing red eyes on its face appeared. A voice rang out, "The lick is dead." The voice continued, saying that although the ritual had ended successfully, one of the altars had disappeared. This showed that an incident had occurred. At the same time, a mission notification board appeared before Siwoo. A side mission called Epidemic had been activated. The mission required him, as the Pope, to banish the plague that had invaded this land and save those who were suffering. The goal was to eliminate the source of the plague, with a reward of 10,000 holy points. Night fell and the car sped down the highway. The group was heading toward the north of the Ground Zero area in Daejeon, a place containing unforeseen danger. Inside the car, Department Head Kim, who was driving, informed them that a strange disease was spreading there. Hearing this, Siwoo, sitting in the back seat, asked back with a puzzled look. He explained further that initially it only resembled flu symptoms, but when it became severe, it would destroy both the mind and the body. The patient would have bloodshot eyes, their skin would turn blue, and burn-like marks would appear. Siwoo pondered, understanding that this was a phenomenon that couldn't be explained by ordinary medicine. And that was exactly why the mission was issued. A mission notification board appeared before Siwoo's eyes. The mission was called Epidemic, and the goal was to destroy its source. The reward was 10,000 holy points, a non-trivial amount. Luna turned to thank Siwoo for finding the purifier, even faster than the government. She was modest, thinking it wasn't a big deal. However, she also felt a fleeting moment of concern, thinking she should have found him sooner. The scenery outside the window gradually revealed a desolate area, shrouded in a ghostly purple mist. Department Head Kim said this place didn't resemble Seoul. Adults and children were all gaunt, struggling to survive, and if the epidemic spread here, the consequences would be catastrophic. He confirmed that the place Luna saw was the road leading to Ground Zero in Daejeon, and they were heading straight there. This place was actually a refugee settlement, formed after the spatial rift event in Daejeon. The medical and living conditions here were extremely dire. Luna looked out the window, inwardly understanding why the town felt so mournful. Department Head Kim admitted that, as a government official, he had no defense for the damage and the delays in reconstruction and compensation for the people here. He turned to ask Siwoo how he knew the epidemic was related to divine power. Siwoo explained that the priest of the Pioneer Church, who cared for the refugees and children, was a divine power user. He had called for the government's help when he saw that divine power was effective against patients. At this moment, the priest accompanying them suddenly spoke up. He revealed a horrific truth. Your Holiness, this epidemic is caused by a single demon, the demon lord of gluttony. He further explained that this was a cursed epidemic spread through the demon's influence. Those infected would lose their minds, attack others, and crave flesh and blood. That was the embodiment of gluttony. Luna appeared astonished. The priest continued, saying the infection rate was extremely high. If they became heavily corrupted, they would turn into small plague demons, specializing in spreading the disease. Luna suddenly realized that the plague demon was probably marking sacrifices for a demon lord summoning ritual, a similar event they had faced in Eden. Department head Kim was panicked when he heard about summoning a demon lord. Siwoo confirmed Luna's speculation. He said that was the way to mark the chosen sacrifices, and something similar had happened to them in Eden. He recalled the horrific past when they tried to stop the epidemic by sealing off a city, only for all the citizens to turn into undead. They had struggled desperately against the demon lord of gluttony, and the only thing that had any effect was divine power. Returning to the present, Luna suggested that first, they needed to find the plague demon leaving the marks. Siwoo agreed, adding that it might be hiding very well, disguised as a human. Luna smiled mysteriously and gave a thumbs up, as if to say, see. Siwoo laughed, teasing that she was very good at pretending not to know anything. Luna wasn't one to back down, replying, and who do you think I learned that from? Department head Kim could only stare blankly, not understanding what they were talking about. Finally, the car arrived. A church appeared before their eyes, standing tall in the quiet night. Siwoo stepped out of the car, instructing department head Kim to wait at the entrance. He said they were the vanguard and would go in to scout the situation first. After telling everyone to be careful, Siwoo's team began to head inside. As they stepped into the church grounds, Siwoo noticed an unusually strange quiet. No sound, no one in sight. This silence signaled an ominous sign, but the danger ahead would appear in a way none of them could have expected. Just as they stepped inside, Siwoo was blocked by a young girl holding an iron rod. He turned to Luna and asked, "Are you sure you saw someone?" Without warning, the girl swung the rod at Siwoo and shouted, "Stay away, you damn bastards." Siwoo could only raise his hands to the sky, dodging the blow in astonishment. Immediately, the priest accompanying Siwoo took action, grabbing the girl's collar from behind to stop her aggressive act. He easily lifted the struggling girl and said to Siwoo, "Your Holiness, it's just a little girl." Even though she was held tight, the girl didn't stop screaming, "You devils in disguise. You came here to infect us, didn't you?" Both Siwoo and Luna were stunned by the girl's accusation. Siwoo remained calm, saying, "Devils, that's quite harsh language for a priest." Luna laughed, thinking that maybe because the two of them were wearing black and she had red hair, they looked suspicious. Just then, a man ran up frantically, calling out the girl's name, Heeman. The group hurriedly explained that they had come to help. The man was vigilant, asking who they were to show up in such a remote place. Siwoo recognized him immediately and said, You are the pastor caring for the epidemic victims here, right?" Pastor Seo demanded sternly that they release the girl. The priest accompanying Siwoo apologized and gently put Heeman down. Once free, Heeman ran and hugged Pastor Seo, seeking shelter. She sobbed and apologized, saying she thought they were bad people. Pastor Seo's hand on the girl's back emitted a warm, faint light. Siwoo observed intently. He realized that the reason this child was still safe amidst the demonic epidemic was because she possessed a seed of divine power within her. However, he also sensed something strange. That seed of divine power didn't share the same origin as their faction. Their conversation was interrupted by another group that had just arrived. They introduced themselves as people from the Lyman Order, there to support the fight against the epidemic. Pastor Seo introduced himself as Pastor Seo and said he had been serving here for 3 years. Pastor Seo explained that this morning, a few infected people had broken in and almost harmed the children. That was the reason Heeman was wary of strangers. It was thanks to her that everyone was safe. After hearing the explanation, Siwoo offered to go inside the church to assess the situation. Pastor Seo hesitated slightly. Finally, he agreed and led the group. Pastor Seo led them into a room where many children were lying listlessly on beds. A dark, evil aura filled with death covered the children. He explained sadly that these were children who had lost their parents to the epidemic. Due to the quarantine orders, transferring them to better facilities was very difficult. The condition of the children looked very bad. The fingertips of one baby had turned black. They had almost nothing to eat. Looking at the poor children, Siwoo felt clearly that a surge of evil demonic energy was eroding their bodies from the inside. That was the source of this suffering. His eyes shone with respect and sorrow as he looked toward Pastor Seo. Sensing the burden he was carrying alone, Siwoo asked in a deep and sympathetic voice, "All these patients, Are you caring for them all by yourself? Pastor Seo replied that occasionally volunteers would drop by, but in this refugee camp, the only long-term residents were him and one assistant. He added that the assistant, just like Heman, seemed immune to the disease. He said desperately that sometimes he wondered if God had any reason for giving them these challenges and wished he could do more. Siwoo stood there, listening quietly, his whole body radiating a holy glow. Siwoo stood looking at the child sleeping soundly on the bed, and the air in the room became still and melancholic. He turned to comfort the pastor, saying that he had definitely done everything he could. This wasn't something he could solve alone. Siwoo began to investigate, asking if anyone new had visited the church recently or if any child had gone outside. Pastor Seo replied that a volunteer had come for a while, but that person hadn't had any contact with the children. Without further hesitation, Siwoo decided to act. He placed his hand on the child's forehead, and a healing magic circle appeared, radiating a soft blue light. A blue stream of divine power flowed from Siwoo's hand into the baby's body, cleansing the source of the dark energy. A system notification appeared. Curse mark of gluttony has been removed. The dark aura around the child vanished, replaced by holy light. The baby's face gradually became rosy, and their breathing stabilized. Witnessing the incredible sight, Pastor Seo shouted in astonishment, "What, the boy? The boy has been healed." Overwhelmed with emotion, Pastor Seo knelt on the ground. He couldn't believe that the child had been healed so easily. Tears rolled down his cheeks as he choked out thanks to Siwoo. Siwoo and Luna stood looking on quietly, sharing a moment of silence as they witnessed their achievement. Suddenly, the room door swung open and a voice rang out, "I'm home." A woman walked in. Pastor Seo joyfully shouted, "Assistant, you're home." She asked about the situation and said she had brought the last of the fever medicine from home. The assistant smiled kindly, saying she hoped it would be useful. When the assistant and Luna locked eyes, Luna seemed to recognize this person from a previous encounter. She greeted her socially. Pastor Seo happily broke the news to the assistant that the children's condition had improved much. He pointed to Siwoo's group and said these were the people who had helped them. The assistant appeared happy, saying it was wonderful. She suggested changing the children's clothes as they must have sweated a lot. Having said that, she stepped forward, reaching out toward the children's beds. She reached out, intending to touch one of the children who had just been healed. At that very moment, Luna moved like lightning and grabbed the assistant's wrist, stopping. Held tight unexpectedly, the assistant turned to look at Luna with a startled expression. The air suddenly froze. Luna's eyes glowed with a deadly red, and the smile on her lips was dangerous. Her hand radiated divine power as she gripped the assistant, asking in a low voice, "Do you have anything you want to say?" Finishing her sentence, divine power exploded. Luna lunged straight forward, swinging her glowing fist right at the bewildered assistant. Luna's attack hit its mark. Her fist, wrapped in divine power, slammed right into the assistant. She was sent flying back, letting out a cry of pain. Luna stood firm, her red hair billowing after the strike. Luna looked at the imposter with a gaze full of fury, her hands still glowing with divine power. She snarled, "How dare you touch them?" Beaten to the floor, the assistant gradually revealed her true form. A dark demonic aura enveloped her body, and her eyes flashed with the red of a demon. Luna said contemptuously, "You cheeky demon." The chapter opened with a scene of Luna, looking furious, attacking a woman in monk's robes lying on the ground. She shouted that the opponent was an arrogant demon. Seeing this, Siwoo spoke up, asking if Luna was acting too violently. Luna immediately replied that the other person had started the fight first. Just then, an elderly pastor, with salt and pepper hair tied back neatly, rushed over, calling the name of a deacon. He lunged to the woman lying on the floor, trembling as he called her name, Deacon Lee Hyasun. He shouted that they had to get her to a big hospital immediately. The pastor was horrified to see his colleague's condition. His face showed extreme fear. Suddenly, a blast of power blew the pastor away, leaving him only enough time to scream once. He was blown away and fell sprawling to the ground, not understanding what had just happened. From Lee Hyasun's side, a dark demonic aura began to rise. Her body distorted as spider legs grew out from her back. The pastor frantically called her name in panic. Luna coldly told the pastor if he was stupid, as the thing in front of him was no longer the person he used to know. The pastor was desperate and couldn't believe his eyes. He said Deacon Lee Hyasun had served with him here for the past 3 years, so how could this have happened? Lee Hyasun, now completely transformed into a demon, flashed a sinister smile. She claimed that her body was now a type of existence between a human and a plague demon. With terrifying glowing red eyes, she continued, saying that the savior she sought was not the god she had once believed in, and that Siwoo would realize that for himself soon enough. Faced with the provocation, Siwoo simply crossed his arms and replied calmly, mocking that giving up one's faith so easily was no different from a promiscuous person. The demon's hands, now transformed into sharp claws, dug deep into the ground, preparing for an attack. The demon lunged forward in a fit of rage, screaming that they had ruined everything, all the offerings she intended to present to her god. To counter, Luna raised her scepter, summoning divine power. A sparkling aura radiated from around. She gripped the scepter tightly in her hand, the holy energy becoming increasingly powerful. Immediately after, Luna transformed. She donned a shining holy knight's armor, ready for the purification battle. Luna soared into the air, swinging her holy mace toward the demon Lee Hyasun and her underling. Luna's eyes were full of determination, without a hint of hesitation when facing the enemy. Luna's attack struck the demon, the holy power causing her body to begin disintegrating. Luna swung her mace with great power, creating a streak of light that swept across, completely finishing off what remained of the demon. After the battle ended, Luna stood proudly in her armor, the mace still radiating the echoes of her power. Siwoo stood behind her, silently observing. Before completely vanishing, Lee Hyasun's final words were still an apology for failing to collect the sacrifice. Witnessing the enemy's obsession until the very moment of death, Luna could only grind her teeth in anger at the stubbornness of a soul that had completely fallen. The demon's blood splattered everywhere, marking the end of a fallen soul. Siwoo gently reminded Luna that the children were sleeping and she shouldn't be too noisy. Luna laughed out loud, happily apologizing for being a bit loud. Meanwhile, the pastor was still in shock, trembling as he looked at the remains of what used to be his colleague. Siwoo explained the methods of the plague demons. They spread spores to infect humans, and among those infected, they marked the purest souls to serve as sacrifices. Siwoo concluded that their plan was likely to use the children here as sacrificial offering. Hearing that, the pastor collapsed in despair. He questioned God, wondering if this was the trial he had bestowed upon his faithful followers, and blamed himself for being so pathetic. He turned to Luna and said that, at the very least, the way she treated the children with holy power showed that the God she believed in was still helping. Luna bluntly interrupted, saying that if there was time to blame God, he should use it to finish treating the children. Siwoo smiled and spoke up for Luna, explaining that although she spoke a bit bluntly, she actually had a very kind heart. Siwoo continued, revealing that the reason they were able to find this place was due to the effects of the holy power that the pastor had radiated all around. The pastor was deeply moved. He said if it weren't for Siwoo and a person named Heeman, this village would have turned into a living hell. He believed that Siwoo's 2 years of solitary effort and service had finally reached God. A tear rolled down the pastor's cheek as he felt the salvation. He turned away and muttered that Siwoo's group was truly generous, even to those of other faiths. The pastor admitted that Siwoo was right. He realized the person in front of him was none other than Pope Kim Siwoo and was ashamed that he had complained. A holy aura radiated from Siwoo, confirming his identity. Standing before the altar, the pastor suddenly realized his God had always been watching over him, and perhaps he had sent Siwoo here for that very reason. Siwoo smiled, asking the pastor if he had recognized him from the very beginning. The pastor replied with a gentle smile, saying how could any Korean not know Pope Kim Siwoo. He continued to speak of Siwoo's absolute power and benevolence toward the weak, things no one could forget. He just wondered if it was really the true Pope. The pastor's words brought Siwoo to an epiphany. He realized that, regardless of which god it was, the power hidden within faith would always create miracles. The scene shifted outside the church, under a night sky tinged with ominous purple. Siwoo identified a powerful magical energy source remaining behind the church. He entrusted the protection of the children to the pastor and a person named Leo. After delegating the task, Siwoo stepped outside alone, heading toward the source of the evil aura. Just as he stepped out, he faced a massive army of the undead, more than he had anticipated. Siwoo was stunned as he stepped out. A gruesome splat sounded as the head of a zombie was smashed into the wall right next to him. The culprit was none other than Luna. Her whole body was covered in enemy blood, but the smile on her lips was radiant and full of excitement. She turned around, swinging her holy mace, and said teasingly, "Your Holiness, you're late." Faced with Luna's teasing, Siwoo only smiled warmly, as if he was already too used to this personality of hers. Luna nonchalantly took a gulp of water, saying it tasted good. Siwoo immediately mocked that she looked more like a thug now than a holy knight, and asked straight out if she was enjoying the fight. Luna smiled brightly, her face still smeared with blood, and replied, "Your Holiness, how can you say something so obvious?" Siwoo could only sigh, reminding her to wipe the blood off her face before talking. Siwoo lamented, wondering why the kids in his church were like this. Luna, with a mischievous look, began to sing, hinting that he shouldn't even ask, as she knew whose fault it was. Hit right on the mark, Siwoo started, startled, don't blame me. Ever since we first met you. His sentence was cut short when a memory suddenly rushed back. He froze, his eyes widening as the flashback of his first meeting with Luna appeared clearly. The scene returned to the past. A completely different Luna, extremely shy and timid, bowed and mumbled a greeting to Apostle Siwoo. She introduced herself as Luna Leventon, a saintess of the order. With her face flushed with shyness, the Luna of the past said that she was looking forward to working with him and would do her best to support the apostle. Siwoo remembered that was before he became the pope. At that time, Luna was a very shy girl, her face always red whenever she greeted. He mused, realizing that Luna only changed and became like this after she started accompanying him. Returning to reality, Siwoo was confused, wondering, could it be? Is it really my fault? Luna saw this and teased him, asking if his holiness had blown away his own conscience along with the zombies' heads. Luna boasted of her achievements, saying that regardless, it seemed she had handled most of the plague demons before Siwoo stepped out. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. A giant, grotesque eyeball, surrounded by countless tentacles, rose from the depths of the earth. This was the true source of the evil aura. The monster's pupil contracted, and disgusting tentacles began pouring out from it. Standing before the giant shadow of the monster, Luna confirmed, "It's definitely it." Luna clenched her fists, her eyes filled with resentment. She told Siwoo that she had faced this bastard in Eden before. Luna's eyes flared with the flames of hatred, showing a deep-seated vendetta against this monster. A horrific memory returned, the scene of the monster using its tentacles to swallow innocent victims. In that memory, Luna had cried helplessly as she tried to save a young boy from the monster's clutches but failed. That was the root of her hatred. Luna said she never expected to encounter a subordinate of gluttony here again. She had taken revenge for the past, but she couldn't let them continue to run wild. A stream of blue holy power exploded around Luna. She turned to Siwoo, her gaze firm, and suggested, "Your holiness this time. Can you let me lead? The real battle is about to begin." Following the events of the previous chapter, Siwoo and Luna faced a bizarre entity. It was a giant eye with hideous tentacles. Siwoo turned to ask Luna if she had ever seen this in Eden, and she confirmed she had. Luna explained, "This is a low-level entity of Baal, a type of spore cluster. It is an infectious organ, dispersing spores filled with magic power into the wind to spread disease. Before officially devouring humans, Baal creates these spore clusters to quickly disperse the source of the magical disease. Its appearance in just 4 days meant the spread rate in this area was extremely serious, and it might have even spread beyond the village." Siwoo in his vestments, his gaze becoming sharp. A stream of purple magic power gathered in his palm, signaling an impending confrontation. But contrary to his initial tension, Siwoo flashed a confident smile. It seemed he had a way to deal with this disgusting thing. Meanwhile, Luna didn't stand still either. Her mace was stained with blood, showing she had destroyed a few things on her way. She thought about her grudge, never expecting to meet Gluttony's minions here again. A stream of blue aura enveloped Luna. Her eyes flared with vengeance. She turned to suggest to Siwoo that this time, he should let her take the lead. Siwoo looked a bit awkward, knowing Luna was very angry. Luna tried to restrain herself, saying that it was just a reflex and she was still very calm. But Siwoo didn't think so, pointing out the veins popping out on her forehead. Siwoo explained further, unlike other demons, these spore clusters existed as hosts for microorganisms. Therefore, there were not many effective ways to attack. Fortunately, we can use holy fire. Saying that, Siwoo exerted his power, a brilliant blue holy energy sphere enveloping him. Immediately, the holy fire sphere expanded, surrounding the spore monster. The monster only managed to let out a desperate cry before being engulfed by the holy fire. Talismans carrying holy power tightened around the monster. Siwoo mocked it, asking if it even had a mouth to scream with. However, Luna intervened unexpectedly. She said Siwoo didn't need to help and told him to just leave the rest to her. Saying that, Luna poured power into her mace, shattering Siwoo's holy fire containment circle and aiming straight at the monster. She let out a powerful shout, swinging her weapon with all her hatred. A powerful attack landed. Luna's holy power collided head-on with the demonic entity. Luna's blow tore through the outer shell of the spore cluster, exposing the disgusting things inside. After the blow, Luna was a bit confused. She admitted she was wrong, having thought this was the real Baal. Luna stared at the writhing monster and challenged, "Why don't you reveal your true filthy form?" Answering the challenge, the monster began to transform. Its tentacles twitched, a new form rising from within. The spore cluster shattered, revealing a hideous monster with many legs, long hair, and a series of glowing red eyes. It roared, recognizing Siwoo and Luna as the ones who had killed Dream. Its bloodshot eyes shone with hatred. It claimed to be the Pope of Gluttony, Baal. Siwoo only looked coldly at the monster, without a hint of flinching. Siwoo turned to ask Luna, but she had never seen it before either. Luna bluntly remarked that this was just an amateur trying to imitate Bale. Thanks to the demon's words, Siwoo now knew the lick he had faced at the black market was named Drino. This detail gave him an idea to respond to the monster's arrogance. Siwoo looked at the monster with contempt, saying he would rather face the lick from last time. At least it knew its place. He continued to mock it, calling it a nameless demon of low origin. He even asked if, back in Eden, it was just an errand boy for Bale. Provoked by Siwoo's words, the monster roared in anger. It declared it would present Siwoo's corpse to its master, and then it would take the name Bale for itself. Demonic hands seemed to reach out from the shadows, waiting to tear Siwoo apart, demonstrating the threat the monster posed. But Luna stepped forward, shielding Siwoo. She coldly declared to the monster that she was its opponent. Luna's eyes flared with fighting spirit. Holy power once again surged from her body. She lunged straight toward the roaring monster, without a moment's hesitation. A glowing magic circle appeared in front of it. Luna swung her mace, the holy power forming sharp energy lines, attacking the demon directly. Caught by surprise, the demon could only let out a roar full of pain and anger. Luna's attack seemed to have triggered a memory in the demon. It suddenly halted, whispering, "I remember now, the red-haired woman." The demon began recounting Luna's past, that Bale had devoured her kind to capture her, who was born with the holy power of lemon. A flashback scene appeared, a young Luna crying sobbing, holding a child in her arms amidst the ruins. The demon mocked, saying she was nothing at that time. In that painful past, Luna had screamed in despair, trying to protect a boy from Bale's giant tentacles. That was the source of her hatred. Returning to the present, the painful memory turned into strength. Luna raised her weapon high, summoning a large amount of holy power, forming a brilliant sphere of light. Luna's eyes shone with determination and resentment. All her pain and loss were poured into the upcoming attack. The sphere of light exploded, holy power spreading everywhere. The demon seemed unable to believe Luna's power. It only managed to utter, "I don't remember," before being submerged. The demon began to reminisce about its own origins. In Eden, it was just a nameless, mediocre demon, living aimlessly among countless others. Until one day, it discovered a spatial crack, a gate leading to another dimension. A mysterious voice echoed from the crack, calling it a nameless one. That voice asked if it wanted to borrow its power, and that voice promised that if it obeyed its words, it could even become the demon king of gluttony. And so it obtained the name, Bale, a given name, a borrowed power. Luna looked at the demon with pity. She said it was neither human nor an incarnation, just a nameless demon who wanted to become a demon king, but in the end, it was still nothing. Afterward, Luna revealed the final truth, an even more terrifying truth. She asked the imposter demon if it remembered how Siangha, Siwoo's past name, had destroyed the real demon king of gluttony, Bale. He had used a holy barrier to tie him up and burned him alive for 4 continuous days. The holy fire back then was so strong that it nearly burned down the entire elf forest. That was true power, a level that this imposter could never touch. And then Luna delivered the finishing blow. She sneered, saying this weakling didn't even have enough greed to be called Bale. A massive stream of holy power blew the demon away. Immediately after, a series of system notifications appeared before Siwoo. He had successfully destroyed the source of the epidemic, completed the mission, and received 10,000 holy points. After the demon threat was resolved, emergency services and ambulances quickly entered the village to begin recovery efforts. An inspector came to report the situation to Siwoo. He confirmed that only completely dead bodies had turned into zombies. He stated that about 500 zombies had been found. Worse, there were still many patients on the verge of turning into zombies. However, they could recover quickly if treated with holy power. Aid from other religions would arrive in the next 2 days. Until then, the Lemon Order would need to provide support. Siwoo agreed, saying they would continue to help and care for the patients who needed monitoring after the purification. A man leading a small daughter, representing the villagers, came to thank Siwoo and everyone. Siwoo thought to himself, it's lucky that there are 2 kind saints at the church. Luna, now changed into casual clothes, excitedly boasted to an elderly priest, Lord Levinton, about how she selected and destroyed the zombies in the chaos. Siwoo only smiled skeptically, asking back sarcastically, only with words, implying that Luna was only good at bragging. Embarrassed, Luna immediately turned to demand a gift. She whined and asked Siwoo what he wanted, then shouted for him to buy her 50 item packs in a mobile game. Siwoo looked helpless, reminding her that hadn't she already received a bonus. Luna began to throw a tantrum. She made a show of it, gripping her hands tightly, her eyes sparkling to look pitiful to beg. Siwoo looked like he was about to give in, quickly saying he should focus on the purification first. Lord Levinton saw this and chimed in. He raised his fist and said this was Egyo cute action. Siwoo shouted in panic, telling him not to teach Luna such weird things. After the banter, the scene became serious again. Siwoo looked over the village, which was submerged in a mournful atmosphere and plague. He reflected on what Dejian had to go through, perhaps even worse than Seoul. He knew that the Lemon Order could not just pass by. They needed to strive further to purify and rebuild this place. Siwoo believed that humans could do it if they helped each other. He clasped his hands, determined to perform a large-scale purification ritual. A system window appeared, notifying Siwoo that he was using the active skill, Wings of Purification. A giant, magnificent pair of light wings appeared behind him. Feathers made of light gently fell. Luna and Lord Levinton looked up, feeling the holy and peaceful power spreading. The light of purification covered a mother and her sickly child. Her tears fell, but this time they were tears of relief and hope. The mother's eyes were teary, filled with gratitude as she felt the miracle healing her child and those around her. Siwoo, with his wings of purification, stood majestic like an angel bestowing blessings and healing upon the suffering people below. He thought with satisfaction that the purification would soon end, but just then, two red warning signs suddenly appeared. The system warned that he was directly intervening in the lives of too many mortals, an action highly likely to break the system. A new notification appeared. The system of dimension, Earth, will conduct a causality suitability assessment. Siwoo thought for a moment, this causality thing always appears when I'm about to forget it. It'll probably be approved, right? But his intuition told him something was wrong. Siwoo realized this status window looked completely different from usual, and it was emitting an uneasy red light. Siwoo's intuition was right. A glaring red notification appeared with the harsh result. Causality suitability assessment failed. Siwoo couldn't believe his eyes. He gasped in shock. What? The system explained the reason for the failure, because he had directly intervened in the fate of too many mortals. This miracle had exceeded the allowable causality level for the current user, not fitting his status. And the penalty was issued. Because his actions did not fit causality, his system would be partially restricted for 168 hours, which is 1 week. Siwoo was even more stunned. Ended with Siwoo's helpless scream. He never expected that his act of saving people would lead to such a ridiculous penalty. Kim Siwoo, our protagonist, appeared with a stunned expression. A cold bead of sweat ran down his cheek, his eyes reflecting disbelief and suspicion. Immediately after, a red system notification appeared before his eyes. Result of karmic suitability assessment, failure. Siwoo barely managed to blurt out, "What?" when another notice showed up, explaining that the miracle he had just performed directly interfered with the fates of countless mortals, exceeding the allowed karmic limits. The system continued with its verdict, declaring the user's action incompatible with karma. Siwoo was shocked once more. Then the punishment was announced. You will be penalized. Your system will be partially restricted for 168 hours. Kim Siwoo's whole body felt struck by an invisible force, making him panic and cry out, "No, wait." In vain. Bolts of electricity surrounded his body as Siwoo felt his power draining away. He shouted in helpless anger, "No, what the hell is this?" He couldn't understand why he was being punished. Siwoo angrily questioned the system. "I purified things in Japan too, didn't I? On what grounds did I fail?" Siwoo bitterly realized this punishment was harsher than previous karmic limits. He had become an ordinary person. At that moment, Lord Levinton stepped forward to report, "Seongha, the situation seems to have stabilized somewhat, so I'm reporting in." The view widened to show Luna alongside Siwoo and Levinton. Levinton reported that the guild's newcomers had been of great help with transporting and treating patients. Siwoo replied indifferently, "I see. Good to see they're all doing their jobs well." Luna noticed Siwoo's pale expression and asked worriedly, "Seongha, you don't look well. Is something wrong? And why did you change your clothes?" Siwoo answered tiredly, "Well, a few things happened." Then Siwoo suddenly puffed out his chest, smiled, and announced theatrically, "As you can see, I'm just a normal person now, Kim Siwoo." Siwoo's declaration left both Lord Levinton and Luna speechless. They stood stunned, unable to believe what they'd just heard. What followed was a brief explanation of Siwoo's current condition to his two teammates. Levinton and Luna were still in shock. Levinton muttered, "Working in other dimensions is truly difficult." Luna seemed to have grasped the issue, so Seongha can be neutralized. Luna appeared to be calculating something. Levinton wondered if this was their only chance. Luna asked back, "You mean now Seongha is weaker than me or Lord Levinton?" Hearing that, Siwoo coldly warned, "All of you will be dead in 168 hours. Luna gave a knowing smile, as if a plan had just formed. She asked Siwoo, "Is that what you mean?" Suddenly, Luna blurted an odd remark, clarity after satiation. Levinton looked puzzled and asked her to explain. Seeing that, Siwoo angrily snapped, "Are you out of your mind?" The scene cut to a UBS radio bulletin, showing the station's building. The report, airing on the highway, covered the incident in Dejian. Kim Siwoo, the Awakener, performed a purification at Ground Zero in Daejeon. Several reporters on site witnessed it. At that time, Siwoo was sitting in the car driven by team leader Kim. The broadcast continued. It was an event that brought hope to many people. Team leader Kim turned to Siwoo and said, "Well done, Mr. Siwoo." Team leader Kim continued commenting as he drove. This incident was on a fairly large scale. A village that had been completely purified appeared, sparkling with magical light. He added, "It's unbelievable that an entire village, once the most polluted in Korea, has been fully cleansed. That's a very good out." Back in the car, team leader Kim said, "If it weren't for those who helped the village earlier, we couldn't have done this today." Siwoo modestly replied, "I only added the final touch." Team leader Kim praised Siwoo. "We're lucky to have an extraordinary person like you in Korea, Mr. Siwoo." Siwoo merely gave a wry smile. Team leader Kim thought to himself, so this is how he survives among people like CEO Choi Seoj. Siwoo politely thanked team leader Kim for coming all that way to pick him up despite being busy. Team leader Kim modestly replied that escorting Siwoo was part of his duty. As the conversation grew more familiar, team leader Kim curiously asked if Siwoo intended to vacation in Yeoju alone, secretly thinking of a certain someone who was also there. Siwoo confirmed the trip and said he had a few questions that needed answering. Siwoo smiled enigmatically and continued, confirming team leader Kim's suspicion. And by chance, there was someone in Yeoju who could answer them. He looked out at the clear blue sky and thought with relief, "Luckily, I don't have to go all the way to America." Before long, the car stopped in front of a traditional tiled roof house, peacefully situated behind a familiar stone fence. Siwoo stepped out of the car and stood looking at the house with a wistful gaze. He murmured, "It's been a long time, this place too." Childhood memories flooded Siwoo's mind. "When I was little, I used to come here on school breaks with In-wook and Seon. Since returning, I hadn't even thought about coming back here." The car rolled away, leaving Siwoo alone with the tranquil countryside scenery. He looked around and realized, this place hasn't changed a bit. As Siwoo approached the gate, two men in black suits and sunglasses stood waiting. They bowed to him. Siwoo nodded in return. "Thank you for your hard work." Suddenly, a loud bang echoed from behind the gate, as an axe struck a log with force. Wood chips flew everywhere, grazing Siwoo, who stood stunned before the gate. He was completely caught off guard. Inside the courtyard, a Western man with long blonde hair and a muscular build was enthusiastically chopping wood. He cheerfully turned and shouted, "Hey, my friend." That man was Aiden. He exclaimed, "I missed you so much, Siwoo. You finally arrived." Siwoo stood there with his mouth agape, thinking only one thing, a servant. Aiden said excitedly, "Yeoju is a wonderful place. The food here is really good." Meanwhile, Siwoo was still in shock. He was supposed to be an irregular from the US. Grandma has turned him into a complete servant. A familiar voice called out from behind, chiding Siwoo affectionately, "Tusk, Tusk, you naughty boy. If you were planning to come, you should have told us. How could you just show up out of the blue?" Siwoo cheered happily when he saw the two elderly women approaching. He called out, "Grandma, Madam Emma." That was his grandmother, Madam Emma, and her friend. Siwoo beamed with a bright smile, his face radiating happiness at being back home. The scene transitioned to the house under the warm sunlight, signaling a cozy reunion about to take place. At the sumptuous dinner table, Siwoo's grandmother kindly heaped food onto Aiden's plate. Aiden happily enjoyed the soybean paste soup and praised how delicious it was. The whole family gathered around the meal. Madam Emma ate while scolding Siwoo. "Usually, I never see hide nor hair of you. Now that you need something, you suddenly show up, huh?" Siwoo hurriedly defended himself. "I didn't go anywhere I shouldn't have. Why are you saying that?" Madam Emma and her friend expressed regret. "If we had known you were coming, this old lady would have gone to the market." Siwoo hurriedly said, "This is already a feast. There's even pork." Aiden proudly boasted to Siwoo, "Siwoo, that pork was hunted by my own hands. A tribe leader leading a tribe must have hunting skills to feed the tribe." Siwoo couldn't help but be amazed. "Wild boar." Aiden further explained, "The wild boar made its way down to the fields, so I caught one." "Haha." Siwoo tasted a piece of meat and had to admit, "It's my first time eating wild boar, but it's really good." As expected, Grandma cooks very well. Madam Emma and her friend happily invited Aiden to eat more. Aiden didn't hesitate to dig in heartily. Seeing this, Siwoo felt annoyed, thinking, "By the way, why is that guy eating at someone else's house so naturally?" Madam Emma explained, "Aiden helps me chase off wild boars and chop wood. He helps me with a lot of chores." Siwoo could only be speechless, thinking perhaps Grandma was the only person in the world who called Aiden so affectionate. Madam Emma turned to tease her grandson. "My grandson just sits there jealous. Tusk, Tusk, what a useless boy." Her remark left Siwoo speechless, unable to say a word. Faced with Grandma's teasing, Aiden just laughed heartily and happily declared, "Haha, your grandmother is my grandmother too," treating Siwoo's family as his own. Aiden responded enthusiastically, promising to protect Siwoo's family. Madame Emma added that Aiden was much better than a grandson who never showed his face, leaving Siwoo speechless. Siwoo suddenly had a thought. Was Grandma training Aiden? Madame Emma just smiled enigmatically, making him even more suspicious. Siwoo thought to himself, an extraordinary servant who has both strength and can do chores. What a perfect combination. Aiden suddenly asked about the magical epidemic in Dijian. Siwoo replied that he had just returned from there and complimented Aiden on being quite sharp. Siwoo turned to Grandma, saying with a mysterious smile, "Well, didn't Madame Emma know I was coming?" Madame Emma smiled kindly, replying that she couldn't predict Siwoo's future, but she sensed he had many questions. Siwoo thought to himself, talking to Madame Emma is always like solving a Zen riddle, full of depth and mystery. Suddenly a slap sound echoed, and Siwoo cried out in pain. It turned out he had been tapped on the head by Madame Emma. She scolded, "How many times have I told you not to talk about work at the dining table?" Siwoo rubbed his head and groaned. "It's been so long since I felt this pain again." The meal ended happily. Everyone had finished eating. Grandma's friend said she would go for a walk with Aiden and told the grandmother and grandson to talk happily, creating some private space for Siwoo and Madame Emma. After the meal, Madame Emma brought out a plate of apples for dessert. Siwoo called out seriously, "Madame Emma." The grandmother and grandson sat on the porch. Siwoo began the conversation. "I think you already know why I came." He stated his purpose clearly. "I want to know about causality. To be precise, about the vague standards for judging causal compatibility." A scene of a chaotic world appeared, where monsters flew everywhere. Siwoo told himself he still couldn't use his full power on Earth. He recalled, "Causality didn't punish me when I used the cleansing at Guro University Hospital and in Japan." An image of Siwoo casting a large-scale cleansing spell appeared. He compared, "In terms of scale, the cleansing wings I used to fight Yamada no Orochi were even bigger." From that, Siwoo drew a conclusion. The fact that I was penalized this time means there's some standard within the system's causality. Back in reality, Madame Emma began to explain. She said, "I hope you understand one thing first, and that is that I cannot perfectly explain the system's judgment." As she spoke, she raised her hand, and a stream of magic began to gather. Madame Emma used her power to create a virtual space surrounding them, preparing for her explanation. A giant scale of justice, glowing brilliantly, appeared in midair, symbolizing the judgment of causality. Madame Emma began to explain why Siwoo had been punished this time. Madame Emma started the explanation, and her first answer hit the core of the issue. "The reason you were penalized this time is because you directly interfered with the fate of countless lives." This explanation confused Siwoo even more, as it seemed to contradict his previous experiences. He immediately gave an example to argue. "But in Japan, I used cleansing power even more than in Dijian, didn't I?" Madame Emma looked Siwoo straight in the eye, her voice echoing in the virtual space, revealing an important truth. Interfering before an event occurs and interfering after an event has occurred are two completely different problems. Siwoo lost his patience and asked Madame Emma to explain straight to the point, instead of beating around the bush. Contrary to Siwoo's tense expression, Madame Emma only smiled kindly and enigmatic. She suggested they review the people Siwoo had saved this time. Immediately, a glowing scale of justice appeared before him, leaving him surprised. Madame Emma explained that without Siwoo, most of these people would have died. Their fate had been sealed since they fell ill, but Siwoo had changed all of that destiny. By directly saving countless lives, Siwoo had interfered with the flow of fate. Using the cleansing wings skill, he had performed a miracle that even an omnipotent being would struggle to achieve. And naturally, the law of causality could not ignore such an absolute external force, because its purpose was to maintain the world's balance. Madame Emma further explained that if those people had believed in Lemon by their own strength, and Siwoo had only played the role of the miracle performer, perhaps it wouldn't have deviated from the law of causality. She compared it to divine power placing the faith of mortals on one side of the scale, and the miracle of the god receiving that faith on the other. When there is enough faith, balance is achieved. But this time, Siwoo had changed the fate of too many people, making the weight on the scale too great. Siwoo understood that the system wouldn't overlook reckless life-saving, but he felt as if the system was paying excessive attention to him. Madame Emma affirmed that this meant the system was conscious of Siwoo's existence, because his nature was an inherently special existence. Siwoo sighed. The issue of the purifiers remained unresolved, and now the law of causality wanted to torment him. He turned to ask Madame Emma for information on the purifiers. She revealed that they seemed to be connected to creatures from Eden, and their actions, since the multi-dimensional world opened, were highly suspicious. Madame Emma admitted she knew nothing else other than that they were a group specialized in doing evil, but there was one thing she was sure of. The the system was not on their side. Siwoo immediately pointed out that this didn't necessarily mean the purifiers were enemies of the system either. Madame Emma smiled, saying that as the influence of the Lemon Church expanded, the threshold of the law of causality would become more lenient. And by then, she would be able to tell Siwoo much more, leaving him silent and listening. She was also worried that the penalty might make Siwoo a target for attacks, but he confidently replied that he possessed divine relics that could withstand attacks from people like Aiden for about 50 hours. Furthermore, a strong person like Aiden, whom even Luna couldn't handle, had no reason to do that. Siwoo also trusted that if someone were to attack, the madam would warn him beforehand. Madame Emma laughed, remarking that Siwoo seemed to be living like there was no tomorrow. She added that she wasn't afraid of the future ahead. She smiled mysteriously. Perhaps that was why Siwoo was chosen. Then she revealed a earth-shattering truth. Currently, Siwoo was hearing the system's will through her, but soon enough he would meet it directly. This left Siwoo astonished. She explained becoming an anomaly meant having to face such a destiny. Madame Emma emphasized that among all anomalies, this destiny was specifically targeting him. Her profound words left Siwoo silent and contemplative. The conversation ended. Siwoo confessed he didn't understand everything, but still thanked Madame Emma for her advice. She responded by saying she would continue to have great expectations. Before Siwoo left, Madame Emma said she would stay here for a while, and he could come looking for her if he had any questions. When Siwoo was gone, Madame Emma stood alone in the garden, her gaze directed toward the distant horizon, lost in her own thoughts. She remembered a like-minded friend she had happened to meet, Go Eunyoung. Attracted by that friend's sharp intuition, she had come to South Korea. And then she met her friend's grandson, Kim Siwoo, an anomaly with absolute power. She wondered if this unimaginable coincidence would have occurred without the system's interference. Countless coincidences and connections intertwined, creating a complex painting of fate. In the endless flow of the world, the intertwining of those coincidences was what they called fate, and the god Siwoo served and the god she served were also connected. Her train of thought was interrupted by a voice calling her name. She turned back and smiled. A muscular man with long blonde hair, Aiden, had returned. Emma asked him where Eunyoung was, and Aiden replied that she had gone up ahead to prepare some side dishes for Siwoo. Aiden looked after Emma's retreating figure and suddenly said, "What a warm family, isn't it? I'm almost jealous." Emma remarked that Aiden, a repatriated anomaly monitored closely by the state and a person with the highest potential to become a villain, could actually say such things. She said Aiden had changed a lot, and it seemed he truly cherished Siwoo, to the extent that a person who was once an uncontrollable ticking time bomb was following him around. Aiden just laughed and replied that it was obvious. For Aiden, Siwoo was a supreme being with compassion. That alone was reason enough for him to cherish. Emma was happy about this positive change in Aiden. She thought perhaps she should stay here a bit longer for the sake of these two young men. Aiden suddenly called Emma's name with a serious look. He said he didn't think a prophet like her would stay here without a reason. If her home country's government had approved it, it meant she had seen something in the future of this place. Emma looked at the prophetic orb in her hand, her gaze becoming distant. She said, "What I see is not necessarily the future, but despair, variables from another world, sprouting from seeds sown by the system administrator. And that must be why anomalies are necessary." The scene shifted to a large building with classical architecture, likely the headquarters of the Lemon Church. The hot news updated on the Lemon Church's activities. Luna Leventon leads members in treating patients, while Kim Siwoo is praised as the hero who saved South Korea. Pastor Seo Seongshin is also mentioned as the saint of DG. At the same time, Siwoo waved when he saw two familiar faces. It was Luna and Pastor Seo, who had just returned from DGN. Luna happily reported that they had successfully completed the post-treatment care for the patients. Siwoo thanked them again on behalf of Pastor Seo and complimented everyone on their hard work. Immediately after, he asked whether they had found any concrete evidence about the purifiers when finishing their work. Luna suddenly remembered. She said that during treatment, she had heard something very alarming from a child who had woken up. That child said a young man had visited the church right before the magical epidemic spread. This information left Siwoo speechless. Luna continued, saying the person had arrived and left so quickly that only a single child had witnessed it. The child's account led to a story about a terrifying memory. The scene transitioned to a church courtyard under a gloomy orange sky. A woman was hanging laundry while children played nearby, a peaceful air before the storm. Suddenly, the woman stopped while hanging clothes, as black dust began to fall around, signaling an ominous omen. A mysterious young man in a red hoodie appeared, approaching the woman. He approached and the woman seemed annoyed. not realizing the deadly danger at hand. In just an instant, the woman's eyes became vacant and empty, a sign that the magical epidemic had invaded. From afar, a boy holding a soccer ball, the sole witness, had seen the entire horrific scene. The young man in the hoodie turned and called the boy over. With a terrifying smile, he asked the boy to deliver a message to someone named Seongha. He said that thanks to Seongha's merciful expulsion of the demon lord and demons from Eden, he had been able to collect power easily. The young man clasped his hands in a fake, satisfied gesture, concluding that all of this was thanks to the favor Seongha had bestowed upon him, revealing a dark truth about the origin of the tragedy. At a magnificent castle, apparently the headquarters of some guild, Kim Siwoo's thoughts surfaced, suggesting there must be someone behind the scenes pulling the strings for the purifier. Kim Siwoo looked dissatisfied. He didn't like that person's way of talking. Luna, a beautiful girl with red hair, agreed. She thought he was the type of person who would sacrifice children to summon the demon lord of Eden, not someone normal. Aiden, the man with glasses and a ponytail, also agreed with that opinion. Kim Siwoo thought back. Thanks to the information Aiden provided, they were able to stop the purifiers from summoning the demon lord entirely. However, he still felt this was a major incident. He felt worried because there were still many causal penalties. His power was blocked, but incidents kept happening one after another. He wondered what on earth was going on Earth. Siwoo asked about the priest's training situation. Aiden reported that, as always, Lord Leventon and he were working hard. Luna happily added that they were all starting to overcome the immature stage. Luna suggested they could soon start practical training by entering dungeons. Siwoo agreed and thought they should start preparing for that. Just then, Luna cheered happily, announcing that they had a distinguished guest who had just arrived. Siwoo turned in surprise, catching Luna's radiant smile. A young man was introduced. This was Oh Junwoo, who would be teaching combat and monsters at the Lemon Order for a while. Siwoo waved, saying Junwoo was already there. Junwoo modestly replied that he had nowhere else to go after leaving the Diho Guild. Luna winked playfully, saying they were short-handed, so she was very grateful Junwoo had come. Oh Junwoo looked incredibly excited and determined, shouting that he would work hard. Meanwhile, Siwoo just watched him quietly with a thoughtful look on his face. Siwoo ordered Luna to train Junwoo until he became useful. Luna gladly accepted the task, while Aiden was secretly relieved that he could avoid working overtime. Siwoo remarked that with Oh Junwoo leaving, the Jeongak Alliance must have lost a significant amount of strength. He asked Junwoo if the guild had strongly opposed his departure. Junwoo smiled serenely and replied that he had been thinking about this ever since Ryu Jinyoung came to Japan. He even felt a sense of relief. He felt as if he had finally returned to the path he truly wanted to walk. Meanwhile, in another location, a man angrily slammed his fist onto the table, releasing a terrifying wave of purple energy. In the conference room, that man, a high-ranking official of the Jeongak Alliance, was venting his rage on his subordinates, shouting the name Kim Siwoo with intense hate. He roared, cursing his subordinates as useless for failing to recruit a single person. A trembling subordinate explained that recruitment or negotiation was impossible because the deviant Kim Siwoo and his close associates were already nearly S-rank. They couldn't even find any weaknesses to exploit like they had with Ryu Jinyoung. The official slammed the table in desperation, shouting that they were about to lose everything just because of a deviant who had fallen from the sky. It wasn't just the Diho Guild, but the entire Jeongak Alliance. If they lost any more power here, recovery would be impossible. Just as he was wondering how to bridge this absolute power gap, a mysterious voice echoed from behind. A strange man complimented his situational awareness. The mysterious man smirked, his tone both sarcastic and threatening. He said that Kim Siwoo had almost reached the limits of a mortal. He continued to belittle the official, asserting that even the awakened ones from the United States couldn't compare to a fraction of Siwoo's power, and that the official was no different than a bug. The mysterious man grabbed the official's face and continued, "Unless you receive my power." He tightened his grip and asked if the official would agree to follow his lead. Under the pressure of the stranger, the official was forced to kneel and submit. The mysterious man took out a small, pitch-black pill and ordered the official to swallow. Without a moment's hesitation, he pried open the official's mouth and shoved the pill inside. The official coughed violently, terrified and screaming to ask what the stranger had fed him. Immediately, he shrieked in extreme pain as a surge of dark energy swirled and engulfed his body. The black mist became increasingly dense, radiating fiercely. After a moment of struggle, the official stood up, his entire body exuding an evil aura. The mysterious man said with satisfaction, "Very good." He coldly warned that this would be the last chance he would grant. At the same time, a system notification appeared, stating that the player's system would be partially restricted for 4 hours. The scene shifted to a morning where Siwoo's phone rang incessantly with a call from his younger brother, urging him to wake up quickly. His younger brother, Seon, flipped Siwoo's blanket off, complaining because he was sleeping in when they had plans to eat lunch together. Siwoo lazily opened his eyes, grumbling about why his little brother dared to disturb his sweet sleep. Seon didn't care, kicking his older brother out of bed and telling him to stop talking nonsense and get out immediately. Siwoo stretched refreshingly, enjoying his sweet one-week vacation. He suddenly stopped with a blank look on his face, as if something wasn't right. Seon reminded him, asking if he had forgotten they moved yesterday. The scene shifted to a luxurious and modern new living room. His little sister, Seon, with her cute pigtails, also ran out and asked why her brother was waking up so late. Siwoo happily said good morning to Seon, but she quickly corrected him that it was already afternoon. She held a white cat in her arms. Seon asked if her brother slept well in the new house. She smiled brightly, bragging that the new house was big and beautiful, and now Mr. Leo and Luna could come over to have sleepover. She affectionately asked the cat, Beexial, if it liked the new home. Meanwhile, Siwoo noticed that Beexial seemed to have changed slightly in size. Seon dreamily said that if their parents saw this, they would be very happy that the siblings had bought a house in Seoul. He joked, or maybe they would be disappointed, because the house didn't have a view of the Han River. Siwoo agreed that even without a Han River view, their parents would surely love it because it was a detached house. Meanwhile, Seon cheered excitedly when she saw a long-necked bird flying past the window. Siwoo smiled warmly, watching his siblings enjoying the new living space. He felt a sense of relief that everyone liked the family's new sanctuary, a peaceful place separated from the battles outside. On TV, a news report announced that the National Assembly had unanimously passed the special law for deviants. This bill, proposed quickly based on United States law, granted them judicial privilege. Lying on the sofa, Siwoo remarked that everything was moving quite fast and the president had kept his promise. Seon approached, complaining that the refrigerator was empty because they had just moved in and there were no fruits for dessert. Siwoo replied absent-mindedly, saying he was resting. Seon teased him, saying his brother was becoming useless and he was no longer afraid of him. He held out two 50,000 won bills, urging him to go buy fruit. A thud sound echoed. It seemed like Seon had thrown something at his brother. Siwoo rubbed his head, complaining of pain. He muttered about national secrets being leaked, wondering how the rumor that he was weakened had spread everywhere, and suspecting it might be because of Luna. Finally, Siwoo gave in. He said he would go out and asked to borrow Beexial from Seon. She happily gave the cat to him. The sky was clear, signaling a beautiful day. Siwoo took Beexial for a walk in the new neighborhood. He silently thought that this area looked really livable and much safer than before. He assumed Captain Kim must have worked very hard to deploy security personnel in the apartment complex. A woman recognized and greeted him as Seongha. He greeted her back. She happily bragged that her hair had become thicker since she participated in the ceremony. The woman added that she had also received a lot of help. Siwoo replied that he was very happy for her. Suddenly, a muscular man wearing sunglasses approached, called him Pope Seongha, and asked if he could spare a moment to talk. The man said he wanted to discuss the teachings of the Lemon Order and his church. Siwoo felt secretly panicked, wondering why the security staff couldn't filter out cult members. He made an excuse that he was a bit busy. Siwoo tried to shoo him away by saying he was also a member of a cult and was busy, but the man persisted, arguing that a believer's role was to guide those who had lost their way. The cultist dropped his polite facade, and a dagger emitting purple energy appeared in his hand. He smiled sinisterly and said, "Don't be like that, let's talk for a while." The cultist called him by his real name, Kim Siwoo. Hearing this, Siwoo's expression immediately became serious. He realized his identity had been exposed. The cultist's dagger shattered into pieces the moment he made his move. A powerful wave of energy radiated from Siwoo. He had blocked the enemy's surprise attack. Siwoo's expression now shone with determination and coldness, completely different from his usual demeanor. Siwoo's eyes flashed with a purple light, signaling that an inevitable battle was about to begin. Continuing from the previous chapter, Kim Siwoo was facing a sudden ambush. A series of sharp knives were flying straight toward him in the blink of an eye. At the dangerous moment, Kim Siwoo's eyes shone unusually, his pupils contracting into vertical lines like a cat's eye. At the same time, a white cat's paw landed gently on the ground, signaling the arrival of a powerful and reliable assistant. Kim Siwoo hugged Beexial tightly. Immediately, the cat released a wave of blue energy, creating a solid shield to block the incoming knives. All the daggers were completely blocked by Beexial's shield and fell scattered onto the street, completely neutralizing the surprise attack. The attacker, the president of the Diho Guild, appeared with a stunned expression. He couldn't believe his treacherous move had been blocked so easily. Kim Siwoo stood firmly behind Bixial. The cat was now bracing itself in a fighting stance, its glowing blue eyes flashing with a look of challenge. Contrary to the tense situation, Kim Siwoo was visibly delighted. He clasped his hands and praised, "Bixial, I didn't expect you to be so useful." The Diho president was furious and confused. He didn't expect Kim Siwoo to have the ability to use spirit beasts, and he was even more furious because he had never received any reports about this. He looked at Kim Siwoo from afar with regret, thinking that if he had only had a chance to get closer, he could have delivered the finishing blow and won. He bitterly admitted that this was his last chance to deliver a fatal strike to a deviant like Kim Siwoo. He had even gone so far as to borrow power from that guy. Meanwhile, Bixial looked triumphant, seemingly mocking the helplessness of the Diho president, who couldn't even defeat a cat. Unable to keep his cool, the Diho president roared in resentment, blaming all his troubles on Kim Siwoo. "Kim Siwoo, it's because of you that we lost everything." He continued his bitter monologue, saying that ever since Kim Siwoo appeared, their power, honor, and everything else had slipped through their fingers like sand. Kim Siwoo just listened silently to the enemy's accusation that he was the cause of all their downfall simply because he was a deviant who had suddenly appeared. Kim Siwoo silently thought that the situation had been genuinely dangerous. If it weren't for Bixial, he would have been in big trouble. He also realized the opponent didn't know he was in a weakened state and had chosen the right time to attack. After a moment of silence, Kim Siwoo calmly faced the enemy and asked directly, "Judging by the way you talk, are you the president of the Diho Guild?" Their confrontation attracted the attention of the surrounding citizens. Some recognized Kim Siwoo and called him Pope, while the attacker was identified as the leader of the Jeonggak Alliance. Kim Siwoo began to expose the crimes of the Jeonggak Alliance, from sending Ryu Jinyoung to Japan and threatening the Abilities Management Bureau, to building power by exploiting the black market and ground zero. Hit where it hurt, the Diho president exploded in anger, roaring, "What do you know?" and lunged straight toward Kim Siwoo in a final desperate attempt to attack. Kim Siwoo responded with a cold, sharp gaze and a firm assertion. "If you wanted to keep your honor, you shouldn't have shaken hands with a pack of villains in the first place." Immediately after that declaration, Kim Siwoo didn't hesitate for a second. He pointed his hand forward and ordered Bixial to attack. Obeying its master, Bixial shot forward like a streak of light, using its tail, which was fully charged with energy, to deal a crushing blow to the Diho president. The guild president took the full force of the attack and collapsed to the ground in pain, completely defeated by Bixial's power. The battle ended quickly. The attacker now lay helpless on the ground. Bixial approached and stepped on the defeated foe as a statement of victory. Kim Siwoo looked down and thought to himself, "Compared to Oh Junwoo, you're much worse." He also regretted that if it weren't for the penalty he was under, he would have handled it himself to end it all. Bixial, under Siwoo's order, created shimmering blue energy chains to tightly bind the helpless Diho president. Siwoo spoke up, mocking and warning the enemy for daring to fight in a residential area. He also announced that he had called Captain Kim from the Abilities Management Bureau and that he would arrive soon. He continued his threat, saying that at first, the man would be taken to a detention center, but with his crimes, his final destination would be somewhere deeper in the mountains, a much more isolated place. Kim Siwoo's face shone with confidence and authority as he delivered his final verdict on the fate of the one who had dared to challenge him. He declared loudly, "This is also the end of the Jeonggak Alliance." The blue sky returned, as if signaling that a new order had been established. Mission accomplished, Siwoo turned to stroke and praise Bixial, acknowledging its power. Bixial let out a cry of pride. Siwoo sighed about the chaos and decided to wait for Captain Kim with Bixial. But suddenly, Kim Siwoo felt a strange, dark energy. His expression immediately became tense and vigilant. From the body of the bound president, a dark purple smoke began to rise, signaling that a terrifying transformation was about to occur. The guild president let out a cry of extreme pain, and from his mouth, a small black jewel suddenly shot out. The black jewel fell to the ground, radiating a powerful dark magic. Siwoo was astonished because he hadn't sensed this source of energy at all before. The black smoke slowly rose, enveloping the guild president, beginning the process of possessing and transforming his body. Siwoo realized this was a strange type of magic, a mixture of all the auras he had faced in Eden, including the Demon King of Wrath and the Demon King of Pride. From within the smoke, an entirely new figure gradually formed, standing tall and looking down at Siwoo with an overwhelming aura. A completely unfamiliar face appeared, with pale purple hair and a smug smile. He greeted Siwoo, calling him by his real name, "Nice to meet you, Seong." In an instant, Siwoo recalled the message that a mysterious hooded entity, a messenger, had sent him previously. The voice had changed completely from the guild president's. Siwoo immediately recognized the abnormality and asked guardedly, "Who are you?" The stranger calmly introduced himself. "I am No Name of the Purifiers group based in Beijing. It is an honor to speak to the Pope like this." He revealed that he had put in a lot of effort and waited a very long time just to have this private moment to speak with the Pope. He continued, saying he had come to pay his respects and thank Xianghe, because thanks to Xianghe, he had been able to easily collect the power of the Demon King. Furious at the arrogant words and what was happening, Siwoo grabbed the collar of the possessed guild president. Siwoo gritted his teeth. "So you're behind the purifiers. If you've made a covenant with the Demon Kings, you're just a lackey. How dare you speak as if you're above us?" The one who called himself No Name just smiled and explained that would be true if the power of the Demon Kings were still intact as it was before. He revealed the shocking truth. "Because you, Xianghe, broke their souls, I was able to pick up and consume those fragments easily." Siwoo was stunned by this explosive revelation, that the person before him could be as strong as, or even stronger than, a Demon King. He clenched his fists and questioned, "The Jeongak alliance you meticulously nurtured has been destroyed. Is this really the time for pleasant greeting?" No Name casually replied that the Jeongak alliance's role ended here. Their purpose for existing was simply to create this opportunity so he could speak directly to Xianghe. Siwoo couldn't help but be stunned. He couldn't believe this person had utilized an entire powerful alliance just to have a conversation with him and then threw them away. No Name continued, "I have an urgent proposal for you, Xianghe." Amidst the ruins, No Name extended an invitation. "Would you like to shake hands with me?" He clarified the deal. If Siwoo cooperated, he would provide information on another heretical group in South Korea, the Bingmyeong cult, and would withdraw the entire Purifier group from South Korea. And to add weight to the offer, he didn't forget to include a threat. If you refuse, spreading the teachings of the Lemon Order might become very difficult. Siwoo's eyes narrowed. He understood the hidden implication behind No Name's words. He realized he hadn't been able to detect this magic power until it burst out on its own. This proved No Name had the ability to hide his presence perfectly. Siwoo angrily questioned, "You're showing me that you can cause a terrorist attack whenever you want. So you want me to turn a blind eye while the purifiers run rampant abroad?" He continued, "And if I don't negotiate, you won't leave Korea. Ultimately, that's a threat, isn't it?" Behind No Name was the image of a burning building, a testament to his destructive power. No Name smirked, trying to rationalize. "A threat isn't the enemy of my enemy, my friend. The Bingmyeong cult is more dangerous than you think." At the same time, a system board began to count down from 5. Siwoo coldly dismissed him. "Ha, friends, an enemy is an enemy, a friend is a friend." With a steady gaze, Siwoo declared, "Don't worry. Whether it's you or the Bingmyeong cult, I will crush both of you equally." The timer counted down to 3. No Name still seemed interested, asking if Siwoo was curious about the Bingmyeong cult. Siwoo admitted that he was. The number 2 appeared, and Siwoo's body began to flash with bolts of energy. He said, "But our order has a doctrine." When the timer hit 0, the penalty time ended. Siwoo, enveloped in a powerful blue energy, loudly declared his doctrine: "Never compromise with those who walk the path of the devil." A system notification rang out. "The penalty has ended. The system restrictions placed on you have been removed." The light from Siwoo radiated brighter than ever before. Siwoo roared as he released all his suppressed power. The system continued to notify. "Max-level Holy Fire skill has been activated." Contrary to expectations, No Name burst into laughter. "Haha, just as expected, just as I hoped." It turned out this was his true purpose. Having achieved his goal, No Name began to retreat, his dark energy fading away. He left a message: "Pope Xianghe, I will come to visit you again soon." Siwoo could only stand and watch the final remnants of the dark energy fade into the sky. He shouted in frustration, "Ah, he got away, what an annoying bastard." Just then, a system ping sounded again. A large notification window appeared before him, bringing an unexpected message. "A hidden quest has appeared." Siwoo looked at the quest window, reading the question awaiting his decision. "Do you want to continue with the quest, The Door That Cannot Be Closed?" The new quest called The Door That Cannot Be Closed appeared, opening a completely new chapter and new challenges for Siwoo. As soon as Kim Siwoo's penalty ended, a familiar system notification appeared. A new hidden quest had appeared. Standing before the quest door, Kim Siwoo received an invitation to undertake a special quest called The Door That Cannot Be Closed. Having only just rested, Kim Siwoo had to face a new mission again. He couldn't help but feel tired and a bit annoyed. The invitation to take on the Door That Cannot Be Closed quest appeared once more, but this time, it appeared in the middle of a mystical cosmic space. Looking into the vortex of causality, Kim Siwoo wondered what this entity wanted to tell him. He felt as if he were being toyed. The scene shifted to a quiet neighborhood at dusk. Kim Siwoo and the white cat Bixial stood looking at a black shadow that was slowly fatting on the ground, the traces of a plague demon that had just been destroyed. Immediately after, the sound of police sirens echoed. The Abilities Management Bureau had arrived at the scene to handle the incident. The Management Bureau's staff quickly got to work. They brought stretchers and cordoned off the scene to clean up the remnants. On a large news ticker, lines ran announcing a special National Assembly session regarding the special law for abnormal individuals and the commotion caused by the Deho Guild president. A news report on TV was covering the incident. Thanks to Kim Siwoo's quick response, an abnormal individual from the Lemon Order, civilian casualties had been minimized. Kim Siwoo was reviewing the news report on his tablet. The new special law allowed awakened individuals like him to be exempt from legal liability when involved in suppressing crime. He breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks to this special law, he wouldn't be held accountable for using his skills on a wide scale in a residential area. Returning to the base, Leo came to meet Kim Siwoo. He sighed that the short vacation had ended, thinking they would be safe after returning to Earth, but it seemed there wasn't a single day of rest. Leo strictly reminded him that the existence of the Lemon Order's small shrine on Earth was not a path to retirement. Siwoo just thought to himself that with Leo and everyone here, his retirement plans were truly ruined. Leo asked about the dungeon Siwoo had mentioned earlier, whether there was any special reason he wanted to bid on it. Siwoo affirmed it was a must-have dungeon, partly to train the newcomer. Siwoo said he had asked for team leader Kim Dong-sik's opinion on this. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Leo turned toward the door and announced that it looked like team leader Kim had arrived. The room door opened, signaling the arrival of the visitor. Team leader Kim Dong-sik stepped inside and announced that the guild master of the Deho Guild was currently being detained. Sitting down across from Siwoo, Kim Dong-sik continued his report. As for the D-254 dungeon Siwoo had asked about, it had already been bid on by someone else. Upon hearing the bad news, Kim Siwoo went numb, thinking to himself, well, we're screwed. Kim Siwoo asked if there was any way to reclaim that dungeon. Meanwhile, Kim Dong-sik asked if someone else was about to arrive, but Siwoo said no. Kim Dong-sik proposed a plan. If Siwoo truly wanted it, they could buy out the bidding rights at a higher price, but there was one problem. The issue was that the guild that placed the bid was the Seolhwa Guild, a mid-sized guild affiliated with the Jeonggak Alliance. Upon hearing the name, Kim Siwoo grimaced, his intuition telling him things wouldn't be easy. Kim Dong-sik explained further that, given the strained relationship between Kim Siwoo and the guilds under the Jeonggak Alliance, negotiating to buy back the bidding rights was almost impossible. Siwoo analyzed that buying it back was nearly out of the question. If he offered a high price, they would only be more certain that the dungeon contained something of great value. Kim Dong-sik agreed, forcibly seizing a dungeon that had already been bid on without a valid reason, even under special laws, would be seen as an abuse of power and detrimental to the Lemon Order. Siwoo sighed, realizing there was no easy path forward. Seeing this, Kim Dong-sik comforted him, saying he understood how hard Siwoo had been working and offered to explain the situation further. Kim Dong-sik began to present information about the Seolhwa Guild, a mid-sized guild linked to the Jeonggak Alliance, and asked Siwoo to look at the screen. The greatest asset of the Seolhwa Guild was their representative, Han Seolhwa. Her image appeared, looking shimmering and beautiful. The information on the screen stated that Han Seolhwa was a young representative with an outstanding appearance and top-tier skills, which had gained her popularity as a public figure. Siwoo was shocked to see that her MeTube channel had 9 million subscribers, even more than Minsu. Most of the guild members were her fans, and apart from the guild leader Seolhwa, there were no notable hunters. Watching her perform before an enthusiastic crowd, Siwoo thought to himself that it looked more like a disguised religious group. Kim Dong-sik continued, adding that Seolhwa donated heavily to hospitals and engaged in charity work. Thanks to this, they had an extremely positive public image and a solid fanbase, unlike the Jeonggak Alliance. Both discussed that the Seolhwa Guild had only recently joined the alliance. Siwoo remarked that their image was too clean, and because of that, they couldn't be branded as villains to give the Lemon Order a pretext to intervene. Nevertheless, regardless of the reason, with a determined expression, Siwoo affirmed that this was a dungeon they absolutely had to acquire. His eyes sharpened. This wasn't a side quest, but a hidden quest. They couldn't just ignore it. Kim Dong-sik listened contemplatively, seemingly calculating something. After a moment of thought, Kim Dong-sik asked a crucial question. Is your goal to win the dungeon bid, or to get inside it, Siwoo? Siwoo looked surprised and didn't understand. Kim Dong-sik revealed a new direction. If the Lemon Order didn't necessarily have to win the bid for this dungeon, there might be another way. He had prepared an alternative plan. He showed the plan to Siwoo on a tablet, which included two options: A, the bidding method, and B, a way to get inside if they couldn't win the bid. Siwoo was incredibly surprised by this bold plan, an infiltration strategy, instead of a direct confrontation. Kim Dong-sik humbly said that this was just a draft, put together in a rush, so there were many points that needed improvement. The plan was illustrated in a cute way, including the idea of contacting an awakened named Kang Kie. The more Siwoo heard, the more interested he became. Siwoo's face lit up, and he shouted in excitement, "This plan is absolutely brilliant." He slammed his hand on the table and yelled, "Team Leader Kim," causing Kim Dong-sik to jump. Thoroughly impressed by the plan, Siwoo enthusiastically suggested that Kim Dong-sik join the Lemon Order right then and there. He tried hard to entice him, promising a pension and a monthly salary 4 times higher, along with full insurance and retirement benefits, arguing that a grade 5 civil servant job wasn't that important anyway. Siwoo's invitation inadvertently triggered a terrifying memory for Kim Dong-sik of Leo and another female employee buried in paperwork, crying and begging to hire more staff. His face turned pale. Seeing Siwoo's terrifying level of enthusiasm, Kim Dong-sik backed away, breaking into a cold sweat. He hurriedly changed the subject. "Lately, the weather has turned cold all of a sudden, hasn't it, Siwoo? Haha." Having said that, Kim Dong-sik quickly cleared his throat to bring the conversation back to the main topic. In that case, shall we proceed with this plan?" Siwoo smiled brightly, asking if Kim Dong-sik had come up with a cool name for the operation yet. Kim Dong-sik just fell into deep thought. After a while, Kim Dong-sik proposed a name for the operation, Undercover. It sounded reasonable. Siwoo immediately applauded. "Perfect. It sounds just like a spy movie." He was extremely excited about this plan. The scene switched to the mission location, Jumasan Mountain, Gyumi City, North Gyeongsang Province. Here, staff were busily transporting supplies. Someone was directing them to hurry because the operation would begin at 8:00 a.m. Amidst the busy scene, Siwoo appeared in disguise. A man who seemed to be the manager turned to look at him. In his new look, wearing a striped shirt, glasses, and a backpack, Siwoo looked timid and clumsy, completely different from his usual demeanor. Siwoo stammered, saying he had come to apply as a porter. The manager looked him over with a suspicious gaze, thinking to himself that he looked like someone being interrogated. The manager asked if he was the new applicant and told him to wait while he checked. Siwoo nodded nervously. After checking, the manager pointed to a gathering area and told him to wait for the person in charge. He asked for Siwoo's name. To play the part well, Siwoo stammered his fake name, KK Kim In-wook. A short flashback showed the necklace Siwoo was wearing. It was an item containing an illusion spell by the awakened Kang Kie, used to hide his identity. Returning to the scene in the office, Kim Dong-sik explained that this was the method their agents usually used when infiltrating. Kim Dong-sik gave a thumbs up in praise. "Perfect, Siwoo." Siwoo confidently adjusted his glasses, ready for his role. Returning to the present, under the guise of Kim In-wook, Siwoo smiled mysteriously. The necklace glowed faintly. The undercover mission had officially begun. The scene was at Jumasan Mountain, in North Gyeongsang Province. In the gloomy forest, someone suddenly asked the young man, who had just arrived as a porter, what his name was. The young man with black hair, glasses, and a backpack looked up from his phone and was startled. He stammered his introduction, Kim In-wook. In reality, this was Siwoo in disguise. He smiled mysteriously, the magic necklace around his neck glowing faintly to conceal his true identity. The scene flashed back to an hour ago, near Jumasan Mountain. A black car was traveling through the night. Inside the car, Siwoo sat in the passenger seat, while the driver was a middle-aged man who looked like a church member. Siwoo looked out and asked if this was where the dungeon was. The driver confirmed that was correct. The plan this time was named Undercover. Siwoo's mission was to wear the necklace enchanted with Kang Kie's illusion spell and join the Sealwa Guild's dungeon raid as a porter. Specifically, Siwoo would infiltrate the D-rank Mud Golem dungeon in Gyumi City that the Sealwa Guild had won the bid for, disguised as a porter, and carry out his assigned task. Back to the conversation in the car, Siwoo exclaimed that without team leader Kim, he wouldn't have been able to think of this undercover operation. He was also surprised to learn that Kang Kie could use illusion magic, and the man next to him said he was very glad to have helped. Team leader Kim warned that in his disguised state, Siwoo just needed to be careful of the Sealwa Guild's awakened, as they might detect a small amount of magic energy in the necklace. Siwoo replied that he understood. In a short, humorous cutscene, team leader Kim asked again if Siwoo's new identity wasn't an awakened, because if it were, he would be registered. Siwoo replied that it wasn't. It was his younger brother's identity. As it turned out, Siwoo had borrowed his younger brother's identity, Kim In-wook. His brother seemed very willing to let him use it. Siwoo silently apologized to In-wook because, after all, identity theft was a crime. Back in the car, team leader Kim further warned that the treatment of temporary workers like porters would be much worse than Siwoo imagined. The work environment hadn't changed at all, whether before or after the dimensions opened. Those who did this work were mainly players with weak combat abilities or ordinary people in urgent need of money. They often had to endure verbal abuse and terrible treatment, exploiting loopholes in the law. Team leader Kim also revealed that the Sealwa Guild had previously had problems with temporary labor that were reported in the press. Siwoo smirked, thinking to himself that no wonder when he applied to be a porter, he was accepted immediately without an interview. Siwoo stepped out of the car and said goodbye to team leader Kim. In return, team leader Kim wished Siwoo success in achieving his goal without any incident. Siwoo thought confidently to himself that the incident wouldn't happen to him, but to them, referring to those in the Sealwa Guild. A blank panel marked the transition in the story's timeline. The story returned to the present moment, as Siwoo reached the gathering point for the porter. A man from the Sealwa Guild approached and asked if Siwoo was the new porter, demanding his name for verification. Siwoo, playing the part of a shy person, stammered his name, Kim In-wook, while the necklace still emitted a faint magical glow. The guild member swiped on his phone to confirm Kim In-wook's identity on the list. After confirmation, he pointed to an area and told the porters to wait there. A staff member would come to supervise them later. Siwoo obediently complied. At the designated area, a group of other porters sat waiting. They looked experienced and rather tough. Siwoo observed quietly, preparing to join them. As Siwoo approached, he immediately felt the knife-like gazes examining him. He thought to himself that even people in the same situation seemed full of vigilance toward one another, just before a guild supervisor appeared. A supervisor from the Sealwa Guild arrived, holding a detector. He confirmed that there were 7 porters today, fewer than expected. The supervisor introduced himself and announced that he would measure each person's magical energy to weed out spies, asking for everyone's cooperation. He began the testing process, pressing the detector against each person in the porter group. After the scan, the results showed that in the group, there were 3 ordinary people, 3 F-rank awakened, and 1 D-rank awakened, who was the supervisor himself. The supervisor announced that the first area would be cleared in 10 minutes, and the porters would be deployed immediately after. He warned that if they didn't meet the quota, their pay would be deducted for the day. The threat left the other porters startled and worried. One of the porters cursed angrily, as they hadn't been informed about pay deductions at all. Siwoo observed that the atmosphere was becoming increasingly hostile. He told himself that since he had already borrowed In-wook's identity, he should just pretend to be a naive young porter. Right then, another porter with blonde hair and an arrogant attitude approached, asking Siwoo if he was also an ordinary person. As soon as Siwoo replied, "Yes, so what?" the blonde guy turned up his nose and asked back provocatively, "Huh, so what?" Siwoo thought to himself, "Damn it, I'm trying to act innocent here," then smiled awkwardly. Siwoo's attitude drove the blonde guy crazy. He cursed and swung his fist at him. The thug's fist suddenly stopped right in front of Siwoo. He maintained a calm expression, having silently used his power to block the blow. To hide his identity, Siwoo pretended to tremble in fear. The blonde guy threatened him, saying Siwoo had every reason to be afraid after being disrespectful to him. In that instant, Siwoo's eyes behind his glasses flashed with a golden light, revealing his hidden power. The blonde guy froze, breaking into a sweat, not understanding why he couldn't hit his opponent. To save face, the blonde guy sneered, making a disparaging remark that all commoner pests were like that. He pointed and told Siwoo to go see Mr. Park for instruction. The blonde guy arrogantly added that once they entered the dungeon, the porters would also have to carry all their luggage. Siwoo listened silently, placing a hand on his forehead as if weary. Siwoo's face turned cold as he pondered what had just happened. Siwoo reflected, thinking it wasn't just because someone was weak that they were a good person. That was true both in Eden and on Earth. He thought humans couldn't be simply categorized as the strong being evil and the weak being good. But that didn't mean one had to look at everything in the world pessimistic. Siwoo thought if there were bastards like that hungry leech from earlier, then there were also people who showed kindness. A kind elderly man came to ask Siwoo if he was okay. He handed Siwoo a bottle of water and said he must have been exhausted from the climb. After Siwoo thanked him, the man advised him not to take the other guy's words to heart because everyone was stressed before entering a dungeon. He also reassured him that the D-rank dungeon wouldn't have much cargo to carry. The man introduced himself as Park Yongsoo. Siwoo, under the guise of Kim In-wook, responded with a firm handshake. Through the handshake, Siwoo felt his belief in Lemon. He wondered if this was fate. Siwoo smiled and said he was truly happy to meet him, Yongsu. Afterward, all the porters were led to the front of the dungeon gate, a purple spatial rift radiating eerie energy. As soon as Siwoo entered the dungeon, a system window popped up, notifying him that he had completed the mission condition, entering the mud golem dungeon. Another notification followed, indicating that the next mission had been updated. The hidden mission board "The door that cannot be closed" appeared. Most of the details were hidden, but there was a new condition added: find and enter a mysterious. Siwoo looked at the quest window and thought it was highly suspicious. He deduced that the system definitely had a clear purpose in leading him here, especially after his conversation with Madame Emma. The fact that he couldn't sense anything special made him feel even more in danger. Siwoo decided to continue pretending to be a porter and would quietly sneak off later. Trespassing into a dungeon owned by a guild belonging to the Jeongak Alliance could cause controversy, but he would deal with that later. Just then, the supervisor clapped his hands and urged everyone to gather quickly. He announced that the first wave of conquest was over and ordered the porters to collect the mud golem cores and the lowest grade magic stones. He also warned them not to take any unnecessary actions, implying they shouldn't hide any magic stone. Siwoo picked up a golem core and noticed it was quite heavy. He estimated that a core the size of his fist must weigh about 10 kg. Siwoo thought to himself that this job must be very difficult for a normal person. He also acted as if it were strenuous, saying that it was terribly heavy. Another porter was panting, drenched in sweat from carrying the heavy loads. Siwoo's eyes flickered, showing observation and deep thought. Siwoo continued to pretend to tremble from the weight. The blond man looked at him with a probing, annoyed gaze. The blond man jeered, "Not easy at all, is it, in Wook?" Just then, Park Yongsoo came over and advised Siwoo to be careful with his back, as golem cores were much heavier than they looked. He suggested that he split them into 2 trips with a reasonable amount. He continued to advise Siwoo not to be greedy and to stay as safe as possible. For people like them, the body was their most precious asset. He promised to come back to help after finishing his own work. Siwoo was touched by his kindness. He thought that Park Yongsoo didn't need to look after him so carefully. He was a good person and a believer of lemon. Seeing him, his faith in humanity was restored. Siwoo silently gave a blessing to Park Yongsoo. A sparkling light appeared on him as he turned away. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out as someone stomped on the ground right next to Siwoo. It was the blond man. He shouted, asking Siwoo where he thought he was lazing off. The blond man called Siwoo an insolent brat and said he would teach him a lesson. He ordered Siwoo to pick up the stuff and follow him. Continuing from the previous chapter, Siwoo, disguised as a new porter, was on a secret mission in a dungeon. He deliberately let his bag fall to the ground, pretending to be a clumsy rookie. Immediately, a blond man who looked like a difficult senior noticed him. He irritably asked aloud where the rookie was slacking off. He turned to scold Siwoo, calling him an arrogant brat and ordering him to pick up the things and follow him. This was Yun Tihun, someone who specialized in bullying newcomers. A kind, elderly man named Park hurried over to intervene. He explained to Yun Tihun that Siwoo was a newbie who still had a lot to learn, hopping he would overlook. However, Yun Tihun had no intention of stopping. He brushed Mr. Park's words aside and declared that he would personally educate this rookie. Yun Tihun turned to growl at Mr. Park, mocking what a civilian without power could possibly teach. He even mentioned bullying other newcomers in the guild, showing that this was a regular habit. Not just talking, Yun Tihun grabbed Mr. Park by the collar to threaten him, causing the old man to scream in fear. He warned Mr. Park that because they were acquaintances, he had gone easy on him, but he shouldn't push his luck. Mr. Park could only stutter in terror. Just as things were getting tense, a man in a suit, who looked like a supervisor, walked over and asked what all the noise was about. Immediately, Yun Tihun did a 180-degree turn. He hurriedly released Mr. Park, smiling fawningly at the supervisor, explaining that he was just teaching the rookie a few things. Siwoo quietly observed Yun Tihun's little play. He thought to himself that this guy's voice was truly sycophantic, and a shameless flatterer like that would sooner or later meet his karma. The supervisor reminded Yun Tihun that they were short-staffed today, told him not to cause any more trouble, and then left. Yun Tihun continued to play the part of a hardworking employee, saying this was already the 7th time he had served as a porter for the Sialwa Guild. When the supervisor was out of sight, Yun Tihun returned to his smug expression, his smirk full of hidden meaning. He boasted to Mr. Park and Siwoo that he was close with the supervisor. He warned Mr. Park to do his job well if he didn't want to have his pay docked like last time, then called Siwoo over. Mr. Park looked at Siwoo worriedly, while Siwoo just listened in silent calculation. Mr. Park wondered if that guy was really close with the guild member. Siwoo gently placed his hand on Mr. Park's shoulder, reassuring him that everything was fine. He smiled and thanked Mr. Park for his concern, adding that he would take this opportunity to learn the job properly, continuing to play the part of an obedient rook. Saying that, Siwoo leaned down to grab the straps of the massive luggage bag that Yun Taewon had forced him to carry. Yun Taewon seemed surprised. With a light gesture, Siwoo hoisted the bag up and carried it on his shoulder with ease. Yun Taewon couldn't help but be astonished. He wondered if that bag had to weigh over 100 kg. He worriedly asked if Siwoo's back was okay. Siwoo happily replied that he was very strong because he exercised regularly. He even eagerly urged his senior, Yun Taewon, "Let's go so I can be trained." Yun Taewon was confused, not knowing how to react. The two of them walked deeper into the dungeon area, a desolate and rocky place. Once they reached a spot out of sight, Siwoo thought to himself that they were far enough from the others. Yun Taewon began to get nervous, stuttering and offered to start the newbie training right there. Siwoo turned around, wearing a cryptic smile, and called out, "Senior." His initial gentle, naive expression seemed to have vanished, replaced by a gaze full of underlying meaning. He stepped closer, intimately throwing an arm around Yun Taewon's shoulder and starting to praise his close relationship with the supervisor. Faced with this sudden change, Yun Taewon started breaking into a cold sweat, sensing that something was wrong. Still not realizing the shift in Siwoo's attitude, Yun Taewon continued to brag. He said this was his 7th time raiding with the Sealwa Guild and that he knew most of the hunters here, boasting that he would soon become an official porter. He acted superior, saying that it would take at least an hour to get to the next work area, enough time for training. He continued to act like he knew it all, saying Siwoo looked quick-witted, so he would show him the ropes. Siwoo just smirked, responding sarcastically, "Is that so? Sounds great." Then he suddenly asked, "By the way, senior, you're quite the two-faced guy, aren't you?" Yun Taewon didn't understand what was happening yet. He even smugly nodded in acknowledgement. "Yeah, I'm pretty good at switching gear." Only when Siwoo spread his arms wide with a meaningful smile did Yun Taewon freeze, realizing that something was seriously wrong. He stuttered, "Wah, what?" Siwoo slowly took off his glasses, the smile on his lips becoming even more chilling. He said, "Phew, I thought I was going to die of frustration, senior." Blue sparks of electricity began to flash around Siwoo. He declared, "Come on, shall we start the real training now?" His cover as a weak rookie had been completely stripped away. A powerful bolt of lightning shot straight at Yun Taewon. His agonizing screams echoed throughout the desolate area. The scene shifted to another part of the dungeon, where a purple spatial portal was opening amidst ancient ruins. Inside the portal was a different space, a street with buildings featuring classical architecture. A woman with blue hair was standing alone in a vast hall, holding a staff, surrounded by mysterious flows of energy. This was Han Sealwa, the representative of the Sealwa Guild. She was checking her phone and feeling that something strange was happening. She thought to herself about her purpose for coming here. She had bid on this D-rank dungeon to film content for her Medube channel, aiming to dispel complaints that she only posted daily vlogs. Moreover, this mud golem dungeon seemed like it would be profitable. However, an inexplicable sense of unease suddenly washed over her. Sealwa couldn't understand why an S-rank hunter like her would feel lost and uneasy in a lowly D-rank dungeon. Just then, one of her subordinates, Yujin, rushed over, reporting that they had lost contact with the scouting team that had gone ahead. Hearing the news, Sealwa immediately determined that this was not a normal communication failure, but that something had certainly happened to the scouting team. She became even more certain of her judgment when she sensed a flow of dark energy approaching. Sealwa's gaze became sharp. She was ready to fight. Without a moment's hesitation, she channeled her power, creating a blizzard vortex and shouting, "Who's there?" A powerful explosion of icy energy spread out, freezing everything in its path. Sharp pillars of ice erupted from the ground. However, a mysterious shadow seemed completely unaffected by her attack. Sealwa was astonished to see that the surroundings had been frozen, but that hideous thing was completely unharmed. She wondered if this was a type of material that could absorb magic, something that couldn't possibly exist in a D-rank dungeon. She concluded, "This dungeon, something is wrong." Feeling the situation spiraling out of control, Sealwa ordered Yujin to contact the Bingmyeong cult, an organization that specialized in handling recent strange occurrences. Yujin hesitated, but Sealwa yelled at him, demanding he contact them immediately. Startled by his commander's shout, Yujin hurriedly followed orders while Sealwa angrily swung her staff, unable to understand why her subordinate would hesitate in such an emergency. No sooner had she finished speaking than Sealwa felt something else go wrong. Her eyes turned guarded. While Yujin was running off to carry out the order, Sealwa suddenly called him back. Yujin turned back, puzzled, not understanding why she had changed her mind. Suddenly, a powerful surge of icy energy erupted from Sealwa. It seemed like she had lost control of her power. The system announced that the rank 19 ice prison skill had been activated. Yujin frantically yelled her name as he saw Xiaohua enveloped in a giant icy sphere. Yujin tried to bang on the ice, calling Xiaohua's name in desperation, but to no avail. Inside the ice sphere, Xiaohua's eyes became lifeless, showing that she was not conscious. Her eyes suddenly glowed with a strange blue light. She was being controlled by some force, stuttering her own name, Xiao, HWA. Immediately after, she let out a piercing scream as waves of dark energy and ice exploded from her body. A giant sphere of energy with a hexagonal structure covered the entire area, signaling that a terrifying event was about to occur. A system notification appeared in burning red text. Warning, a critical error has occurred in this dungeon. Danger Code 1, Invasion from Another World. Dungeon entrance forcibly SEALED. The system continued to inform them that they could not escape until the source of the danger was eliminated, and an unidentified path had opened somewhere in the dungeon. The final notification confirmed, "You cannot leave this dungeon." Xiaohua was shocked. She had never seen a warning message like this before. The situation had gone far beyond any prediction. Suddenly, the dungeon's ceiling began to shake and collapse. Xiaohua looked up in surprise, seemingly freed from her controlled state. Looking at the scene of destruction she had caused herself, she muttered, "I made a mistake. I only meant to destroy a little bit." At the same time, the collapse brought Siwu and Yun Tihun right in front of Xiaohua. Siwu, immediately returning to his act, loudly shifted the blame. "This is all your fault, senior." Yun Tihun, after being trained, was now terrified, only able to clasp his hands and desperately apologize to Siwu. Xiaohua was completely bewildered. In the midst of an invasion from another world and a sealed dungeon, where had these two porters appeared from, and what on earth were they doing? Siwu continued his act, kicking Yun Tihun, who was lying flat on the ground and scolding. "You couldn't even give proper directions. Is this training a joke? Keep your face down." Tihun could only stutter in obedience. Siwu turned to Xiaohua, who was still frozen in place, and said, He put on a bright smile, held up a finger, and said airily, "Oh, don't mind us and just continue what you were doing. We're just porters. We'll stay quiet and leave soon." Han Xiaohua, an S-rank hunter facing an invasion from another world and a sealed dungeon, could only stand in stunned silence, wondering, what on earth are these things? A critical error warning suddenly appeared in the dungeon. The gate had been forcibly sealed due to an intrusion from another world, leaving Han Xiaohua stunned. The system kept announcing that no one could escape until the source of danger was eliminated. An unknown passage had opened somewhere in the dungeon, and now no one could leave. Han Xiaohua was utterly shocked. It was the first time she had seen such a warning message. What on earth was happening in her dungeon? Immediately after, a loud noise shook the entire dungeon, as if something had just been broken. Han Xiaohua flinched toward the sound. A burst of blue light had just erupted there. Through the dust and smoke, a voice admitted it had made a mistake when deciding to break just a little, and hadn't expected it to turn out like this. From the dust, Kim Siwu emerged looking irritated, blaming the senior who was with. Then Siwu began his performance. He loudly berated the senior for not guiding him properly and even threatened to shove his head into the ground like before, while the senior cowered and obeyed. Seeing Xiaohua watching, Siwu flipped his attitude a full 180 degrees and smiled, saying they were merely porters and to ignore them, that they would leave quietly soon. Xiaohua was baffled and on guard. Where had these people come from? Siwu continued his act, mocking the senior's posture and scolding him harshly. The senior kept stammering apologies and promising to do better. Meanwhile, Siwu thought to himself that he had only meant to break a bit of the wall where he sensed mana, but it collapsed completely. Team leader Jin had warned him to be careful around Xiaohua, yet he'd run straight into it. Xiaohua understood the situation. Her bad luck truly was no joke, so she would deal with whatever came up. Siwu glanced at Xiaohua with a suggestive look, and praised the good relationship she had with her guildmates. Right after that, one of Xiaohua's guild members froze solid. Siwu sneered that it looked like they were playing a game of freeze tag. He grew nostalgic and said he used to play that game with his sister. Siwu looked at Xiaohua, shattered the ice and taunted, "Haha, you're fierce. Want to play freeze tag with me too?" Xiaohua, furious, pointed her staff at him and demanded, "Who are you? Why are you rampaging in our guild's dungeon?" Siwu kept smiling and continued to play the role of a porter named Jin In-wook, introducing the trembling senior on the ground as an example for him to learn from about listening. Enough of the nonsense. Xiaohua raised her staff to attack, and Siwu feigned shock and said, Guildmaster, instead of worrying about me. You should be more concerned about your frozen friend behind you," Siwu finished, his eyes full of challenge as Xiaohua chanted a spell. Suddenly a shout rang out as a man in black broke, free from the ice that had trapped. He was one of the search team members, but now he had been corrupted. Behind him, a whole squad of similarly altered creatures advanced. Another member screamed in horror upon realizing the entire search team had turned into monsters. Faced with the emergency, Xiaowa didn't hesitate. She flew up and launched icy spears straight at her corrupted comrade. However, the corrupted members were unharmed. They advanced toward her, repeatedly calling her name and demanding she become their prophet. Xiaowa froze. Her ice magic, the power she had always been proud of, was completely useless against them. At that moment, Siwu Sr. fled in panic, screaming about demons and monsters and begging for his life, while Siwu stood still and continued his act. Ignoring the screams, the corrupted group continued their grotesque calls, beckoning Xiaowa to join their grand proclamation. Xiaowa ground her teeth and swore. The situation had slipped beyond her control. She shouted in fury, "You fools, wake up. What did you eat down in this dungeon?" and unleashed a Wideria frost attack. In response came screams exalting the glory of serving an ancient being. Watching this, Siwu sneered, mocking that Xiaowa showed no mercy toward her members. Xiaowa immediately snapped back. "Are you just going to stand there making snide comments? Want a piece of..." Siwu kept taunting, saying she sounded great on YouTube, but her true face was entirely different, completely the opposite of a guildmaster who fiercely protects her members. However, his gaze suddenly turned serious. Even with the experience from last time, this opponent was truly difficult to handle. He analyzed that this was a type of dark and unpleasant holy power, which forcibly created fanatics by exploiting the rotten desires attracted to magic power. Siwu thought to himself, he had tried to hide his identity as much as possible to complete the mission. But as expected, dealing with divine beings from another world without holy power was extremely difficult. Meanwhile, Xiaowa was exhausted. Her ice staff began to show cracks. She no longer had any strength left. In a moment of desperation, Xiaowa turned to Siwu and proactively offered, "You need my help, don't you? I'm Han Xiaowa, guild leader of the Xiaowa Guild." She set a condition. In the future, publicly announced that it was you who requested cooperation first. She wanted to save face for her guild. Xiaowa cursed under her breath. Does this bastard know about these strange things in the dungeon from the very beginning when he entered? Siwu denied it, saying he only came to complete a mission, and that the Xiaowa Guild happened to win the bid for this dungeon, so he just infiltrated it. He brushed it off, thinking that it didn't matter now. Xiaowa replied sternly, "If I don't help you, you can't leave this dungeon anyway." She gritted her teeth, the helplessness and anger visible on her face. Finally, Xiaowa looked straight at Siwu, discarding the roundabout talk. "Help me, Kim Siwu. Drop that pathetic mask." Siwu was a bit surprised, but Xiaowa had exposed everything. She knew he was the only anomaly in Korea, and also the only person in the world who could use holy power. Having been exposed, Siwu smiled and admitted it. He said he was about to die from frustration having to act. And then, a flow of energy began to radiate from Siwu's hands. In the blink of an eye, Siwu transformed. He wore the attire of a pope, radiating a brilliant divine aura. He smiled and asked, "Shall we go hunt your followers seriously?" Han Xiaowa was completely speechless at Siwu's transformation. She couldn't believe her eyes, her face flushed with surprise and perhaps admiration. This was the power that could turn the tide. However, right after that, the shock turned into an inexplicable anger. In the heat of the moment, she yelled at Siwu, "Why didn't you put this transformation scene in the intro video on YouTube? Are you stupid?" Siwu could only blush and reply that he felt embarrassed, so he didn't include it. Before Siwu could act, Xiaowa was completely overwhelmed. The monsters screamed, reaching their deformed arms toward her. Surrounded, Xiaowa shouted, "Get away," in desperation, but the only response she got were invitations to join and praise a mysterious entity. Threads of evil blue energy bound her tightly, leaving Xiaowa only able to let out a cry of pain. But at that very moment, Kim Siwu in his pope form appeared. He blocked the currents of energy that were trying to consume Xiaowa. The monsters halted, their empty eyes staring fixedly at the intruder. Siwu's arrival left them confused. They wondered if he was another god. Siwu stood in front of Xiaowa, protecting her from the attack. Siwu grabbed the energy threads and mocked them. "Did some mediocre god cover your eyes and plug your ears? I'm not a god, I'm the Pope." Saying that, he released his holy power, and bolts of sacred lightning passed through the energy threads, striking the monsters direct. Siwu's face shone with determination, the holy power in his hands growing stronger. A burst of holy power erupted, and bolts of blue lightning enveloped the entire corrupted crowd. Immediately, all the corrupted members collapsed to the floor, motionless. Xiaowa sat down on the ground, exhausted but safe. Siwu said that her members would soon wake up, and didn't forget to remind her to remember her promise. Seeing Siwu about to leave alone, Xiaowa hurriedly called him back, saying she wanted to go along too. She had to see for herself the one who had caused her subordinates to end up in this state. On the way, Siwoo blurted out that he heard rumors about her abusing members and porters, but it didn't seem as bad as the rumors suggested. Seolwoo was surprised and asked back, "Did I do that?" She indifferently brushed it off, saying anti-fans are everywhere, and told him to think whatever he liked. Siwoo thought to himself, truly the mindset of a top meduber, how cool. Siwoo pondered, his will to eradicate evil system didn't activate for Han Seolhwa. That meant she wasn't classified as evil. He guessed that even within the Jeongak alliance, there were many different types of people. Meanwhile, Seolhwa used her staff to smash a remaining monster. Seolhwa impatiently urged Siwoo to hurry lest they be late. He thought to himself again, this girl also had a quite unique personality. Both stood amidst the ruins, surrounded by cleansed bodies, preparing to go deeper into the dungeon. They encountered another group, who lunged to attack. Seolhwa swung her staff, shouting for them to stay back. Siwoo was surprised to realize that Senior Yoon, the one in his act, had also been brainwashed into a fanatic instantly. Siwoo said that because these strange things appeared from the direction that her search team returned from, they should follow that direction. Both ran up a staircase, heading toward a large door where it seemed the source of the corruption was. Before them was a giant door, covered in dark slime and blue energy lines spreading incessantly, clearly indicating this was the root of the corruption. Both stood before the door. Siwoo remarked that it looked too obvious to be a boss room, as if it were inviting them to step inside. Seolhwa tried using her magic, but it had no effect. She realized this wasn't a door that could be opened with magic and wondered how to get through. Just at this moment, a system notification appeared before Siwoo. The contents of the quest, the door that cannot be closed, had been updated. The new quest required him to destroy this door that cannot be closed. This was a gate connecting to another world, where a corrupted holy power was trying to intrude. It was the work of a divine being from another world reaching out. The reward for this quest remained a mystery. Continuing from the previous chapter, Kim Siwoo ran while telling his comrade that the search team had encountered strange things in the direction they had come from, so they should both follow that path. Siwoo and a blue-haired girl with long braids, his new comrade, quickly moved forward. Their goal was a strange large door covered in black matter and blue energy lines. A close-up of the strange door showed blue energy lines spreading and twitching incessantly, as if trying to break something. Upon arriving before the door, they both stopped. While the blue-haired girl was still on guard, Siwoo had already realized immediately that this clearly looked like a boss room. The blue-haired girl tried touching the door and realized the magical energy there wasn't functioning. It seemed this door couldn't be opened with magic. She wondered how to open it now. Seeing this, Siwoo said that if magic didn't work, there was only one other way. Having said that, he channeled strength into his hands, and a blue energy flow began to gather. Siwoo threw a punch at the door, and the force of the punch created a giant energy vortex. Siwoo's punch directly shattered the door, creating a loud explosion that sent debris flying everywhere. After destroying the door, Siwoo wondered if the quest would really be solved so easily. Meanwhile, the blue-haired girl looked astonished, not expecting them to open the door so rough. Immediately after, a system notification appeared. It announced that they had entered the final room, the dungeon's boss room, and an unidentified energy source was shrouding the room. Stepping inside, Siwoo immediately noticed something in the center of the room. He stepped closer to observe it more clearly. When he clearly saw the scene inside, Siwoo couldn't help but be surprised. His face clearly showed amazement at what he was seeing. Before them was a scene of chaos. The dungeon boss, Golmide, had been destroyed into pieces. Blue energy threads were emitting from a crystal in the center. The blue-haired girl realized the boss Golmide had been torn to pieces, while Siwoo was focusing on the strange thing in the middle. He wondered what that was. The thing in the center was a strange spatial gate, looking like a distorted cosmic mirror. The blue-haired girl said that among all the monsters they had seen, there hadn't been anything like this. The girl remarked that it looked truly terrifying, and she couldn't believe such trash contained holy power. Hearing that, Siwoo suddenly realized, could this be the door that cannot be closed, mentioned in the quest? Quest notification appeared, updating the contents of the door that cannot be closed quest. This door connected to another world, and the rotten holy power was trying to consume their world. The completion condition was to destroy the door. A flow of dark air shrouded them both. Words like empty, erosion, control, and domination began to appear, signaling a mental influence. The blue-haired girl suddenly grabbed her head. She felt voices echoing in her mind. Siwoo turned to ask if the girl was okay. He had told her not to follow him, but the girl snapped, thinking this wasn't the time to say such things. The blue-haired girl grimaced in pain. She felt like someone was speaking directly into her brain. Siwoo explained that the thing called itself a god, and it seemed it was granting her a divine revelation. The girl was astonished, not believing that thing could be a god. Siwoo explained that it was rotten holy power, a god from another dimension. He didn't understand why all these entities were targeting Earth like this. The appearance of such an abnormal and disgusting god made Siwoo feel uncomfortable. He felt as if his revered goddess Lemon was being insulted. In Siwoo's thoughts, the image of goddess Lemon appeared. Unlike those rotten gods, Lemon always tried to make the world a better, warmer, and slightly happier place. Just at this moment, the strange gate began to operate, and dark energy tentacles from inside reached out, preparing to attack. The gate opened wide, releasing a massive amount of dark energy, creating a tornado that broke the space around it. The dark energy tentacles lunged straight at Siwoo and his comrade, carrying a terrifying destructive power. Seeing this, the blue-haired girl shouted, demanding they not come out. She quickly used her magic, creating a frost orb. Immediately, a giant ice wall rose from the ground, blocking the path of the dark tentacles. Siwoo looked quite impressed by the girl's power. She said she couldn't let those horrible things escape, and luckily she was there. The girl explained that her ice magic specialized in defense, and it seemed she had found her role. Now, dealing with that horrible door would be up to Siwoo, an anomaly. Siwoo agreed. He realized that the system had surely called him to this dungeon for a reason. Siwoo confidently stepped toward the gate, ready to face the challenge. He showed no fear of the dark power. When Siwoo got close, the dark tentacles immediately lunged to attack, but were blocked by an energy circle around his legs. Siwoo floated in the air, shrouded by a flow of pure blue energy, completely unaffected by the dark tentacles around him. With a determined expression, Siwoo prepared to release his full power to cleanse the gate. A giant blue energy network was created by Siwoo, spreading throughout the room, completely overwhelming the dark airflow. Witnessing this scene, the blue-haired girl couldn't help but be amazed. She sensed a strange feeling, a distorted energy rather than ordinary magical energy. The girl realized she was struggling just to maintain the ice wall and stand firm, while Kim Siwoo looked completely unaffected. She couldn't understand what limits an anomaly like Siwoo had crossed to gain such terrifying power. Standing before the gate, Siwoo confirmed this was the door that cannot be closed. It wasn't a suspicious mirror, but a gate connecting to another dimension. Siwoo realized this was the real final boss. At the same time, a warning from the system appeared. The causality of the current location has been severely distorted due to the erosion of another world. The system requires you to readjust the causality of this area. Siwoo smirked, sarcastically saying that the system seemed to become more lenient when it concerned issues of another world. He was only called by the system when necessary. A detailed information panel about the door that cannot be closed appeared. It was classified as a relic of unknown rank, with the source dimension being Earth. The description stated someone was watching them through this door. This information left Siwoo extremely surprised. He couldn't believe what he had just read. Siwoo was shocked. This gate originated from Earth. That was impossible, because Earth had just had its restrictions on holy power lifted. He stared at the hideous door, unable to believe it was a relic from Earth itself, a truth too hard to accept. The shock quickly turned into rage. Siwoo's gaze became icy. He realized there was an entity watching him and prepared to face it. Suddenly, from inside the gate, a giant eye slowly opened. Siwoo couldn't help but wonder what that was. That eye stared fixedly at Siwoo, a gaze full of ghostly and powerful energy, seeming able to see through everything. Siwoo looked at the eye, and he understood everything. He knew what he had to do next. Siwoo declared that this gate would have to return to the place it belonged. And that place was Earth, Siwoo's homeland, reflected in the giant eye. Dark hands from the gate reached out once again, trying to grab Siwoo. Siwoo was surrounded and attacked violently by the dark hands. The giant eye continued to observe Siwoo while he was attacked by the dark forces. The eye moved closer, seemingly wanting to see clearly the one who dared to challenge. Siwoo screamed in anger, asking where it thought it was appearing. He called it a pervert, a peeper who only knew how to stand and watch, saying that he used his power to resist. However, the power of the eye was too great, causing Siwoo to be injured and cough up blood. Although injured, Siwoo still smirked. A system notification appeared, stating that the second function of the max-level divine inviolability passive skill had been activated. His body would reject other types of holy power. Siwoo said that the Pope was the first apostle of the Lemon Church, and he had to maintain his purity. He was doing this for his goddess. His eyes flashed with lightning, showing determination and power. Siwoo told the monster that while it might not seem like it, he was a romantic. Saying that, he released a powerful bolt of holy lightning. Siwoo's holy lightning bolt enveloped the eye and the dark tentacles, cleansing them power. The eye let out a cry of pain as it was destroyed into pieces by Siwoo's power. The gate and the eye were completely destroyed, vanishing into nothingness. As the debris fell, a voice rang out, "I will remember you." This voice seemed to belong to someone else. Siwoo landed on the ground, surrounded by the debris of the gate that had just been destroyed. He stood up, injured but victorious. A system notification appeared before him. The mission, the door that cannot be closed, is complete. The conditions for the main mission, the appearance, have been updated. Siwoo received the writhing fragment as a reward. The causality of the area has returned to normal. The system announced a special reward, temporary incarnation of a deity. The designated deity is his leader, Lemon, with a time limit of 180 seconds. The system announced, leader deity Lemon is manifest. The mission was accomplished, and a brilliant system notification appeared. The supreme goddess Lemon officially manifested. Amidst a blinding stream of light, Lemon appeared with unearthly beauty, her deep blue eyes seeming to contain the stars themselves. Han Xiaowu was stunned, unable to believe her eyes at this divine presence. "Pope, what is happening?" she exclaimed in astonishment. Kim Siwoo felt a warmth enveloping his body. It was a familiar gentleness that he had longed for a long time. In the dungeon space, which was gradually stabilizing, two figures stood facing each other, the young Pope and the goddess he worshipped. Lemon smiled gently. "Long time no see, Siwoo. I missed you so much." Siwoo smiled back, feeling relieved to finally see that face again. Her eyes held deep concern, peering into the very depths of his soul. Lemon looked painfully at the blood-stained wounds on Siwoo's hands. It had been a long time since she had seen him so badly hurt. She touched him gently, and a stream of pure divine power began to heal all his battle scars. Siwoo stood still, enjoying this rare moment of peace. Looking back at his own hands, Siwoo remembered 10 years ago, when injuries were an everyday occurrence. He smiled, telling himself that he could have recovered on his own anyway. "Did you rush over here because you were worried?" Lemon asked, her eyes never leaving him. "Of course, Siwoo." Her words made Siwoo pause for a moment. Sincere concern from a goddess was always special to him. The tension eased as Siwoo pouted and lightly teased. "If you were worried, why didn't you show yourself even once?" Lemon could only clasp her hands and apologize adorably. Returning to a serious tone, Siwoo demanded an explanation for her long silence. It was time he knew the truth. Lemon explained that there were matters she was forced to handle personally, responsibilities that only a supreme deity could shoulder. She revealed that Siwoo had just closed a dimensional door, where a divine entity from another world was trying to cross over. Dimensional erosion was occurring in many places, giving those who did not belong to this world a chance to infiltrate. Most worryingly, they might have slipped through the very path Lemon created to bring Siwoo here, an unintended consequence of the connection between them. Siwoo worriedly asked if that path could be closed completely, but Lemon's reply weighed him down. If she did that, the connection between the two of them would also vanish. This dimensional disturbance wouldn't just affect the present, it would occur more frequently in the future, threatening the safety of Earth. Siwoo pondered thoughtfully. Could the monsters flooding into Earth be a side effect of the bond between him and Lemon? Feelings of guilt began to rise within him. Lemon quickly reassured him, asserting that this was a global issue, not Siwoo's personal fault. He didn't need to feel guilty. That she could manifest and Siwoo could use divine power on Earth were within the bounds permitted by causality. However, the price paid was the stability of the dimensions. The appearance of monsters, the awakened hunters, or the countless dungeons opening. None of this was random, but a sign of a terrible upheaval to come. As the dimensional rifts grew wider, the secret of the entities calling themselves old gods gradually unfolded, starting from their true origin. Lemon revealed a shocking truth. Those alien entities were actually creatures originating from Earth itself. They were looking for every way to return to their old home. Since ancient times, when divine power flowed abundantly, they were once the gods who ruled this land. However, after a mysterious incident, the presence of divinity completely vanished from Earth. Buried in the ruthless oblivion of time, with no one left to remember them, they hadn't truly vanished. In the exiled dimension, they were silently restoring their forms. They waited silently for centuries, just to find a single chance to return to the human world. A giant eye observed the world from the darkness, signaling an immeasurable threat. Those who knew of these entities called them by a terrifying name: old gods, ancient gods who had been forgotten. These were the gods from the era before levels were defined, when even laws or causality couldn't touch them. They existed as the very embodiment of primordial chaos. The hideous mirror Siwoo just destroyed was perhaps just a ruin left behind by the old gods. The strange green strings surrounding it were like tentacles trying to cling to reality. Even so, their rank was still god tier. Lemon thoughtfully warned, "Perhaps you haven't reached that level yet, Siwoo." She was worried about his current strength in the face of such overwhelming enemies. Siwoo stood still. He finally understood the true identity of those behind it all. Old gods, huh? The name carried 1,000-pound weight. Lemon bowed her head apologetically. Siwoo, I am sorry that I haven't been able to help you much. Her face was filled with sadness beneath the mystical halo. We have met again like this, but time is too short to say a proper goodbye. She regretted that the moment of manifestation was gradually closing. Siwoo only replied gently, it's okay. That the system allowed Lemon to appear, even for a moment, must certainly carry a profound meaning. Her majestic and magnificent presence enveloped the dark dungeon space. Lemon smiled gently one last time before fading away, a smile containing absolute trust in her poke. I will always watch over you, Siwoo. Her promise echoed in the air as her divine figure began to fade amid streams of shimmering light. Thank you, see you next time, Lemon. Siwoo looked up, his eyes holding infinite gratitude. Lemon's figure vanished completely, leaving Siwoo standing alone among the ruined stone pillars of the dungeon. The space returned to its usual stillness and chill. Siwoo pondered the reality. Lemon was not the supreme god of Earth. Her power was limited to Eden. This just went to show the barriers she had to overcome to help. He silently understood that Lemon had to put in a lot of effort just to allow him to use divine power in this world, a favor that transcended all ordinary laws of causality. For now, the amount of information about the old gods she provided was more than enough. The remaining mysteries, he would have to find the answers to himself. Siwoo's gaze revealed the determination of a god. Siwoo looked down at the wreckage of the entity that had just been destroyed, where a strange, flickering light caught his attention. He reached down to pick up a small glass vial containing a strange entity wiggling inside. This was the mission reward from the system. The item was named Wriggling Fragment, with a current growth rate of 0%, something that seemed useless now, but hid unpredictable power in the future. After cleaning up, Siwoo headed towards the unconscious Han Xiaohua. You've worked hard, Han Xiaohua, to face an entity of a different rank without understanding what was happening. He sighed sympathetic. Well, for now, let's just find a way out of this gloomy dungeon. Siwoo braced himself, preparing to carry Han Xiaohua out amidst the desolate scene, where the remnants of the fierce battle remained everywhere. The sunset sky enveloped the forest outside the dungeon. Moans began to rise as the hunters gradually woke from their stupor. Park Young-soo's team was scrambling to get up, all of them stunned, unable to understand what had just happened. The recent spiritual shock was truly more than they could bear. From the cave entrance, Siwoo slowly stepped out, still carrying the unconscious Han Xiaohua on his back. Representative, Young-soo exclaimed upon seeing the familiar figure appear. Everyone rushed over to take Han Xiaohua. Siwoo calmly explained that she was only exhausted from using too much mana. She just needed to rest and drink a recovery potion to be fine. Young-soo was still bewildered, calling out the fake name. Jin-wook, where have you been all this time? Siwoo smiled in greeting, breathing a sigh of relief when he saw the old man was still safe. With a cheerful look, he boasted that he had gone all the way to the boss room and done big things as a porter, even carrying the guild master out. Behind his back, a faint halo was shining. However, Young-soo began to tremble when he recognized the solemn priest vestments on Siwoo. At this moment, Siwoo decided not to hide it anymore. My name is not Kim In-wook, but Kim Siwoo. Oh my god, P-Pope! Young-soo panicked and knelt down to pray. Siwoo hurriedly stopped him, promising to invite him to the temple soon to apologize for hiding his identity for so long. The joy of meeting again hadn't lasted long before strange footsteps sounded. No entry, a firm voice rang out, blocking the dungeon entrance. Siwoo turned around, his eyes hardening when he recognized the less-than-friendly presence of the new arrivals. Young-soo was also filled with anxiety. It was a group of people wearing hooded white cloaks, completely covering their faces. Bingmyeong cult. The name made the atmosphere extremely tense. The scene shifted to a distant place, where a brilliant red sunset was dyeing the entire sky, signaling the impending bad omen. On the balcony of a luxurious mansion, a young woman stood silently watching the sunset. In the shadows, a mystical voice echoed, calling her my good child. She turned with a cold gaze, as if calculating something of great importance. The shadow entity asked what she was thinking. Kim Siwoo, I am thinking about him. The answer was short but held a special interest in the Pope. The deity's voice was full of contempt. That guy is just a swindler. He's not worth you worrying that much about. The sun sank behind her back. At this moment, the shadow deity revealed the true plot. When we return to where we belong, he will vanish like a mayfly. For now, he is just a hunting dog for us to use to destroy the traitor. And what about after the hunt ends? The woman asked back, her gaze never leaving the horizon as it sank into darkness. We will devour the entire prey. A cold-blooded declaration rang out amidst the wind blowing hard across the balcony. A giant trap was slowly closing around Siwoo. The woman smiled faintly. The deity continued to observe that Siwoo had grown stronger than before, and he was gradually getting closer to the terrifying truth of this world. The full moon will wane, my child. We just need to wait silently. The night sea appeared, mysterious and threatening. Amidst the shadow claws enveloping her, the woman bowed respectfully. Everything is proceeding according to your will. I will obey, my deity. The chapter closed with an atmosphere full of conspiracy and mystery. Steady footsteps rang out in the quiet space of the forest. The strangers were gradually approaching, with a very unfriendly attitude. These were members of the Bingmyeong cult. In their pure white outfits and hooded cloaks, they exuded a mysterious, oppressive air that made everyone cautious. At the dungeon entrance where the blockage had just been cleared, Kim Siwoo stood facing this group of people. The atmosphere was thick with tension, like a bomb waiting for the fuse to be lit. Kim Siwoo spoke coldly, identifying the opponents immediately as members of the Bingmyeong cult. He knew well that these people never appeared without some shady goal. The Bingmyeong side appeared completely indifferent. They asserted that they were present there, following an official request from the Sealwa Guild. The leader questioned Siwoo back, not understanding why the Pope of the Lemon Order was interfering, when the mining rights to this dungeon belonged to the Sealwa Guild. Their true goal was revealed. It was the mysterious item Siwoo had just collected. They wanted him to surrender it, citing that this item had significant importance to their cult. But Siwoo wasn't the type to be easily bullied. With a challenging smirk, he dropped a short reply, "I don't want to." Just then, Han Sealwa appeared and clarified everything. She affirmed that she was the one who had begged for help from Pope Kim Siwoo, not the Bingmyeong cult. Han Sealwa's appearance changed the entire dynamic. She did not hesitate to criticize Bingmyeong's delay, while Siwoo was the one who had saved everyone. The Bingmyeong priest began to lose his patience. He used the alliance relationship between the two sides to exert pressure, threatening that Sealwa's actions would crack the trust built over time. But Han Sealwa was even more determined. She declared loudly, "The Sealwa Guild is officially withdrawing from the Jeonggak Alliance," a decision that left everyone present in shock. Even Kim Siwoo was left stunned by this bold action. He didn't expect this girl to go as far as to cut all ties with the old alliance just to stand by his side. Shock spread everywhere. Both Siwoo and the Bingmyeong priest were speechless at the extreme turn of events by the mistress of the Sealwa Guild. Siwoo tried to advise her to calm down, because this was a decision that would greatly affect the future. But Han Sealwa was already sick and tired of that alliance that only knew how to exploit others. Seeing the two argue, the Bingmyeong priest jeered that they seemed to be quite compatible. This sarcasm only increased the discomfort in the air. But then a special character stepped out from the crowd, a woman in a pure white robe, exuding a completely different pressure compared to the others. She slowly removed her hood, revealing her true appearance. Every small movement exuded an authority that made people hold their breath and watch. She was a girl with long gray hair and magical red eyes. Her appearance was like a goddess descending to the mortal world. She smiled and greeted Kim Siwoo. Although her words seemed polite, they contained an overwhelming power that could stifle any weak soul. Kim Siwoo immediately realized something abnormal. His instincts as a pope showed him a huge, pure wave of energy rolling inside that tiny girl. Deep down, Siwoo was stunned. This power was equivalent to the waves of energy he had felt from the old gods, an existence far beyond ordinary rule. There was no doubt this was the supreme leader of the Bingmyeong cult. Her glowing red eyes seemed to look straight into the depths of Siwoo's soul. She began to exert her power, causing reality around them to shatter and deform under the impact of an ancient, overwhelming energy. Amidst the mysterious black smoke, she called Siwoo an irregular, one who was breaking the balance of the universe. The real world slowly receded, giving way to a conceptual space where the darkest secrets were about to be revealed. The leader of the Bingmyeong order held a strange piece of black matter in her hand. She explained that almost everything had been wiped out, and this was all that remained after the recent event. Standing amidst the vast conceptual space like a galaxy, she looked straight at Kim Siwoo and asked if he knew anything about that door, the door that an entity from another dimension had tried to cross. A giant eye appeared amidst the void, symbolizing powerful entities. She asserted that such a door wouldn't be closed so easily, unless the one who closed it possessed power far exceeding the entity trying to cross. Kim Siwoo looked at the system dashboard displaying an image of Earth. She explained the system, the thing leading awakened ones, and managing the world's balance through trials, costs, and reward. In that mystical space, she emphasized that Siwoo's use of force to destroy that door had created an unexpected variable. Kim Siwoo appeared brilliantly among the stars. She called him an irregular, the abnormal among the abnormal, an entity that had surpassed ordinary limits even though he himself didn't seem to realize. Siwoo seemed uninterested. He cut off the nonsense and demanded she get straight to the point. He didn't want to waste time on these distant philosophers. Her red eyes flashed with mystery. She made an unexpected offer. Will you cooperate with us? A white, vacant eye appeared amidst the deep darkness, creating a chilling atmosphere. She declared proudly, our God desires you. Facing the invitation from a mysterious entity, Siwoo just smirked sarcastically. To him, this proposal was truly ridiculous and meaningless. She looked at the matter in her hand, remarking that Siwoo's pure power was clearly abnormal. She raised questions about faith and the choices of the gods. Kim Siwoo narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp as if to pierce through the other person's heart. He decided to ask straight to the point. In the end, what do your god and all of you really want? Siwoo's question rang out firmly amidst the conceptual space. Close-up of the red eyes of the Bingmyeong leader. She replied that their intention was to return the entities to where they belonged, and considered that the most natural thing in the world. Beneath the brilliant red autumn leaves, she continued her philosophy that low-level beings were simply swept away by the great flow, and that she herself was just someone following the will of the gods. Kim Siwoo was silent for a moment, his face showing coldness and determination. He declared the conversation over because they had no common ground. The reason he gave was simple but steel firm, because our goddess loves and pities the low-level beings, a point of view completely opposite to the coldness of Bingmyeong. Siwoo decisively turned his back, ordering the Bingmyeong order to get lost, and saying it would be best for them to sit still and not cause any more trouble. Despite being refused, she still appeared indifferent, saying that if Siwoo wanted to know about the purifiers, they were always willing to help. Siwoo still didn't change his attitude. He realized they craved a new order, something he couldn't accept. She smiled, a smirk full of hidden meaning, as she asserted that they couldn't live with those who only sought endless chaos. The conflict of philosophies had reached its peak. Kim Siwoo sighed in frustration at this troublesome three-way conflict. To him, it seemed they were all equally annoying. Beneath the brilliant sunset sky mingled with dry, withered trees, a question rang out in Siwoo's mind. Why can't we just let people live in peace as they are? Leaving the philosophical conceptual space, the scene suddenly shifted to the magnificent office of the Lemon Order. Here, Han Xiaohua was facing Siwoo directly to make a groundbreaking decision, adding to the already tense and unpredictable atmosphere. Kim Siwoo slammed the table angrily, seemingly unable to believe his ears at her crazy proposal. He snapped, asking if she thought the Lemon Order was a bus station, that she dared to arbitrarily demand to switch routes for her guild to his side in such an unreasonable way. Kim Siwoo stood frozen at Han Xiaohua's decisiveness. He still couldn't believe this girl had dared to propose joining his side so abruptly. The shocking truth was revealed. Han Xiaohua said she had watched the Lemon Order's lecture videos on Siwoo's Medub channel. This confession left him only able to utter bewildered huzz. In Xiaohua's mind, the image of the goddess Lemon appeared, full of compassion and warmth. She believed the ray of light she felt in the dungeon was the goddess's power, and she wanted to follow that guidance. Xiaohua snapped back, asking Siwoo if there was anything wrong with that, or if he had lied about something on Medub. Her intensity left Siwoo completely defeated. Just then, Xianghe, Siwoo's close subordinate, appeared with a teasing look on her face. She seemed very excited about the prospect of another beauty joining the church. Xianghe agreed that Xiaohua was both smart and beautiful. Siwoo sighed in frustration, telling her to go drink whiskey under the holy tree just to get it over with. Xianghe jumped in surprise when the secret of the whiskey bottle buried under the holy tree was exposed by Siwoo. While she was panicking, Siwoo tried to get back to the main conversation with Xiaohua. Han Xiaohua officially made her proposal. The Xiaohua Guild currently had nowhere else to go and wanted to join the Lemon Order's side. A life-or-death decision for her entire guild. Siwoo interlaced his fingers and pondered, asserting that the Lemon Order had no such thing as factions. He wondered if she was doing this because she felt indebted after being saved by him. Xiaohua looked him straight in the eye, telling Siwoo not to be so naive. She knew exactly how big his power and influence were growing. Previous allies flashed through his mind, from Player K and the Dakibai Guild to the Abilities Management Bureau. A powerful force was inadvertently forming around Siwoo. Xiaohua pointed out that all these groups gathering around Siwoo was the clearest proof of a faction growing strong, whether he admitted it or not. As the representative of a guild, Xiaohua wanted to leave the sinking ship of Jeongak as soon as possible. She believed that standing on Siwoo's side was the wisest choice since the moment she received his help. Siwoo watched her silently. Xiaohua hurriedly clarified that this wasn't his responsibility, hoping he wouldn't misunderstand her purpose. Although Xiaohua's words and actions might seem harsh toward her subordinates, Siwoo remembered how she had sacrificed herself to prevent the dungeon's collapse and the sincere concern her subordinates had for her. He smiled, realizing the good nature of this girl. Siwoo teased that perhaps she was sheer than he thought. Xianghe also joined in to praise Xiaohua as cute, causing her to lose her temper and demand he stop making that annoying face. Xiaohua flushed deep red at the teasing from the duo, Siwu and Xianghe. The office space was filled with laughter and humor, completely opposite to the tension from moments before. The scene shifted to a starry night. A luxurious private jet was tearing through the night to fly to some place. Inside the fully equipped aircraft cabin, a mysterious man sat relaxing on a sofa, exuding the air of someone who held power in his hand. The assistant entered and reported that the leader of the Bingmyong Order had approached the Pope of the Lemon Order. The man seemed quite surprised, as this was not part of the original plan. The sound of red wine being poured into a clear crystal glass. It seemed that the meeting was also a surprise, even for the Bingmyong Order side. The man lifted his wine glass, his eyes narrowing in calculation. He believed that after that meeting, Siwu must have learned more truths about this world. With a mysterious smile, he said that the work in Korea had ended. "We will meet again soon." The statement was like a premonition of the storms to come for Siwu. Suddenly, a series of brilliant purple spatial tears erupted, encircling the private jet high in the night sky. Was this a new spatial disaster, or the intervention of some mystical power? A dramatic cliffhanger to end the chapter. On a beautiful morning, at the headquarters of the Lemon Church, a voice rang out, signaling the start of an important event. The key members had arrived. A man in a sharp suit, CEO Choi Seojin, announced that the meeting could begin now that everyone was present. Seated in the presiding chair, Pope Kim Siwoo solemnly declared the first meeting of the Lemon Alliance officially underway. Player K, a rugged-looking man wearing sunglasses, cut straight to the chase, asking why Siwoo had summoned everyone here. He answered his own question, guessing the purpose was to introduce a new ally. This remark made Han Xiaohua, the girl with blue hair, startle slightly. At Siwoo's invitation, Han Xiaohua stood up to introduce herself. She was the representative of the Xiaohua Guild, and she joined because she had felt the warm light of the goddess Lemon. The atmosphere suddenly became humorously devout. Priest Leo and the red-haired girl beside him clasped their hands, beginning a session of faith-sharing, with the firm belief that the goddess would welcome them. Han Xiaohua, with a look of pride and a clear voice, declared that she had decisively left the Jeongak Alliance to come here. Her blunt statement left Leo and his companions stunned. This reaction didn't seem much like a typical faith-sharing session. Leo turned and gave a subtle hint that her remark sounded a bit strange. In response, Kim Siwoo just smiled, appearing quite amused by her frankness. Player K seemed incredibly intrigued. He mentioned he had always wondered how long someone as sharp as Han Xiaohua would stay in her old alliance. She replied that she never had any intention of staying there anyway. Han Xiaohua sighed, explaining that while her guild had influence as content creators, they lacked real combat power. CEO Choi Seojin nodded in agreement. He affirmed that the soft power Han Xiaohua possessed would be an immense help, as she had been the face of the Jeongak Alliance. He emphasized that the biggest name from the opposition, joining the ranks of the Lemon Church, carried a huge symbolic weight that no one could ignore. Praise was directed toward Pope Kim Siwoo. Clearly, this was an incredibly smart strategic move by him. And this was her trump card. Han Xiaohua gave a thumbs up and confidently declared, "I have 9 million subscribers." The screen displayed the YouTube channel of the Xiaohua Guild with an incredible figure, 9.47 million followers, a massive amount of media power. Even Kim Siwoo was stunned. He muttered the number, 9 million people, unable to believe the level of influence they had just acquired. Immediately, Han Xiaohua switched into work mode. With the experience of a top content creator, she pointed her finger and said with authority that they needed a transformation scene in the Lemon Church's intro video on Meta. She enthusiastically demanded to find a video editor to train herself. CEO Choi Seojin, standing behind, was just as excited, admitting he had wanted to propose that for a long time. Their media power was about to be unleashed. The media power of the new alliance was summarized. Han Xiaohua's Xiaohua Guild with 9 million subscribers, and the channel of Choi Minsu, also known as Player K, with 6 million. CEO Choi Seojin smiled, adding in the Lemon Church's 4 million subscribers, giving them a combined influence of 19 million people, a huge number. Kim Siwoo winked mischievously. He thought to himself that with this success, Inwook would surely be drooling with envy. On the table were the voting ballots, all in agreement. Kim Siwoo tapped his hand lightly, declaring the decision unanimously passed. He turned to officially welcome Han Xiaohua to the alliance. She stood there, radiating a powerful aura in her new attire. Having finished the first item, Siwoo moved on to the second reason for the meeting. He held up 2 fingers, announcing the 2 hostile forces, the Bingmyong cult and the group known as the Purifier. Priest Leo confirmed the information. Although these 2 groups seemed similar, they were clearly keeping each other in check. Siwoo affirmed that their goals might be unclear, but their operational methods were completely different. The Bingmyeong cult was said to be related to the ancient gods, entities known as distorted gods. An image of a dark cult appeared, mysterious and terrifying. Meanwhile, the Purifiers were a group attempting to harness the power of demons and the Demon King. Siwoo concluded that both were incredibly troublesome enemies. The air grew tense. Siwoo reminded Choi Min-soo, Han Seolhwa, and CEO Choi Seojin that they had personally experienced the danger when regular dungeons suddenly mutated due to the interference of these two factions. He sat there, eyes cold, summarizing the two main threats they were about to face: the Bingmyeong cult and the Purifier. A strange thing was that both factions were trying to persuade rather than confront the Lemon Church, while being hostile toward each other. The biggest question remained: what were their true goals? The red-haired girl spoke up, stating the obvious: whatever their motives were, they would certainly never bring peace to Earth. They were real threats. Siwoo provided direction. He proposed establishing a communication network so members could support each other during dungeon raids, while also building up their strength to defeat the enemy together. Choi Min-soo reassured the Pope, affirming that the alliance's infrastructure could now rival the former Jeonggak alliance. Hearing this, Siwoo nodded with relief. Kim Siwoo smiled and declared the meeting over. He said that today's meeting was mainly to introduce everyone to each other, and now everyone was free to leave. Shortly after, the red-haired girl quickly became friendly with the new member, cheerfully inviting the pretty little girl to the temple. Han Seolhwa looked awkward and didn't seem to like being called that. As everyone began to disperse, Choi Min-soo unexpectedly called CEO Choi Seojin back. At this moment, Kim Siwoo revealed a box containing holy bracelets. He told Seojin that they needed to talk privately to finalize the discussion on the distribution of these items. Choi Seojin replied that he was actually planning to discuss these bracelets as well. A more important piece of news was revealed. He had received feedback from the Yuseon group. He confirmed that they could commercialize and set up a supply chain for the holy water and holy stone bracelets. The response was so good that they even offered an exclusive distribution contract. He also had to stop his younger brother, who was so excited he wanted to meet the Pope immediately. It turned out that this distribution company belonged to the Yuseon group, and the main representative was CEO Choi Seojin's younger brother. This power dynamic made Kim Siwoo smile in satisfaction. This business story had even been reported to the executive meeting of the Yuseon group. Interestingly, Choi Seojin's father, the chairman of the group, had personally expressed interest. The group was considering projects to invest in infrastructure for the Lemon Church. This news left Choi Min-soo stunned. He realized that Choi Seojin's father was none other. Chairman Choi Gil-young of the Yuseon group, the powerful man ranked 5th in the business world. Siwoo was completely shocked. Seojin laughed heartily, boasting that after years of being considered the unfilial son, he had finally caught a big fish, earning his father's praise and fulfilling his filial duties for a life. With a direct directive from the chairman, Seojin confidently affirmed that an investment on a completely different scale was about to be poured in. He believed the Pope would be contacted soon. Hearing the word investment, Kim Siwoo's eyes lit up with a sinister smile. He thought to himself, investment from the group chairman? Fantastic. This expression was completely inappropriate for a cleric. Both realized the Lemon Church was growing so fast that Lunar alone could not manage the business side. Siwoo guessed that if it were Goddess Lemon, she would say the same thing. In his imagination, Goddess Lemon appeared, saying that Siwoo was still busy hunting down enemies and could not shoulder the management of a church that was growing so powerful. She also teased him, stating bluntly that Siwoo had never received training in management back in Eden. These words seemed to awaken him. Returning to reality, Siwoo fell into deep thought. He realized that after all, they still needed more personnel to handle the work. Siwoo turned to Choi Min-soo and asked him for a favor. He wanted Min-soo to carry out a secret mission. Min-soo looked curious. Siwoo smiled cryptically, saying this was something that could even make Min-soo drool with greed. He was certain Min-soo would like. After the meeting, Siwoo went outside, holding a small glass bottle containing a strange object. The system displayed information. It was a wriggling fragment, an unidentified item. The description stated that it was a fragment from a door that could not be closed, and it detected an unknown divine wavelength. The current growth rate was 0%. Once it reached 100%, he would be able to continue the main quest. Siwoo muttered that he needed to nourish this fragment to unlock the main quest, and it certainly had something to do with the ancient gods. He realized there were currently no other quests to pursue. Perhaps the system needed time to update. This meant that cultivating this fragment was more important than he had thought. He stared at the object wriggling inside. The problem was how to make it grow. The system board just coldly displayed a 0% growth rate, without a single hint as to the necessary condition. Siwoo tried another way. He focused holy power into his palm, creating a burning blue flame, hopping to trigger the fragment. However, the only response was silence. The fragment in the bottle didn't react at all. The experiment failed. Not giving up, Siwoo decided to go big. The system board popped up. Activate skill. Holy Anthem max level. A massive stream of holy power shot up into the sky. Leo, Hanseolwa, and Luna, who were out sightseeing, looked up in horror. A giant pillar of holy lightning descended from the sky, creating a scene that was as majestic as it was terrifying. All three shouted in alarm, completely stunned by the unimaginable power their pope had just unleashed. The pillar of light struck the ground. Siwoo muttered, "This doesn't work either." From afar, Luna shouted loudly, calling his real name, Seongha, and questioning if he intended to destroy the entire temple. Siwoo turned back and answered calmly that his holy power couldn't harm the temple. He even teased Luna, saying that her temper alone was enough to bring the temple down. He acted as if nothing happened, saying he was just testing a few things, but in his head, he was incredibly frustrated. Damn it, what on earth do I have to do to make it grow? Siwoo began to deduce. After all, this was a reward item, linked to the system. The quest notification appeared, confirming the wriggling fragment was a reward to start a new quest. He came to the conclusion, if it was bound by the system, then its growth rate must surely be designed according to the system's intent. Just then, an alert from the system suddenly popped up. He had too many holy points and was requested to spend them through the shop. Current figure, 45,000 points. Siwoo smiled with satisfaction. He realized he had plenty of time and decided to follow the instructions, spend all these holy points. He opened the system shop and examined the Level 1 Sanctification Workshop, a facility that allowed for the crafting of holy items using holy stone. The scene shifted to a conversation with Luna and Han Seolhwa. Siwoo said they were about to sell a lot of items and suggested gathering priests who specialized in sanctification. Luna immediately pointed out the problem. They lacked the suitable personnel to train the newcomers. She sighed, saying she really missed that person. Siwoo just smiled confidently, affirming he had already anticipated and prepared for that. Returning to the system interface, Siwoo decided to start with the Sanctification Workshop. He pressed the Agree button, spending 5,000 points to upgrade this facility. The Sanctification Workshop was upgraded to Level 2. The efficiency of crafting holy items and converting holy stones was increased. But most importantly, from Level 2 onwards, the workshop required a designated manager. Immediately, the Sanctification Workshop building radiated a brilliant light, signaling that the upgrade was complete. Siwoo and Luna stood watching the result. He wore a cunning smile, envisioning a future where they took full advantage of capital from the conglomerates. Luna just sighed, dropping a comment, "Seongha is truly a villain." Siwoo turned to tease Luna, asking if she didn't also like having more resources to run everything. Luna grumbled, muttering about a pope who acted like a game CEO encouraging players to spend money. But just at this moment, a system notification suddenly appeared. The growth rate of the wriggling fragment had increased by 3%. Inside the bottle, the fragment started wriggling. The system announced the ancient fragment quest was gradually meeting the activation conditions. A new mystery had just begun. A peaceful morning, in complete contrast to the earth-shattering battles that had just taken place. After a string of exhausting days, Pope Kim Siwoo finally had a day off, and all he wanted to do was flop down on the sofa. He thought to himself that he had been living too diligently lately, from subduing Yamada no Orochi to acting like a porter to sneak into a dungeon and deal with the invasion of a suspicious god. Siwoo had worked harder than anyone even when he was in Eden, so he thought about Earth as a place he could rest. Right at that moment, his younger brother, In-wook, walked in and was surprised, as he hadn't seen his brother at home for a long time. When In-wook asked if he wasn't going to work, Siwoo immediately put on the act of a powerful big brother, declaring that he had the day off and demanding his brother bring him snacks immediately. In-wook could only be speechless at this unusual brother. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out, and his younger sister, Seon, rushed down the stairs. Unlike In-wook, Seon was overjoyed to see her brother. Siwoo also happily played with his sister, admitting that he had been very busy lately. He gently asked her about her life and the new school she had just transferred to. Seon innocently replied that children were the same everywhere, but perhaps because they were from wealthy families, the children at the new school seemed a bit immature. Her answer caused Siwoo to become serious immediately. He warned Seon that if anyone bullied her, she had to tell him right away. However, Seon showed unexpected maturity. She said that because her brother was an irregular, she had to be careful not to become a burden to him and the Ryman Church. Siwoo was surprised, not understanding where his sister had learned such adult words. Right then, a playful kitten's paw pressed the remote control. The TV turned on the 8 o'clock news. Sion explained that because her brother often appeared on TV, she usually watched the news with the cat, Bixial. The news started with an announcement that they would go over the issues currently heating up in South Korea. The first topic was about the National Awakening Alliance, a force that was once suspected of wanting to monopolize all awakened people in South Korea, but had recently been rumored to be on the verge of dissolution. The news continued with updates on the incident, where the head of the Daeho Guild attacked Pope Kim Si-woo, and now, rumors were swirling that the Sealwa Guild was preparing to join the Ryman Church. The whole family watched together. The news also mentioned the Global Awakening Forum coming up in the US, and the fact that President Seo had visited the Lost Land. The words Lost Land on the news made Siwoo freeze. He muttered the phrase, his eyes contemplative. The news continued with an image of a map, stating this was the land bordering China. Since the gates opened, it had remained a mysterious area that South Korea at the time had not had the strength to enter and investigate. Inwook continued, explaining that online forums were buzzing about the president pushing for a march to the north, as that place was believed to have massive reserves of magic stones and underground resources. The news on TV also reflected political chaos, as the opposition criticized the president for unilaterally funneling benefits to a specific religion. Siwoo lay on the floor, just feeling everything was very interesting. The warm sunshine shone into the room, signaling a peaceful afternoon. Siwoo sat leisurely on the chair, enjoying the rare free time. He told himself that he was about to get busy again, so now he had to try to rest, not thinking about work anymore. He closed his eyes, a look of satisfaction appearing on his lip. But the peace was quickly broken by a thought. Siwoo suddenly remembered the wriggling fragment and wondered what to do with it. He took out the bottle containing the fragment to look, and was stunned. A system window popped up, informing him that the growth rate had reached 3%. Siwoo's cry of amazement made both Inwook and Sion startle. Both panicked and ran over to ask what happened, while Siwoo couldn't take his eyes off the bottle. Siwoo quickly reassured his siblings that nothing was wrong. Inwook grumbled humorously, and Sion just let out a sigh of relief because her brother was still okay. He went outside to reorganize his thoughts, trying to piece together the events. He remembered the growth rate was definitely 0% until he fired the holy spear. The image of the cathedral appeared in Siwoo's mind. A terrifying hypothesis flashed. Could it be? It grows as the influence of the church grows stronger. If so, that meant the system itself wanted the power of the church to grow. His face hardened at this speculation. And what was the purpose of this? To prepare for some great turmoil, or even an upcoming war? The more he explored, the more Siwoo realized he knew nothing about the true purpose of the system. He sat back down on the chair, his hand still holding the mysterious bottle. He sighed, comforting himself that it was always like that in Eden. Everything was always a mystery. But then he quickly regained his spirit. At least now he had power, no longer empty-handed as he once was. He decided to let it be and deal with things as they came. The scene of the story shifted abruptly. In the city of Gimpo, a Grade D breakout gate suddenly appeared right in the middle of a residential area's playground. The gate emitted a strange blue light, attracting the attention of authorities and a man who looked like a commander. A subordinate approached that man, Chairman Choi Seo-jin, wondering why the boss had to personally come to a Grade D gate. Seo-jin replied that Pope Kim himself had personally requested something from the gate owned by their guild. Choi Seo-jin smirked. He said that the Pope had emphasized this was very important, and he guessed that just regular guild members wouldn't be enough. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. The gate was being generated in the area. The guild members immediately reported, "Boss, something's happened." A massive surge of energy was pouring out of the gate, but strangely, it didn't look like regular magic power. Choi Seo-jin only gasped, just as predicted. He gritted his teeth, his heart pounding. This was the very thing that Pope Kim said he would like. It had been a long time since he felt this excited. He immediately ordered everyone to step back, as they wouldn't be a match for the thing about to appear. He declared he would be the first to welcome this guest. Although incredibly terrified by the energy pressure, the guild members still strictly followed his order. The gate erupted in a blinding flash of light, and then a steady foot stepped out from within the light. Meanwhile, in another place, another system notification appeared. The cross-dimensional contract has been completed perfectly. Because a suitable price had been paid, causality allowed the intervention of Lord Ryman from the Eden dimension. At the same time, at the church's training ground, Siwoo received a notification. He nodded in satisfaction, muttering that Chairman Choi Seo-jin was doing a great job. In the distance, there was a shout of a slogan. Luna was commanding the training session. She shouted loudly, demanding the priests shout even louder. She bellowed the slogan for today's drill. The best treatment method is to crush the enemy's head first. The priests and holy knights had to carry heavy rocks, while forcing themselves to shout along with the bizarre slogan. Luna explained her philosophy. Holy power on the battlefield wasn't just for medical healing, but also a support force for recovery by eliminating enemies. Siwoo stood watching with an amused smile. He asked loudly, understood, and received a unified, powerful yes from the trainee. He turned to tease Luna, asking if she was preparing for a holy war. Luna cheerfully replied that she learned all this from him, and that physical training was the foundation of everything. Luna also confidently bragged that he shouldn't worry, because Priest Leo was recovering everyone just in time. But Siwoo looked at Leo, who was exhausted from casting spells, and thought to himself, I think Leo is the one who needs recovery more. Siwoo and Luna looked at each other and laughed cunningly. Luna said she really liked the never-give-up spirit of the clerics. Below, Leo could only cry silently, please let me go home. Luna proudly reported that the first batch of trainees would soon be ready for real combat raids. Siwoo could only laugh, admitting this training program was even more intense than he had imagined. She said she would soon personally lead them into the gates. Seeing Siwoo surprised that they had matured so quickly, Luna just nodded in confirmation, then immediately asked about what he had promised. So, how about that, my lord? Luna explained that if she started leading trainees into real combat, there would be gaps in managing the church. Just as she was about to propose a solution, an excited voice from afar rang out, shouting, Hey, Pope Kim. It was Choi Seo-jin. He ran over, covered in dirt and scratches, happily reporting, We finally brought that person here. Siwoo was surprised, wondering, that person. Following behind Seo-jin was an elderly man with a dignified demeanor. He stepped forward, praising Seo-jin for his hard work. The Diho chairman just laughed, saying it had been a long time since he fought so refreshing. The strange old visitor commented that it was very fortunate that the gate that opened the fastest belonged to the Diho guild. Hearing this, Luna standing beside Siwoo couldn't help but be stunned, stuttering, impossible. The shock was so great that Luna dropped her hat. Priest Leo, standing behind, also gasped in astonishment. Finally, the man with snow-white hair and an extraordinary aura revealed himself. He looked straight at Siwoo and respectfully called out, Master. Siwoo recognized him immediately. He recalled that if Archbishop Bayer was the face of the church in Eden, this man was the one behind the scenes, handling all internal matters, from administration to logistics. On the surface, he looked gentle and mild-mannered, but his nickname was completely the opposite. After people witnessed him personally executing demons and heretics while wearing his white vestments, they gave him a terrifying nickname, the White Terror. His true identity was Lafart Sant, the Vicar General of the Vatican and head of the Divine Council of the Ryman Church. And now Lafart Sant, the legendary White Terror of Eden, was slowly kneeling before Siwoo. He introduced himself as the first apostle of Ryman and chairman of the Council of Archbishops, and had come to request an audience with the Pope, the one who guides all believers under the sky. Because he frequently personally executed demons and heretics while wearing white vestments, people had given him a frightening nickname, the White Terror. That person was Lafart Sant, the first apostle of Ryman and chairman of the Council of Archbishops. He knelt and respectfully asked for an audience with His Holiness. Before him stood Kim Siwoo, the young pope. He smiled and welcomed Archbishop Lafart to earth. In a luxurious room, Lafart expressed his emotion at meeting His Holiness again in his homeland. Lafart took a sip of tea and praised its excellent flavor. Siwoo thought to himself that Lafart really was Leo's master. Even his way of speaking was identical. Siwoo happily replied that he was also very glad to see him, as the church was in dire need of an administrator. Behind him, the other members just trembled. The scene shifted to an explanation. As it turned out, the Ryman Church was growing too fast and was falling into a severe shortage of administrative talent. Therefore, after checking his remaining divine points, Siwoo opened his status window and sent a request to summon Archbishop Lafart Sant. Through the system window, Lafart was urgently transported to a D-rank gate in Gyeonggi province as a gift for Choi Gil-young, who was craving a heated battle. After the match, Choi Gil-young panted but looked satisfied. He muttered that it had been a long time since he had such a good fight, because Archbishop Leo had been too busy late. As for Lafart, he also acknowledged that Earth had a formidable warrior and thought it was a very interesting welcome. Choi Gil-young was bewildered, not expecting administrative work to be a life-or-death battle. Siwoo just smiled and replied that he only talked about administrative work, but never said the man didn't know how to fight. Siwoo explained further that Archbishop Lafart was Leo's master, and there were rumors that he was even stronger than Leo in his prime. Like master, like student indeed. Hearing this, Choi Gil-young wondered why Archbishop Leo's face had gone pale. Contrary to everyone's excitement, Leo was shaking, sweat pouring down. Siwoo just replied shortly, saying he had PTSD and reminded Leo not to have that look in front of his master. Luna spoke up, confirming that she was maintaining her usual polite demeanor. Siwu just smiled at them both. Lafert suddenly remembered and relayed a message from Archbishop Bayer. Siwu sighed, thinking that with Leo, Luna, and even Lafert coming to Earth, Bayer must be struggling to lead the church all by himself. Siwu asked about the situation in Eden. Lafert reported that despite some suspicious movements, generally there were no major problems. Countries on the continent were also rebuilding after the war, so it was a bit noisy, but that was all. Hearing this, Siwu felt relieved. After reporting, Lafert glanced over, a solemn, inscrutable expression appearing on his face. Thinking the matter was finished, Siwu suddenly changed the subject, saying that when he first arrived, he had taken a walk around the church. His expression was a bit mischievous, intending to steer the conversation elsewhere. Immediately, a voice rang out, declaring that there were several issues that needed to be discussed thoroughly with His Holiness. Hearing that, all three, Leo, Luna, and Choi Gil-young, turned pale, while Siwu was struck dumb. Not a second's hesitation, the three of them hurried to find an excuse to sneak away. Luna and Choi Gil-young waved goodbye, saying they would go look around and wait outside, wishing the two of them a good time. Siwu panicked and tried to call them back, but the door slammed shut. Left alone, he heard Lafert's voice inviting him to sit down. With no way to escape, Siwu resignedly sat down in the chair opposite Lafert, a gloomy aura enveloping. Lafert slammed a thick stack of documents onto the table, declaring that he had discovered not just one or two issues on his way here, and that they had to start discussing the most urgent task. With blazing eyes, Lafert announced that Siwu had better not plan on going to sleep tonight. Facing the nightmare of paperwork, Siwu could only scream in despair. A distressed scream echoed throughout the church grounds, signaling that a long night was about to begin. Night fell and the crickets chirped incessantly. Many hours had passed. Finally, Siwu was exhausted, collapsing his face onto the desk full of paperwork. But Lafert, still full of energy, strictly reminded him, "Your Holiness, you are not allowed to lie down yet." Lafert began his lecture, criticizing Siwu's sloppy management. Why did he only collect documents and then abandon the interns for Leo and Luna to handle on their own? Siwu laid his face on the desk, tears welling up, inwardly lamenting that his ears were about to bleed after being nagged for 6 straight hours. Lafert appeared amused by the Earth idiom, bleeding ears. Siwu was amazed at how he could learn to use a laptop so quickly and guessed it was thanks to the blessing of scholarship. Lafert explained that the most urgent task was to reorganize the church. Since His Holiness couldn't manage everything by himself, a support system was needed. He assessed that because the level of civilization between Eden and Earth was different, a different type of organization than the one in Eden would be required. At this moment, Siwu wore a devious smile. He thought to himself that although he felt guilty for summoning someone who should have been resting, this was exactly why he had called Lafert. Lafert laughed, remarking that Siwu had become much more honest since returning to his own world. He happily declared his willingness to serve. Siwu turned beet red because he had accidentally spoken his thoughts out loud. Lafert said that his mission from before Siwu even arrived in Eden was to constantly learn to make the church prosperous. That was likely why Goddess Ryman had granted him the blessing of scholarship. He appeared incredibly excited, thinking that this place had extremely advanced technology. Learning new things made his old heart beat with excitement again. Lafert closed his eyes, sincerely expressing his gratitude for Goddess Ryman's grace for sending him here. He felt truly lucky. Seeing Lafert's satisfied expression, Siwu also smiled with relief. His plan to find someone to take over the work had been a resounding success. Lafert recounted that, when he entered the church, he had seen a giant wall erected behind the temple. It made him think that Earth had also had to endure difficulties equivalent to Eden when the dimensional gates opened. Siwu explained that was the Ark, the mithril wall, the last remnant of Ground Zero. He revealed his plan to dismantle it soon, because mithril was a valuable resource. Lafert agreed, thinking they should tear down walls that were no longer needed to cultivate new strength. He affirmed that Earth was as lucky as Eden, because His Holiness had returned. Lafert declared that he would consider this his final mission, and would wholeheartedly support His Holiness's wishes. Siwu simply replied with a sincere thank you. Siwu's eyes flashed, seemingly calculating something profound. Returning to his office, Siwu took out a small vial. Inside was a mysterious fragment that was glowing. He checked the system window. The growth rate of the fragment had reached 8%. Siwu muttered his suspicion was confirmed. The growth rate of this fragment was clearly related to the reorganization and the growth of the church. He stared at the vial, wondering what would happen the day this growth rate reached 100%. Siwu decided, now that he had Lafert, he had to thoroughly reorganize the church. Just then, a notification appeared on the screen. VIP invitation to the Third World Awakened Forum. The notification described him as the deviant who opened the era of the Korean Renaissance and the pinnacle of holy class players. It seemed this invitation had arrived later than usual. The scene shifted a month later. As the first snowflakes of the season began to fall, the arc, the giant wall, began to collapse. Piece by piece, the wall crumbled. The final arc of the Ryman Church had been completely dismantled. This event immediately became hot news worldwide. Images of the magnificent Ryman Temple beneath the pure white snow were broadcast everywhere. A news report quoted a statement from Pope Kim Siwoo. "Now is the time for us to leave the Ark and face a new world." The Ryman Church had once again made history. Their live stream set a record of 3 million global viewers. Explosive news followed. Police increased security, corporate tycoons were present, and the Yusian Group announced a record investment in holy stone mining. Amidst that scene, Siwoo stated solemnly, "The benevolent goddess Ryman will embrace everyone." And so, a new era had officially begun. Amidst falling flower petals and snowflakes, Siwoo looked quietly ahead, his eyes filled with hope for a brighter future. The crowd of reporters jostled, cameras flashing continuously. They shouted, demanding a statement from His Holiness. One reporter whispered, "It's the goddess." Siwoo looked up at the sky, where flower petals and snowflakes mingled. He said, "It seems the goddess has left us a gift." This event was hailed across the newspapers as the miracle of December, or spring in the middle of December, a symbol of rebirth. And then another month passed. Winter had truly enveloped everything. At the church, two people were diligently sweeping the path covered in white snow. A hand clenched tightly, signaling the arrival of an important figure. Siwoo stood amidst the snowy weather, smiling to greet a large man with long silver hair. "Long time no see, Aiden. It's already winter, you look fine." Aiden replied confidently, "Of course." Then he asked, "My friend, have you prepared everything?" His question signaled that a major plan was being set in motion.